Chen Yuan, where do you think you're going to escape? Across the cosmos, in the eternal starfield, several streaks of light blazed forth, their earth-shattering clamor shattering the age-long silence. Star-Lord Goddess, how many times must I reiterate? I genuinely did not spy on your ladyship. Bathing my grandmother is likely of a more advanced age than you. Lord of Earth, let's have a civilized discussion. Look at what you've done. Your mechs have annihilated my attire. Can you afford to compensate me? Ancient immortal Chen Yuan, surely there is no animosity between us, correct? What's this? This is not your Chen Yuan pearl at my waist. It's an heirloom from my mother's dowry. The foremost youth, while fleeing for his life, attempted to reason with the pursuing luminaries. However, these powerhouses, renowned throughout the galaxy, possessed no patience. An intent to kill permeated the boundless universe, threatening to obliterate Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, ahead lies a black hole. If you don't cease your advance, you will be utterly annihilated, body and soul. From behind, ancient immortal Chen Yuan bellowed, his gaze fixated on the treasure pearl at Chen Yuan's waist. It was a divine artifact he had forged with his life's blood, pilfered by the audacious cosmic brigand, Chen Yuan. Even annihilation is preferable to falling into your clutches. Chen Yuan's path of escape was exhausted, leading only to an unfathomable abyss, from which not even emperors could emerge unscathed. As they conversed, they excavated the earth, soon unearthing a coffin. With bated breath, they pried open the lid. Suddenly, a pallid hand shot out, seizing the arm of the grave robber, Luo Heir. Petrified, he was on the verge of crying out when Luo De swiftly clamped his hand over Luo Heir's mouth, stifling the scream, "Oh, you wish to perish?" Although we find ourselves in a remote wilderness, what if someone passes by and hears us? Scolded Luo De. But there is a hand in the coffin. Isn't that a triviality? Not only is there a hand in the coffin, but also a complete corpse. Luo Heir's eyes momentarily glazed over as he realized that the hand that had grasped him had vanished, and it seemed Luo De was oblivious to it as well, leading him to question whether it had been a mere figment of his imagination. Could it be that I misperceived it? Luo Heir murmured to himself. Yet at that very moment, a chilling voice echoed, causing the Luo brothers' hair to stand on end, rendering them utterly rigid. "Return my life." Oh my goodness! Startled, the Luo brothers leaped to their feet, fleeing in a frenzy. Though both were awakened martial practitioners, the thought of utilizing their energy had completely escaped them. Their only instinct was to escape for their lives. Having devoted their lives to tomb raiding, they never anticipated encountering a vengeful spirit. Once the two had vanished without a trace, a young boy suddenly sat up in the coffin, rubbing his head, only to be met with a jarring pain in his brain while muttering curses under his breath. "I am a grand cosmic thief, the progenitor of all thieves, and yet I have been disturbed by two grave robbers. How absurd! If this reaches the ears of those on earth, they will surely mock me. Chen Yuan. No, wait. Why has my voice changed, and even my appearance? I recall entering a black hole, my body disintegrating. I have been reborn." Chen Yuan finally comprehended that he was no longer the illustrious cosmic thief Chen Yuan, but rather the legitimate young master of the Chen family in Jiangning City. He had pilfered elixirs, stolen fortunes, and seized sacred artifacts. Now he has stolen another's body? To perish while venerating ancient sages, what a pitiful demise. The original owner of this body, Chen Yuan, had lost his soul unexpectedly during a ritual honoring the ancient sages, and it was at that moment that he fortuitously took possession. Before he could acclimate to this new form, it was rendered lifeless, leading others to mistake it for a corpse, thus initiating the funeral rites. Strange, merely honoring ancient sages. How could one meet such a tragic end? Chen Yuan's expression flickered with intrigue. The ancient sages, in contrast to his previous life, seemed far less formidable, and the city of Jiangning housed no true sages, merely statues worshipped within a temple. How could calamity strike? I thought I would never see the light of day again. Yet, Since the heavens have granted me this chance, I shall settle the scores of my past and present. Upon reaching the realm of the King of Realms, he had avenged his adoptive father by plundering numerous powerful legacies, earning the reverence of the thieving world as the thief ancestor, his skills unmatched globally. Had it not been for this, countless rulers of celestial worlds would not have united in their pursuit of him, driving him into a black hole, where he was reborn on a northern microstar. This is a world where martial prowess reigns supreme, and the cultivation system bears a striking resemblance to that of his previous life. Once a martial artist refines their body to the 9th level, they can awaken their soul and enter the awakening stage, officially becoming a martial practitioner of fate. Since the heavens have granted me a second chance at life, I shall avenge my adoptive father and myself. Chen Yuan declared with unwavering resolve, his fists clenched tightly. Yet, this body is too feeble. I must solidify its foundation, reconstruct my 9 levels of body refinement, and only then proceed to the temple to awaken my soul. Chapter 2. The sword strikes a mere wretch, devoid of an awakened soul, dares to challenge us? Brother, let us send him to the underworld and then claim his burial treasures. In the eyes of the Luo brothers, Chen Yuan was ultimately just a 9th-level body cultivator, lacking the awakening of his soul and thus unable to wield a magical weapon. The disparity between them was vast, and his audacity to engage in conversation with them was nothing short of suicidal. To the underworld? I fear the Tenyama kings would not welcome me. Chen Yuan chuckled at the thought. If the Tenyama kings were to learn of his arrival, their first act would surely be to conceal all their precious treasures. The Luo brothers had no time to waste with idle chatter. They flanked Chen Yuan from either side, advancing menacingly. Chen Yuan reached into the coffin, retrieving a magical sword and gestured towards the Luo brothers. A flash of white light emanated from the blade as he muttered to himself, "Not too shabby, I suppose." Upon seeing the magical sword, the brothers momentarily froze. Unlike ordinary blades, this weapon bore inscribed runes, capable of being wielded only by those who had entered the awakening realm. Its power was formidable and its cost exorbitant, far beyond the means of ordinary martial artists. Initially intimidated by the sword, the brothers soon erupted into laughter. How could we forget? You have yet to enter the awakening realm and cannot channel your essence. How can you hope to wield a magical weapon? Eagerly, Luo De rushed forward, using his hand to seal Luo Air's meridians, alleviating some of his pain. His expression darkened, resembling someone who had swallowed a dead rat as he glared at Chen Yuan, yet he refrained from recklessly charging forward. At this moment, Chen Yuan stood at the opposite end of the coffin, wiping the blood from his sword with the hem of his garment. How did you get over there? Luo De stared incredulously at the sword in Chen Yuan's hand, bewildered. He had clearly seen Chen Yuan seated atop the coffin moments ago, yet he had suddenly materialized on the other side as Luo Air launched his attack. Moreover, Chen Yuan's sword was remarkably swift, capitalizing on Luo Air's moment of negligence. And with a deft strike, it severed Luo Air's hand, even without unleashing the full power of a magical weapon. One might surmise that in his past life, Chen Yuan was a notorious thief, unmatched in the art of escape, his movements enigmatic and unpredictable. Even without harnessing his inner strength, he remained elusive and difficult to trace. Chen Yuan's gaze fell upon the Luo brothers, a mocking smile gracing his lips, yet his expression abruptly shifted to one of intensity. He noticed an ancient jade pendant hanging from Luo Da's neck, which ignited a spark of intrigue within him, revealing the pendant's extraordinary nature. This caused the corners of Luo Da's mouth to twitch. What was this rascal fixating on his chest for? Where did you acquire that jade pendant? Chen Yuan swiftly flipped over, his form ghost-like in the night, and in an instant he appeared behind Luo Da, his sharp sword poised against Luo Da's throat, while his other hand seized the jade pendant from around Luo Da's neck. Luo Da was drenched in cold sweat, his complexion shifting from ashen to pale. Could this fellow truly be a ghost? The entire city of Jiangning had branded him a worthless fool, yet how could a fool possess such formidable prowess? Speak. How did you come by this jade pendant? With his keen insight, Chen Yuan instantly recognized the pendant's extraordinary qualities and yearned to uncover its origins. Luo De hesitated briefly before speaking. This jade pendant is something I acquired from an ancient tomb outside Jiangning City. Whose tomb? Chen Yuan's eyes flickered. With your capabilities, how could this jade pendant have come into your possession? Luo De forced a bitter smile and replied, My brother and I entered the tomb with others and happened upon this jade pendant. They were wealthy individuals, possessing countless treasures of gold, silver, and gemstones. This pendant, devoid of dragons or phoenixes, bears the likeness of a peculiar figure. They deemed it inauspicious and allowed my brother and me to take it at a bargain. However, I must admit that this pendant is indeed ominous. Since we acquired it last month, nothing we undertook has gone smoothly. We had hoped to succeed tonight, only to encounter your resurrection. Luo De divulged everything in one breath. Chen Yuan's gaze grew stern as he tucked the jade pendant away. His cultivation was not as formidable as in his previous life, rendering him unable to directly discern the pendant's internal secrets. He could only study it gradually. You see, I have revealed everything to you. Perhaps you could show some leniency and allow me to take my younger brother for treatment? Luo De pleaded with a conciliatory smile. With whom did you enter the tomb? Chen Yuan pressed on. That cannot be disclosed. Luo De's tone turned resolute. If I divulge that information, my brother and I might lose our lives. In that case, you are of no further use. Chen Yuan shook his head. Since Luo De could not provide the information he sought, his presence became a liability. When Luo De sensed the shift in Chen Yuan's tone, it was already too late. The blade swiftly severed his throat, blood spraying forth and staining the ground. Elder brother. In excruciating pain, Luo Er witnessed the murder of his elder brother and cried out in despair. Chen Yuan furrowed his brow, fearing to alarm others. With a swift motion, he silenced Luo Er forever. He then picked up a piece of paper from the corner of the coffin, and with the memories of 2 lifetimes entwined within him, he quickly recognized the handwriting of his father, Chen Yuanshan. My dear Yuaner, your father knows you could not have perished without cause while paying homage to the sages. Surely, there are treacherous villains at play. Rest in peace. Once I avenge you, I shall join you in the underworld. Suddenly, Chen Yuan's heart stirred, and an indescribable emotion began to seep into his being, moistening the eyes of one who was typically unperturbed. In his previous life, he had been orphaned. Yet in this existence, he was blessed with a father willing to sacrifice his life for him, which filled him with warmth. Though he found it absurd that he had met such a tragic end while venerating the sages, he sensed deeper mysteries at play and wished for Chen Yuanshan to remain unharmed. After all, in this life, he was his father. Father, allow me to handle certain matters on my own. Chapter 3. The body refinement formula. The mountains echoed with the cries of distant monkeys amidst the vast forests. Chen Yuan had resolved to uncover the truth behind the conspiracy that led to his demise in this life, before he sought to reclaim his former glory and exact revenge for the grievances of his past. With unwavering determination, he raced towards Jiangning City. Before departing, however, he did not forget to plunder the Luo brothers, although they were not renowned figures. Their incessant grave robbing had yielded a wealth of treasures, all of which Chen Yuan seized. Furthermore, within Jiangning City lay a formidable force known as the Sanctuary. Temples are scattered throughout cities of varying sizes within the dynasty, where statues of ancient sages are venerated, earning the profound respect even of the emperor. Chen Yuan, the head of the Chen family, once held immense prestige. However, after suffering a grievous blow 3 years prior, his cultivation has waned, leading to increasingly intense undercurrents within the family. Though he outwardly chastises his subordinates, inwardly he is plagued by doubts. He witnessed Chen Yuan's burial with his own eyes, and yet today, the latter stands alive before him. Such an extraordinary event seems unfathomable. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from Chen Hanjiu, surging towards Chen Yuan, accompanied by a faint, fearsome roar akin to that of a lion echoing through the heavens. He was testing, seeking to discern whether Chen Yuan was a man or a specter. Presumptuous, Chen Yuan bellowed, invoking secret arts from his past life. His voice resonated like a probing inquiry from the depths of the soul, causing Chuan Hongjiao to tremble violently, his authority shattering in an instant. He staggered back 2 steps, eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at Chen Yuan. "I am the young master. Do you intend to plot against me?" Zhang Feng, who had been resting in the inner chamber of the apothecary, rushed out upon hearing a knock at the door. However, upon opening it, he was struck with shock, stumbling backward in disbelief. You were dead." Zhang Feng had personally declared Chen Yuan deceased, and now the latter stood before him. Despite Zhang Feng's extensive experience, his heart raced uncontrollably. "What's all this fuss about?" "Master Zhang, I have a prescription I would like you to follow for concocting medicine," Chen Yuan said with a smile. "Do you have pen and ink?" "You have a prescription?" Upon hearing about the formula, Zhang Feng's expression gradually returned to normal. He scrutinized Chen Yuan, and only after confirming that Chen Yuan exhibited vital signs did he proceed to inquire, "What kind of formula are we discussing?" "For body refinement," Chen Yuan replied candidly. His current physique was indeed subpar, but fortunately, he had not yet entered the awakening realm, allowing for further cultivation. "A formula for body refinement? Are we talking about medicinal liquids or elixirs? Haven't I provided you with those before?" Zhang Feng was perplexed. He had concocted body refinement liquids for the members of the Chen family, and for the core disciples, he had even provided elixirs. Given that Chen Yuan had already reached the 9th level of body refinement, it should stand to reason that ordinary elixirs would no longer be effective for him. What more could he possibly seek? Chen Yuan shook his head. "Is what you provided truly worthy of being called a formula?" "It was nothing but a hodgepodge." "Very well. Be patient. Bring me paper and pen. I shall write it down for you. Prepare it according to my instructions, and I will return this afternoon to collect it." As he spoke, Chen Yuan snatched the paper and pen from Zhang Feng's hands, not allowing him a moment to respond, and began to swiftly inscribe name after name of the medicinal ingredients, even more adeptly than Zhang Feng himself. In his previous life, Chen Yuan had traversed the myriad realms under the tutelage of his master, discovering that the medicinal materials across different worlds bore little distinction. Although he had not yet set foot in the great Dayu Dynasty, he surmised that these commonly found herbs would not be lacking. The body refinement realm was merely the first significant threshold in martial arts. Even the most extraordinary treasures of heaven and earth could not be fully assimilated at this stage. Nonetheless, he was confident that the method of body refinement he had unearthed was among the finest in the cosmos, for it had been pilfered from a sect within the eternal star domain, renowned for its mastery over physical prowess. "Take it with you," he concluded. Chapter 4. Unbridled audacity. Outside the apothecary, a cacophony of voices arose. With his acute hearing, Chen Yuan swiftly discerned that some were mere onlookers, while others were present to instigate conflict. The most vociferous among them was Chen Yang, a cousin of Chen Yuan, with whom relations had long been strained. Now, he was brazenly hurling insults and derisive remarks, branding Chen Yuan as an omen of misfortune and subjecting him to the utmost humiliation. "Are you here to welcome me, perhaps?" Chen Yuan inquired as he emerged, his indifferent gaze sweeping across the assembled crowd, as if oblivious to their previous utterances. Many immediately fell silent, yet some stepped forward, their expressions sharp and hostile, Chen Yang prominent among them. "If it isn't the late young master," he sneered. "Scandal?" Chen Yuan chuckled. "I am curious to know what scandalous acts I have committed. Are you feigning ignorance as to why I collapsed? Who is truly responsible for this disgrace?" Chen Yuan stated. He was acutely aware that Chen Yang was not the sole grandson of the third elder. While envy of his status was plausible, his audacity in publicly clamoring in such a manner suggested a powerful patron backing him. "What? Because you are unable to awaken your soul, you seek to shift the blame onto others?" Chen Yang retorted, a flicker of panic in his eyes. However, emboldened by the gaze of a middle-aged man in the corner, he mustered his courage and rebuked Chen Yuan. "I shall awaken when I deem it appropriate," Chen Yuan countered, fixing his gaze upon him. "What standing do you have to question the affairs of the young master?" "Ha ha ha." Chen Yang suddenly erupted into a fit of laughter, pointing at Chen Yuan, unable to contain his amusement. "Do you still consider yourself the young master? Perhaps you are unaware that the family convened an elder meeting last night, and your position as young master has been revoked. It merely awaits public announcement. You mentioned it has yet to be announced publicly, so I remain the young master. Chen Yuan replied, his gaze as steely as iron, exuding an icy chill. I must inquire, if the elder meeting's decision has not yet been made public, how is it that you are aware of it? Chen Yuan's question left Chen Yang feeling uneasy. I heard it by chance, he stammered. Aside from a few elders, no one knows of last night's decision, yet you happened to overhear it. Could it be that you eavesdropped on the elder meeting? Or perhaps a certain elder secretly informed you, intending to use you to suppress me? As Chen Yuan's eyes bore into Chen Yang, the latter's expression gradually stiffened. At that moment, a voice reached Chen Yang's ears, a technique of distant communication that only he could hear. A mocking smile crept across Chen Yang's face, as if he were looking down upon Chen Yuan from a great height. If you kneel and pledge to obey me from now on, becoming my loyal dog, I could intercede with the family to allow you to remain within the Chen clan. The taunting words from Chen Yang caused a jolt of surprise among the onlookers. Previously, he had always been subservient to Chen Yuan, but today he made such audacious demands. Do you wish to act against me? Chen Yuan, having journeyed through countless realms under his master's guidance, had developed a nonchalant and carefree demeanor. At this moment, however, he erupted with an intense chill. This was the Chen family. Even if Chen Yang and his allies held him in disdain, they had to consider Chen Yuanshan's stance. Should he publicly slay Chen Yuan within the confines of the Chen household, would not Chen Yuanshan seek vengeance for Chen Yuan? Although Chen Yuanshan had sustained serious injuries that diminished his abilities, he was not to be compared with ordinary elders. Outside of the Grand Elder, no one in the Chen family possessed the strength to contend with Chen Yuanshan. Presently, Chen Yang and his cohorts were impatient to eliminate him, suggesting that Chen Yuanshan's condition might be exceedingly dire. But so what? Chen Yang channeled his primal energy, his intent to kill permeating the atmosphere. I am a second-tier awakening realm martial artist. You are merely a body refining realm practitioner. With a mere finger, I could extinguish your life. Your title as young master will not save you. Was he deluded? Observers noted Chen Yuan's audacious defiance against Chen Yang, perceiving it as a sign of madness. How could a body refining realm practitioner possibly rival an awakening realm martial artist? Perhaps after dying once, his body survived, but his mind perished. Some mocked him, jesting at his expense. Chen Yuan had brought immense shame to the Chen family in Jiangning. The clan harbored profound disdain for this young master. They possessed greater talent than Chen Yuan. Why should he still occupy the position of young master? The force of his punch surged fiercely, as if enveloped in azure divine flames, charging forth to strike at Chen Yuan. The blue flame fist, a low-grade divine technique of the awakening level. It was unexpected that he had cultivated the blue flame fist to such a consummate level. Few within the second tier of awakening could stand against him. Was it necessary to be in the second tier of awakening to slay Chen Yuan? Some scoffed at the notion that a warrior devoid of awakened spirit could ever rival a master of martial fate. Yet, in the very moment his words fell, a radiant fist pierced through the azure flames, akin to a beam of light. Chen Yuan's fist, imbued with the formidable essence of heaven and earth, swept forth, instantly dismantling Chen Yang's offensive and sending him hurtling through the air with a devastating blow. With a gasp, Chen Yang coughed blood mid-flight, feeling a searing pain coursing through his body, unaware of how many ribs had been fractured. As he crashed to the ground, the onlookers stood in stupefied astonishment. What had just transpired? Even as Chen Yang lay on the ground, his breath unstable, the crowd remained enveloped in profound shock, unable to comprehend the sequence of Chen Yuan's actions. Had he employed elemental power? Of course, Chen Yang, as a master of martial fate, could harness such energy. No, I refer to Chen Yuan. When he struck, I sensed the essence of heaven and earth. How could he wield elemental power without having crossed into the awakened realm? Surely, he must have launched a sneak attack. Unperturbed by the unfounded speculations, Chen Yuan, though yet to step into the awakened realm, was capable of utilizing the celestial techniques acquired in his past life to draw upon the elemental energies. However, he was not a master of martial fate. Even though he had borrowed the elemental essence, his body struggled to endure the strain, with his internal organs vibrating violently. Suppressing the discomfort within, Chen Yuan strode forward calmly. Pausing beside Chen Yang to deliver a cold remark, "I did not regard you as a dog before, but now, you are even less than that. At least a dog knows loyalty." Chen Yang opened his mouth, but only a mouthful of blood spilled forth, and then he collapsed, unconscious. Chen Yuan did not spare another glance at Chen Yang. Instead, he rushed towards the courtyard of Chen Yuanshan. The urgency of those behind Chen Yang suggested that Chen Yuanshan had likely met with misfortune. Chapter 5. Young Master, flee quickly. Where is Steward Kai? He has been summoned away. Chen Yuan's gaze sharpened. Kai Quan was my father's personal steward. Even if the Grand Elder had matters to attend to, he should have sought out the steward rather than involving him. This is something we are not privy to. You must seek answers yourself. Initially, the servants were taken aback by Chen Yuan's miraculous return from the dead, but they gradually regained their composure. With the head of the family absent, why should they continue to show respect to this young master? If you know nothing, then leave the Chen family at once, Chen Yuan commanded, causing the servants to momentarily freeze. In their memories, this young master had always been exceedingly mediocre, lacking any resolve. Yet, after his revival, he seemed to have become significantly more assertive. Indeed, we are ignorant. Even if you were to berate us to death, we would still remain in the dark. To challenge my position as young master, you would at least require my father's consent. With a gaze like lightning and an aura of formidable power surrounding him, Chen Yuan demanded, "Pray tell, where is my father? Do I need to disclose that to you?" Kai Quan turned to leave, seemingly disinterested in further discourse with Chen Yuan. However, Chen Yuan swiftly stepped forward, blocking his path. Although Kai Quan was already an awakened realm practitioner, enveloped in a protective aura of vital energy, Chen Yuan remained undaunted, determined to extract from Kai Quan the whereabouts of Chen Yuanshan. What is the best course of action? These words struck a profoundly tender chord within Chen Yuan, evoking memories of his master's inquiry during his adoption. Would you prefer a life of ordinariness, or accompany me to traverse the realms? Without hesitation, the young Chen Yuan had chosen to follow his master on that journey, and even in this lifetime, he would not alter his decision. Manager Kai, Chen Yuan composed himself. Even if I must live as an ordinary person, I refuse to spend my life in ignorance of my father's whereabouts. Such an existence would never grant me peace. It would be better for you to remain in ignorance, Kai Quan remarked, surveying the surrounding subordinates. When he turned his gaze back to Chen Yuan, a menacing glint suddenly ignited in his eyes, and the formidable aura of the 9th stage of awakening enveloped them both. His hand swiftly tightened around Chen Yuan's throat as he hissed, "Do you still consider yourself a young master? In the current Chen family, any one of us could easily extinguish your life." This statement momentarily stunned Chen Yuan, for reasons inexplicable. He sensed that Kai Quan was not merely attempting to intimidate him, but rather issuing a grave warning. Though he initially intended to retaliate, he now steadied himself, eager to hear Kai Quan's complete discourse. Seeing Chen Yuan's newfound composure, Kai Quan released his grip, exhaling a heavy sigh. "You seem pitiable," he continued. "This purse contains a few yuan stones. Consider it an act of charity towards a beggar. Take this bag of money and leave the Chen family at once, immediately." With that, he tossed the purse before Chen Yuan and departed with his entourage. Yuan stones served as currency among martial practitioners, with 1 yuan stone equivalent to 100 taels of gold, sufficient to sustain an ordinary person for several years. Should Chen Yuan choose to take this sum and vanish, maintaining a low profile would ensure his survival was far from impossible. Chen Yuan gasped for breath as he glanced at Kai Quan's receding figure and the money pouch on the ground. He reached down to pick it up and then made his way back to his courtyard. Moreover, Kai Quan had left this pouch of yuan stones for him, an act uncharacteristic of a heartless individual. Even if he wished for Chen Yuan to leave the Chen family, there seemed to be no pressing need for him to depart so hastily. He emptied the pouch, revealing 5 smooth Yuan stones that emanated the essence of the heavens and earth. If one possessed enough Yuan stones, it could greatly benefit the cultivation of a martial practitioner. However, where did Kai Quan acquire such a substantial amount of Yuan stones? Chen Yuan's expression flickered. Although Kai Quan was his father's trusted steward, his wages were modest, amounting to only a few dozen taels of silver each month. This money was likely all he had saved, if it was given to Chen Yuan. It seemed inconsistent with Kai Quan's earlier demeanor. There must be something amiss with these Yuan stones. Chen Yuan immediately picked up each Yuan stone for a closer inspection. As he had yet to enter the awakening realm, he could not sense the vital energy within the stones, which would have simplified matters significantly. Indeed, soon, he noticed a peculiarity. One of the Yuan stones was lighter than the others. Although it appeared equally smooth on the outside, it was evident that it was not a genuine Yuan stone. With a swift motion, Chen Yuan cracked it open, causing a slip of paper to fall out. His expression turned serious as he unfolded the note. The family head has fallen into an ambush. Young master, flee quickly. A chill gripped Chen Yuan's heart. Was Chen Yuanshan's situation truly so dire? The undercurrents within the Chen family had risen to the surface, creating a terrifying vortex, at the very center of which stood Chen Yuanshan and Chen Yuan. Wishing for his father's well-being, Chen Yuan silently prayed. As the sole family member in this life, he hoped that Chen Yuanshan would remain unharmed. At that moment, a commotion outside the courtyard erupted, and several figures forcefully breached his door. Stepping out, Chen Yuan was confronted by none other than Chen Hanjiao, who, in his grasp, held Kai Quan. What is the meaning of this? Chen Yuan inquired coldly. This treacherous servant has betrayed you. He deserves death, Chen Hanjiao declared, unceremoniously casting Kai Quan to the ground. The latter, already bruised and battered, had suffered such a blow that his dantian was shattered, rendering him a mere shell of his former self. Yet, despite his condition, he struggled to utter a warning. Young master, flee. Chapter 6. The Second Order Formation. With a thunderous shout, Chen Hanjiao unleashed a formidable presence that sliced through the air like a myriad of sharp blades, aiming to pierce Chen Yuan's very being. Do you truly believe this will break me? Chen Yuan's eyes sparkled with a fierce determination, a vestige of the authority he once wielded. As the former patriarch of thieves, he exuded an aura of mastery. The pressure bearing down upon him was futile. No matter how terrifying the force, Chen Yuan stood resolute, his spine as straight as an unyielding mountain, causing Chen Hanjiao's gaze to momentarily falter. Under such a terrifying onslaught, Chen Yuan had no chance of survival. Even Kai Quan, resigned, closed his eyes in despair, bitterness flooding his senses, for he ultimately could not preserve Chen Yuan's life. However, just as the crowd believed that Chen Yuan was destined for demise, a radiant light suddenly illuminated the courtyard, the air quivering as if swept by a mighty torrent. Intricate patterns intertwined, as if sketching a grand blueprint of the vast landscape. Then, a golden-winged rock surged forth, enveloping that palm print within its wings. A second-tier formation. The onlooker's eyes widened in shock. To find a second-tier formation within Chen Yuan's courtyard was astonishing. Who could have inscribed it? A second-tier formation must be engraved with second-tier runes. And in the Great Yu Empire, those capable of crafting such runes were exceedingly rare. In the city of Jiangning, such individuals were even more scarce, each one a figure of immense prestige. Who would construct a formation for a seemingly worthless individual like Chen Yuan? The rank of the runes corresponds to the realm of martial arts. First-tier runes relate to the awakening stage, while second-tier runes correspond to the Dao embryo stage. Each tier further divided into early, mid, and late phases. The formation within Chen Yuan's courtyard was a mid-tier killing formation. The killing formation displayed its might, shrouded in ethereal hues, swirling with vibrant colors, and amid the splendor, it advanced with lethal intent, aiming to subdue Chen Hanjiao. Chen Hanjiao's expression changed drastically. He could not have anticipated that a second-tier killing formation awaited him in Chen Yuan's courtyard. As the formation activated, an ominous premonition gripped his heart, as if he could fall at any moment, leaving his life within this deadly array. Achieving the Dao embryo stage had not been easy for him. He had expended considerable amounts of elixirs and spiritual herbs. To perish in such a manner was utterly unacceptable. However, the ferocity of the killing formation did not wane in the face of his unwillingness. A deadly beam pierced through his arm, the sound of its thunderous roar reverberating across the sky. The entire Chen family sensed the disturbance, and several elders, alerted to the unfolding crisis, hastened towards Chen Yuan's courtyard. From whence did this formation originate? Chen Hanzhou bellowed. Do I need to disclose that to you? Chen Yuan replied with a cold smirk. If you wish to preserve your life, divulge the whereabouts of my father. Otherwise, you shall pay with your life. With that, a flash of murderous intent severed Chen Hanzhou's arm, blood gushing forth, exposing stark white bone, which fell to the ground like a ripe fruit, sending a shiver through the hearts of onlookers. Chen Hanzhou, a prominent figure within the Chen family, had been so ruthlessly maimed. Although he retained his cultivation, his combat prowess would undoubtedly be significantly diminished. Moreover, the killing formation showed no signs of abating. If Chen Hanzhou were not rescued promptly, he would surely meet his demise within its grasp. At this realization, the gazes of the onlookers towards Chen Yuan brimmed with trepidation. What had this resurrected young master endured? If you remain silent, I shall break another of your limbs, Chen Yuan calmly threatened. Chen Hanzhou clutched his wound, his mouth agape in anguished cries. Upon hearing Chen Yuan's words, his voice abruptly ceased, and he shook his head violently. No, I cannot speak. Cannot speak. A flicker of relief crossed Chen Yuan's eyes. If Chen Yuanshan were indeed deceased, there would be nothing left to conceal. Chen Hanzhou's refusal to divulge information implied that Chen Yuanshan still had a chance at life. Certainly. Even if he has not succumbed to death, Chen Yuanshan's current predicament is undoubtedly perilous and requires prompt rescue. I need available forces, Chen Yuan mused, having learned from the lessons of his past life. While traversing the myriad realms, he had grown accustomed to solitary journeys. Although he had some friends, he had failed to establish his own faction, leading to his vulnerability when pursued. In this life, he must diligently cultivate his own power. Another sharp sound echoed as Chen Hanzhou's leg was severed halfway. The formation was inscribed by Chen Yuan himself. He was intimately familiar with the flow of every rune within, capable of unleashing its utmost might to subdue his adversaries. Ah! Chen Hanzhou screamed in agony, the intense pain nearly rendering him unconscious. Yet the fleeting glimmer of lethal intent before him jolted him back to awareness. He regretted his impulsive decision to act. This matter should have been reported to his superiors first. Fearing that Chen Yuan would escape, he had rushed to eliminate him, never anticipating such an outcome. Now, not only could he not kill Chen Yuan, but he also found his own life hanging by a thread. I shall send you on your way if you remain obstinate. Chen Yuan delivered his ultimatum. Noting Chen Hanzhou's stubbornness, he decided to forego further dialogue. With a tremor of his palm, the runes shimmered, and the murderous array surged forth in waves of lethal light, charging towards Chen Hanzhou with fierce intent. Chapter 7. The Anomaly of the Jade Pendant. Stop. At a critical juncture, a thunderous roar resonated, infused with an unfathomable force, akin to the sound of raging ocean waves, reverberating through the heavens and the earth. It was the third elder of the Chen family, a formidable being transcending the Tao, traversing the sea of suffering in a quest for transcendence. The arrival of such a powerful entity sent tremors through the cosmos. Having surpassed the Tao, the elder possessed the ability to soar through the skies, standing suspended in midair, his palm pressing downward as if summoning boundless might, reminiscent of rolling thunder. In an instant, the lethal formation disintegrated into nothingness, forcing Chen Yuan to retreat several paces, his vision obscured by the billowing dust. You dare to unleash such malice upon your elder? The third elder of the Chen family thundered at Chen Yuan, his oppressive aura overwhelming, akin to an ancient cauldron intent on subduing him. As the grandfather of Chen Yang, upon learning of the events concerning Chen Yang, he was already filled with murderous intent towards Chen Yuan. The recent grievous injury to Chen Hanzhou only fueled the elder's wrath, igniting a desire to eliminate Chen Yuan at once. You conspire against the family head. Such an offense is deserving of the harshest retribution. Even in the presence of a being transcending the Tao, Chen Yuan's own aura remained undiminished, his hair billowing and his eyes sparkling with divine lightning. If Chen Hanjiu was but a pawn, then this third elder of the Chen family was undeniably a figure of significant authority. Thus, Chen Yuan's animosity was equally intense. Like a storm born of obsession, perpetually brewing and poised to erupt at any moment, surging forth with unrestrained vigor. The members of the Chen family were initially preoccupied with the misfortune of Chen Hanjiu, who had suffered grievous injuries, but upon the arrival of the third elder, their thoughts shifted dramatically. They believed that Chen Yuan would undoubtedly meet his demise at the hands of the third elder. Kai Quan lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. His once gleaming eyes now dulled. He helplessly closed them, as if awaiting the inevitable arrival of fate. "Master, I am deeply sorry." Kai Quan sighed inwardly, having done all he could, yet unable to preserve the bloodline of Chen Yuanshan, forced to watch Chen Yuan perish before his eyes. This was profound sorrow, a monumental tragedy. "Master?" The third elder feigned confusion. "Has something befallen him? I recall he mentioned seeking out a reclusive expert. Has he encountered misfortune?" He continued, "If that is the case, we may need to select a new head of the family at the earliest opportunity." Chen Yuan regarded the third elder with a faint smile, thinking to himself how adept this old man was at feigning ignorance. "Since nothing has transpired, how shall we address the matter of Chen Hanjiu attempting to take my life?" Chen Yuan inquired. "That I cannot say," the third elder replied. "I am aware, however, that you harbor resentment against the family hierarchy due to your inability to awaken your soul, seeking vengeance, even inciting the servant Kai Quan to plot against Chen Hanjiu. You laid a trap in the courtyard, intending to lure Hanjiu into a deadly ambush." The third elder inhaled deeply and continued. "A person with such treacherous thoughts and a naturally cruel disposition is unworthy of being the heir of the Chen family. Your transgressions, even with Chen Yuanshan present, cannot be absolved. Today, you shall face your punishment." As he spoke, Elder Chen Sen took a heavy step forward. As if an overwhelming tempest of chaos had descended upon him, he had long since prepared his justification for slaying Chen Yuan. It need not be extensive, merely a singular reason. The crowd's gazes flickered. Some had been present, witnessing the unfolding events, yet they uttered not a single word. For this matter bore no relevance to them. Should Chen Yuan perish, each would have a chance to ascend as the young master. To speak on Chen Yuan's behalf would not only be futile, but would ensnare them in the impending slaughter as well. Boom! The sea of suffering churned, resembling an infinite whirlwind that flashed by. In an instant, Elder Chen San's attack surged forth, and in a moment of desperation, Chen Yuan summoned a jade pendant. One he had acquired from the Luo brothers, a pendant of ominous reputation. As it was activated, a bizarre crimson hue flickered, seemingly echoing the roar of ancient fiends, instilling a tremor of dread within the hearts of onlookers. At the sight of the pendant, Elder Chen San's eyes widened in astonishment. The pendant appeared devoid of rank. Unlike any magical weapon, yet it manifested a terrifying manifestation akin to mountains of corpses and seas of blood, strewn with white bones. A wave of horror surged within Elder Chen San, realizing the perilous nature of the jade pendant. Should his attack collide with it, he might find himself ensnared in that blood-drenched vision. In an instant, Elder Chen San's assault halted midair. One could hear him emit a muffled groan, for a portion of his earlier force had reverberated back into his body, inflicting him with hidden wounds. How peculiar it was that Elder San's attack had suddenly ceased. The faces of the crowd were filled with perplexity. Despite the fact that the blow could have claimed Chen Yuan's life, why did the third elder choose to halt? Willingly accepting the backlash of his own attack? They were unaware that only the third elder had perceived the extraordinary phenomenon surrounding the jade pendant, unless confronted directly. It merely appeared as an ordinary piece of jade to others. Even Chen Yuan himself had not anticipated the pendant's formidable power. In that fleeting moment, he distinctly sensed an aura of unparalleled ferocity and vaguely surmised what the third elder had witnessed, his heart filled with silent astonishment. This piqued his curiosity about the origins of the jade pendant unearthed by the Luo brothers. Whose was it, truly? At that moment, a figure strolled forward, calling out Chen Yuan's name from a distance, prompting the crowd to part ways in deference. Zhang Feng? The third elder remained engulfed in the shock of the jade pendant and had not expected that a pharmacologist from within the clan would also arrive. The third elder held a deep respect for this pharmacologist, for the other three prominent families had long sought to poach Zhang Feng. A ranked pharmacologist commanded immense stature in Jiangning City, and no one wished to incur his displeasure. However, to everyone's surprise, Zhang Feng appeared oblivious to the third elder, brusquely pushing him aside as he advanced toward Chen Yuan. "Master Zhang?" The third elder called out, attempting to halt Zhang Feng, but he merely waved dismissively, stating, "I have matters to attend to. If you are unwell, please wait." "If I am unwell?" The third elder was left utterly bewildered, wondering what Zhang Feng could possibly want with Chen Yuan, disregarding everything else. "Come with me inside for a detailed discussion," Zhang Feng insisted, pulling Chen Yuan into the room and personally shutting the door, leaving those outside in a state of confusion. "No one is permitted to enter and disturb us." Inside the room, the furious roar of Zhang Feng echoed, as if there were indeed matters of utmost urgency to discuss with Chen Yuan. "Third elder, avenge me." Chen Hanjun, sprawled on the ground, cried out in despair, imploring the third elder to take vengeance on his behalf. Yet, at that moment, the third elder found himself in a precarious position. Zhang Feng's demeanor clearly indicated the urgency of the situation. Should he intervene, he risked incurring Zhang Feng's displeasure. As the alchemist of the Chen family, all medicinal concoctions and herbs passed through Zhang Feng's hands. To provoke his ire could jeopardize future access to vital elixirs. After much contemplation, the third elder sighed and declared, "For the time being, I shall grant Zhang Feng this courtesy. I will first confer with my elder brother regarding this matter." Chapter 8. Reconstruction. The third elder turned to depart, casting a glance at the lamenting Chen Hanjun on the floor. Just as he was about to command someone to take him away, he noticed a figure suddenly lunging from the side, wielding a blade that had appeared from nowhere, plunging it fiercely into Chen Hanjun's chest. Subsequently, that figure also collapsed, forever closing their eyes. "Kai Quan. Indeed a loyal servant," the third elder remarked, observing both Chen Hanjun and the assailant, Kai Quan. With a heavy sigh, he ordered the cleanup of the bodies and bloodstains before taking his leave. He had initially intended to eliminate Chen Yuan directly. However, with Zhang Feng ushering Chen Yuan into the room, he was reluctant to offend Zhang Feng and thus had to defer to others to take action. To provoke an alchemist could very well lead to one's demise in the gravest of circumstances. The crowd exchanged furtive glances, their eyes lingering on the bloodied ground, and then shifted toward the departing third elder, their hearts unsettled and tumultuous. From this moment forth, the tempest surrounding the Chen family is likely to intensify. Meanwhile, within Chen Yuan's quarters, Zhang Feng was fervently expounding, leaving Chen Yuan with no opportunity to interject. This medicinal formula is truly remarkable. At first glance, it appears as though it could lead to one's demise. Yet who would have anticipated its astonishing efficacy? Based on my decades of experience traversing the martial world, this formula can undoubtedly maximize the physical strength of an individual prior to awakening, Zhang Feng exclaimed with enthusiasm. Chen Yuan nodded slightly. He was acutely aware of the effects of this body-refining concoction, even though he had not yet crossed into the realm of awakening. This potion was proving exceptionally beneficial for him. Before reaching the awakening stage, there exists a ninefold refinement of the physical body. Many regard this stage as trivial since it does not require the absorption of the world's vital energy, believing that simply transitioning into the awakening realm suffices. However, Chen Yuan perceived that enhancing one's physical strength to its utmost before awakening the soul was an essential endeavor for any practitioner. Only with a solid foundation could one's awakened soul possess sufficient strength, allowing for further advancement in martial arts. Determined not to squander the remaining time and opportunity, Chen Yuan inquired, "Have you prepared the potion?" "I have," Zhang Feng replied, producing a small vial from his bosom and extending it to Chen Yuan. Now tell me, where did you acquire this formula? I can assure you, within the Dayu Dynasty, it is impossible for anyone to concoct such a body-refining formula. If you wish to know, you must serve as my protector, Chen Yuan stated, for within the Chen family, no one dared to impose difficulties upon Zhang Feng, making him the most suitable candidate for this role. Me? Zhang Feng was momentarily taken aback. You will share this with me if I protect you? He inquired. Naturally. Chen Yuan affirmed with a nod. Zhang Feng, elated by this response, decided it was the perfect opportunity to test the efficacy of the medicinal liquid and broaden his horizons. With that, he stepped out of the house, dispersing the lingering members of the Chen family, and positioned himself on the steps. Anyone wishing to enter the courtyard would first have to pass by him. Zhang Feng was indeed a fervent enthusiast of alchemy, albeit constrained by his limited talent. Otherwise, he would have surely ascended to a higher echelon. The formula for the elixir provided by Chen Yuan had opened a new gateway for him. He felt as though he had touched upon a significant opportunity, a premonition blossoming in his heart, that if he could thoroughly comprehend the intricacies of this body-refining technique, he might achieve a breakthrough. Although he was currently able to concoct the medicinal liquid according to the recipe, the reasoning behind its composition eluded him. Discovering the relationships and proportions among the various herbs was no simple task. With Zhang Feng stationed outside Chen Yuan's courtyard, even more curious onlookers gathered, though they dared not approach for fear of incurring his wrath. What? Zhang Feng is guarding Chen Yuan's courtyard? The higher-ups of the Chen family were astonished upon learning this news. When did this fellow take on the role of a sentinel? How should Chen Yuan handle this situation? Elder Chen San inquired of the assembly. Let him be for now. A mere child who cannot even break into the awakening realm poses no threat. After all, Zhang Feng is still one of our alchemists. It would be wise not to provoke him at this time. A distinguished figure spoke softly, instructing, You shall take turns guarding the forbidden grounds. Ensure that Chen Yuanshan does not emerge alive. As for Chen Yuan, let him flounder for a few days. It would be best if he were to be discreetly eliminated. The elders nodded in agreement and subsequently rose to take their leave. Elder Chen San pondered for a moment. Sensing that Chen Yuan was not as simple as he appeared, yet he could not pinpoint precisely what felt amiss. Perhaps I am merely overthinking, he mused inwardly. The meeting of the Chen family elders concluded, and while many anticipated news regarding Chen Yuan, they found that the elders seemed to have entirely forgotten about him, not uttering a single word in his regard. Several hours later, they arrived outside Chen Yuan's courtyard, discovering Zhang Feng still seated there, exhibiting not a trace of fatigue, but rather an air of excitement, as if awaiting a particular outcome. By this hour, he should have succeeded in his refinement, shouldn't he? Zhang Feng glanced at the sky, casting intermittent looks towards the courtyard, eager to see when Chen Yuan would conclude his endeavors. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan was at a critical juncture. He dripped the medicinal liquid into a vast wooden barrel and added hot water before immersing himself within, diligently absorbing the essence of the concoction to temper his physique. Were anyone to witness this scene, they might presume it to be a pleasurable experience. Yet only Chen Yuan could fathom the excruciating agony involved in this process of self-purification. To hone the body to a flawless state, one must endure this trial. Chen Yuan gritted his teeth, feeling as though his very flesh might rupture, surrounded by an endless tide of suffering, as the hot water surged like a tempestuous sea of thunder, subjecting him to the most terrifying refinement. In the midst of immense agony, Chen Yuan maintained a keen clarity of mind. He could feel a continuous influx of energy coursing through his limbs and bones, and every inch of his skin had become significantly more resilient than before. Moreover, many toxins within his body were expelled under the influence of the medicinal liquid, resulting in a foul stench emanating from the wooden tub. This body was indeed in such a deplorable state. Had it not been for the transformative properties of the medicinal liquid, achieving great feats would have been an arduous task. Chen Yuan murmured to himself as he emerged from the tub, feeling invigorated, ready to embark on the path of awakening. Chapter 9. The young master of the Lu family. After the immersion in the medicinal liquid, Chen Yuan's physical strength had evidently undergone a profound transformation, akin to a rebirth, reconstituting the power of his flesh. When Zhang Feng beheld Chen Yuan's physique, he was rendered utterly speechless, for, in his capacity as an alchemist, he recognized that Chen Yuan's body had reached an immaculate state. Once he entered the realm of awakening, he would undoubtedly surpass others of the same level. This medicinal liquid. Zhang Feng glanced at Chen Yuan, eager to decipher the mysteries of the elixir. Chen Yuan smiled faintly and replied, "This medicinal liquid is merely the most elementary of concoctions. I possess numerous ancient formulas, each far superior to this elixir." "Is that so?" Zhang Feng suddenly became animated, grasping Chen Yuan's hand. "Where are those formulas you speak of?" "Right here," Chen Yuan said, freeing himself from Zhang Feng's grasp and pointing to his own head. "All the ancient formulas reside within my mind. From where did you acquire this knowledge?" At this moment, Zhang Feng appeared to regain a semblance of clarity. Recalling that the individual before him was merely a youth, one who could not awaken his soul and was even ostracized by his family, living under the constant threat of death. How could such a person possess those invaluable ancient prescriptions? "That is not for you to concern yourself with," Chen Yuan replied, fixing his gaze upon Zhang Feng. "You need only tell me, do you desire these ancient formulas?" Zhang Feng's heart leapt suddenly. The body refinement techniques mastered by Chen Yuan were far more refined and effective than those he had previously encountered. If he could obtain Chen Yuan's other ancient prescriptions, his own medical skills would undoubtedly experience significant enhancement. With this thought, a flicker of desire ignited within him. However, upon regaining his composure, he recognized that acquiring these ancient formulas would inevitably require a certain sacrifice. "Speak then, what must I offer in return?" he inquired earnestly, scrutinizing the youth before him. "Fidelity," Chen Yuan articulated succinctly. Zhang Feng was momentarily taken aback. "I have always been steadfastly loyal to the Chen family. I have never entertained invitations from other families. It is not loyalty to the Chen family that I seek, but loyalty to me," Chen Yuan responded, his gaze penetrating, radiating an almost mesmerizing intensity. "The price for obtaining the ancient formulas is this: eternal allegiance to me. I can assure you, what you will gain in the future will far exceed what you have now." As he spoke, Chen Yuan procured paper and pen, swiftly inscribing several prescriptions. Though he did not elaborate, Zhang Feng discerned that the combinations of herbs listed were profoundly intricate. Concoctions he would never have envisioned could be combined. Yet, when placed together, they seemed poised to unleash remarkably potent effects. This further solidified Zhang Feng's conviction that the elixirs in Chen Yuan's possession could elevate his alchemical expertise to unprecedented heights. In Jiangning City, Zhang Feng's medical skills were among the finest. However, he was acutely aware that, when placed within the broader context of the Dayu Dynasty, his abilities were hardly noteworthy. Only the sovereign's appointed national sage could claim the title of Master Alchemist. Without seeking transformation, he would remain confined to his current realm for the entirety of his life, unable to transcend his limitations. After a profound internal struggle, a glint of determination flashed in Zhang Feng's eyes as he gazed firmly at Chen Yuan, declaring, "I am willing." Making this decision was no trifling matter, for it would irrevocably alter the course of his life. Where could he go? Zhang Feng's thoughts flickered. Was there still a place in Jiangning City that Chen Yuan could venture to? The Holy Temple. Jiangning City, the heart of the realm, the Holy Temple. In the Dayu Dynasty, nearly every sizable city boasted a holy temple, which typically remained aloof from the affairs of the dynasty. Nonetheless, none dared to underestimate the influence of the temple. It was said that the temple's presence extended beyond the dynasty itself, with its essence permeating every corner of the northern star. The temple venerates the statues of ancient sages, and rumors suggest that these sages are the true custodians of the temple, with each statue harboring a fragment of a sage's will. Thus, countless individuals flock to the temple to awaken their soul destinies, hoping to resonate with the sages during their awakening and, in turn, receive blessings to become disciples of the saints. Disciples of the saints, also known as holy ones, are exceedingly rare throughout history. Indeed, Scarcely a handful can be found within the entire dynasty. Being favored by the temple's envoy and remaining in service to the temple is indeed a tremendous honor. At this moment, before the grand and majestic temple, a small group has gathered, their eyes filled with envy as they gaze upon the youth emerging from the temple. It seems that upon awakening his Qingpeng soul, he has ascended to the first level of the awakening realm. Compared to the deceased, ineffectual scion of the Chen family, he can certainly be deemed a genius. If he were an ordinary youth awakening a soul, he would not attract such attention. However, Lu Tian is different. He hails from the Lu family, one of the four prominent families of Jiangning, and as the youngest son of the family head, having awakened a second ring soul, he naturally becomes the subject of much discussion in the streets. Moreover, the recent untimely death of Chen Yuan, the young master of the Chen family, during his soul awakening only serves to amplify Lu Tian's renown. As he basks in the admiration of the crowd, the young master of the Lu family strides confidently out of the temple, his entourage radiating joy on account of their master. At that moment, a figure weaves through the crowd, passing directly by Lu Tian, seemingly oblivious to the discussions around him and indifferent to the young master of the Lu family. Halt! At that instant, Lu Tian's servants, brimming with self-satisfaction, are taken aback by this individual who brushes past them without acknowledgement, stirring feelings of displeasure within them as they regard Chen Yuan with cold, indifferent gazes. However, Chen Yuan shows no intention of stopping. Do they truly believe they can obstruct his path with mere words? This scene captures the attention of the onlookers, even causing Lu Tian to pause and turn to observe the advancing youth. Why does he seem somewhat familiar? One person muses, scratching their head while watching Chen Yuan. He is Chen Yuan, the deceased young master of the Chen family. An exclamation from an unknown source suddenly plunged the entire assembly into chaos. How could someone who had already perished reappear before their eyes? Chapter 10. No difference. The sudden manifestation of a once-dead individual undoubtedly startled the crowd, yet soon, a rational mind emerged, casting a shadowy gaze upon Chen Yuan, declaring, "He is not dead, he is still alive." This proclamation swiftly calmed the frenzied gathering. As they scrutinized Chen Yuan, observing his indifference to the sunlight and the density of his shadow, allowing them to breathe a collective sigh of relief. One was the young master of the Chen family, the other, the young heir of the Lu family. One was a mere waste unable to awaken his soul, while the other was a prodigious talent drawing the attention of many. Their encounter at the gates of the sacred temple appeared rather intriguing. A glimmer of excitement flickered in the eyes of the onlookers. Today's events promised to be exceptionally entertaining, for these two represented their respective families. However, the outcome of this collision seemed preordained. With Chen Yuan's inability to awaken his soul, his confrontation with Lu Tian would likely be disastrous. That useless wretch who has returned from the dead? The servants of Lu Tian exchanged glances, amusement evident in their eyes. Who would have thought you would escape death only to come to the sacred temple and seek your own humiliation? With that, these servants obstructed Chen Yuan's path, encircling him and indulging in their mockery. The four great families of Jiangning City were inherently rivalrous, their relationships fraught with hostility, and they harbored nothing but animosity towards Chen Yuan. Now, with the opportunity to humiliate a young master of the Chen family, how could they possibly let it slip away? Chen Yuan was intercepted by a servant of the Lu family, a flicker of cold displeasure passing through his eyes as he indifferently uttered, "Step aside. You, a worthless wretch, dare to speak to us in such a manner?" The servants of the Lu family were not fools. Upon seeing Chen Yuan approach the temple alone, without any guards from the Chen family, they understood that this former young master of the Chen family had now fallen from grace. A phoenix in decline is no better than a mere chicken. Do you still consider yourself the heir of the Chen family? The servants of the Lu family mockingly derided. Lu Tian stood calmly to the side, exuding an air of superiority, as if he were merely observing a child's play. After awakening his soul of destiny, he and Chen Yuan were no longer on the same plane. He was destined to become a martial cultivator, while Chen Yuan remained an ordinary warrior. As they witnessed Chen Yuan being humiliated by the servants of the Lu family, the onlookers felt no sense of injustice, as if this were entirely normal. In the world of martial arts, the strong command respect. Those who cannot cultivate, even if they are young masters, will ultimately find themselves at the lowest echelon of society. What fate awaits a young master who cannot cultivate within the Chen family is something they need not ponder. Do the people of the Lu family possess no decorum? Chen Yuan gazed at Lu Tian, refraining from engaging with the servants. Lu Tian sneered disdainfully. The etiquette of the Lu family is reserved solely for martial cultivators. You, a mere waste, are unworthy of our courtesy. As he spoke, Lu Tian shifted his foot slightly, stepping onto Chen Yuan's shadow, and continued. I have heard that if one steps upon another's shadow, it can render them forever unable to rise again. I wonder, does this saying hold true for someone like you, who has returned from the dead? Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan suddenly burst into laughter. Whether it is applicable, I cannot say. Yet I have encountered another saying that seems quite accurate. Oh, pray tell, Lu Tian remarked, a glimmer of intrigue dancing in his eyes as he turned towards Chen Yuan. The depth of a person's soul is intricately linked to the profundity of their shadow. Generally speaking, individuals with a robust soul possess a deeper shadow. Judging by the shallow nature of your shadow, it appears that your soul is rather feeble. With this, many present erupted in laughter. Despite the knowledge that it would irk Lu Tian, they could not help but find humor in the moment. You are the real scoundrel. Lu Tian fumed. Enraged that this audacious young man dared to insult him so indirectly, a truly despicable act. Chen Yuan, however, composed himself and declared, now that we have reached this point, I advise you to quickly take your entourage and depart, lest you invite unnecessary humiliation upon yourself. I am curious to see how a worthless being, devoid of any awakened soul, intends to humiliate me. Lu Tian's gaze turned electric as the azure Peng's soul manifested behind him, its brilliance radiating fiercely. Above Lu Tian, 2 layers of pale yellow soul rings shimmered, signifying the rank of his soul. Typically, souls are categorized into 9 rings based on their quality, with 1 ring being the lowest and 9 the highest. The vast majority of martial cultivators in Jiangning City possess 1-ring souls. Those with 2 rings hold the potential to surpass the Tao. Thus, Lu Tian, having awakened the azure Peng's soul, regarded his 2 rings as a mark of pride, now hovering above him to showcase his innate talent. The higher the soul ring, the greater the talent and potential, indicating a wider path ahead. Is it truly the case that a mere 2-ring soul seeks to display its prowess here? Chen Yuan smiled faintly. In his previous life, he initially possessed a 6-ring soul, but after undergoing the baptism of numerous relics, his soul evolved into an 8-ring one. However, at that level, no one's soul ring was significantly weaker than another's. No one would deliberately flaunt their soul rings like Lu Tian did. When your fate leads you to the underworld, I wonder if you will still be so defiant. Lu Tian coldly commanded, and with a wave of his hand, instructed his subordinates to advance. In an instant, Lu Tian's servants surged forward. Having never crossed into the awakening realm and typically occupying the lowest echelon, they relished the opportunity to bully the heir of a family. Chen Yuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the encircling crowd with an expression of calm indifference. You worthless fools, perish, shouted one particularly robust servant as he launched a powerful punch aimed at Chen Yuan's face, the gust of wind seemingly capable of shattering space itself. The impact of this blow promised to leave Chen Yuan's visage a bloody mess. Chen Yuan regarded the incoming punch with detachment before extending his own fist. With a resounding thud, their fists collided. A crack reverberated through the air, and all present distinctly heard the sound of bones shattering, causing their hearts to skip a beat. They then witnessed a figure being sent flying, tumbling down the steps of the temple entrance. Chen Yuan's fist was remarkably hard. Before the crowd could fully comprehend the aftermath of the initial punch, they saw Chen Yuan's fist strike out once more, meeting the kick of another servant. In that moment of collision, an explosive energy erupted from his fist, shattering the servant's leg. 2 servants were swiftly incapacitated, their arms or legs severed by Chen Yuan. instilling a profound sense of dread among the remaining servants, rendering them hesitant to advance. It became evident that their thick skin was their sole reliance. Lutian cast a glance at Chen Yuan, realizing the source of his audacity in addressing him so boldly. However, I shall impart a lesson, enlightening you on the distinctions that arise after awakening one's fate soul. In truth, I perceive little difference. A subtle smile played upon Chen Yuan's lips, beckoning, "Come forth, if you dare." Chapter 11. Sacred Might. Chen Yuan regarded Lu Tian with a knowing smile. Although Lu Tian had entered the realm of awakening, Chen Yuan found little disparity between him and those who had not. It was laughable, despite my lack of cultivated techniques. My fate soul can absorb the essence of the heavens and earth for my own use. You, a mere child, are utterly oblivious to the terrifying power wielded by awakened practitioners. With that, Lu Tian stepped forward, his aura surging like a tempest. His gaze was as defiant as a true blue pong, and with a swift motion of his hand, he executed a strike akin to that of a great rock. Sharp and precise. The great rock's hand. The onlookers exchanged glances, recognizing the formidable technique Lu Tian had mastered. Typically, the natural absorption of the essence of heaven and earth is painfully slow. Only through the aid of techniques can one swiftly elevate their cultivation and refine their own elemental power, imbuing it with certain attributes of the universe, thus accelerating their ascension. To unleash one's elemental power in an attack, however, one must employ divine techniques, adhering to specific rules to maximize the release of their elemental energy. The martial arts techniques and supernatural powers correspond to the realms of martial cultivation. For instance, practitioners at the awakening realm typically cultivate techniques and powers of the same level. Overly profound methods would be ill-suited for them. Lu Tian, having just entered the awakening realm, is already capable of unleashing the awakening level technique, the Great Rock Hand, indicating that he has previously received guidance from his family, a rare opportunity for martial cultivators. It appears that Chen Yuan has indeed encountered a formidable opponent this time. Although he has reached the pinnacle of the body refinement stage, he is no match for a practitioner of the awakening realm. The ability to condense the essence of heaven and earth and unleash supernatural powers can annihilate any body refinement warrior, showcasing immense power. Despite both being young masters from prestigious families, the disparity between the two is staggering. The onlookers, witnessing Lu Tian's wrath, cannot help but feel pity for Chen Yuan. His arrogance in opposing Lu Tian, coupled with the assault on Lu Tian's servant, is bound to provoke the latter's fury. When you meet the King of Hell, remember to tell him that your demise was a consequence of your own ignorance. Lu Tian's claws swept through the air, echoing with the sound of a great rock's cry. Although still somewhat unrefined, the force behind this strike was formidable enough to contend with a martial artist who had long since stepped into the awakening realm. The ability to absorb the essence of heaven and earth to enhance one's attacks does not necessarily equate to strength. Chen Yuan smiled lightly, and as the great rock hand descended upon him, he suddenly extended his left hand, seizing the incoming claw. His right fist, resembling a bronze cast, unleashed a chaotic strike, causing the very space around them to tremble. Lu Tian's face met the full force of Chen Yuan's punch, sending him hurtling backward, his features contorted in shock. Even without entering the realm of awakening, Chen Yuan's combat prowess is astonishing. Even elemental forces find it challenging to penetrate his defenses, often shattering against his fists instead. This spectacle rendered the onlookers utterly speechless, as they could hardly fathom that the esteemed young master of the Lu family, upon entering the awakening realm, could be bested by a practitioner of mere physical refinement. This surpassed the conventional wisdom of martial arts and transcended their understanding. You simply do not comprehend the application of power. Chen Yuan scarcely cast a glance at Lu Tian and proceeded directly into the temple. The young master of the Lu family, one of the most influential youths in Jiangning City, lay there like a defeated dog. Throughout this encounter, Chen Yuan never regarded him as a worthy opponent. Had Lu Tian not forcibly obstructed his path, Chen Yuan would have hardly spared him a look. A collective sigh escaped the crowd. This was the young master of the Lu family, now in such a disheveled state. Ultimately, it was the folly of Lu Tian's minions that led to this debacle. He has entered the temple once more. One must wonder, will he awaken his destiny soul this time? He is a person scorned by the sages. How could he possibly awaken his destiny soul? No, I dare say his chances of awakening his destiny soul are quite significant. I even find myself curious about what kind of destiny soul he might awaken. Inside the temple, a grand and imposing ancient hall awaited. Upon entering, one would find statues of sages standing majestically on either side, a total of 18. Each statue emanated an aura of profound authority, and merely gazing upon them felt as if a terrifying will descended, overwhelming their consciousness. Thus, the temple was not a place to enter recklessly. To step into the temple, one must first understand its myriad taboos, such as refraining from making eye contact with the statues. Within the statue lies the will of the sages, a presence so terrifying that even a mere wisp could instill a paralyzing dread in the hearts of men. Gazing directly into the eyes of the statue, without the guidance of a palace envoy, is akin to courting death. Yet, at this moment, Chen Yuan's gaze was drawn to the statue of the 18th sage. This sage seemed to embody the power of thunder, wielding a demon-subduing thunder whip, with flashes of purple light occasionally illuminating his eyes, exuding an air of solemn majesty. As Chen Yuan's eyes fell upon the statue, it appeared to come to life, emanating tendrils of thunderous energy, reminiscent of the most potent laws of the universe, intent on obliterating all in its path. In the depths of Chen Yuan's consciousness, an imposing figure of a thunder sage emerged, devoid of words or sound, yet radiating an overwhelming aura of terrifying thunderous light, descending upon him with unparalleled pressure. Such immense force. Though in his previous life he was countless times more powerful than the sages, he now found himself unable to cross the threshold of awakening, making it exceedingly difficult to withstand the sage's might. Nevertheless, he refused to yield. He yearned to challenge the authority of the sage. His soul power was extraordinarily robust. Even in its partially restored state, it was sufficient to inscribe a second-tier rune. Should he continue to hone his abilities, he might swiftly regain his soul power and aspire to reach the third tier. The inscription of runes, the forging of artifacts, and the engraving of talismans all require the support of soul power. This scarcity of practitioners in professions such as artifact forging can be attributed to the inherent inadequacy of soul power, which is exceedingly difficult to compensate for later. The martial cultivators in these professions rely far more on innate talent than mere diligence. The boundless might of the sage descended, and Chen Yuan felt as though his very soul were on the verge of freezing solid. His flesh, bones, and even hair were subjected to the overwhelming pressure, with beads of sweat incessantly cascading from his forehead and splattering onto the ground. If only I could refine myself daily under the sage's oppressive aura, Chen Yuan mused. This divine might have the capacity to continually awaken the latent power within his soul, enabling him to recover with remarkable swiftness. At that moment, several figures leisurely strode into the sanctum. The foremost among them donned a robe of deep azure, emblazoned with a character signifying sage upon his chest. Unmistakably a member of the holy temple, he appeared remarkably youthful, scarcely past the age of 20, exuding an air of nobility with each step, as if proclaiming his esteemed lineage from the temple. Upon catching sight of Chen Yuan, his gaze turned icy and piercing, and he barked with authority. Who dares to intrude upon the sacred temple and offend the venerable sages? Chapter 12. The sage's judgment. The atmosphere surged with commotion, and a powerful aura roared forth as the youth from the temple regarded Chen Yuan with disdain. As a martial practitioner at the Dao realm, not yet 20 years of age, he possessed an undeniable advantage in both talent and youth, placing him among the elite not just in Jiangning City, but throughout the entire Dayu Dynasty. Recently emerged from his secluded training, he remained oblivious to the recent stir surrounding Chen Yuan, perceiving him merely as an audacious intruder. Thus, he carried himself with an innate dignity, looking down upon Chen Yuan with a haughty gaze, akin to that of one regarding a beggar by the roadside. How could an ordinary individual presume to enter the sacred temple and tarnish this hallowed ground? However, Chen Yuan was immersed in the sanctified aura that refined his soul, rendering him oblivious to the voice of the young man, which only served to chill the latter's demeanor further. In the city of Jiangning, no one dared to disregard his words. Thud. The young man's foot stepped forward, his black hair billowing and his long robes swirling as if a golden holy energy surged around him. An overwhelming force charged towards Chen Yuan, akin to a heavy fist crashing down upon him. Chen Yuan, still enraptured by the baptism of the sanctified aura, was abruptly jolted by the impact of this force, which ignited a profound sense of crisis within him, prompting an instinctive evasion. The golden holy energy collided against the statue of the sage, resulting in a silence as profound as a stone sinking into the ocean, without even a ripple. Those accompanying the young man quietly exhaled in relief. Fortunately, the young man's cultivation stemmed from the doctrines of the holy temple, perceptible to the sage. Otherwise, had it been another individual attempting to shake the statue of the sage with such might, it would have provoked the sage's wrath, leading to catastrophic consequences. Presumptuous. At that moment, a resonant voice echoed, causing the very space within the holy temple to tremble. A middle-aged man clad in a dark red robe approached, his piercing gaze sweeping over the gathered crowd. The companions of the young man hastily stepped forward to pay their respects. Even the young man himself offered a slight bow. Although he was a prodigy, the one who wielded authority in the Jiangning Holy Temple was undeniably the individual before him. In addition to the temple master, there were two vice masters, one on each side. With the temple master currently in seclusion, the responsibilities of the temple fell to these two vice masters. Hence, this left vice master as the highest authority within the holy temple at present. Despite the young man's arrogance, he was not foolish enough to disregard the vice master. Shiyang. Yin Zuo cast a gaze upon the young man. You are a direct disciple of the esteemed official. How dare you show disrespect to the sages? Tian Jiao Shiyang explained, this matter is not of my doing. Rather, it is this individual who has offended the sages, and I merely seek to administer justice upon him. Offending the sages? Yin Zuo turned to Chen Yuan. Are you aware of the transcendence of the sages? Indeed. Chen Yuan replied with a faint smile. Yin Zuo's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Since you understand the sages to be akin to deities, how could you dare to offend? I have not offended the sages, Chen Yuan countered. Moreover, the sages are not deities. As Chen Yuan's words fell, the atmosphere within the grand hall grew tense. A palpable wave of indignation emanating from the members of the holy hall, all fixated on Chen Yuan. How could this youth dare to show such a reverence towards the sages? However, the heart of a sage encompasses the universe. Before the ancient sages, I grant you this opportunity. You may retract your words, and I shall spare your life. Why should I retract my words? Chen Yuan laughed. We, as cultivators, are as humble as ants. Thus we regard the sages as celestial beings. Yet, if our cultivation surpasses the realm of the sages, then we would perceive them as mere mortals. Presumptuous. The members of the holy hall roared, glaring fiercely at Chen Yuan. Sages as mere mortals? Yin Zuo felt a tremor within, having spent his youth cultivating in the holy hall, awakening his fate soul, solidifying his Tao body, and traversing the sea of suffering, all within the sacred confines. The statues of the ancient sages were objects of his reverence. In his heart, the status of the sages was unassailable, unshakable. Chen Yuan smiled at him. Your ignorance merely reflects your limited perspective. It does not imply the absence of such understanding. He then addressed Yin Zuo again. Not having seen does not equate to non-existence. I do not intentionally disdain the realm of the sages. I merely wish to convey to you that the truths espoused by the sages may not necessarily be so, and what they deem false may not be false after all. These two statements struck Yin Zuo's mind like a thunderclap, for the sages have been his lifelong exemplars, and their words and deeds serve as the very standards by which they abide. All the norms and regulations within the sanctum originate from these venerable figures, and their discernment of right and wrong is the guiding principle for all within the temple. Yet now, someone has informed them that the words of the sages are not infallible. What does this imply? Yin Zhuo seemed to forget to halt Chen Yuan's discourse, as he vaguely grasped something from Chen Yuan's words. The reason the sage's actions and words are revered lies in their profound realm of understanding. If, perchance, someone of even greater stature were to rise and refute the sage's proclamations, whom would you choose to believe? This question sent tremors through the hearts of the assembly. Shi Yang's expression turned sharp as he clenched his fists tightly, accusing Chen Yuan of spreading heretical words to undermine the very foundation of their sanctum. If the foundation of the sanctum could be so easily shaken, then there would be no reason for its existence in this world. Chen Yuan spoke, asserting that there are no eternal, unchanging laws in this world. The sage's proclamations are thus, and so too are my words. To slander the sages is a crime deserving of death. Shi Yang's palm radiated a terrifying brilliance as holy energy surged forth, his golden hand coalescing into a mighty imprint aimed directly at Chen Yuan. Hold on. Yin Zhuo bellowed suddenly, the turbulent sea of bitterness surging forth to intercept Shi Yang. Zhuo, this man shows great disrespect to the sages. Why should I not be allowed to slay him? Shi Yang inquired loudly. The crowd displayed a shared expression of confusion upon hearing Chen Yuan's words. Yin Zhuo, seemingly devoid of any anger, intervened to stop Shi Yang from attacking Chen Yuan. The ancient sages present remained unresponsive, which indicated their disdain for the young man's assertions. Thus, why resort to violence? The path of the sages is illuminated by righteousness. Should we take the life of this individual, it would only reveal our own insecurities. Yin Zhuo spoke slowly, suggesting that time would be the ultimate judge, allowing one to see if he could substantiate his claims made today. Chapter 13. The radiance of the holy light illuminates the grand hall, though Yin's remarks appeared neutral. Those within the temple discerned his bias toward Chen Yuan. This left many perplexed. Were it anyone else who dared to show such disrespect towards the sages, it was inconceivable that the left envoy, Yin Xiangnan, would refrain from executing them on the spot. Yin Zhuo, are you deliberately showing favoritism? Shi Yang protested, his voice barely above a whisper, yet audible to all. You lack the standing to question me. Yin Zhuo replied coldly. Once you have ascended to the position of envoy, then you may confront me. Shi Yang, still discontented, was restrained by those beside him, who quietly urged, let us depart. In doing so, his companions clasped their fists towards Yin Zhuo, respectfully announcing, we shall take our leave. In contrast to Shi Yang, the others displayed a greater understanding of the nuances of the situation. Yin's stance was unmistakably clear. Continuation of Shi Yang's protest would undoubtedly lead to his own ruin in the eyes of Yin Zhuo. While the disciples of the envoy warranted respect, did Yin Zhuo truly require it? In his heart, Shi Yang felt indignant, yet he was still led away by others. At this moment, Yin Zhuo approached Chen Yuan, inquiring about his purpose for visiting the sacred hall. To awaken my destiny soul, Chen Yuan replied. Yin Zhuo could not help but chuckle, saying, you assert that sages and mortals are indistinguishable. If that is the case, why seek to awaken your destiny soul here? I require the sacred hall's recognition. However, the boy now claimed to pursue the sacred hall's endorsement. What was the need for his earlier declarations? Do you seek a patron? Yin Zhuo speculated, directing his question toward Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan nodded slightly. May I commence the awakening of my destiny soul now? Indeed, Yin Zhuo said, his eyes reflecting a tinge of curiosity about this youth who believed he could gain the sacred hall's approval. Just how many rings of destiny soul would he awaken? To aspire for the sacred hall to be a support is no small ambition. As the individual responsible for the assessment of destiny soul awakenings is absent, I shall preside over it in his stead. You may approach the statue of the sage. This way, the aura released during the awakening will be more perceptible. Yin Zhuo kindly advised, to gain the sacred hall's recognition, it is paramount to receive the statue's acknowledgement. Only when the will of the ancient sages is activated can one be deemed a saint. No need, Chen Yuan replied, his smile imbued with unwavering confidence. I shall remain right here. As the words fell, a terrifying current of energy surged around Chen Yuan, akin to waves crashing in relentless succession. The essence of the world converged upon him, resembling ferocious beasts intent on devouring him whole. However, Chen Yuan's expression remained unperturbed. He tightly shut his eyes, his forehead dampened, allowing the chaotic energy to sweep past him. Such formidable force. Yin Xiangnan marveled inwardly. Having spent many years in the sacred hall and witnessed countless awakenings of destined souls, he had never encountered an individual whose awakening provoked such a tempestuous upheaval in the world's essence. This only heightened his curiosity about the nature of Chen Yuan's destined soul. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from Chen Yuan, and his eyes suddenly opened, emitting piercing beams of light that tore through space. In that fleeting moment, Yin Xiangnan beheld in his gaze a sovereign, gazing down upon the vast expanse of heaven and earth, surveying the boundless realms with an air of dominion. Above the sacred hall, endless clouds gathered ominously, with dreadful lightning serpents flickering within, as if poised to strike at any moment. Yet, that regal visage vanished almost instantaneously, replaced by a resplendent soul ring that appeared above Chen Yuan, radiating like a luminous full moon, illuminating the vast land below. Only a single soul ring. Yin Xiangnan's gaze flickered. Given the magnitude of the commotion during Chen Yuan's awakening, he had anticipated at least a 3-ring destined soul. Instead, only a solitary soul ring materialized. Could it be that his destined soul possesses but a single ring? Furthermore, why, during the awakening, was there only a soul ring without the manifestation of the destined soul? This was exceedingly contrary to the established norms of soul awakenings. Yin Xiangnan found himself utterly bewildered by the extraordinary sights before him today. Could it truly be a first-ring life soul? He waited anxiously, yet the space above Chen Yuan remained shrouded in but a single layer of soul ring, leading Yin Xiangnan to despair, convinced that Chen Yuan's life soul was merely of this caliber. However, at that moment, within the great hall, the statues of sages and wise men seemed to come alive, emanating an overwhelming aura of sanctity that enveloped the entire chamber. Having spent many years in the holy temple, Yin Xiangnan had never witnessed such a potent release of sacred power from the statues. Was this a resonance with the ancient sages? He recalled the ancient texts, which stated that only through a connection with the ancient sages could such divine force be manifested. This implied that Chen Yuan's life soul was exceptionally powerful, its soul light captivating enough to be perceived by the will of the ancient sages. Yet, this only deepened Yin Xiangnan's confusion. How could a first-ring life soul elicit a response from the will of the sages? Those who had awakened second-ring life souls had failed to move the sages. Could it be in an instant? A thought flashed through Yin Xiangnan's mind. This was not an ordinary first-ring soul ring. It transcended even the 9 rings. Typically, soul rings were a pale yellow, but this one shimmered with a dazzling silver light. Could it truly be the divine soul ring? A sight so rare and bewitching for countless years? Yin Xiangnan murmured to himself, cautious not to disturb Chen Yuan or the statues. Yet internally, he was tumultuous. In the Dayu Empire, a 4-ring life soul was considered the pinnacle of genius, while 5 and 6 rings belonged to the realm of legend. Now, before him stood a prodigious talent, a divine soul ring, rendering him momentarily incredulous regarding his own conjectures. Yet, the undeniable truth compelled his acceptance. Only a divine soul ring, formed after the unification of 9 rings, would manifest as a singular layer and resonate with the sages of antiquity. If this indeed was a divine soul ring, then what could be the nature of this child's fate soul? Yin Xiangnan scrutinized Chen Yuan meticulously. Fate souls were generally categorized into instrument fate souls and beast fate souls, alongside numerous exceptional varieties. However, the essence of Chen Yuan's fate soul remained elusive, leaving Yin Xiangnan perplexed. A deep growl emanated from Chen Yuan, and in that instant, all the statues of sages illuminated, flooding the grand hall with a terrifying radiance. Chapter 14. Chen Yuan, Refusal. The statues of sages within the grand hall erupted in resplendent light, akin to the brilliance of celestial stars cascading down upon Chen Yuan, who stood surrounded by these exalted figures like an unparalleled divine monarch. This Yin Xiangnan was awestruck by the scene before him. He had never witnessed such a breathtaking spectacle. The 18 sage statues resonated in harmony with Chen Yuan's fate soul, signifying not only the acknowledgement of Chen Yuan's essence by the will of the sages, but also their astonishment. Thus, how could Chen Yuan's fate soul be an ordinary one? Only a legendary divine soul ring could evoke such wonder among the sages. The sacred light permeated the grand hall, casting a radiant interplay of ancient and modern, weaving together an extraordinary scene that seemed to depict a prehistorical celestial monarch seated in contemplation, alongside an unparalleled war god conquering the realms. The chaotic azure lotus swayed into existence, an immortal divine flower radiating an enchanting brilliance, merging myriad worlds to forge a bizarrely magnificent realm. Yin Xiangnan gazed upon this terrifying spectacle, momentarily entranced. Having spent many years in the sanctuary, it was the first time he witnessed such phenomena during the awakening of one's soul. It seemed only characters of extraordinary elegance from ancient texts had experienced such visions. Although Chen Yuan's eyes were wide open, he appeared immersed in his own world, his pupils reflecting not the scene before him, but rather his own elevated self, a figure clad in the robes of a celestial emperor, overlooking the boundless expanse of the universe. What indeed is his soul? Yin Xiangnan pondered. The divine ring manifested, resonating with the myriad saints, and the anomaly abruptly emerged. However, he could not perceive Chen Yuan's soul, which was exceedingly peculiar. This enigma lingered until the sacred light within the hall gradually dissipated, and Chen Yuan's eyes regained their clarity, providing Yin Xiangnan the opportunity to voice his inquiry. Generally, the soul ring and the soul appear simultaneously, with only those who have reached a certain level of cultivation able to conceal either their soul ring or soul. Clearly, Chen Yuan had not yet attained such a state. There is nothing behind you, Yin Xiangnan insisted, shaking his head in disbelief. Surely, you do not intend to suggest that your soul is merely the void of air. Do you see me? Chen Yuan maintained his smile, leaving Yin Xiangnan bewildered. Of course, I see you, he retorted. If you can see me, how could you not perceive my soul? Chen Yuan's words plunged Yin Xiangnan into deep contemplation. What could Chen Yuan's statement possibly mean? Suddenly, Yin Xiangnan's eyes gleamed with insight as he gazed at Chen Yuan, proclaiming, "Your life soul is yourself." He recalled the imperial phantom that had manifested in Chen Yuan's eyes moments ago, along with the otherworldly spectacle akin to a celestial court, and quickly deduced the truth. Chen Yuan's life soul was neither an object nor a beast, but rather his very essence. From Chen Yuan's gaze, Yin Xiangnan discerned that his conjecture was indeed correct. This extraordinary youth's life soul was himself. Ancient texts recount tales of unparalleled sovereigns whose life souls were chaos, and supreme beings whose life souls took the form of dragons and phoenixes. However, this was the first time he had encountered one who embodied themselves as their life soul. Yin Xiangnan spoke, pondering the immense power that could arise from such a unique life soul. What is a life soul? Chen Yuan suddenly inquired, catching Yin Xiangnan off guard. He understood that this youth was not seeking knowledge, but rather testing him. As the left envoy of the Holy Temple, overseeing various matters within, it felt peculiar to be questioned by a young man who had just awakened his life soul. Life souls are innate, intertwined with a warrior's spirit and physical form, endowing them with attributes for cultivation. Yin Xiangnan explained, all martial cultivators can awaken a life soul. Distinct life souls can grant warriors varying powers, thus leading them down different paths of cultivation. Awakening a life soul can be regarded as the starting point of a warrior's journey. The stronger the life soul, the higher the warrior's initial standing. Yet, when it came to the origins of life souls, Yin Xiangnan found himself at a loss. The life soul reflects the innermost essence of the warrior. Chen Yuan spoke, stating that the fate soul is a component of the spirit, a tangible manifestation of the innermost essence of one's soul. Yin Xiangnan nodded, seemingly enlightened. The fate soul reflects the deepest aspects of a warrior's heart, does it not? Then, within the depths of Chen Yuan's heart, does it not harbor his imperial ambitions? Yin Xiangnan recalled vividly the illusion that appeared in Chen Yuan's pupils when he awakened his fate soul, a grand emperor, gazing majestically across time. Unparalleled and majestic. Was that not the embodiment of what resided within Chen Yuan's heart? Do you wish to remain in the sanctuary? Yin Xiangnan formally extended the invitation. The sanctuary would provide you with the finest resources for cultivation. This is the very reason the sanctuary desires to allow individuals to awaken their fate souls within its halls. From these individuals, they can select qualified prodigies, furnish them with cultivation resources, and integrate them into the sanctuary, ensuring the future inheritance of its legacy. Yin Xiangnan himself had entered the sanctuary in such a manner, subsequently dedicating himself to cultivation there, ultimately reaching his current stature as the left envoy of the sanctuary. Now, he represented the sanctuary, extending an invitation to Li Wentian, hoping that Chen Yuan would join their ranks. This was also the purpose behind Chen Yuan's arrival at the sanctuary to awaken his fate soul. Yin Xiangnan believed Chen Yuan had no reason to decline. However, just as Yin Xiangnan anticipated Chen Yuan's eager acceptance, Chen Yuan gently shook his head and smiled. I am afraid I cannot comply. Why? Confusion filled Yin Xiangnan's gaze. Chen Yuan had previously articulated that his purpose in coming to the sanctuary was to join it. Now, when presented with the invitation, he had declined, leaving Yin Xiangnan perplexed. I wish to join the sanctuary, but not as a mere ordinary disciple. To me, it holds no significance. Chen Yuan's eyes shimmered with brilliance, reflecting his unparalleled confidence. Since he intended to join the sanctuary, he aimed to exploit its resources to the fullest for his cultivation. Yin Xiangnan's gaze sharpened. Do you aspire to become a saint? A chill swept through him as he realized that he should have anticipated Chen Yuan's ambitions. With such talent, how could Chen Yuan settle for being an ordinary disciple? A divine soul ring, regardless of the resources or status obtained, would be worth it. What do you think? Chen Yuan inquired, their eyes meeting midair. Yin Xiangnan's expression flickered as he replied, the position of saint is of great importance. I am not yet in a position to decide. We must await the return of the emissary or consult with the right emissary before arriving at a conclusion. Very well, I shall await you at the Chun residence. Chen Yuan smiled at Yin Zhua, then turned and departed from the sanctuary. Chapter 15. Halt your steps. With Chen Yuanshan absent, Chen Yuan faced ostracism from all the elders. These subordinates naturally disregarded him, viewing him merely as a useless individual incapable of cultivation. The young master is coming soon. You, a worthless wretch, should hasten to leave, or it will cost you dearly. A steward barked at Chen Yuan. Unlike the other subordinates, he possessed the ability to cultivate and had already entered the second stage of awakening. Had it not been for his family's decline, he would never have been relegated to the status of a servant. Brother Wang, shall we teach him a lesson? After all, he possesses no elemental power and currently lacks any formations. We could give him a sound thrashing to appease the elders, other stewards suggested with a hint of flattery. It is reasonable. If one could administer a sound thrashing to them, it would not only appease the elders, but also bolster the young master's reputation. The individual referred to as Wang Gu is named Wang Li, his eyes gleaming with a fierce brilliance. With a mere wave of his hand, the other servants stepped forward, some capable of cultivation, others not, all rushing towards Chen Yuan. Having awakened his soul, Chen Yuan had entered the first realm of awakening, even without having commenced his cultivation. Absorbing the essence of heaven and earth to transform it into his own vital energy was not a formidable task. In an instant, a fierce imperial aura flickered in Chen Yuan's eyes, as if the silhouette of a great emperor passed through his gaze. He was the carefree and unrestrained ancestor of thieves, and in this life, he was determined to rise. With a thunderous roar, Chen Yuan's fists erupted with a violent sound, as if they could shatter the very fabric of space. He did not employ divine abilities. Rather, he simply drew upon the celestial essence into his hands, producing a terrifying commotion that sent shivers down spines. His aura. Some noticed the extraordinary shift in Chen Yuan's presence, but they had no time to voice their observations before his fists descended. One servant's face was brutally crushed by Chen Yuan's blow, rendering him unconscious upon the ground. The fates of the others were no less grim. Chen Yuan's fists moved like a dragon, sweeping through them like a tiger among sheep. With his rolling vital energy and descending fist imprints, it took mere moments for those servants to be left in disarray, sprawled on the ground as if they had been left to rot in the wilderness, a truly pitiful sight. The unfortunate Wang Li, who was the first to charge forward, suffered greatly. He had 3 ribs shattered by a single punch from Chen Yuan, followed by a brutal kick that fractured his shoulder bone, causing one side of his body to collapse as he fell to the ground, wailing in agony. Bystanders were left in a state of disbelief, recognizing Chen Yuan and understanding his inability to cultivate. Yet, astonishingly, he had dispatched these awakened servants with just a few strikes, leaving them utterly astounded. "Can you harness Yuan power?" questioned one of the fallen servants, pointing at Chen Yuan in sheer astonishment. The punch that had previously struck him was undeniably infused with formidable Yuan energy, had he not evaded it swiftly. He might have sustained far worse than a mere injury to his arm, perhaps even death. The crowd's gaze momentarily froze. Could it be that Chen Yuan had awakened his life soul? "It is Chen Tianjiao," exclaimed someone from the throng, causing a ripple of recognition among those present. Chen Tianjiao, the pride of the Chen family from Jiangning, was born amidst ethereal radiance, under the auspicious sign of 2 suns, heralding a portent of good fortune. Consequently, he was held in high esteem by the upper echelons of the Chen family. His grandfather, the esteemed elder, personally bestowed upon him the name Tianjiao. In stark contrast to Chen Yuan, Chen Tianjiao had awakened a 3-ring life soul 3 years prior. A remarkable feat that earned him the attention of the elders at the prestigious Yintian Academy, who took him under their wing for cultivation. "It is no surprise," remarked someone familiar with the recent events surrounding the Chen family. "Chen Tianjiao surpasses Chen Yuan 100-fold. In any family, they would forsake Chen Yuan in favor of Chen Tianjiao," another added with a chuckle. Upon the return of Chen Tianjiao, the expressions of the crowd seemed to be tinged with excitement. Only Chen Yuan cast a casual glance at the figure atop the blood-lin horse, without pausing, and continued his way into the Chen family residence. "Impudent," the young man on the blood-lin horse bellowed, a vast aura of power radiating from him. The blood-lin horse neighed long and loud, and in an instant, the entire space was enveloped in a chilling atmosphere of bloodshed. "I command you to halt. Did you not hear me?" Chen Tianjiao's gaze blazed like lightning as he roared at Chen Yuan. Chapter 16. The Ancient Scriptures of Prehistory. However, in the face of Chen Tianjiao's admonition, Chen Yuan exhibited no intention of stopping, which only served to further infuriate Chen Tianjiao. Suddenly, with a deft motion, Chen Tianjiao leaped down from his mount, his palm reaching forward as if to seize the very essence of the surroundings. In that moment, it seemed as if the very energies of the world were at his command. After 3 years, he had grown far more formidable than before. The onlookers exchanged glances. Chen Tianjiao's mastery over the elemental energies was truly terrifying, far beyond what his peers could achieve. It was likely that, in addition to Chen Tianjiao's innate talent, his training at the Yintian Academy had played a significant role. The Yintian Academy, renowned as the sacred ground for cultivation within the Dayu Dynasty, was a place coveted by all young practitioners. Gaining admission there was tantamount to stepping into the ranks of the powerful. Of course, the standards for accepting disciples at Yintian Academy were exceedingly stringent. In the vast expanse of the Dayu Dynasty, with its countless inhabitants, only 3,000 youths could enter the academy each year. Among these, those who caught the eyes of the elders for cultivation were fewer than a mere handful. Thus, the crowd held Chen Tianjiao in high esteem, filled with envy for his achievements. The 3 circles of destiny have garnered the attention of the Yintian Academy, and now the Chen family's authority rests upon the lineage of Chen Tianjiao, rendering his life nearly flawless. With a single claw strike, the essence of heaven and earth coalesced into a terrifying imprint, aimed at Chen Yuan with lethal intent. Merely this one strike could snuff out the life of an ordinary individual. Clearly, in Chen Tianjiao's eyes, the one who injured his servant deserved nothing less than death. However, as the claw imprint descended, Chen Yuan's figure flickered like a wraith. Before the onlookers could discern his trajectory, the claw had already missed its mark. Chen Tianjiao's attack had faltered, his expression momentarily tightening. With his lower cultivation level, Wang Li could not discern Chen Yuan's realm. Yet how could he remain oblivious? This was merely a cultivator at the awakening stage, yet he managed to evade the assault, leaving him astonished. Such exquisite agility. A voice escaped Chen Tianjiao's lips. Yet the disparity in their realms was an insurmountable chasm. So what now? You find satisfaction in triumphing over me due to your elevated realm? Throughout history, the prodigies have all harbored lofty ambitions. Never have I heard of anyone, particularly you, young Master Chen, who only seeks to battle those of inferior cultivation. Chen Yuan remarked with a faint smile. A flicker of frost appeared in Chen Tianjiao's eyes, sharp of tongue and wit. He inquired, "Which faction do you belong to that dares to oppose me? Do you not even recognize the young master?" Chen Yuan smirked in derision, causing Chen Tianjiao's gaze to stiffen momentarily before realization dawned upon him. "You are that good for nothing, Chen Yuan?" Subsequently, a look of perplexity crossed Chen Tianjiao's face as he asked, "Did you not faint during the awakening of your destiny? When did you awaken your destiny? Who dares to question me? And from which lineage do you hail?" The Chen family of today has entirely succumbed to the control of the Grand Elder. As long as Chen Yuan remains within the family, Chen Tianjiao possesses ample confidence to deal with him, rendering his existence a torment worse than death. Given Chen Yuan's temperament, Chen Tianjiao would surely have the audacity to strike him down. However, the disparity in their realms is too vast. Having only just embarked on his cultivation journey, attempting to transcend such a significant gap to confront Chen Tianjiao would undoubtedly require an immense expenditure of effort, with the potential risk of damaging his very essence, an endeavor not worth the cost. Seated upon the ground, Chen Yuan unleashed his soul ring, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Boundless and resplendent, in his eyes flickered a powerful imperial intent, a formidable figure towering within his gaze. This was his fated soul, a reflection of himself adorned in imperial robes, the divine-level soul of Emperor Chen Yuan. Throughout history, none have been heard of possessing their own essence as a soul. In a hushed tone, he reflected on his past, traversing myriad realms without encountering such a peculiar fate. Yet, he firmly believed that this soul must indeed resonate with his destiny. Otherwise, it would not be so extraordinary. The essence of the soul dictates the attributes one excels in as a martial cultivator. What, then, are the attributes of my soul? Chen Yuan meticulously attuned himself to the profound mysteries of his soul, and after a brief moment, a look of astonishment graced his features as he murmured, "My soul possesses all attributes." An all-attribute soul signifies that he could cultivate any technique without hindrance, and indeed, it would even prove beneficial. The attributes of the soul determine the capabilities in which a martial cultivator excels. A warrior of the fire elemental soul, who endeavors to cultivate the techniques of the water attribute, faces insurmountable challenges, potentially succumbing to madness and thereby hindering his success. Those adept in dual or even triple elemental attributes are exceedingly rare in this world. As for a soul embodying all attributes, Chen Yuan had never encountered such a phenomenon in his previous life. Now, however, he possesses a soul of complete attributes. Previously, he pondered which techniques to cultivate, but it seems such deliberations are now unnecessary. A look of astonishment illuminated Chen Yuan's eyes. In his former life, he had pilfered countless arcane arts and divine abilities. He had even excavated the tomb of the ancient celestial lord, amassing an immeasurable collection of martial scriptures, all indelibly etched in his mind. Any single one of these tomes would be unparalleled in the vast Dayu Dynasty. Among this plethora of ancient texts, one particular tome had once piqued his profound interest. Yet he had ultimately been compelled to abandon it. This tome remained nameless. I recall how my master and I unearthed an ancient grave within the chaotic realm, a place akin to the world's end, where I discovered an unnamed ancient scripture, one that could only be cultivated by an individual with a soul of all attributes. Chen Yuan vividly remembered the perilous ordeal of excavating the ancient tomb in the chaotic realm. It was an exceedingly treacherous experience, where even his master nearly lost his life. The tomb was fraught with dangers, and they endured harrowing trials, ultimately emerging with nothing but a weathered ancient scripture. This scripture lay at the very heart of the tomb, its text nearly indecipherable, not conforming to the universal language of the cosmos, nor belonging to any of the life-bearing planets they had previously visited. Upon their departure, they sought the wisdom of a master adept in the languages of various races, only to be met with a chilling revelation that left both master and disciple gasping in astonishment. The text of this ancient scripture originates from prehistoric times. Chapter 17, The Nameless Ancient Scripture, a tome hailing from a bygone era. Chen Yuan, accompanied by his master, traversed through countless realms, seeking the expertise of numerous distinguished scholars. Each ancient character was meticulously presented for authentication, culminating in the confirmation of this scripture's origins as a relic from prehistory, left behind by an unknown individual. With an exceptionally high degree of difficulty in cultivation, this scripture can only be practiced by those endowed with comprehensive attributes, and requires an extraordinary level of comprehension in martial arts. Otherwise, all efforts would be futile. According to the final recorded words of the scripture, no one had succeeded in mastering it in the previous epoch, which underscores its formidable nature. The incongruity of the soul's attributes and the overwhelming difficulty ultimately deterred Chen Yuan from pursuing further cultivation of this scripture. However, this time was different. The ancient text seemed tailor-made for him. What a marvel this scripture is! Chen Yuan could not help but exclaim in admiration. As he commenced his cultivation, a faint aura of chaotic energy began to emanate from him, as if he were reshaping the cosmos and creating the world anew. At that moment, it felt as though life was circulating within his dantian, mingling with an essence of finality, chaos, the origin of all things, yet also their conclusion. In truth, one need not engage in rigorous practice to discern that this scripture is indeed extraordinary. This is an artifact from prehistory, a time when ancient histories were overturned, epochs shifted, and the entirety of cosmic order was reconstructed, rendering all that was old utterly obsolete. Yet, this scripture has endured, untouched by the ravages of time, indicative of its exceptional nature. Chen Yuan sensed, albeit faintly, that this scripture harbored an immensely terrifying energy, yet it remained dormant, awaiting activation. Certainly, this ancient scripture had long been lost when Chen Yuan entered the black hole. He now merely retained the verses within his heart, devoid of any tangible manuscript. Nevertheless, despite his nascent stage of cultivation, Chen Yuan had already begun to grasp the profound depths of this scripture. The techniques and divine powers corresponded precisely to the realms of martial arts, and the caliber of this scripture far surpassed his previous level. He could only wonder at what extraordinary ancient text it might be. In truth, Chen Yuan recognized that categorizing this ancient scripture into tiers was a formidable challenge, for the cultivation system of the previous epoch was entirely distinct from that of the current one. Attempting to align the techniques from the former era with the realms of this life posed considerable difficulty. Therefore, while cultivating, Chen Yuan needed to integrate his own circumstances rather than adhere strictly to the recorded teachings of the scripture. While others might find such an approach impossible, Chen Yuan's extensive experiences and insights from his past life enabled him to navigate this complexity, provided he did not alter the scripture's true essence. As Chen Yuan channeled his energy, a mist began to rise gently above his head, shimmering with vibrant hues, as if a dazzling light was emanating from him. Divine radiance surged forth, and within the haze, it appeared as though a divine monarch was seated behind him, exuding an aura of profound solemnity, a sight both awe-inspiring and fearsome. Indeed, this was an extraordinary technique. Chen Yuan's eyes suddenly emitted two piercing beams of light, as the primal energies of the universe surged into his body, instantly refining into an immensely pure form of elemental power, rich and profound. The elemental energy derived from techniques of differing tiers naturally varied in quality. Generally speaking, the higher the tier of the technique, the more refined the elemental energy produced, leading to a more terrifying explosive potential in an instant. The primordial energy cultivated from this ancient scripture possesses a purity surpassing any martial art manual Chen Yuan had encountered in his previous life. In less than the duration of a fragrant incense stick, Chen Yuan broke through, ascending to the second tier of Awakening Realm. Should others learn that Chen Yuan had just awakened his life soul today and yet advanced to the second tier of Awakening Realm, they would undoubtedly be astounded. Such a pace of cultivation is unparalleled not only in Jiangning City, but even throughout the Great Dayu Dynasty. The Divine King's manifestation behind him shone with a brilliance that illuminated both past and present, as if casting a glimpse into a fragment of the future, truly awe-inspiring. Chen Yuan's eyes appeared as if they were ablaze, the beams emanating from them more dazzling than the sun in the firmament, rendering it nearly unbearable to gaze upon. The ancient scripture stirred within him, as he sensed the primordial energy circulating according to an extraordinary law, now penetrating into his head, particularly around his eyes, as if forging something within, causing unbearable pain. The eyes are among the most delicate parts of the human body, and such internal searing, even a martial practitioner would find difficult to endure. It felt as though blindness could strike at any moment, with blood threatening to trickle from his eye sockets. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from the crown of Chen Yuan's head, and he involuntarily opened his mouth, unleashing a jet of flame. His complexion turned crimson, and it took a considerable time for him to regain his composure. My eyes. Chen Yuan was elated to discover that his vision had become significantly clearer than before, with even the minutest particles now vividly discernible before him. He approached the window and gazed skyward, realizing he could peer deep into the cosmos, an awe-inspiring sight. In the span of a mere incense stick, breaking through to the second tier, with eyes capable of piercing the heavens, such is the formidable power of the ancient scripture. For Chen Yuan, who has been granted a second chance at life, time is the most precious of all commodities. Immersed in his cultivation, Chen Yuan remains oblivious to the passage of time. Before long, a night has slipped away, and he has once again broken through, stepping into the third layer of the Awakening Realm. Although he could have continued to advance, he consciously restrained himself, recognizing the necessity of spending some time to solidify his current level of mastery. Subsequently, Chen Yuan meticulously selected two techniques suitable for his present realm, the low-grade Dragon Suppression Hand and the mid-grade Scarlet Flame Finger. Generally speaking, techniques of the Dao Embryo level can only be mastered by those within the Dao Embryo realm, as the methods of cultivation involved are elusive to those in the Awakening realm. Chapter 18. The Chen Family Banquet. While Chen Yuan devoted himself to seclusion and cultivation, the atmosphere in other parts of the Chen family was vibrant and festive. The cause for this exuberance was none other than the return of the family's most exceptional prodigy, a celebration undoubtedly worthy of the entire clan. Chen Tianjiao, a once-in-a-century genius of the Chen family, possessed extraordinary talent and had been burdened with high expectations since childhood, believed to have the potential to elevate the family to unprecedented heights. This is also the reason behind the gradual consolidation of power by the Grand Elder. The head of the family is weak, and in the event of any misfortune befalling the patriarch, the Chen family would lack a steadfast anchor. With such qualifications, Chen Tianjiao is the most fitting successor for the next generation of the Chen family. Furthermore, with the Grand Elder's meticulous planning, he is now but a step away from truly becoming the head of the Chen family. There was no need for the Grand Elder to make arrangements. The other elders of the Chen family took it upon themselves to set up a banquet to welcome Chen Tianjiao. After greeting his respected elders, Tianjiao did not individually salute each one, but instead addressed the assembly with a unified expression of respect. It was evident that Tianjiao was quite aware of propriety. One elder, smiling, remarked that some individuals lacked discernment and were rather irksome. I may not reside within the family for long, and I shall entrust the management of both minor and major affairs to my grandfather and the esteemed elders, Chen Tianjiao stated with a smile, clearly positioning himself as the head of the Chen family. Upon hearing his words, the elders felt immense joy. Not only was Tianjiao exceptionally gifted, but he was also remarkably courteous, affirming that they had not erred in their choice. However, there were those who contradicted the will of heaven and the sentiments of the people, and it was best to remove them promptly. When had the elders become so benevolent as to allow him to remain until now? Chen Tianjiao continued, and the expressions of those present momentarily froze, as they discerned the underlying implication of his words, which undoubtedly referred to Chen Yuan. Chen Tianjiao did not wish for Chen Yuan to continue his presence in the Chen family, or perhaps he did not desire Chen Yuan to persist in this world at all. This young man possesses certain peculiarities. Tianjiao, please take your seat and do not allow this individual to disrupt our welcoming banquet. During the feast, we shall elaborate on this matter, one elder said with a smile. Chen Tianjiao slightly nodded in agreement. As everyone took their seats, they indulged in wine and meat, engaging in lively discussions about the future of the Chen family. Completely regarding Chen Tianjiao as the rightful leader of the clan, the future of the Chen family belonged to him. As the banquet neared its conclusion, the elders, slightly intoxicated, began to show signs of inebriation. However, Chen Tianjiao's gaze remained sharp and penetrating. The elders were reminded that certain individuals must first be purged from the Chen family. Rest assured, one elder declared confidently, thumping his chest. They had previously contemplated taking action against Chen Yuan, but it was only due to the orders of the Grand Elder that they spared him. The elders chuckled as they strolled away, and Chen Tianjiao bid them farewell. Although he would not remain in Jiangning City, the power of the Chen family would still be firmly in his grasp. On the following morning, Chen Yuan was diligently practicing his two divine abilities when a series of thunderous knocks echoed from outside his courtyard, startling him. His eyes narrowed, and a smile crept across his lips, for he was eager to test the might of the nameless ancient scripture and the Fulong technique. Brat Chen Yuan, come out and meet your demise. You are no longer a member of the Chen family. Leave at once. The shouts outside his residence were relentless. A cacophony of voices belonging to low and mid-tier awakened servants summoned for this purpose. They could have easily broken down Chen Yuan's door, but considering the fate of Chen Hanjiao, they hesitated to enter his courtyard. They feared that the array might once again unleash its power, potentially claiming their lives. Thus, they merely hoped for Chen Yuan to emerge while they themselves remained outside. Among the voices clamoring for his attention were indeed descendants of the Chen elders, eager to witness how the young Master Chen Yuan had been expelled from the family. Boom! A surge of chaos erupted, causing the members of the Chen family to stagger back several paces from the gate. At that moment, the gate swung open, revealing the figure of a young man approaching them, Chen Yuan. A few Chen family members narrowed their eyes, revealing a hint of animosity. Noisy. Chen Yuan's gaze swept over them with indifference. Have your elders failed to instill any discipline in you? Whether we have been disciplined or not is not for you to admonish us. One of the Chen family members stepped forward, his expression as fierce as lightning. Chen Yuan turned his attention to this individual, recalling his identity, Chen Chong, the grandson of the fourth elder, who had awakened to the fifth stage of cultivation. Although Chen Chong was merely a year older than Chen Yuan, and neither his fate nor his realm was particularly remarkable, he was far superior to Chen Yuan, who had previously been unable to awaken his fate. Though I am unaware of how you embarked on the path of cultivation, you must understand that with your current level of prowess, you are simply no match for us, Chen Chong coldly stated. Therefore, I advise you to be sensible and leave the Chen family. In Chen Chong's eyes, even with Chen Yuan's awakened fate, he was still at the first stage of awakening. While there were many lower and mid-level martial practitioners present who could easily overpower him. You wish for me to leave the Chen family? Chen Yuan chuckled. Have you all lost your senses? The Elder Council has unanimously agreed to revoke your identity as a Chen family member. As it stands, you are no longer associated with the Chen family. A glint of sharpness flashed in Chen Yuan's eyes as he declared, then we shall see what you are capable of. As Chen Yuan spoke, a formidable tempest surged around him, the essence of heaven and earth roaring and swirling. as if a terrifying current was sweeping through. He took a decisive step forward, his gaze radiating an audacious arrogance. Had the members of the Chen family shown a modicum of restraint, he would have preferred to avoid direct confrontation, for he still sought to uncover the whereabouts of his father. However, these individuals had approached him uninvited, leaving him no choice but to respond. His dragon-subduing hand and scarlet flame finger awaited the opportunity for refinement. Stubbornly obstinate, they were courting their own demise. Chen Chong uttered a chilling command. Without engaging directly, he waved his arm and bellowed, "Advance." As his voice echoed, the household servants of the Chen family unleashed their soul essence, brandishing clubs as they charged towards Chen Yuan. Chapter 19. The Jiangning Feast. The decision to expel Chen Yuan from the Chen family, or even to eliminate him, had been unanimously reached by the elders following the banquet the previous night. Only in this manner could the legitimacy of Chen Tianjiao's claim to the position of heir be assured. At this moment, the Chen family servants, wielding their clubs with fierce intent, unleashed their soul essence, their power surging as they advanced toward Chen Yuan. Did these low-ranking awakened subordinates dare to offend their master? With a fierce roar, Chen Yuan unleashed a devastating force, shaking the very fabric of space. An overwhelming aura erupted from him, crashing toward the advancing servants. In an instant, the servants were struck by an immense shockwave. Before Chen Yuan even made a move, they were thrown into disarray, stumbling backward and collapsing to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths. Witnessing this scene, Chen Chong's gaze froze, while the onlookers were struck with disbelief. Chen Yuan, without even unleashing his divine powers, had routed the servants with ease. His aura was overwhelmingly formidable. A whisper floated through the crowd when Chen Yuan stood there. It was as if he were destined to command the cosmos, an invisible force potent enough to shatter resolve. There was considerable skill, yet it was insufficient for you to remain in the Chen family. Feeling the intensity of Chen Yuan's presence, Chen Chong was filled with trepidation, yet it solidified his determination to eliminate Chen Yuan. Otherwise, given time, Chen Yuan might undergo even more astonishing transformations. The notion that someone who had not awakened their soul and had fainted in the sacred hall could advance to such a level in merely 2 days was unfathomable and unacceptable to them. I have stated before, everything relies on one's own abilities. Chen Yuan remarked with a faint smile, his gaze towards Chen Chong tinged with disdain. You are merely a pawn in another's game. I am at a loss as to the basis of your arrogance. In strength, enraged, Chen Chong surged forward, the full might of the fifth realm of awakening evident, his soul manifesting as a dark blue iron hammer, fierce and imposing, amplifying his combat prowess. In his hand appeared an iron hammer, a first-tier magical weapon forged at his grandfather's command, perfectly attuned to his cultivation, allowing him to unleash its full potential. The other members of the Chen family were not idle. With Chen Chong leading the charge, they could not merely stand by and watch. Before them, the scions of the Chen family unleashed their soul energies, sharp and menacing, slicing through the fabric of space as a terrifying radiance surged forth, as if it could bring down the very stars from the heavens. Waves of elemental force swept toward him, and beams of lethal light descended like a tempest. Chen Yuan found himself ensconced within a formidable assault array, as tumultuous gusts of energy surged forward, threatening to engulf him entirely. If this is the extent of your prowess, I must confess my disappointment, Chen Yuan remarked, shaking his head. This gesture elicited a cold sneer from Chen Chong and others, who thought it absurd that he would put on such bravado even as death loomed. In a flicker, ethereal dragon apparitions surged forth in all directions, their ferocity disrupting the offensive of the Chen family's descendants. Their strikes could not penetrate the dragon phantoms. Rather, they found themselves ensnared, the phantom's claws reaching towards their faces, intent on tearing them asunder. Panic ensued among the Chen descendants, their eyes wide with terror as they struggled to free themselves from the grasp of the dragon shadows. Yet their efforts proved futile, retreating in disarray, fearful that their hearts would be pierced by the very illusions they sought to escape. Chen Chong fared no better. He swung his massive hammer with great force, dispersing the dragon shadow that lunged at him. However, in a mere moment, the fragments of that shadow coalesced once more into a dragon form, its roar echoing through the air as it crashed into Chen Chong, sending him hurtling through space before crashing to the ground. Is this truly the extent of your combat capabilities? A wry smile flickered across Chen Yuan's face, instilling a sense of bitterness and impotence within the hearts of the Chen family's progeny. They yearned to break through the confines of the dragon shadows, yet found themselves utterly unable, battered and scattered by the onslaught. You are certainly not merely at the first level of awakening. Struggling to his feet, Chen Chong coughed up a mouthful of dark blood, his gaze piercingly fixed upon Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan offered a slight smile, indifferent to the implications of the moment. Did you deliberately feign your fainting in the temple? Chen Chong found it hard to believe that Chen Yuan had only begun his cultivation in these past 2 days. He must have awakened his fate so long before, collapsing in the temple merely as part of a cunning ruse. Guess, was all Chen Yuan replied, dismissing Chen Chong's inquiry. With a subtle flick of his sleeve, a formidable force erupted, sending Chen Chong staggering back several paces. Had it not been for someone stepping forward to support him, he might have fallen to the ground. Chen Chong and his companions stumbled toward Chen Tianjiao's courtyard, eager to relay Chen Yuan's transformation. However, they were halted at the entrance, unable to gain entry. Uncle Fu, is the young master inside? We have urgent matters to discuss with him, Chen Chong implored the guard. Uncle Fu, a formidable expert at the 3rd level of the Dao, was merely tasked with guarding Chen Tianjiao, underscoring the young man's exceptional standing within the Chen family. The young master is indeed within, but he is currently engaged in an important matter and is not available at the moment. I kindly ask you gentlemen to return later. Uncle Fu replied coolly. What is the young master occupied with? Chen Chong and the others exchanged furtive glances. Surely, no one within the Chen family could hold more significance for Chen Tianjiao than Chen Yuan. The Jiangning banquet. Uncle Fu's eyes sparkled momentarily. The young master wishes to send invitations to all the talented youths of Jiangning City, inviting them to our home for the Jiangning banquet tomorrow. Chapter 20. A bustling entrance. Chen Tianjiao intends to host a grand banquet at the Chen residence, inviting the prodigies of all prominent families in Jiangning City. His aim is not only to showcase the grandeur of the Chen family, but also to ensure that the entire city recognizes his authority over the clan. Upon hearing Uncle Fu's words, Chen Chong and the others exchanged glances, a glimmer of determination flickering in their eyes. In that case, we shall take our leave. Please convey our regards regarding Chen Yuan to the young master, they stated. I shall do so, Uncle Fu replied with a nod. Allowing Chen Chong and his companions to depart with ease, confident in Uncle Fu's capabilities within the Chen household. Soon, figures began to leave the Chen residence, making their way toward the various esteemed families within the city. Apart from the Sacred Hall and the Chen family, the Wei, Shi, and Lu families dominate the majority of the industries in Jiangning City, making them the principal targets of the Chen family's invitation. The stir caused by the Chen family captured the attention of the city's inhabitants, their gazes instinctively drawn to the Chen residence. With Chen Tianjiao's return, it seemed the Chen family was poised for a transformation. On the following day, the entrance of the Chen residence was a scene of grandeur, filled with an influx of guests, the majority of whom were remarkably youthful, yet to enter the Dao. Outside the Chen gates, a dense throng had already gathered, their expressions alight with excitement as they watched the prodigies stepping into the Chen family, for these were the future leaders of Jiangning City. Among them was Wei Wuhai from the Wei family, a prodigy of the awakening realm, who, it was said, had recently reached the 9th level of awakening, demonstrating formidable combat prowess by withstanding 10 strikes from a Dao expert. An extraordinary feat. The Shi siblings were also present at this gathering. It is said that the siblings Shi Jinlong and Shi Jinxue are of the same bloodline, sharing an exceptionally close relationship, both endowed with remarkable talents. There is a possibility that Shi Jinlong may ascend to the position of the next family head. Indeed, Lu Xiaohua has also arrived. Being the foremost prodigy of the Lu family in the awakening realm, he would undoubtedly not miss such a grand occasion. The crowd buzzes with excitement as they observe the illustrious talents entering the Chen family. This time, Chen Tianjiao has extended invitations to numerous prodigies, all of whom have eagerly accepted, likely yearning to ascertain the strength of Chen Tianjiao, who is now training at the esteemed Yintian Academy. The other three prominent families also have their offspring studying abroad, yet none can rival the exceptional nature of Yintian Academy. Those fortunate enough to train there possess unparalleled talent and qualifications, making it exceedingly difficult to gain entry and be accepted as disciples by the elders. To serve as a mentor or elder at Yintian Academy, one must possess strength that surpasses the Dao realm, a feat that marks one as an extraordinary expert within the vast Dayu Empire. The only female disciple of the venerable Wugo, Meng Chun, remains untainted by worldly affairs and seldom ventures into the outside world. It is surprising to see her here as well. All eyes are drawn to the graceful maiden approaching, clad in a flowing azure gown, her presence seemingly radiating ethereal light, captivating and mesmerizing. She is hailed as the most exquisite beauty of Jiangning City, and her master, the elusive Wugo, rarely shows himself in the city, making his whereabouts difficult to trace. The one certainty among the crowd is the immense strength of Wugo, allowing him to stand shoulder to shoulder with the heads of the other three prominent families. The venerable elder Wugo rarely took disciples throughout his life, with Mingchen being his sole female apprentice, into whom he devoted his entire heart and soul, regarding her as a treasured jewel. The inhabitants of Jiangning City all dream of catching a glimpse of the ethereal Mingchen. Look, that garment, the robe of the sanctuary, its emissaries have arrived. Upon spotting the approaching representatives from the sanctuary, astonishment swept through the crowd. It was truly remarkable that such esteemed individuals would grace this place. The sanctuary holds an exalted and sacred status, possessing immense influence, yet it seldom intervenes in the affairs of Jiangning City. The emissaries of the sanctuary have never accepted invitations from the four great families. However, now the sanctuary has descended to partake in the banquet hosted by Chen Tianjiao. This is tantamount to bestowing upon the Chen family an extraordinary honor, simultaneously elevating Chen Tianjiao's reputation within Jiangning City. In an environment where the four great families are evenly matched, the sanctuary's alignment will invariably tilt the scales of power. This appears to send a signal. Even the sanctuary is willing to forge ties with the Chen family. Among the attendees is Shi Yang, a direct disciple of the sanctuary's emissary, who seldom appears in Jiangning City but possesses formidable combat prowess, capable of overwhelming even the most seasoned elders with each advancement. So it is him. Some murmured with expressions of delight. They had long heard of Shi Yang's name, but had never had the fortune to meet him until now, feeling as though they had been blessed across lifetimes. With Ming Chen, the disciple of Elder Wugo, and Shi Yang, the disciple of the sanctuary's emissary, both present at Chen Tianjiao's grand banquet, it is evident that he wields considerable influence. Indeed, it appears Chen Tianjiao has garnered significant attention from the higher echelons of the Yintian Academy, gaining renown that has stirred both the sanctuary and Elder Wugo. Thus, the once prominent young master, Chen Yuan, found himself further bereft of opportunities. Were he in a position to do so, could he bestow such glory upon the Chen family? The crowd buzzed with fervent discussions. Even passers-by felt a swell of excitement. The presence of those from the sacred hall was indeed an unparalleled honor. In their minds, an inevitable comparison arose between Chen Yuan and Chen Tianjiao. The outcome of such comparisons was glaringly obvious. Chen Tianjiao far surpassed Chen Yuan, with the esteemed guests gracing us. The Chen family is illuminated with splendor. An elder emerged to personally welcome the disciple of the hall master, Shi Yang. Although there were others among the hall master's disciples, and Shi Yang was not the most distinguished, his arrival still signified the presence of his mentor. Out of respect for the sacred hall, the elders of the Chen family took it upon themselves to extend their greetings. Shi Yang offered a faint smile, acknowledging that his master had often spoken of Tianjiao's exceptional talents and boundless potential. Upon receiving the invitation from Tianjiao, how could one refuse to attend? Though Tianjiao was still young and possessed average gifts, he had much to learn, and thus he ought to seek guidance from you. The elder of the Chen family humbly remarked, "Predecessor, you are too kind." The name of Chen Tianjiao resonates throughout the capital. Being invited by Tianjiao is, for me, a splendid opportunity for exchange and discourse, Shi Yang replied, composed and dignified, showcasing a demeanor that starkly contrasted with his earlier attitude towards Chen Yuan. Under ordinary circumstances, Shi Yang might not have shown such courtesy to the Chen family, but due to the influence of Chen Tianjiao, he regarded the elders of the Chen family with increased respect. This increasingly pleased the elders of the Chen family, for it was such a promising young master who could lead the Chen clan towards prosperity and strength. As for Chen Yuan, that waste, the onlookers could not help but feel envious. Had Chen Tianjiao already made a name for himself in the capital? Clearly, the intelligence network of the Sacred Hall was formidable, as news had already reached the Sacred Hall in Jiangning, entering the ears of Shi Yang. They gazed at the bustling Chen residence, their hearts stirred. This was the glory bestowed by talent, a sight to be coveted. Chapter 21. A change of facade due to Chen Tianjiao's prominence at the Yintian Academy. Even the genius Shi Yang from the Sacred Hall in Jiangning was eager to associate with him. Moreover, this association was not merely a matter of the Chen family seeking to ingratiate themselves. Rather, it was Shi Yang who willingly sought to engage with Chen Tianjiao. Such a phenomenon was rare in the history of Jiangning, for the Sacred Hall had always maintained neutrality, seldom acquiescing to the invitations of the four great families. This applied equally to the emissaries as well as the commoners of the Sacred Hall. Yet now, Shi Yang, a disciple of the emissary, personally visited the Chen family, underscoring the significance placed upon Chen Tianjiao. The elder members of the Chen family welcomed Shi Yang with smiles, while the geniuses from the other three great families gradually arrived, being received into the Chen residence. Although this was merely a gathering of the younger generation, it sent ripples throughout the city. Anyone who took an interest in the situation of Jiangning could not overlook this grand banquet. By extending invitations to various talents in his own name, Chen Tianjiao sought not only to proclaim himself as the master of the Chen family, but also aspired to become a leader among the youth of his generation. He firmly believed in his capabilities, envisioning a future where the youth of Jiangning would rally around him. Naturally, the success of this ambition hinged upon the execution of the banquet itself. Soon, the distinguished guests gathered at the Chen residence, where Chen Tianjiao had arranged 12 tables for a grand banquet, each seat filled to capacity. Young talents of some repute within the city were extended invitations. Among them Wei Wuhai and Meng Chen, who took their places at the main table alongside Chen Tianjiao. Although Wei Wuhai and Lu Xiao offered no words, their smiles spoke volumes as they settled into their seats. It had been 3 years since Meng Chen was last seen. Her beauty now was nothing short of breathtaking, surpassing all memories of the past. As everyone took their seats, Lu Xiao turned to Meng Chen, a smile gracing her lips. The others exchanged glances. For Lu Xiao was notorious for his flirtatious nature. Despite his youth, he had already taken several concubines and engaged in numerous affairs, earning himself countless reprimands from the elders of the Lu family. Had it not been for Lu Xiao's exceptional talent, the Lu family would have long since abandoned him, sparing no effort in his cultivation. Was he now setting his sights on Meng Chen? Yet, Meng Chen was the sole disciple of the revered elder Wu, renowned for her stunning beauty and lofty pride. Would she be inclined to heed Lu Xiao's advances? I had thought we had never met. I possess no memory of you. Meng Chen replied coolly, clearly displeased by Lu Xiao's frivolous remarks. Miss Meng, you jest, Lu Xiao responded with a chuckle. Do you not recall that gentle spring day, beneath the soft rain, when we sat opposite each other at the Jinghu Pavilion, savoring tea and engaging in profound discourse? Such was a delightful affair, worthy of remembrance. Silence enveloped the gathering, while a glimmer of sharp insight flickered in Shi Jinlong's eyes. How could Lu Xiao have had the opportunity to share such intimate moments with a beauty like Meng Chen? Meng Chen's enchanting eyes grew even more frigid. I believe I now recall that incident. If I recall correctly, my esteemed master and the distinguished head of your family were present at that time, were they not? It was they who engaged in the discourse over tea, not us. The future of Jiangning City? A glimmer of sharpness flickered in Wei Wuhai's eyes as he inquired about the insights of brother Tianjiao, eager to hear more. The rest turned their gazes toward Chen Tianjiao, equally curious about what he had to say regarding the future of Jiangning City. The entire hall fell into silence, with the eyes of the talented individuals fixed upon Chen Tianjiao, seeking to discern the intentions behind his grand assembly. As you all know, although Jiangning City is considered one of the principal cities of the Dayu Dynasty, its overall strength remains somewhat lacking. In the capital, there are numerous formidable beings who surpass the Dao, yet here, ascending to the Ku-Hai realm proves to be quite challenging, Chen Tianjiao began. Nods of agreement rippled through the crowd. Jiangning City once basked in glory. During an era fraught with turmoil and strewn with corpses, renowned generals emerged to safeguard the city. When half of the nation fell into enemy hands, these valiant commanders steadfastly defended their stronghold, ultimately keeping the invaders at bay. That was a time when Jiangning City was a cradle of talent, producing extraordinary figures who swept across the land and stained the battlefields with their blood. However, that monumental conflict drained Jiangning City's vitality, leaving it in a state of disrepair for centuries thereafter. This lingering impact accounts for the city's relatively subdued martial prowess compared to other major cities. The cataclysmic imperial war inflicted severe losses upon Jiangning City, claiming countless heroes and leaving behind a dearth of lineage, a lamentable fate indeed. The four prominent families of Jiangning City emerged later, lacking the formidable influence that once dominated the region. Nevertheless, they epitomized the pinnacle of martial prowess within Jiangning. What does brother Tianjiao mean? Lu Xiao seemed to finally adopt a serious demeanor, turning her gaze towards Chen Tianjiao. Chen Tianjiao set down his cup, a sharp glimmer flashing in his eyes, and remarked with a smile, "Are you all aware of the esteemed position of the Yintian Academy within our Dayu Dynasty? How could we be unaware?" Lu Xiao responded with a smile. The Yintian Academy is the foremost sanctuary for cultivation in our Dayu Dynasty. Only those who traverse the sea of suffering may leave, having nurtured countless formidable warriors for the dynasty. The others nodded slightly. While her words carried a hint of flattery for the Yintian Academy, they were nonetheless truthful. The Yintian Academy indeed holds an extraordinary status within the Dayu Dynasty, with many renowned warriors hailing from its ranks. Are you suggesting that we might all be granted the opportunity to cultivate within the Yintian Academy? Meng Chen's beautiful eyes sparkled as she fixed her gaze on Chen Tianjiao, her tone betraying a hint of excitement. Is that not possible? Chen Tianjiao replied with a subtle smile. Chapter 22. Do you know your transgressions? Chen Tianjiao spoke with grandiloquence, painting a vivid picture of Jiangning's splendid landscapes and glorious future, igniting a surge of passion within the hearts of the talented individuals present, as if the brilliance of Jiangning would be rekindled through their efforts. Since brother Tianjiao has such an opportunity, why not extend it to the heir of the Chen family? Wei Wuhai remarked with a faint smile, causing the gazes of those present to flicker. His words carried an unusual weight. A fleeting shadow of gloom crossed Chen Tianjiao's face, but it quickly dissipated, replaced by a composed smile. Some individuals are simply unqualified to partake in the future of Jiangning City, are they not? Wei Wuhai chuckled again, a hint of sarcasm lacing his tone. Should brother Chen's name ascend to greatness in the vast universe, it would be a blemish upon his reputation if it were revealed that he had been unkind to the direct descendants of his own family. The atmosphere fell into a palpable silence, all eyes converging upon Chen Tianjiao and Wei Wuhai. Wei Wuhai's words carried an undertone of provocation towards Chen Tianjiao. The discord between Chen Tianjiao and Chen Yuan was unnecessary to elaborate upon. It was evident to all present that if there was one person Chen Tianjiao least desired to see flourish, it was undoubtedly Chen Yuan. Chen Tianjiao's smile began to stiffen. Very well, if brother Wei wishes to see Chen Yuan, let him come forth to meet you. With that, Chen Tianjiao gestured for a servant to approach, instructing him to summon Chen Yuan to this place without delay. The servant acknowledged and promptly made his way towards Chen Yuan's courtyard. Come. Let us indulge in some wine while we await Chen Yuan's arrival, Chen Tianjiao said with a smile to the gathering. In his recent remarks, he had distinctly positioned himself as the master of the Chen family, while Chen Yuan appeared merely as a subordinate, summoned at will. Knock, knock, knock. The servant rapped upon the door of Chen Yuan's courtyard. Chen Yuan, engaged in cultivating his skills within, furrowed his brow and inquired, "Who is it?" I come at the behest of the young master to invite you to the banquet," the servant replied, his tone courteous and restrained, refraining from directly echoing Chen Tianjiao's summons. However, the mere mention of the title young master caused Chen Yuan's expression to turn utterly frigid. "You cannot even distinguish who the young master is, and yet you dare to be so audacious here? Begone!" One of the Chen family's disciples exclaimed furiously. The young master summoned him, and he had the audacity to refuse. What was he doing at that moment? He didn't even open the courtyard gate. "The servant has no idea what he was up to," another servant replied. "Did he say anything?" The Chen disciple inquired again. The servant's lips twitched slightly, seemingly reluctant to divulge, but under pressure from the disciple, he had no choice but to speak the truth. He only uttered a single word. "What word?" The disciple pressed. When the final syllable fell from the servant's lips, the entire hall descended into a profound silence. No one laughed, nor did anyone indulge in food or drink. All eyes were fixed on Chen Tianjiao, eager to discern how he would respond. "Wei Wuhai is indeed quite insidious," someone muttered in the shadows. It was clear that Chen Tianjiao was hosting a grand banquet. Even if Chen Yuan was uninvited, it was of no concern to them. Yet Wei Wuhai insisted on mentioning Chen Yuan and summoned him forth. Now, with Chen Yuan's refusal and his decidedly defiant stance, merely saying, "Begone," what kind of attitude was that? A Chen disciple rose abruptly, his gaze sharp as a blade. Did not Chen Chong confront him just yesterday? This fellow not only failed to learn his lesson, but he has grown even more brazen. The servant felt a twinge of awkwardness. It was common knowledge among the Chen family members that Chen Chong had indeed been reprimanded the previous day. However, the current Chen Yao had been closely following Chen Tianjiao for the past few days, completely unaware of the external events. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Chen Yao struck down with his palm, cleaving the stone table in two. However, the latent force within the table compelled him to stagger back a few steps, his heart filled with astonishment. As a cultivator of the seventh realm, it would require at least an equal force to dislodge him. Yet, how could Chen Yuan possibly possess such prowess? Chapter 23. You will regret this. Merely a sycophant to Chen Tianjiao dared to boast before me. With a flick of his wrist, Chen Yuan hurled Chen Chong away, sending him crashing against the wall. Chen Yuan then stepped forward, making his way towards the Chen family's grand hall. Did Chen Tianjiao not wish to summon him? Very well. He would attend and witness what tricks Chen Tianjiao had in store. At this moment, within the grand hall of the Chen family, the guests were indulging in wine. Wei Wuhai chuckled softly, glancing at Chen Tianjiao. Why has Chen Yao been gone for so long? It is perhaps due to the remoteness of that place. Chen Yao has not visited in ages and may have lost his way, Chen Tianjiao replied indifferently, his tone betraying his growing displeasure. The talented individuals at the other tables conversed in hushed tones, anxious to catch any whispers from the main table. Chen Tianjiao had extended invitations to numerous prodigies to showcase his status, yet it seemed many were unconvinced. However, this was to be expected if they were all united. It would defy reason. The four prominent families of Jiangning City were immensely powerful, having competed against one another for years, and the younger generation naturally mirrored this rivalry. Unless Chen Tianjiao's realm and strength reached a level that commanded their respect, they would not willingly submit. Bang! The earth trembled slightly, and the gazes of the talented individuals momentarily froze, subsequently turning towards the hall. There stood a youth, his demeanor unsettlingly tranquil, a calmness that instilled fear. It was Chen Yuan. He had arrived. Among the prodigies of Jiangning City, many recognized Chen Yuan, and upon witnessing his presence, they were utterly astonished. It appeared he had indeed heeded Chen Tianjiao's summons, or perhaps he was coerced by Chen Yao. In their hearts, They speculated that Chen Yuan's presence in the hall undoubtedly indicated compliance with Chen Tianjiao's command. Yet, the youth's gaze was so eerily serene that it evoked a sense of dread, leaving them perplexed regarding his intentions. "You've come," Chen Tianjiao declared arrogantly. "Where is Chen Yao?" "I do not know," Chen Yuan replied, directing his gaze at Chen Tianjiao. The tranquility in their eyes sparked a terrifying brilliance as they clashed in the air. Chen Yuan slowly approached Chen Tianjiao. "Your dog, do you still need to inquire of others?" "Chen Yuan, mind your language. Chen Yao is of our lineage, the hope of the Chen family. How dare you use such derogatory terms to address him?" Although the current situation of the Chen family was already quite apparent, they were still keen to observe how Chen Tianjiao would handle the son of the former patriarch. "If I were Chen Yuan, I would humbly bow and apologize to Chen Tianjiao, pleading for my life," one mused. Who could disagree? Without a backing, daring to act so recklessly within the family, even the mightiest of deities would struggle to save him. "Is it you?" At that moment, a voice filled with slight perplexity emerged. It was Shi Yang, the prodigy from the sacred hall, who slowly rose from his seat, his gaze fixed upon Chen Yuan. This young man was the one who had caused him trouble on that fateful day, leading to reproach from Envoy Yin. "So, you are the infamous waste of the Chen family, Chen Yuan." Shi Yang regarded Chen Yuan, his lips curling into a chilling sneer. "Are we well acquainted?" Chen Yuan's expression was sharp, his robe billowing. Shi Yang momentarily faltered, then revealed a mocking smile. "Very well. Has our inept family member offended you, Taoist brother?" Chen Tianjiao cast a glance at Shi Yang, somewhat astonished. Logically, Chen Yuan and Shi Yang should have had no previous interactions, leaving him puzzled as to how Chen Yuan had incurred Shi Yang's wrath. In the sacred hall, Shi Yang began. "I had thought you to be a remarkable genius, audaciously flaunting yourself within the sacred hall, only to discover that you are the notorious waste of the Chen family. You dare to swagger before me. Do you truly believe that I cannot end your life?" As Shi Yang advanced, an overwhelming and terrifying aura descended like crashing waves, assaulting Chen Yuan's form. Chen Yuan stifled a groan, acutely aware that the disparity in their realms was insurmountable. "You certainly can slay me, but I fear you may come to regret it." Chen Yuan replied with a smile, eliciting a cold laugh from Shi Yang, his gaze piercing like a blade. "I am keen to see how you will instill regret in me." As the words fell, a rumbling sound emanated from within Shi Yang, akin to boundless primordial strength upheaving the very seas, causing a tremor in the hearts of those present. Among the assembly, Chen Tianjiao and Shi Yang stood as the most formidable, towering over the awakened cultivators at the Tao. While it was one thing for Chen Yuan to confront the imposing Chen Tianjiao, his audacity in the presence of Shi Yang was indeed reckless. Should the two formidable individuals join forces against him, how could he possibly withstand such an onslaught? "Dao brother, this individual hails from my Chen family and should not sully your hands," Chen Tianjiao remarked with a faint smile directed at Shi Yang. "Allow me to take care of this matter on your behalf, to prevent any adverse effects on the relationship between the sacred hall and my Chen family." Subsequently, Chen Tianjiao cast a disdainful glance at Chen Yuan, declaring, "To defy clan regulations and challenge one's superiors, you deserve death." Just as Chen Tianjiao prepared to personally eliminate Chen Yuan, a servant's voice echoed from outside, proclaiming, "The left envoy of the sacred hall has arrived. Please be seated." Chapter 24, Chen Yuan. The announcement momentarily stunned everyone in the Chen family. The left envoy of the sacred hall had deigned to visit the Chen household personally. This revelation prompted many prominent figures within the Chen family to hastily make their way towards the main hall. Their expressions hurried, yet striving to convey utmost reverence in preparation for the audience with the esteemed left envoy Yin of the sacred hall. The sacred hall seldom engaged with the four great families, making the invitation to the talented Shi Yang a rare honor. However, the personal arrival of the left envoy brought unparalleled glory to the Chen family, elevating their status immensely. It has come to my attention that the envoy of the sanctuary has been in seclusion for quite some time, with all matters, great and small, being managed by the aides. Now that the left envoy has personally arrived, It is tantamount to representing the will of the sanctuary. All the talented individuals present exhibit an air of brilliance. Could the left envoy's visit to the Chen family be due to Chen Tianjiao? If that is indeed the case, it would seem that Chen Tianjiao holds considerable influence. However, any discerning observer would realize that the presence of Yin Xiangnan, the left envoy of the sanctuary, at the Chen family home cannot be attributed solely to Chen Tianjiao. The elders of the Chen family are acutely aware of this as well. Yet it does not hinder their eagerness to welcome Yin Xiangnan, led by the second elder, whose face bears an almost fawning smile as he ushers the envoy into the main hall of the Chen residence. Upon the arrival of the left envoy, both Chen Tianjiao and Shi Yang set aside their grievances with Chen Yuan and respectfully approached to pay their respects. Chen Tianjiao discreetly inquired of Shi Yang about the reason for Yin Xiangnan's visit, fully cognizant of his own standing, and was certain that the envoy's presence was not merely for congratulations. I am uncertain. Shi Yang subtly shook his head. Although he is a disciple of the envoy, he was not privy to any prior notifications regarding Yin Xiangnan's actions. The elders of the Chen family spoke in unison, expressing their apologies for not having extended a proper welcome upon the arrival of the left envoy. No matter, my visit was unannounced and has inadvertently disturbed you all. Yin Xiangnan replied with a smile, adding, Your Chen family has truly raised an exceptional son. Upon hearing these words, the smiles of the Chen elders deepened, naturally assuming that Yin Xiangnan was referring to Chen Tianjiao. The assembled geniuses were deeply impressed by the words of the left envoy Yin, recognizing the extraordinary talent of Chen Tianjiao. It was indeed remarkable that even the left envoy of the Sacred Hall had taken notice and personally arrived to extend his congratulations. Wei Wuhai, Shi Jinlong, and others displayed expressions of astonishment. Their previous skepticism towards Chen Tianjiao began to wane. The presence of the left envoy from the Sacred Hall compelled them to reconsider their internal sentiments. If the Sacred Hall itself acknowledged Chen Tianjiao's capabilities, challenging him would evidently be an unwise course of action. It is worth noting that the Sacred Hall houses statues of ancient sages that can validate the talents of individuals, serving as the utmost authority. Should the Sacred Hall endorse Chen Tianjiao's talents and qualifications, his future would undoubtedly be resplendent. Destined to compose a legendary tale for Jiangning City, Chen Tianjiao wore an expression of astonishment. He had never dared to imagine earning the favor of the left envoy of the Sacred Hall. Yet now, with the envoy personally visiting the Chen family and proclaiming that a fine son had emerged from their lineage, who else could it refer to but him? He was indeed Chen Tianjiao, the pride of the Chen family. Shi Yang felt a quiet relief. His friendship with Chen Tianjiao had been kept from Yin Xiangnan, and he had been apprehensive about potential reproach. However, upon learning that Yin Xiangnan had also come because of Chen Tianjiao, he felt reassured. Please, esteemed left envoy, take your seat. Chen Tianjiao invited Yin Xiangnan, escorting him to the prominent position. Although Yin Xiangnan was a guest, Chen Tianjiao wished to express his respect by offering him the seat of honor. Yin Xiangnan glanced at Chen Tianjiao and then at Chen Yuan, who stood impassively to the side, seemingly indifferent to the proceedings, which left Yin Xiangnan bewildered. Who is in charge of the Chen family? He inquired. Upon taking his seat, Yin Xiangnan inquired of the assembly. Elder Chen Heir stepped forward with a smile and remarked, Our family patriarch has inexplicably vanished. Currently, the clan affairs are overseen by the Grand Elder, who is in seclusion for cultivation. All matters, large and small, can be managed by our young master, Chen Tianjiao. Is Chen Tianjiao indeed your family's young master? Yin Xiangnan expressed a look of confusion. Indeed, is there something amiss? Elder Chen Heir paused, taken aback by Yan's expression. It appeared there was no issue at hand. Nothing significant. This is a matter concerning your family, and I should not pry. Reflecting on the situation, he realized that to strive for higher realms, one must not be overly encumbered. After all, Jiangning City is ultimately rather small. Yin Xiangnan's remarks were originally aimed at Chen Yuan, as he mistakenly believed that Chen Yuan had voluntarily relinquished his position as young master to wholeheartedly pursue martial arts. However, To the elders of the Chen family and the others present, it seemed he was alluding to Chen Tianjiao. It appeared that the envoy considered Chen Tianjiao should venture forth into the world rather than remain within the confines of the Chen family to deal with trivial matters, as they privately mused. Subsequently, Yan Xiangnan rose, his expression gravely serious, causing the hearts of the Chen clan members to race with trepidation, their expressions turning somber. I have come not only to congratulate the Chen family on the emergence of a youthful prodigy, but also to announce a significant matter. This young prodigy shall enter our sacred hall and become a disciple of the sacred hall of Jiangning City. Furthermore, should he pass the assessment, he may proceed to the capital and ascend to even higher tiers of the sacred hall for further cultivation. Is it truly so? Upon hearing this news, the members of the Chen family were beside themselves with joy, for this could be regarded as the utmost affirmation of Chen Tianjiao's talents. To enter the sacred hall and be bestowed the title of disciple. How many throughout history have had the privilege of receiving such honor? The hearts of Wei Wuhai and others were filled with astonishment. It seemed that from this moment onward, the equilibrium of Jiangning City would be irrevocably disrupted. Chen Tianjiao had ascended to the status of a disciple of the sacred hall, and the bond between the sacred hall and the Chen family would undoubtedly surpass that of their relationship with others. At this juncture, a voice inquired whether the students of Yintian Academy could also serve as disciples of the sacred hall. Was it not true that Chen Tianjiao was already a student of Yintian Academy? Could he also simultaneously hold the title of a disciple of the sacred hall? Yun Xiangnan was momentarily taken aback and then turned to Chen Yuan, asking, "When did you enter Yintian Academy?" "I did not," Chen Yuan replied, shaking his head. Elder Chen Er hastily interjected, "Yun left envoy, the prodigy of my Chen family is not this individual, but rather this one, Chen Tianjiao." As he spoke, Elder Chen pointed to Chen Tianjiao, indicating that Yun left envoy had mistakenly inquired about the wrong person. Chen Tianjiao stepped forward, standing before Yun left envoy. However, Yun left envoy chuckled, "I have indeed heard of the illustrious Chen Tianjiao from your family. But the one whom I have designated as a disciple of the sacred hall is not Chen Tianjiao, but Chen Yuan." The proclamation of those 4 words resonated like thunder in the hearts of all present, their eyes widening in disbelief at the revelation. The disciple of the sacred hall was not Chen Tianjiao, it was Chen Yuan. In chapter 25, have you understood? Elder Chen Er cautiously inquired. Could there have been a mistake? Although the likelihood was exceedingly slim, it did not imply that it was impossible. Yin left envoy. Could it be that you have erred in identifying Chen Yuan as possessing the qualifications of a disciple? Is he indeed Chen Yuan? Yin left envoy pointed to Chen Yuan, directing his question to Elder Chen Er. Yes. Elder Chen Er nodded. Then there is no mistake. The envoy Yin remarked that the individual he encountered in the temple bore a striking resemblance to Chen Yuan. However, the latter had fainted during the awakening of his destiny soul, ultimately failing to preserve his own life. How, then, could he be deemed a candidate for sainthood? One of the onlookers inquired of Yin. Irritated, Yin Xiangnan cast a disparaging glance at the questioner and retorted, "Fainted? I saw nothing of the sort." In Yin Xiangnan's eyes, Chen Yuan's awakening of a divine-level destiny soul made him a natural choice for the saints of the temple. He could not fathom why these individuals harbored animosity towards Chen Yuan. To them, it seemed that Chen Yuan's talents were utterly mediocre, vastly inferior to those of Chen Tianjiao. With a gaze filled with curiosity, Yin turned his attention to Chen Yuan. The latter shrugged helplessly, acknowledging the inevitable skepticism that often accompanies brilliance. The crowd wore expressions of disbelief. Who would dare to proclaim oneself a genius? Only Yin Xiangnan found merit in Chen Yuan's words, nodding in agreement. Indeed, it is so. Esteemed envoy, might there be some misunderstanding here? Chen Yuan is undeniably a talentless individual. How could he possibly become a saint of the temple? The second elder of the Chen family questioned. His concern was not solely for Chen Tianjiao, but also for himself. They had meticulously plotted to eliminate Chen Yuan. Should he gain the temple's favor, their efforts would be rendered exceedingly challenging. If, in the future, Chen Yuan were to seize control of the temple's powers, It would surely complicate their existence. Are you questioning my authority? Yin Xiangnan's visage darkened with discontent. I witnessed his awakening of the destiny's soul with my own eyes. You dare to tell me he is incapable of cultivation? If he is truly a person incapable of cultivation, would I not be able to discern that? The second elder of the Chen family found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond, and could only offer a forced smile. Lord Left Envoy, the conferral of a saint should await the return of my master from seclusion, correct? At that moment, only Chen Yuan from the Holy Temple dared to speak. He harbored grievances against Chen Yuan and would never welcome him into the Holy Temple or allow him to become a saint. Once Chen Yuan attained the status of a saint, his position would inevitably surpass that of Chen Yuan, a prospect Chen Yuan was unwilling to entertain. I have already conferred with the right envoy, Yin Xiangnan said calmly. On what grounds does he believe he can become a saint of our Holy Temple? Chen Yuan pressed. You have no authority to question this matter. Yin Xiangnan's voice emerged cold and incisive before he turned to Chen Yuan. From this day forth, you shall be a saint of the Holy Temple. Should anyone wish to harm you, this shall be considered an enemy of the Holy Temple. Your will shall be the will of the Holy Temple. The hearts of the onlookers raced. Chen Yuan was not merely a saint, but Yin Xiangnan had conferred upon him the highest authority. His will was now synonymous with that of the Holy Temple. Chen Yuan was momentarily taken aback. As a disciple of the temple envoy, his thoughts were merely his own and did not reflect the temple's stance. His approach to the Chen family and his camaraderie with Chen Tianjiao represented only his individual intentions. If the envoy and the left and right envoys were to learn of this, they might not approve of his actions. Yet now, with Chen Yuan entering the Holy Temple, he would embody its will. This meant that Chen Yuan would also be obliged to heed Chen Yuan's commands. The title of saint is the most prestigious among the younger generation of the Holy Temple, not only the youthful successors, but even those seasoned veterans who had garnered fame for many years must acquiesce to the arrangements of the saint. All eyes were fixed upon Chen Yuan as Wei Wuhai, Shi Jinlong, and Shi Jinxue scrutinized him with gazes as sharp as swords, striving to see through the depths of his capabilities. What remarkable talent did this youth possess that could earn him such admiration from Yin Xiangnan? At this moment, no one felt the weight of embarrassment more than Chen Tianjiao. Just moments ago, it was widely believed he would be bestowed the title of saint, and he himself was convinced of this. Yet, in an unexpected turn of events, it became evident that the Holy Temple regarded him with indifference. The title of saint now belonged to Chen Yuan. This revelation struck Chen Tianjiao like a searing slap across the face. As he had invited the most distinguished talents of Jiangning City to the Chen residence for a grand banquet, heralding it as a gathering of the CR de la CR of the younger generation. The event had captured the attention of the entire city, with many eyes watching intently. Now, however, he found himself the subject of ridicule. Within a day, the entire Jiangning City would learn that Chen Tianjiao had assembled the elite only to serve as the backdrop for Chen Yuan's ascension to the title of saint in the Holy Temple. Yin Xiangnan presented the sacred order to Chen Yuan, who accepted it with both hands, bowing in gratitude. He then held the order in his palm, examining it closely, and discovered two small characters inscribed on its reverse, third rank. Chen Yuan murmured these words to himself, realizing that even saints were ranked, and he was merely a third-rank saint at this juncture. The corner of the second elder's mouth twitched slightly. He had never anticipated that Chen Yuan would transform into a saint of the Holy Temple. Consequently, he could no longer confront Chen Yuan openly. This was, indeed, the case. Before Yin Xiangnan, Elder Chenair felt compelled to put on a fade. Yin Xiangnan continued, "Very well. The saint shall reside in the Chen family for the time being. Should any mishap befall him, the responsibility lies squarely with your clan. Do you comprehend?" Chapter 26. An inability to overcome my presence. The elders of the Chen family were utterly bewildered, their hearts heavy with bitterness. They harbored intentions to eliminate Chen Yuan. Yet now, Yin Zuo commanded them to safeguard him. If any misfortune were to occur, they would be held accountable. What manner of absurdity was this? Elder Chen heirs silently cursed. They had long ceased to regard Chen Yuan as kin, yet now they were compelled to protect him. This was indeed an unreasonable imposition. Is there a problem? Yin Zuoshu inquired of Elder Chen Er. And no, there is no problem, Elder Chen Er hastily replied. Preposterous. Chen Tianjiao, with a flick of his sleeve, scoffed disdainfully and departed, leaving without even bidding farewell to Yin Zuoshu. Given his status, he felt his dignity had been thoroughly tarnished, and he seized the opportunity to exit, wishing to avoid lingering in such an uncomfortable situation. Elder Chen Er, upon hearing this, was drenched in cold sweat, hastily attempting to justify their position to Yin Zuoshu. In a moment of carelessness, the Chen family had risked incurring the wrath of the Holy Temple. No one desired to provoke the Holy Temple, not even the true aristocratic families of the Dayu Dynasty. Behind a single Holy Temple lay countless more formidable sanctuaries, and this extraordinary power, when united, could easily topple an entire dynasty. I sincerely hope that the Chen family will exercise caution in their words, Yin Xiangnan declared. Having no intention of further engaging in idle discourse with Elder Chen Er, his mission had been accomplished. Chen Yuan had accepted the position of saint within the Holy Temple. The members of the Chen family fell into a profound silence, never anticipating such a dramatic turn of events. The worthless individual who had fainted within the sacred hall had transformed into a saint, now under the protection of the temple. Even if they wished to harm Chen Yuan, they had to consider the temple's stance. Elder Chen Er seethed with anger, accusing him of currying favor with the temple and flaunting his power. Chen Yuan chuckled at the remark, but chose not to engage with Elder Chen Er, allowing him to voice whatever he pleased. However, what? But I take great pleasure in observing your helplessness against me. With a smile, Chen Yuan passed by the members of the Chen family, whose expressions were more grotesque than if they had consumed a dead rat. The assembled talents struggled to suppress their laughter. What are you staring at? Disperse. The banquet is over. Elder Chen Er waved his sleeve, causing a gust of force that shook the wine cups on the table, witnessing the Chen family ushering people out. The talented individuals were not offended. They took their leave one by one. As Wei Wuhai, Lu Xiao, and others departed, smiles graced their lips, for they had not witnessed such an entertaining spectacle in a long time. Exquisite, truly exquisite. Just as everyone had predicted, within a day, the events of the Chen family's banquet spread throughout Jiangning City. All were aware that Chen Tianjiao had invited the most talented individuals, including a prodigy from the temple. Yet none could overshadow the youth recognized by the temple, Chen Yuan. Everything that Chen Tianjiao had orchestrated ultimately served to elevate Chen Yuan, making his name resound once more throughout Jiangning City. Wasn't it said that Chen Yuan had fainted and perished within the temple? How did one transform into a disciple of the sanctuary? Who can truly elucidate such a transformation? The notion of rising from the ashes is not beyond the realm of possibility. Indeed, the sanctuary's discerning eye has seldom erred. This individual may possess extraordinary talent, recognized by the sanctuary's sagacity. The Chen family already boasts a prodigy in Chen Tianjiao, and in the absence of the family head, Chen Yuan remains in a position of weakness. Even with the sanctuary's protection, the lineage of Chen Tianjiao would not relent in their pursuit of Chen Yuan. Both Chen Yuan and Chen Tianjiao have become the focal point of fervent discussion among the populace of Jiangning City. Emerging from the same family, each endowed with remarkable gifts, and coupled with their severely strained relationship, they have become prime subjects for comparison. Meanwhile, within the sanctuary, the disciple Shi Yang approached Yin Xiangnan. I am Shi Yang, a junior, and I pay my respects to the left envoy, he said, his demeanor exuding utmost reverence. Yin Xiangnan regarded Shi Yang with a measured gaze and inquired, What brings you here? I seek clarification on a matter that perplexes me. Wishing to consult the esteemed left envoy, Shi Yang replied. His expression shifted slightly as he continued, Surely. The left envoy has heard of Chen Yuan's initial attempt to awaken his fateful soul within the sanctuary, only to faint and fail in the process. Shi Yang's eyes sparkled with fervor, seemingly imbued with divine light. This matter has been deliberated with the right envoy. He too acknowledges Chen Yuan's innate talent. As long as he remains loyal to the sanctuary, he shall forever be a disciple of ours. and should he prove exceptionally capable, he may ascend from a third-class disciple to a higher rank. It appears that the intentions of the left and right envoys are firmly established. This decision is not solely mine. I harbor no intentional favoritism, nor am I targeting anyone. Upon concluding his words, Yin Xiangnan turned his gaze toward Shiyang. Since the events that transpired within the temple, Shiyang had harbored a considerable bias against him. However, given his broad-mindedness, he would not stoop to Shiyang's level. With the envoy's remarks lingering in the air, he refrained from further comment. Shiyang interjected, stating, "I merely wish to remind you, left envoy, that the position of the saint is not impervious. According to the temple's regulations, should a saint be defeated by another of the same realm, the title shall be relinquished." With that, Shiyang turned and departed, musing to himself that the title of saint could be bestowed upon anyone, save for Chen Yuan. Chapter 27. Whispers of Fallen leaves the entire city of Jiangning buzzed with discussions surrounding Chen Yuan, a cacophony of excitement, yet within the confines of the Chen family. A palpable gloom pervaded. Many elders chose to remain silent on the matter, unwilling to broach the subject. In a sense, this was a disgrace for the Chen family. The individual they had forsaken and sought to eliminate had ascended to become a saint of the temple, basking in glory, a slap in the face to all members of the Chen clan. The elders, in a tacit understanding, refrained from disturbing Chen Tianjiao and instead proceeded to the secluded retreat of the family's grand elder. They had turned their backs on the family head, and now the grand elder was their sovereign. Did I not expressly state that under no circumstances should I be disturbed? The voice of the grand elder, tinged with irritation, resonated from within the retreat, sending a tremor through the hearts of the elders. They were acutely aware that the grand elder was cultivating an extraordinary technique. Acquired mere days prior, and once perfected, it would empower him to dominate the world, making him virtually unparalleled across the heavens and the earth. Certainly, the grand elder, being of advanced age, faces uncertainty regarding his ability to master this particular technique. Nevertheless, his initial practice will lay a solid foundation for Chen Tianjiao, irrespective of the outcome. As long as Chen Tianjiao can achieve mastery, that shall suffice. My elder brother is unaware of the tumultuous events that have transpired within the family in recent days, which involve the sacred hall. We dare not act independently and have come to seek your counsel. The second elder spoke, inquiring about Tianjiao. He is capable of managing all family affairs. A hint of skepticism tinged the grand elder's voice. What has transpired these past few days that he is being troubled with such matters? It was evident that the grand elder of the Chen family was at a critical juncture in his cultivation, potentially on the verge of significant advancement. Indeed, no matter the circumstances, nothing escapes the notice of my elder brother. After some flattering remarks, the second elder continued. It is said that the ancient tomb will soon be reopened. The other three families have already arranged personnel and are prepared to venture inside once more. Will it truly be reopened again? The grand elder of the Chen family paused, reflecting on the tomb's intricate mysteries. During the initial opening, we dispatched numerous death warriors within, many of whom emerged with considerable gains while we were caught unawares. In the second instance, we personally entered, injuring Chen Yuan and leaving him within the tomb, under the impression that it would remain sealed indefinitely. Yet, so little time has passed, and now it is set to be opened once more. If this continues, it will be challenging to keep the entirety of Jiangning City in the dark. An elder nodded, acknowledging the difficulty of concealing such information from everyone. Therefore, this time, we must seize every opportunity for fortune, ensuring that we do not fall behind. Indeed, particularly concerning the uncertain fate of Chen Yuan. It is imperative for us to venture forth once more to ascertain the truth. During our previous expedition, as the tomb gate was on the verge of closing, we acted in haste, leaving the severely injured Chen Yuan behind to await his demise. Ultimately, we remain ignorant of whether he truly perished. Another elder spoke. Let us make another journey then. The grand elder of the Chen family sighed. Second elder, I entrust this matter entirely to you. I have faith that you shall not disappoint me. Understood. The second elder of Chen bowed in acquiescence. As for Tianjiao, You need not overly concern yourselves. True strength is forged through countless trials and tribulations. If he cannot withstand such minor setbacks, he is unworthy of being my grandson." A chill ran through the hearts of those present. The Grand Elder held great expectations for Chen Tianjiao, thus refraining from indulgence, instead wishing that these adversities would serve as stepping stones for his genuine growth. From this perspective, the Grand Elder's intentions are undoubtedly well-meaning. "We accept our orders and take our leave." As the second elder departed, they failed to notice a cluster of leaves scattered upon the ground, which were stirred by the wind, dancing gracefully and drifting in another direction. Ultimately, this leaf found its resting place in Chen Yuan's courtyard. These old fellows have indeed gone to the secluded training grounds. Chen Yuan picked up the fallen leaf, his countenance darkening. The secluded training grounds are a place where the heads of the family have historically engaged in intensive cultivation. The Grand Elder has taken it upon himself to occupy this sacred space, effectively usurping the rightful purpose of the secluded grounds. Chen Yuan bit his finger, allowing his blood to activate the intricate runes etched upon the fallen leaf. The engravings were so deeply inscribed that, upon a cursory glance, one might mistake them for the veins of the leaf itself. In an instant, the leaf appeared to come alive, emitting a faint sound. Chen Yuan held the leaf to his ear, listening intently to its whispered secrets. After a moment, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. These scoundrels had dared to leave his father within that ancient tomb. Chen Yuan was not unfamiliar with tales of the tomb. Upon his rebirth, he had heard whispers of it from two grave robbers. However, they had been tight-lipped, and he had been disinterested in probing further. It now seemed evident that the tomb was inextricably linked to the four prominent families of Jiangning City. The only force potent enough to instill such fear in those grave robbers, compelling them to silence, could only be the united pursuit of the four families. He retrieved a jade pendant, imbued with the essence of the Tao, exuding an air of antiquity and depth. After a long moment, he tucked it away. The pendant was bound by restrictions that, given Chen Yuan's current cultivation, he was unable to breach. Only with the enhancement of his power could he hope to glean its mysteries. A subtle smile curved the corners of Chen Yuan's mouth, his eyes sparkling like brilliant gems. He spoke in a low, mocking tone. "Since you wish to keep the people of Jiangning City in the dark, I shall make it known to the world. This ancient tomb shall be your final resting place." Chapter 28. A leak of information from the whispers of the falling leaves. Chen Yuan gleaned the plans of the elders of the Chen family. Simultaneously, he discreetly ventured to the sanctuary, requesting them to investigate the mysteries surrounding the ancient tomb. For any other faction, uncovering the truth of that tomb would be utterly impossible. However, the sanctuary was no ordinary force, having operated in Jiangning City for many years. It possessed its own networks and channels. Thus, learning about the movements of the four prominent families was not a daunting task. Before long, intelligence was covertly delivered to the Chen family, leaving Chen Yuan somewhat astonished to discover that there were agents of the sanctuary embedded within the Chen family. Had it not been for the dwindling affection he held for the Chen family, he would undoubtedly have pursued this matter further. For the time being, he chose to utilize the sanctuary's spies to his advantage without dwelling on the implications. 3 days hence, in the western outskirts of Jiangning City, an ancient tomb would once again be opened, with the elders of various families in attendance. The note contained but this brief message, yet it sufficed. Chen Yuan's hand trembled as he incinerated the note, then promptly summoned his informants and issued several instructions. Aware of Chen Yuan's esteemed status as a disciple of the sanctuary, the informant, upon receiving his commands, wasted no time in executing them. Currently, the ancient tomb had been encircled by a throng. Had we not dispatched a powerful guardian from the Bitter Sea realm to stand watch, those eager individuals would surely have rushed into the tomb already, remarked another elder. What good is guarding it? The second elder retorted sharply. When the tomb opens in 2 days, and we enter, will we still be able to prevent those people from following us? Now the entire city is aware of the immense benefits hidden within the ancient tomb. Who would willingly miss such an opportunity? The elders could not help but sigh. Although the 4 great families held dominion over Jiangning City, They could not possibly oppose the entirety of the city. Should everyone wish to enter the ancient tomb, they would indeed be unable to prevent it. What does the second elder imply? The other elders turned their gaze towards Elder Chen Yuan, for with the absence of the Grand Elder, he stood as their pillar of support. We must contact the other three families. If we old men venture inside and leave the outside unguarded, chaos is bound to ensue. The only course of action is to regulate who may enter the ancient tomb, thereby maintaining control over the situation. A glint of brilliance flashed in Elder Chen Yuan's eyes. Being a figure at the pinnacle of Jiangning City's hierarchy, he understood that considerations must encompass the greater picture, allowing for no missteps. Soon, members of the Chen family discreetly approached the other three families, and after extensive discussions, under the mounting pressure from the populace of Jiangning City, the four families ultimately resolved to open the ancient tomb. However, this opening was not without stipulations. Rather, it imposed restrictions on the realms permitted to enter. Only those at the awakening realm may access the tomb, while martial practitioners surpassing this realm shall be excluded. This measure was designed to ensure that the four families could maintain control over the ancient tomb, as no formidable figures from the Bitter Sea realm could be allowed inside, and those at the Dao realm, wielding the power of magical artifacts, would not be easily dealt with either. Only martial practitioners at the awakening realm would be unable to elude their watchful eyes, thereby ensuring the situation remained within their grasp. Yet, they overlooked one crucial detail. From the very beginning, this matter had already slipped beyond their control. This was once a piece of information known only to the four esteemed families, yet it spread throughout Jiangning City overnight. The four families began to accuse one another, suspecting that there were traitors among them, completely unaware that a young lad was discreetly guiding the course of events. As the news emanated from the four families, the martial cultivators at the Dao realm, though reluctant, found themselves helpless and could only seek out those familiar awakened realm cultivators, hoping to share in the spoils they had obtained. At this moment, the renowned awakened realm prodigies of Jiangning City became the objects of many people's affections, especially those who had attended the Chen family's grand banquet, for they were believed to have a greater chance of acquiring significant fortune within the ancient tomb. What exactly is the origin of this ancient tomb that has stirred so many? Is there truly treasure within? In Jiangning City, some harbored doubts, questioning whether the ancient tomb was indeed as miraculous as the tale suggested. It is said to be the resting place of an enchanting beauty, possessing skin as smooth as ice and bones as delicate as jade, remarkably preserved even after many years, maintaining her appearance from life. Yet, what beauty are we speaking of? I have heard from the Wei family that this is the tomb of a former ancient king of our Dayu Dynasty, concealing unparalleled martial arts to prevent grave robbers. It was secretly hidden outside Jiangning City. With such varying accounts, the origin of the ancient tomb became increasingly enigmatic. Soon, the appointed day arrived, and the outskirts of Jiangning City were even more bustling than the city center, a veritable sea of humanity, with layers upon layers of people gathered outside the ancient tomb. Clear the way. A voice of fury resonated through the air, causing the hearts of the crowd to tremble, and they instinctively parted to create a pathway. The members of the Wei family had arrived. Strong figures from the Wei clan strode forward with heads held high, followed closely by Wei Wuhai and several other youths, all nearing the awakening of the ninth layer realm. This was merely a selection of their younger generation, having established themselves in Jiangning City for many years. The four prominent families had deep-rooted foundations and numerous offspring. However, whether these individuals could ascend to the Dao or even the Bitter Sea realm remained uncertain. With a Bitter Sea realm powerhouse leading the way, they were indeed unstoppable. Three formidable Bitter Sea realm warriors advanced with great force, albeit only at the first layer. Yet they represented the pinnacle of combat strength in this region. Soon after, the champions of the Lu family made their entrance. To everyone's surprise, among the younger members of the Lu family was a lively little girl, adorned in opulent attire, her large, sparkling eyes evoking immediate affection. She was Princess Lohan, rumored to possess even greater talent than Lu Xiao, rarely seen in public as she had been kept under the Liu family's protective watch. Her presence at this ancient tomb expedition indicated the Liu family's significant investment in the venture. Surrounded by her kin, Liu Han outshone even Liu Xiao, revealing that Liu Xiao was not the foremost prodigy within the Liu family. Following this, the siblings from the Shi family arrived alongside their elders. The resemblance between the brother and sister was striking. Being full siblings, they both possessed remarkable talents and had cultivated a formidable joint technique, showcasing immense power. The members of the Chen family arrived belatedly, and to everyone's astonishment, Chen Tianjiao was conspicuously absent from the gathering. As if the rumors were indeed true, he had suffered a severe blow and had resolutely chosen to enter seclusion. In the 30th chapter, representatives from the 4 great families had all assembled. Before the ancient tomb, they gathered in unison, comprising formidable beings from the Bitter Sea realm as well as those from the Dao embryo realm. However, the majority remained cultivators from the awakening realm. Their gazes were sharp, each concealing a magical weapon prepared by their families, which would safeguard their lives in dire moments, ensuring their escape from peril. Yet, their conviction was stronger still. This ancient tomb was their treasure trove, and they were destined to emerge with the richest spoils. The emissaries from the Holy Temple had also arrived. A sudden exclamation drew the attention of the crowd, who turned to behold several individuals approaching leisurely, their expressions flickering with surprise. When the Chen family members laid eyes upon the foremost figure, their demeanor shifted noticeably, the younger generation's expressions becoming markedly rigid. To their astonishment, the envoy from the Holy Temple was none other than Chen Yuan. In truth, they had never anticipated that the Holy Temple would send representatives. During their encirclement of the ancient tomb, there had been no sign of Holy Temple power. Yet now, the Holy Temple had arrived silently, and at the helm stood their family's former young master, now a disciple of the Holy Temple. The members of the Holy Temple stood respectfully behind Chen Yuan. And for those familiar with the inner workings of the Holy Temple, it would be evident that these individuals were all loyal confidants of Yin Shengnan. The individual closest to Chen Yuan was an elderly man, his gaze piercing and seemingly ablaze with an intense fire. A formidable presence as a master of the Bitter Sea realm. This revelation stirred contemplation among many. The significance of Chen Yuan as a saint was undeniably profound. The Holy Temple evidently held him in high regard, as evidenced by the presence of a Bitter Sea master at his side. This esteemed figure was none other than the revered Zheng Sanyi of the 1,000 Buddha Hands. Elders from various clans approached to pay their respects, for the title of 1,000 Buddha Hands was one forged through arduous battles. Zheng Sanyi, along with his 2 brothers, were all masters in their own right. The 2 elder siblings had departed Jiangning City many years prior, leaving only the youngest to remain and join the Holy Temple. The true name of Zheng Sanyi had long been forgotten, and he was simply referred to as Sanyi. After years apart, his aura had grown increasingly composed, his stride more vigorous, and his spirit well contained, suggesting considerable advancements in his cultivation over the years, leaving others in awe. "This is our saint," he declared. Yet amidst the praises from the crowd, Zheng Sanyi displayed no signs of elation. Instead, he introduced Chen Yuan to those present, emphasizing that Chen Yuan was the true centerpiece of this occasion, with himself merely playing a supporting role. "The saint has arrived, as if the very emissary of the temple stands before us," proclaimed an elder from the Liu family, who then clasped his hands towards Chen Yuan, smiling as he greeted him. It was not until an elder from the Chen family stepped forward that the atmosphere shifted. The one leading this delegation was the 3rd elder, Chen Zhuming, grandfather of Chen Yang, who had harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Chen Yuan. Yet, in this moment, he was compelled to nod at Chen Yuan, acknowledging him in a grudging manner. Chen Yuan, however, seemed oblivious to his presence and turned away, inquiring instead, "When will the ancient tomb be opened?" From the clues gathered previously, it is evident that the ancient tomb harbors astonishing treasures, and his father is undoubtedly within its depths. He yearns to rescue his father swiftly. However, he harbors little reverence for the tomb. In his past life, he unearthed countless ancient burial sites, including the tomb of a peerless divine king and the underground palace of a supreme emperor. Although each excavation was fraught with peril, he amassed a wealth of experience, rendering him unafraid of this tomb. "It should be soon," Elder Lu remarked, having calculated with others that today would be the day the tomb's entrance would swing wide open. Chen Yuan strolled toward the ancient tomb as the crowd instinctively parted to grant him passage to the tomb's entrance. It was an unremarkable door, fashioned from ordinary stone, slanting into the subterranean burial chamber. For many years, this door had been concealed beneath layers of rock and earth, even becoming entwined with ancient trees. Yet, it seemed that not long ago, a powerful being had clashed here, shattering the trees and scattering the soil, thus revealing the tomb's entrance. Elder Lu took the initiative to introduce Chen Yuan to the others, seemingly intent on fostering a closer rapport with him. The onlookers exchanged glances, particularly the members of the other three prominent families, who found it difficult to discern Elder Li's intentions. They were unsure whether he sought to use Chen Yuan to confront Chen Tianjiao or to further the relationship between the Lu family and the Holy Temple. Many speculated it was the latter, as this opportunity to align themselves with the Holy Temple was not something the Lu family could afford to overlook. This realization left members of the Wei and Shi families feeling regretful, lamenting their own sluggishness in seizing the chance, allowing the Lu family to gain the upper hand. Was no one else brave enough to enter the ancient tomb at that time? Chen Yuan inquired if Elder Lu would willingly provide an introduction to the circumstances here, as this would save him considerable effort. The opening of this tomb door appeared to follow a certain pattern when our four families discovered it. The dust upon it was still undisturbed, indicating that no one had recently accessed it. Someone murmured softly, which reached Elder Li's ears, yet he paid it no mind, for he had his own plans. "What brings your four esteemed families to this desolate wilderness?" Chen Yuan turned his gaze towards Elder Lu, then scrutinized the others, observing their expressions to gauge the veracity of Elder Li's words. "This matter pertains to the secrets of our four families. Yet there is no harm in informing the Holy Temple." Elder Lu cast a glance at the members of the other three clans and replied with a gentle smile, stating that every 3 years, the four prominent families engage in a bout of skill. In addition to the contests among the younger generation, there are also competitions among the practitioners of the Sea of Suffering realm. The younger generation's battles can be witnessed by friends and relatives, but as for the contests among the practitioners of the Sea of Suffering, he paused at this point, yet Chen Yuan grasped the implication. The fights among the strong in the Sea of Suffering, should one suffer defeat, would bring great shame. Thus, it is entirely understandable that the four families would choose to compete in such a remote area. Who emerged victorious in the last contest? Chen Yuan casually inquired. It was the head of the Chen family, Chen Yuanshan, Elder Lu replied with a smile. Brother Yuanshan possesses the strength to move mountains and an unparalleled presence, effortlessly dominating Jiangning City. I hold him in great admiration. Chapter 30. The mysterious power upon hearing the name Chen Yuanshan. The countenance of the elders from the Chen family shifted palpably. They instinctively cast a glance towards the ancient tomb. After so many days, surely Chen Yuanshan had perished within its confines. Thank you for your kind words regarding my father, Chen Yuan replied with a faint smile. However, I believe our immediate priority should be to enter the ancient tomb, should it not? Indeed, it is. The elder from the Lu family nodded with a smile. I have heard that this is the burial site of an ancient king. A powerful figure from the Holy Temple, who had accompanied them, inquired eagerly, casting a fervent glance towards the four prominent families. Before the representatives of the other three families could respond, the elder from the Lu family interjected. During our initial exploration of the tomb, we discovered a crown left behind by the ancient king. Upon verification, it was confirmed to be the artifact of an ancient monarch from over a century ago. Thus, we surmise that this is indeed the royal tomb of an ancient king. And what of the second expedition? What did you uncover then? Chen Yuan asked. The elder from the Lu family replied, during our second venture into the tomb, we found no further relics associated with that ancient king. However, we did come across numerous items belonging to women, each one a magical weapon, far from ordinary possessions. Then you have yet to fully explore the entirety of the ancient tomb? Elder Zheng inquired of the Lu family elder. Having previously hypothesized that the four prominent families sought to monopolize the tomb due to its unresolved mysteries. Not at all. The ancient tomb is vast, akin to a world unto itself, making it nearly impossible to traverse completely, the elder from the Lu family sighed. Chen Yuan observed the expressions of the other families and noted their composed demeanor, which lent some credence to the words of the elder from the Lu family. However, he remained skeptical about the elder's assertion that the ancient tomb was akin to a world in its vastness. Only those who have transcended to the sage realm possess the fleeting ability to create space. Could this tomb truly have been left by a powerful sage? At such an exalted level, with their prolonged lifespans and formidable presence that reverberates through time, why would they choose to situate their final resting place on the outskirts of Jiangning City, within the Dayu Dynasty? While the tomb may lead to an expansive subterranean palace, to claim it is as boundless as a world seems an exaggeration. Suddenly, the tomb door creaked open, emitting a faint sound that escaped the notice of none, particularly not the adept practitioners of the Bitter Sea realm. Their eyes sparkled with a terrifying brilliance as they moved forward, seemingly entranced by an unseen force compelling them onward. Even the steps of Master Zheng appeared to be guided by some mysterious power, propelling him forward involuntarily. Chen Yuan's expression stiffened. He reached out to halt Master Zheng, unleashing a thunderous shout that resonated in Zheng's ears and mind. Awaken! In an instant, Zheng's consciousness cleared, and he found himself momentarily bewildered, questioning, what just happened? Chen Yuan glanced at him, then turned his gaze to the martial artists of the Dao embryo and awakening realms, quickly comprehending the cause. No wonder the four great families had stumbled upon this ancient tomb. It was likely not mere chance, but an allure emanating from the tomb itself, beckoning them closer. This was no ordinary burial site. It was invoking others to enter through the power of spiritual influence. The practitioners of the realms of awakening and Dao were oblivious to the peculiarities that surrounded them, nor were they summoned by the ancient tomb. They observed the formidable experts from the four great families approaching the crypt, causing a swell of anxiety within them. After all, these families had pledged that only those of the awakening realm would be permitted entry into the ancient tomb. If the powerful beings from the four great families were to breach the tomb simultaneously, what hope would those of lesser realms possess? Begone! A formidable expert from the realm of bellowed in fury upon witnessing the audacity of the lesser practitioners encircling him. With a terrifying strike, his palm descended, unleashing a torrent of primal energy, akin to a surging wave. In an instant, the head of a Dao practitioner was crushed, blood splattering forth and cascading into the eyes of the expert. At that moment, clarity washed over him as he beheld the blood staining his hand, juxtaposed with the fearful and resentful gazes of those around him. It dawned upon him that he had committed a grievous error. Awaken, all of you. The expert implored his companions, yet they remained transfixed, moving forward toward the ancient tomb in a daze. He recalled the prior instances when they had ventured into the tomb. Was it not the same then, an involuntary march into the unknown? Saint, could you? Zheng Sanyi turned to Chen Yuan, seeking his assistance in rousing the members of the four great families. The situation would become precarious should they all enter the tomb. Chen Yuan, too, wished to avert any disruption to the established order. His dantian radiated a gentle warmth, as if a flame were kindling within. He invoked the ancient, unnamed scripture, his vitality surging forth as he released a mighty roar that reverberated through the mountains and forests. In an instant, all the formidable beings from the Bitter Sea realm were struck as if by a bolt of lightning, their pupils regaining brilliance in a fleeting moment. They exchanged bewildered glances, each feeling a sense of disorientation. What just transpired? The members of the four great families realized that they had somehow arrived at the threshold of the tomb. Surrounded by numerous low-ranking cultivators, suddenly awakening to the awareness that they had just lost consciousness. Such sensations had been experienced before, but none as intense as this. Chun Jueming murmured, "It seems this tomb conceals unfathomable mysteries." The other three great families shared the same sentiment. having regained their lucidity. They understood the impossibility of entering the tomb without inciting a cataclysmic upheaval in Jiangning City. Observing the peculiar state of the four families, many began to waver. The tomb had already caused the Bitter Sea Realm experts to lose their composure. If they ventured inside, would they even emerge alive? Regardless, I have little time left, so I shall take the plunge. If fortune smiles upon me, I may extend my days. If misfortune befalls me, then such is my fate. An elder, trapped in the 9th level of awakening, waved his sleeve grandly, laughing heartily 3 times before being the first to step into the ancient tomb. Though the tomb's entrance lay open, the interior remained shrouded in an eerie darkness, devoid of any light, sending a shiver down one's spine merely by appearance. Indeed, fortune favors the bold. Without the spirit of embracing death, how can one hope to attain the supreme path? A young man, eyes gleaming with determination, followed closely behind the elder, making his way toward the ancient tomb. "Let us enter as well," he proclaimed. The younger generation of the 4 prominent families, unwilling to be outdone, stirred with determination and stepped forward, each entering the ancient tomb. Chapter 31. The transformation of the tomb. Let the saints also be invited into the ancient tomb. Upon witnessing the illustrious youths from various families successively entering the tomb, Lord Zhengsan of the sanctuary addressed Chen Yuan, who nodded gently before also crossing the threshold of the tomb. They all entered. The eyes of the onlookers sparkled with intrigue as the renowned young talents of Jiangning City ventured into the ancient tomb, eager to seize opportunities within. Among them were also seasoned martial practitioners, seeking to carve out a future amidst the tomb's mysteries. The interior of the tomb was shrouded in profound darkness. Even with the tomb's entrance open to sunlight, those who ventured inside still felt an overwhelming chill and gloom. Had they not been cultivators, they might have struggled to discern the path ahead. It was eerily silent. Where is everyone? A sense of bewilderment washed over him. Not only had his companions vanished, but the presence of other talents had also faded. It felt as though he were the last person on earth, a wave of loneliness engulfing his heart. He called out loudly, searching for his companions in the dim surroundings. Yet the silence was so profound that his voice echoed back, devoid of any response or movement. All the talents who had entered the ancient tomb sensed something amiss. Though they had entered together, they now found themselves isolated, as if a mysterious force had severed their connection with one another. The tomb had transformed. A genius from one of the 4 prominent families whispered, a sense of anxiety enveloping his heart. They had previously ventured into an ancient tomb, yet the circumstances then were starkly different from the present. I recall that on our last visit, this place resembled a secluded, ancient path. Though somewhat narrow, it could still accommodate several individuals walking side by side. Now, am I the only one left? The others were engulfed in confusion and uncertainty, yet there were those with unwavering resolve who emerged from the haze of bewilderment, such as Wei Wuhai and Lu Xiao. Their eyes sparkled with a luminous intensity in the darkness, radiant and sharp, exuding an alarming brilliance. Regardless of the changes within the tomb, they remained confident in their ultimate triumph. Was it an illusion or a mechanism? Chen Yuan's perceptive awareness expanded outward, seeking to discern the circumstances within the ancient tomb. However, to his surprise, as his perception reached out, it felt as though it were sinking into an abyss. Unable to grasp any tangible reality, a fearful glimmer crossed Chen Yuan's eyes. It seemed this place was far more extraordinary than he had anticipated. Prior to his arrival, he had not harbored much interest in the tomb, but now he found it to be a fascinating locale, perhaps promising unexpected discoveries. He wondered how the others would navigate this path. Chen Yuan murmured to himself. Then, with a tremor of his hand, a jade pendant materialized in his palm. In the dim surroundings, the pendant emitted a faint glow, radiating a gentle warmth that flowed like a soothing current. This jade pendant, extracted from the ancient tomb, may indeed resonate with the tomb itself. Despite the ancient prohibitions embedded within the pendant, Chen Yuan's spiritual force deftly circumvented these barriers, establishing a connection with the pendant. He sought not to harness its power, but rather to utilize it as a means to unveil the path ahead. as he continuously infused spiritual energy into the pendant. It remained unresponsive, and after a few moments, disappointment began to wash over him. Was his judgment flawed? At that instant, however, the temperature emanating from the pendant slightly increased, and its luminosity became markedly more pronounced. Moreover, the pendant exhibited a distinct tremor. Chen Yuan brought the pendant close to his ear, sensing an ominous energy lurking within, poised to erupt at any moment. Recognizing the threshold, he hesitated to infuse more of his spiritual energy, fearing that the energy within might recoil against him. Instead, he flicked the pendant away, and it floated in mid-air, defying gravity as if imbued with life. Suddenly, with a resounding boom, the pendant ignited, surrounded by a fervent blaze that illuminated the ancient tomb, allowing Chen Yuan to survey his surroundings. The stone walls appeared exceedingly ancient. As his hand glided across the surface of the stone, he discerned that it had been formed for over a millennium, crafted by an exceedingly formidable entity, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary artisans. Furthermore, he sensed the presence of intricate runes upon the walls, profound and esoteric. These runes, if activated, could engulf this realm in an instant. Fortunately, the mystical patterns had succumbed to a dormant state, remaining inactive and unable to reveal their formidable power. Chen Yuan wandered around the vicinity for quite some time, yet failed to glean any useful information. However, he made a preliminary judgment that the master or craftsman of this tomb must have been an extraordinary pattern master who ingeniously combined mechanisms with illusions, leading them unknowingly onto divergent paths. This seemed to corroborate the words of Elder Lu before their entrance, suggesting that the ancient tomb was vast, akin to a realm of its own. Suddenly, the jade pendant flickered with brilliance, and Chen Yuan instantly became alert. He held his breath, hearing what seemed to be footsteps emanating from the other side of the stone wall. As he strained to listen more closely, he noticed the pendant began to move forward, as if beckoning him towards a certain destination. Should he follow? At that moment, Chen Yuan found himself in a quandary. The jade pendant could very well lead to a perilous place, and accompanying it could spell uncertainty between life and death. Had he possessed the cultivation of his past life, he would have ventured anywhere without concern. Yet for him, in his current state, caution was paramount. Taking a risk might even allow him to encounter his father. The thought of his father's unknown fate steeled Chen Yuan's resolve. The pendant appeared to be waiting for him, moving at a languid pace, only quickening slightly as he matched its rhythm. Chen Yuan followed the pendant for what felt like an eternity. The ancient path seemed interminable, with no end in sight, and numerous forks along the way, yet the pendant unwaveringly chose a direction to pursue. At last, through the faint glimmer of light, Chen Yuan beheld a hidden chamber ahead. For reasons unknown, even before he approached, a chilling aura wafted toward him, causing an involuntary shiver to run down his spine. Chapter 32. The Town Immortal Fist and Sword. Upon seeing the room, Chen Yuan's heart quivered, and a surge of curiosity ignited within him, compelling him to uncover the mysteries that lay within the tomb. He had already discerned that this vast subterranean crypt was far more intricate than he had initially imagined. Regardless, he resolved to investigate the chamber. With determination, he followed the guidance of the jade pendant, his eyes gleaming with intent, eager to unveil the secrets within. Finally, Chen Yuan arrived at the threshold of the room. Its door ajar, a chilling breath seeping through the crack. This was no ordinary cold, but a penetrating chill that seemed to seep into his very bones. As he pushed the door open, he stepped inside, and the lanterns adorning the walls ignited simultaneously, illuminating the entire chamber. It was Chen Yuan surveyed the room. Although it was crafted from stone, the workmanship was remarkably exquisite. The floor and ceiling were impeccably smooth, as if meticulously sculpted. Along the four walls, intricate and ancient patterns were etched, emanating an aura of profound antiquity, as if they had been passed down from tens of thousands of years ago, possessing an awe-inspiring power. Chen Yuan approached one of the stone walls, his expression sharp. Upon closer inspection, he noticed countless figures of diminutive humans intricately carved into the stone, each striking a unique pose. As Chen Yuan mentally connected the movements of these figures, he discerned that they illustrated an extraordinarily exquisite martial art, a technique of formidable power within the realms of awakening and Tao embryo. The name inscribed on the wall was Jinxian Fist. Chen Yuan was momentarily taken aback by the inscription. While the technique was indeed remarkable, the claim of being able to subdue immortals seemed rather far-fetched. It is essential to recognize that cultivators beyond the Bitter Sea realm possess the ability to traverse the heavens and the earth, regardless of the sophistication of the techniques. If one cannot reach their opponent, they remain mere empty shells. Could it be that a corresponding mental method is required? Pondering this, Chen Yuan proceeded to another stone wall, and his eyes brightened at the sight. This wall was adorned with a dense array of characters. Some he recognized, while others appeared foreign, resembling contemporary script, yet not entirely identical. It became evident that this tomb was ancient beyond imagination, far more so than the four great families had anticipated. From this, Chen Yuan concluded that the elders of the Lu family speculated this tomb to be a millennium-old sepulchre, possibly belonging to an ancient monarch or an unparalleled beauty. However, the characters suggested a timeline extending well beyond that of a mere 1,000 years, as many of the symbols had evolved over time. The ancient characters were meticulously arranged, and as Chen Yuan matched each one, he gradually grasped the overarching content of the stone wall. Indeed, it was the mental method of the Jinxian Fist. Chen Yuan's expression shifted as visions of the formidable power of this boxing technique began to unfold in his mind. When harmonized with the heart method, the might of the Jinxian Fist surged exponentially, transcending mere finesse of movements. Its force became overwhelmingly fierce, capable of shaking mountains and seas, and even the sun and moon. However, the allure of this technique remained limited for Chen Yuan, who possessed countless extraordinary skills and divine abilities. The Jinxian Fist was thus somewhat dispensable to him. Consequently, he chose not to linger at these two stone walls, redirecting his gaze to the third. The third stone wall bore a remarkably simple engraving, a colossal sword piercing the heavens. Even as a mere depiction, it emanated an aura of unparalleled sharpness, as if it could penetrate the 33 heavens, shatter the constraints of myriad realms, and soar through the vast void. Jinxian Sword. Upon noticing the inscription along the blade, Chen Yuan's expression grew solemn, and a deeper yearning to uncover the identity of the stone chamber's master surged within him. It is worth noting that, even in his past life, the concept of an immortal was an ethereal and elusive legend. In the vast expanse of the universe, no one had ever encountered such beings, which were solely referenced in ancient texts. Thus, many supreme powers in the cosmos regarded immortals merely as an appellation for a certain realm, believing their true strength to be not vastly different from their own. Yet, even so, for the diminutive Dayu Dynasty, a single strand of an immortal's hair would suffice to obliterate the entire dynasty. The fact that someone had forged a boxing technique and refined a sword here, naming it Jinxian, was indeed astonishing to Chen Yuan. Shifting his gaze to the final stone wall, Chen Yuan's heart trembled once more. It was inscribed with thousands of ancient characters, coalescing into a sword manual titled Jinxian Sword Art. The sword technique ought to be employed in conjunction with to unleash its utmost power. Chen Yuan's discerning gaze revealed much in an instant. Furthermore, to wield thee, one must first hone thee and the heart method to perfection. Otherwise, not only will the sword technique's potency be diminished, but one may also risk self-harm. As Chen Yuan surveyed the stone walls of the chamber, he felt a twinge of disappointment. He was not particularly concerned with unparalleled techniques or divine abilities. His sole desire was to uncover information regarding Chen Yuanshan. Just as he was preparing to depart, his peripheral vision caught sight of an inscription on the door through which he had entered. The characters were imbued with a profound energy, exuding the essence of dragons and tigers, their formidable might transcending the ages, undying through time. In a life of unparalleled achievement, commanding the world, there remained but one regret: never having encountered the immortal. A unique fist technique was created, forging a sword, aspiring to contest with the celestial beings, seeking enlightenment in the 9 heavens. I leave my fist here. The sword lies in the vast smoke. I implore those with noble hearts to aid me in subduing the immortal." As Chen Yuan slowly recited the inscription, he grasped the intent of the chamber's master. Yet, he could not ascertain whether this master was indeed the owner of the tomb. According to the inscription, the creator of this fist technique and sword manual must have been an unparalleled figure from ancient times, a champion who faced few rivals, yearning to challenge the legendary immortals. This exemplified immense ambition, yet it was tinged with a sense of resignation, as their lifelong aspirations remained unfulfilled, leading to their demise in this very place. However, the question lingered: why would such a heroic figure choose to conceal their tomb on the outskirts of Jiangning City within the Great Dayu Dynasty? Was it possible that, a millennium ago, Jiangning held a different identity and concealed mysteries? At the moment, Chen Yuan was lost in contemplation. The door at the opposite end of the tomb chamber suddenly slammed shut. He made a swift attempt to escape, but was unable to break free in time and found himself trapped within the stone chamber. Chapter 33. Each displays their unique powers given Chen Yuan's current level of cultivation. The only way to depart from this stone chamber seemed to be, as inscribed on the stone door, to master the Jinxian fist. For an ordinary awakened practitioner at the Dao stage, this task would be far from simple. The difficulty of mastering the Jinxian fist is exceedingly high, as the technique itself embodies numerous transformations, demanding exceptional talent from its practitioners to fully comprehend and integrate. Furthermore, this technique must harmonize with one's mental methods, akin to simultaneously cultivating both a divine ability and a martial art, thereby significantly amplifying the challenge. However, for Chen Yuan, such an endeavor posed little difficulty. Although the fist technique was intricate, his exceptional comprehension and memory, coupled with his formidable experience in cultivation, made it relatively straightforward for him to master the moves of the Jinxian fist. Having memorized the fundamentals of the Jinxian fist previously, he now began to execute the movements within the stone chamber, the sound of his punches slicing through the air resonating continuously. A terrifying wave of energy surged forth, as if it were sweeping across the world and shaking the heavens. After merely the first attempt, Chen Yuan had already demonstrated remarkable proficiency. He stepped forward, channeling the ancient, nameless scriptures, as strands of chaotic energy flowed into his arms. The Jinxian fist erupted forth, enveloped in a fierce and radiant battle aura, seemingly capable of shattering the stone door. A resounding boom echoed as the formidable fist imprint struck the stone door, yet it did not yield. The door remained impervious, sending dust cascading down, as it was far too solid for Chen Yuan to budge. At that moment, the ancient characters beneath the stone gate began to emit a faint glow, and a flash of lightning flickered briefly, as if to remind Chen Yuan that this stone gate could only be opened with the Jinxian fist. Chen Yuan believed that even if he mastered the heart method of the Jinxian fist and executed it, its power would not surpass what he could achieve now. However, the magical patterns inscribed on the stone gate seemed to respond solely to the energy of the Jinxian fist's heart method, compelling him to undertake its cultivation. Should he endeavor to master this heart method, it might take him a day or two. Chen Yuan mused, feeling somewhat apprehensive about spending time on this. Yet he resolutely seated himself in a meditative posture, commencing the cultivation of the Jinxian fist's heart method. Mastering the technique of the fist may be straightforward, yet the heart method requires utmost caution, particularly when one has already practiced other techniques. A moment's distraction could lead one astray, jeopardizing their foundational roots. Were it not for the absence of alternative options, Chen Yuan would indeed be reluctant to squander his time here. Meanwhile, the other prodigies who had entered the tomb each encountered their own corresponding ancient paths. The tomb appeared to accommodate countless talents, preparing a unique path for each individual. It remained to be seen how far they could traverse, and who would ultimately prevail. Wei Wuhai possessed a magical artifact, specifically a lightning attribute lantern. Upon entering the dimly lit tomb, he ignited the lantern and began to explore its depths. Along the way, he encountered numerous forks in the road, each seemingly bottomless, leaving Wei Wuhai in a quandary about which path to choose. Each time, he would close his eyes and select a route at random. Upon entering the chosen path, nothing appeared to change, as every route seemed identical, rendering it impossible for him to discern whether he had made the right choice. After a moment of respite, Wei Wuhai paused, taking a breath and gathering his energy. As he focused, the faint sound of footsteps reached his ears, gradually approaching him. Who could it be? Instantly alert, Wei extinguished the light in his hand, shrouding himself in darkness to avoid detection. Cursed be this path, does it ever end? From the shadows emerged a voice laden with curses. Wei's expression flickered as he recognized the speaker, a young prodigy from Jiangning City, a devoted follower of Chen Tianjiao, who regarded talents from other families with disdain. This individual had also ventured into the tomb, boldly proclaiming he was there to scout for Chen Tianjiao and seize fortune. Initially dismissive of the young man's bravado, Wei now found himself contemplating a different course of action. Concentrating deeply, Wei elevated his spirit to its zenith, awaiting the young man's approach. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Wei surged forth, his palms slicing through the air like a blade. The young man, sensing the lethal intent too late, was struck down, collapsing into unconsciousness. Uncertainty loomed over the perilous journey ahead. Having an additional sacrificial scout would serve as a safeguard for his own survival. Wei chuckled softly to himself, swiftly pressing his fingers against the young man's vital points, sealing them with precision. Immediately thereafter, Wei Wuhai reignited the precious lamp, illuminating his path forward. Unlike before, he now held in his grasp an unconscious young man, utilizing him to probe the dangers that lay ahead. Logically, there should only be a single route leading to the main burial chamber. Among the youthful geniuses who had entered the tomb, there was one clad in a gray long robe, slender of build, with eyes that appeared somewhat dim, suggesting a lack of vitality. Few paid him any heed, even after he had entered the tomb. Like his peers, he traversed a particular passage alone, encountering numerous forks in the road that necessitated choices. Yet now he sensed something amiss. Judging by the paths he had walked, this tomb resembled an underground labyrinth, making the quest for the main burial chamber exceedingly arduous. I lack the strength. I must forge alliances, he murmured to himself, as a bagua compass emerged in his palm, swirling with ethereal energy, radiating a resplendent light, as if it could unravel the unknown paths ahead. This is my first venture into a tomb. Should I return empty-handed? My fellow disciples on the mountain would surely mock me, and I would fail to live up to my master's expectations. The gray-robed youth muttered incantations, engrossed in his own thoughts, before once again mumbling obscure spells. After several more hours, he caught sight of a stone chamber in the distance, though its door remained firmly shut, causing a look of distress to cross his face. To proceed, he must traverse that stone chamber. Clearly, this was not the main burial chamber, yet given his current abilities, should he be unable to open that stone door, he might find himself halted at this juncture. Let us give it a try. Just as the youth clad in gray was about to push open the stone door, his expression suddenly shifted. A thunderous roar, reminiscent of mountains and seas in tumult, erupted from within the stone chamber, as if the very essence of the universe was in a frenzy, converging to unleash an earth-shattering blow directed towards him. Chapter 34. The Alliance. The commotion within the stone chamber startled the gray-clad youth, causing him to nearly drop the bagua disc in his hands. With a resounding crash, the stone door was shattered into two halves, unleashing a terrifying wave of force that reverberated outward. The youth trembled, feeling a violent energy descend upon him, as if it sought to shatter his bones. More alarmingly, the two halves of the door hurtled towards his head. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, evading the impending disaster. Had he failed, the door, heavy beyond measure, would have undoubtedly crushed him. I am Zhuang Wenqi, the youth declared. The silhouette within the chamber scrutinized him momentarily before responding. I am Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan? That name seems familiar, Zhuang Wenqi mused, scratching his head, yet he shook off the thought, unwilling to dwell on it. A sharp glint flickered in Chen Yuan's eyes, as if he had seen through Zhuang Wenqi in an instant. The latter's gaze was clear and unclouded, and with the bagua disc in hand, Remaining in the company of such a person might prove to be a significant advantage. It appeared that the master of this tomb sought to eliminate a portion of the entrance. Zhuang Wenqi's expression grew somber, his heart quaking slightly. Chen Yuan regarded Zhuang Wenqi intently. Although the latter appeared rather naive, his insight was commendable, capable of discerning the intentions of the tomb's master. "Have you entered here before?" Chen Yuan inquired, to which Zhuang Wenqi shook his head and replied, "No, but my sect has received information regarding this ancient tomb." "Oh." Chen Yuan's interest was piqued. He wished to ascertain whether Zhuang Wenqi's information differed from his own. Zhuang Wenqi appeared to harbor no reservations towards Chen Yuan. Upon seeing his inquiry, he candidly divulged all he knew. After absorbing Zhuang Wenqi's account, Chen Yuan's gaze sharpened, his demeanor momentarily stiffened, yet he soon smiled and queried, "You reveal everything to me. Are you not afraid that I might end your life once I have heard it all? Why would you wish to kill me?" Zhuang Wenqi chuckled. "I possess a divination plate, and my expertise lies in the study of feng shui. With my presence in this ancient tomb, your efforts will yield greater results with less exertion." A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Chen Yuan's eyes. Though Zhuang Wenqi appeared devoid of ulterior motives, he was, in fact, astutely perceptive of the circumstances, fully aware of the role he played within the environment. Indeed, a clever individual. "You are quite astute," Chen Yuan remarked as he regarded Zhuang Wenqi. "If you do not mind, we may form an alliance. Within this ancient tomb, we shall not harm one another." "Agreed," Zhuang Wenqi concurred, equally inclined toward this notion. However, after scrutinizing Chen Yuan for a moment, a thread of doubt crept into his mind. "But wait, you have not yet transcended into the higher echelons of the awakening realm. In fact, you have only recently stepped into the mid-tier of that realm." So, Chen Yuan was momentarily perplexed by Zhuang Wenqi's implication. Zhuang Wenqi gestured toward the shattered stone door and then glanced back at Chen Yuan, the meaning of his gesture unmistakable. His desire to ally with Chen Yuan stemmed from an appreciation of Chen Yuan's combat prowess. Although he possessed a profound understanding of feng shui and metaphysics, Zhuang Wenqi often found himself ensnared in peril due to insufficient strength within the ancient tomb. Thus, upon witnessing Chen Yuan shatter the stone door, he sought to forge a partnership for mutual collaboration. However, once he discerned Chen Yuan's true cultivation level, he was left in confusion. Chen Yuan currently stood at the 5th level of the awakening realm, a status that, within the entirety of Jiangning City, could only be deemed as the most rudimentary. Even among the younger generation, it hardly qualified as exceptional. How, then, had he managed to obliterate the stone door? "Would you like to know?" Chen Yuan inquired with a smile. Zhuang Wenqi nodded in affirmation, and Chen Yuan replied with a gentle smile, "Follow me." Subsequently, he led Zhuang Wenqi into the stone chamber, where Zhuang Wenqi beheld the exquisite techniques inscribed upon the stone walls, the immortal suppression sword and the immortal suppression fist. "Such remarkable skills," Zhuang Wenqi exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. "Mastering the immortal suppression fist would enable one to shatter that stone door," Chen Yuan explained. "Thus, it seems this mechanism was deliberately crafted by the tomb's master." Zhuang Wenqi quickly grasped the rationale. Yet, in the next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Chen Yuan. "What is it?" Chen Yuan inquired, perplexed by Zhuang Wenqi's reaction. Zhuang Wenqi's gaze scrutinized Chen Yuan as if he were a curious anomaly, examining him up and down. The immortal suppression fist was extraordinarily profound, not to mention the accompanying mental incantations. Even the most exceptional prodigy would require days of contemplation to achieve any understanding. Yet, from the moment we entered the tomb until now, although I am unaware of the passage of time outside, I can be certain it has not exceeded 2 days. After a brief pause, Zhuang Wenqi continued, "Considering the time it took you to reach the stone chamber, it has been less than 2 days since you mastered this formidable Jinshin fist. Your comprehension is, indeed, astonishing. Since you say so, I shall take it as your consent to form an alliance." Chen Yuan clapped Zhuang Wenqi on the shoulder, who nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "It is my honor. Let us proceed further," Chen Yuan proposed, yet he soon found himself in a quandary. having arrived from two separate paths. Their encounter in the stone chamber suggested it was a convergence point, leaving them to ponder their next steps. Whichever direction they chose would merely retrace the steps of one among them. My chosen path cannot be erroneous, Zhuang Wenqi asserted, gazing at the Tao disc in his hand. This artifact was a sacred relic of his sect, once wielded by an exceptionally terrifying ancestor who had traversed numerous relics and secret realms, staining it with the blood of countless formidable beings, rendering it almost sentient. Thus, Zhuang Wenqi was utterly confident that the direction he deduced would pose no issue. My direction should also be correct, Chen Yuan remarked, for his jade pendant was acquired from an ancient tomb. Unless the pendant deliberately misled him into an erroneous path, he too had no reason for concern. Let us simultaneously summon our treasures and discern whose direction holds the truth, Zhuang Wenqi suggested. Chen Yuan nodded in agreement, and together, they invoked the Tao disc and jade pendant. Two beams of light erupted, intertwining and illuminating the boundless darkness. Suddenly, the Tao disc in Zhuang Wenqi's hands began to tremble violently, as if some enigmatic force sought to shatter it. Chapter 35. Within the stone chamber, the Tao plate trembled violently, as if it were under the influence of a formidable and terrifying force, akin to a solitary boat in a vast ocean, threatening to capsize at any moment. What has transpired? Zhuang Wenqi was taken aback. He had never witnessed such intense fluctuations in the Tao plate before. The pointer on the plate was no longer able to indicate a direction. Under the assault of that enigmatic power, it spun wildly, losing its original functionality. Had the formidable beings of Zhuang Wenqi's sect observed this transformation, they would undoubtedly be astounded, for such an occurrence had never transpired in their sect's history. Gradually, the radiance emanating from the Tao plate began to fade, until at last, even the pointer ceased its movement and fell to the ground with a thud. Zhuang Wenqi hastily retrieved the Tao plate, examining its internal structure with great care, only to find that it remained undamaged, yet utterly incapable of performing its intended function. Only Chen Yuan's jade pendant continued to emit a resplendent glow, akin to a lone star in the night sky, dazzling and captivating, drawing one irresistibly toward its direction. "It seems you should follow me," Chen Yuan remarked with a smile, as the pendant's energy appeared to possess the ability to disrupt the operation of other objects. This piqued Chen Yuan's curiosity even further. To whom did this jade pendant belong? Wielding such immense power, yet falling into the hands of two ordinary tomb raiders? It appears this is the only course of action, Zhuang Wenqi said with a bitter smile. Having always regarded the Tao plate as his lifeblood, yet finding it utterly impotent in this critical moment. Wait, just as Zhuang Wenqi was about to take a step, Chen Yuan suddenly became alert, his palm trembling as he concealed the jade pendant. He pulled Zhuang Wenqi into a corner of the room. It was strange. He had distinctly heard some commotion moments ago. Sounds emerged from the darkness. Could it be a ghost? Another voice broke the silence, leaving both Zhuang Wenqi and Chen Yuan puzzled, for it seemed that more than one person had arrived. Nonsense. Are there really ghosts in this world? Even if there were, as martial practitioners, would we cower before wandering spirits? Scolded the first person to enter the stone chamber. Unfortunately, we lack any means of illumination. Otherwise, we could surely uncover the presence of that individual, remarked the second, a hint of murderous intent subtly emanating from him. Do you know who they are? Li Wentian whispered to Zhuang Wenqi, but Zhuang Wenqi gently shook his head, indicating that he did not recognize the two. Chen Yuan's gaze sharpened as his perception extended towards them, discerning their realms. Both were at the 9th level of Awakening Realm, likely in their early 20s, with talents that could only be described as average. Young men in their 20s with decent talent could easily advance to the Tao realm, Chen Yuan speculated. These two were likely limited in aptitude, which explained their desire to enter the ancient tomb in search of opportunities for breakthrough. How long has it been since we both last broke through? Initially intending to delve into the ancient tomb in search of treasures, we were met with disappointment. The dilapidated crypt yielded nothing of value, and, to our dismay, we found ourselves wandering aimlessly for 2 days. In my estimation, We should lie in wait here for the prodigies of the prominent families to arrive, so that we might ambush them and seize their treasures. One individual proposed this notion, and the other, without a moment's hesitation, acquiesced to the idea. At this juncture, it appeared that resorting to murder for riches was indeed the most prudent course of action. After all, we were within the confines of the ancient tomb. Even if they committed murder, they would remain undetected. No one would ever uncover their deeds. The individual who had spoken earlier had mysteriously vanished. The two were still scouring the stone chamber for the whereabouts of Chen Yuan and Zhuang Wenqi, oblivious to the number of individuals present within the stone room, save for the sound of the crumbling stone door. Intriguing, indeed. Chen Yuan observed the duo as they pressed against the wall in their search, their silence evoking a sense of amusement within him. At that moment, his ears twitched slightly, and a series of imperceptible sound waves reached him, prompting a whimsical smile to grace his lips. Remarkably, it seemed that yet another had arrived. The sound of footsteps echoed, approaching the stone chamber, causing a flicker of alarm to cross the faces of the two searchers. We should hide, but could we truly evade detection? The approaching figure held a dim, yellowish lantern, their hair as white as snow, appearing exceedingly frail under the muted glow. It was none other than the venerable elder with the white hair. Upon discerning the appearance of the newcomer, the two individuals exhibited a slight astonishment. Although they occupied the same realm, the elder with white hair possessed a far more profound essence of power, demonstrating a mastery of divine abilities that surpassed their own capabilities. It was said that the white-haired elder had sustained severe internal injuries years prior, preventing him from transcending into the Tao realm. However, this very circumstance had allowed him to refine his divine powers to an extraordinary level over the past several decades, rendering him nearly invincible within the awakening realm. When they entered, they had not observed the elder, nor had they anticipated his swift arrival at the stone chamber after entering the tomb. Young ones, what have you uncovered in this stone chamber? Do reveal it promptly, the elder addressed them, his face etched with fine lines, emanating an aura of chilling terror. The elder had arrived upon hearing the commotion at the stone door and, upon encountering the two brothers, naturally assumed they had shattered the entrance, thus possessing the treasures contained within the chamber. Esteemed elder, we assure you that we have not acquired any treasures. When we arrived, the stone door had already been destroyed by someone else, who must have escaped with the treasures in their possession. We, as brothers, are willing to pursue him alongside you and await your command, they replied. You cunning little foxes, do you think this old man is so easily deceived? The elder, though rarely departing from Jiangning City, had roamed the martial world enough to understand that convincing him with mere words would not be an effortless task. The two individuals found themselves in a state of despair. Their words were nothing but the truth, yet the elderly man remained unconvinced. At that moment, they struggled to articulate a suitable explanation. Given that the elder did not believe their words, one of them, clearly growing impatient, coldly inquired about the elder's intentions. What do you wish to do? You should already understand, the elder replied, his palm quivering as he set the lamp aside, an overwhelming aura of combat radiating from him. Chapter 36. Is anyone there? The elderly man was a well-known figure in Jiangning City, having honed his powers to perfection. In the realm of awakening, he was unmatched. As his fighting spirit surged forth, it flowed like an unstoppable tide, enveloping the two youths in an instant. The young men exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with a frigid resolve. Although they held a certain trepidation towards the elder, they could not help but feel a surge of confidence, believing themselves capable of engaging him in battle. After all, they were of the same rank, and their brotherly bond allowed for seamless cooperation. They were not without the means to defeat the elder. Since the elder wishes to impart his wisdom, we, as brothers, shall oblige, one of the youths proclaimed, drawing his sword with a swift motion, its blade reflecting a glimmer of cold light that illuminated the dark stone chamber. The chilling intent of the sword surged forth, aimed directly at the elder. Ah, young lad, do you wish to play with me? The old man with white hair let out a scornful laugh, his already wrinkled face assuming an even more grotesque and terrifying expression. With a swift motion, he extended his hand forward, unleashing a ferocious burst of energy that seemed to manifest into a pair of enormous wings formed from condensed primordial force, creating a tempestuous whirlwind within the stone chamber. White Tiger Slash. The first young warrior charged forward, drawing his sword with a powerful stroke, torrents of energy cascading from the blade as it cleaved through the raging winds. Aiming directly for the old man's head, the old man responded with a chilling chuckle, his withered hand reaching out to grasp the descending sword. Astonishingly, the sword's might was completely subdued in his grasp. Despite the razor-sharp aura erupting from the blade, not a single drop of blood was drawn from him. "You have no blood?" The sword-wielding youth was taken aback. The old man had caught his strike with his bare hand, an act that should have resulted in the severing of his palm, yet he remained unscathed, as if the blow had merely encountered a cushion. Was he truly a man buried in the earth up to his neck, on the verge of becoming a desiccated corpse? Another individual, brandishing a large knife, advanced with a fierce glint in his blade and an imposing aura, joining forces with his companion to launch an assault. The old man's gaze flickered momentarily as a surge of intense energy erupted from his dantian, violently repelling the advancing sword. The assailant, feeling the overwhelming force emanating from the blade, experienced a sudden numbness in his arm, causing him to involuntarily retreat several steps. The aged man, having relinquished his sword, swiftly deflected the descending blade. His vital energy was remarkably profound, far surpassing that of an ordinary awakened martial artist. Although his physique was withered, it remained exceptionally resilient, impervious to both sword and knife. "What wicked technique have you, you old wretch, cultivated to achieve such invulnerability?" The youth, whose weapon had been repelled, inquired with a grave tone, sensing the strangeness of the elder's cultivation, which diverged significantly from the legends. "I am well aware that my internal injuries are insurmountable, and thus I have resigned myself to despair, contemplating death as an escape. Yet, just as I was poised to embrace oblivion, a flash of insight illuminated my mind, revealing to me an entirely new martial art. If I desire to perish, why not transform my body into a mere husk, impervious to blades and fire, capable of subduing all awakened martial artists? Even those in the Dao embryo realm would find it no easy task to take my life." The two brothers stood in stunned silence, cognizant that martial artists, in their pursuit of supreme martial prowess, often tread unconventional paths, willing to pay exorbitant prices to realize their dreams. However, they had never anticipated such audacity from the white-haired elder, who sought to mold himself into a lifeless entity, thus commanding the realm with unmatched dominance. Indeed, the elder's comprehension is remarkably high, Chen Yuan mused inwardly. It is easy to seek death, yet it is rare to glean a new technique at the brink of demise. Moreover, the elder possesses merely the cultivation of the awakening realm, having not ascended to the Dao embryo or the bitter sea realms, which limits his understanding of martial arts. Utilizing the limited principles of martial arts, one could conceive an entirely new and formidable technique. The insight of the old man with white hair is indeed remarkable. It is not difficult to imagine that had he not suffered severe injuries in his earlier years, he would have long since emerged as a formidable master in his realm, rather than merely being a practitioner at the 9th level of the awakening realm. You would do well to surrender your treasures willingly, for if you do not, I shall ensure that you experience a fate worse than death, becoming like me, a lifeless husk, neither human nor ghost. The old man threatened. It is not that we are unwilling to comply. Rather, we are utterly devoid of any gains, the two replied helplessly. Devoid of gains? The old man sneered coldly. The other door to this stone chamber remains shut. It is only through this damaged entrance that I made my way here. If, as you claim, someone else had previously entered this secret chamber, that individual would have undoubtedly crossed paths with me upon their escape. Yet, I encountered no one on my arrival. Thus, it follows that either you are lying, or at this point, the old man's expression shifted abruptly, and he raised the lamp in his hand to sweep across the entire stone chamber, searching for any hidden figures lurking in the shadows. Upon witnessing the old man's actions, the brothers immediately understood his intent. a chill running down their spines. Are there others present within this stone chamber? They had not previously sensed any presence, and if there were indeed others, they would be in grave danger. As the old man's lamp was about to illuminate the entire chamber, a figure suddenly surged forth, accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar, shaking the heavens and the earth, and unleashed a devastating palm strike that resonated with unparalleled might. Do you wish to challenge me? The old man's eyes glinted with sarcasm. Only those who have attained the awakening realm can enter the tomb. In Jiangning City, he harbored no fear, even against the most exceptional prodigies of the four great families, for he possessed a peculiar and extraordinary technique capable of subduing them. He had long been prepared. Thus, when faced with a surprise attack, he remained composed. His pallid, withered hand met the fierce strike with a force that seemed to amalgamate his entire life as cultivation, intent on obliterating the assailant. Meanwhile, the thoughts of the two brothers were far from this confrontation. Upon witnessing an attack on the old man, they felt a surge of joy, their gazes sweeping the surroundings. This was indeed a splendid opportunity for their escape. They pinpointed a direction, ready to flee amidst the ensuing chaos. However, before they could make their getaway, a violent gust of wind surged towards them, causing them to stagger perilously close to the ground. It was not the old man who had targeted them, but rather the collision of two formidable forces that had conjured a terrifying whirlwind, shaking the very stone chamber itself. In this tempest, dust and debris cascaded from above, as if the entire tomb were on the verge of collapse. The brothers were thrust backwards by the force of the whirlwind, feeling an oppressive weight in their chests. As if they had endured an overwhelming impact, their hearts nearly shattering under the strain. What a powerful blow this was. The old man with white hair took 2 steps back, initially taken aback, then revealing a hint of admiration. In the realm of awakening, it is exceedingly rare to encounter someone capable of matching him in a contest of strength, especially a youth at that. Chen Yuan smiled faintly, yet he harbored no illusions. He was merely at the 5th level of awakening, with ample room for advancement within this vast realm. Once he ascended to the 6th level, dealing with this white-haired elder would be effortlessly achievable. In truth, even an ordinary practitioner at the 9th level of awakening was no match for Chen Yuan, as evidenced by the way the two brothers were blown away by his palm's force. However, the white-haired elder, being a skilled opponent at the pinnacle of awakening, could contend with him, resulting in a stalemate. Naturally, if the elder were placed among the sacred territories of Chen Yuan's previous life, he would be deemed inconsequential. You boast grandly, young man. Do you think that palm strike from earlier required a significant exertion of my strength? If I truly unleashed my full power, you would stand no chance of withstanding it. The old man was no novice. His gaze was fixed upon Chen Yuan. Since the treasures of the tomb were not in the possession of the brothers, they must be in Chen Yuan's hands. After all, he had arrived at the site before them, and it was highly likely that the secret treasures had fallen into his grasp. Enough of this idle chatter. If you desire what I possess, then demonstrate your true capabilities, Chen Yuan declared. In the face of such a seasoned veteran as the white-haired elder, mere explanations of not having acquired the treasures would not suffice to convince him. Only genuine strength could sway the situation. With audacity, the old man, in his youth, possessed a temperament akin to yours. A sharp glimmer flickered in the old man's eyes as he discerned Chen Yuan's realm, awakening at the 5th level of the awakening stage. If you claim to possess no secret treasures yet can withstand my palm, I find it utterly unbelievable. As he spoke, the old man's withered figure advanced, his right palm striking forth, the frail fingers resembling 5 withered swords, sharp to the utmost, reaching for Chen Yuan's head. The brothers, aided by the faint light, observed the confrontation, feeling an unsettling chill as the old man's claw descended, as though it were aimed at them, capable of shattering their very skulls. Such a vicious technique. Chen Yuan's eyes glimmered with intrigue as he unleashed the dragon subduing hand. In an instant, ethereal dragon figures emanated from his grasp. The golden phantoms of dragons weaving through the air and soon entwined around the old man's arm, exuding a terrifying radiance. The old man's withered hand was instantly repelled, astonishment evident in his gaze. This young man's prowess was indeed formidable. What is this divine ability? He inquired, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. He had presumed that his claw would have claimed Chen Yuan's life, yet the young man's power surpassed anything he had previously encountered. It is the dragon's subduing hand. Chen Yuan replied with indifference. The old man squinted. The dragon's subduing hand? I've never heard of it. Is it a technique from Jiangning City? You may guess. A faint smile graced Chen Yuan's lips, causing the expression of the old man to freeze. Having traversed the martial world for many years, he was accustomed to receiving a modicum of respect in Jiangning City and prided himself on his keen insight. Yet, before this youth, he felt an unsettling sensation, as if he were being seen through, which greatly displeased him. I do not know what pretense you are indulging in, but I wish to convey that my patience is finite. Should you fail to surrender the treasure, I shall take your life, the old man bellowed. Chen Yuan strolled leisurely. Has your master not instructed you to be a tad more courteous when beseeching others? With a roar, a surge of fury erupted from the old man, a torrent of energy crashing toward Chen Yuan with tremendous force. The brothers nearby were struck with trepidation. Who was this youth to speak so boldly to the old man? I care not for the sorcery you wield. I shall claim your life. The old man advanced, each step echoing ominously as if the very stone chamber would collapse underfoot. An aura of terror enveloped him, his form appearing even more emaciated, akin to a withered human skin, with tendrils of deathly energy wafting from his being, instilling dread in those who beheld him. Yet, this critique resonated as Chen Yuan's truest sentiment. The pursuit of martial prowess was his aspiration. But if it meant sacrificing his humanity and becoming something inhuman, it would betray his very essence. In his past life, Chen Yuan had encountered countless individuals who, in their relentless quest for martial supremacy, forsook everything: family, loyalty to their masters, even resorting to self-mutilation in their training. Though they attained formidable strength, one must ponder, were they truly themselves in the end? In Chen Yuan's perspective, the methods of cultivation appeared rather rudimentary, unworthy of the grand stage. The old man had devised 3 formidable techniques: one claw, one palm, and one leg. You have already experienced the first claw. Now, prepare to savor the might of the palm. The white-haired elder grinned malevolently as he charged forward, his hand striking with lethal intent, akin to the sharpest of swords. Slicing through the dim stone chamber, blood surged, and the air thickened with death, intent on extinguishing Chen Yuan's life. Chapter 38. Extermination of the white-haired elder. The 2 brothers merely observed from a distance, yet they could feel the impact of the dragon's shadow. One can only imagine the sensation of confronting the white-haired elder directly. His desiccated palm descended, shrouded in a miasma of death, reminiscent of a millennia-old corpse resurrected, exuding immense power. However, it was overwhelmed by the roaring dragon's cry, which engulfed all traces of death. This time, the dragon's shadow not only coiled around his arm, but ensnared his entire being. Roar! The elder's silvery hair stood on end like a sword. Since mastering his sinister techniques, he had never faced such humiliation. Being bested by someone at the 5th level of the awakening realm was a bitter pill to swallow. This palm strike seemed rather unimpressive. Chen Yuan smiled subtly, further inciting the elder's fury. Seizing the moment, the elder's palm swept through the air, aiming directly at Chen Yuan's heart. Moreover, his technique, the dragon suppression palm, remained unchanged. It was not only the white-haired elder who was astonished. The brothers watching the duel were profoundly shaken. Should this battle erupt in the outside world, it would undoubtedly cause a tremendous uproar. In the past, the white-haired old man was regarded as the foremost figure of the awakening realm in Jiangning City, though this title was not particularly glorious given his age. The 2 brothers were intrigued by the source of the young man's extraordinary abilities, particularly the technique known as the dragon subduing palm, of which they had never before heard. He seems somewhat familiar to me, remarked the elder brother, his gaze fixed steadily on Chen Yuan, ultimately discerning a hint of recognition on his face that revealed his identity. I remember now. It's Chen Yuan, the younger brother exclaimed. Chen Yuan? Which Chen Yuan? The elder brother momentarily struggled to recall, scratching his head in confusion. The one who was disowned by the Chen family and later joined the temple, the younger brother replied, his tone tinged with excitement. This revelation momentarily stunned the white-haired old man, who quickly grasped the situation. It turned out to be the very youth who had recently become a disciple of the temple. Astonishingly, he had only just reached the 5th level of the awakening realm, indicating that the temple held high hopes for him and was nurturing his potential with care. Thus, it was hardly surprising that he possessed such remarkable powers. The questions that had lingered in the white-haired old man's mind were now resolved. He had long sought to uncover Chen Yuan's identity, but had been unable to do so until now. Understanding that Chen Yuan hailed from the temple elucidated much why he spoke with such arrogance and dared to address him in that manner. The root of it was simply his prestigious background. Apart from the temple envoy, none could command him. It would have been quite abnormal for a youth of such stature to engage in conversation with excessive politeness. Moreover, the dragon claw technique must have been bestowed upon him by the sanctuary. Otherwise, how could it possess such terrifying power capable of countering his unique mastery? In the expanse of Jiangning City, only the sanctuary could possess such profound heritage to nurture a genius of the 5th stage of awakening. Nonetheless, this knowledge did not deter the elder with the white hair, even aware that Chen Yuan hailed from the sanctuary, who within its ranks would know that it was he. The elder, who had dispatched Chen Yuan. First, eliminate Chen Yuan, then the 2 brothers, and the matter would be resolved effortlessly. The brothers were engrossed in conversation about Chen Yuan when they suddenly sensed a chilling gaze upon them, sending a tremor through their hearts. The elder's malevolent stare in the dimly lit stone chamber resembled that of a venomous serpent, instilling a profound sense of dread. In truth, the elder intended to take their lives. It turned out to be a member of the sanctuary. The elder displayed a look of sudden realization. "So, are you prepared to depart on your own?" Chen Yuan inquired, though he was ready for any eventuality. "Then I shall be compelled to eliminate you." The elder's emaciated frame abruptly expanded, as if infused with the very essence of the heavens and earth. His body swelled at an astonishing rate, brimming with explosive power. In the blink of an eye, his figure darted like lightning, appearing directly above Chen Yuan. The brothers scarcely comprehended the elder's trajectory before a strike imbued with extraordinary force descended upon Chen Yuan. Indeed, he possesses considerable skill. While Chen Yuan did not perceive the elder as particularly formidable, he found the encounter rather intriguing. Dragon Claw. The 2 brothers failed to perceive the trajectory of the old man with white hair, yet Chen Yuan discerned it with remarkable clarity. Every move and change in technique was utterly transparent to his keen eyes. As the old man's figure flickered, Chen Yuan anticipated his position and unleashed the Fulong hand in advance. The strike was unparalleled in power, surging forth like a true dragon unleashed in a ferocious assault, colliding violently with the old man's attack. With a resounding thud, their palms and legs clashed, unleashing a terrifying force that swept through the old man's body. In that moment, Chen Yuan surged forward, his hands radiating a golden glow, as if an immense dragon coiled behind him, joining him in his offensive. So swift was his movement. The brothers stood frozen, unable to trace the old man's movements, and now, they could not even follow Chen Yuan's strikes. Each of Chen Yuan's blows, though immensely powerful, was executed with a speed that seemed to require no build-up whatsoever. Under the onslaught of his tempestuous strikes, the already staggered old man found every bone in his body shattered. Even as a mere husk, remnants of bones and veins remained. Yet Chen Yuan's overwhelming force struck down without granting the old man a moment's respite. In the end, Chen Yuan delivered a final, crushing blow to the old man's heart, releasing the primordial energy cultivated from the ancient scriptures, which descended like a hammer, utterly severing the old man's heart meridian and concluding the battle. Chapter 39. The Broken Path. The old man with white hair has fallen. This outcome astonished the 2 brothers beyond measure. Who could have anticipated that the notorious white-haired elder, renowned for his invincibility in the awakening realm, would be rendered utterly defenseless after unleashing his self-created ultimate technique, ultimately falling to Chen Yuan with the swiftness of a gale scattering leaves, even shattering his heart veins in the process? Is this how he meets his end? The two brothers remained in a state of bewilderment, staring at the once ruthless and sinister figure of the white-haired elder, now lifeless on the ground. Eyes shut, blood streaming from 7 orifices, devoid of any trace of his former grandeur. While they were still grappling with the shock, Chen Yuan was not idle. Having dispatched the white-haired elder, he appeared before the brothers in the next instant, his gaze crackling with intensity. As the two awoke from their stupor, sweat poured down their faces at the sight of Chen Yuan, the very individual who had just vanquished the white-haired elder, instilling a profound dread within them. They perceived him as someone capable of rivaling Chen Tianjiao. Although currently lacking in cultivation, they believed they could eventually bridge the gap. "Young Master Chen, we shall leave immediately. Please spare us," the brothers implored, kneeling and bowing their heads in desperate supplication. Moments ago, they had harbored thoughts of battling the white-haired elder, but now, facing Chen Yuan, their confidence had completely evaporated. "Remember, you have never laid eyes upon me." Chen Yuan's voice pierced the air, granting the brothers a reprieve that filled them with gratitude. Tears of appreciation streaming down their faces. After fervently praising Chen Yuan, they rose, dusting themselves off, preparing to vacate the stone chamber. Suddenly, a sharp flash of sword light flickered within the chamber, followed by the rolling of 2 severed heads. After wiping the blade clean with their garments, Chen Yuan sheathed the sword. "I had thought you would spare them." Zhuang Wenqi approached Chen Yuan, a hint of surprise in his voice. Chen Yuan shook his head, expressing his desire for discretion. Thus, they would not be spared. The most effective guardians of secrets are not the living. "I understand now." Zhuang Wenqi remained silent. He had encountered such matters before. In the realm of martial arts, the most assured way to silence someone is to ensure they can never speak again. In Zhuang Wenqi's heart, he felt a sense of relief for having chosen Chen Yuan as a friend. It was far less burdensome to ally with such a person than to oppose him. Subsequently, the two departed the stone chamber, following the direction indicated by the jade pendant. Eventually, others discovered the stone chamber and observed the 3 corpses on the ground. Although they were perplexed, they could not ascertain the identity of their slayer. Soon, their attention was captivated by the profound techniques etched into the surrounding stone walls. The fist of immortal suppression awaited mastery, promising unparalleled might. A remarkably gifted prodigy stumbled upon this place and engaged in combat with those who had come before, each hoping to be the sole possessor of the ultimate technique, unwilling to share it with anyone else. Unbeknownst to Chen Yuan and Zhuang Wenqi, who had already left, they followed the jade pendant's guidance through a series of deep tunnels, seeking the true core of this underground tomb. Of course, there was no assurance that other prodigies had not found alternate routes, arriving here before them. Before long, the sound of slaughter dissipated, and as they continued along the passage, their steps halted abruptly. They realized the path ahead had come to an impasse, rendering further progress impossible. It was a distance of over 10 zhang, beneath which lay a deep abyss. Unless we possessed the strength of the bitter sea realm to leap across, we could only halt here. Zhuang Wenqi took a moment to measure the length of the gap, letting out a deep sigh. Even with the cultivation of the bitter sea realm, one could not traverse this divide, Chen Yuan remarked. Noticing Zhuang Wenqi's confusion, Chen Yuan smiled, picked up a pebble from the ground, and flicked it with his finger. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of lightning streaked across the sky above the chasm, instantly obliterating the pebble into dust that cascaded to the ground. "This," Zhuang Wenqi gasped. The speed of that lightning was astonishing. As Chen Yuan had described, even a powerful bitter sea realm expert would be struck down by such a force. Did not the 4 great families visit this tomb previously? How did they manage to cross? Zhuang Wenqi inquired, puzzled. Chen Yuan chuckled. "Are you not adept in tomb feng shui? Have you not realized that this tomb undergoes changes on its own? During the previous 2 visits of the 4 great families, the circumstances they faced were entirely different. Otherwise, they would not have been able to exit until now." Zhuang Wenqi's gaze flickered as he turned to Chen Yuan, astonished. "Are you suggesting that the tomb's closure twice was due to adjustments in its internal structure? But that is implausible. How could a tomb autonomously adjust itself? And how could it determine the time to allow outsiders entry?" This contradicts our ancestral teachings regarding tombs. Unless, perhaps, the tomb's master is still alive and orchestrating an elaborate scheme. He pondered this for a moment, yet Chen Yuan remained non-committal until they reached the main burial chamber. All speculations were merely conjecture. Since we cannot proceed further, let us remain here for a while. If this place is destined to be impassable, we shall depart. However, if passage is indeed possible, a path will surely reveal itself. Chen Yuan spoke, and Zhuang Wenqi had no objections, for there was no means to advance. Waiting here seemed prudent. After casting a deep gaze into the abyss below, Chen Yuan closed his eyes and began to meditate, patiently awaiting developments. Zhuang Wenqi also settled beside Chen Yuan, feeling as though Chen Yuan radiated the warmth of a living furnace. With the essence of the universe swirling around him like a fierce blaze, vibrant and powerful. Among all whom I have encountered, though his cultivation may not be the strongest, the purity of his vital energy surpasses even that of his master. Zhuang Wenqi marveled inwardly. Having known Chen Yuan for only a short time, he sensed an air of mystery enveloping him. Each member of their group harbored myriad untold stories, yet to Zhuang Wenqi, Chen Yuan's heart concealed even more profound secrets. Chapter 40. Never departing from Baisho Mountain, Chen Yuan meditated before the impassable road for 2 days. His vital energy surging like a colossal primordial beast consuming the essence of the sun and moon, creating an illusion for Zhuang Wenqi that all the vital energy within the subterranean tomb was being absorbed by Chen Yuan. When Chen Yuan finally opened his eyes, Zhuang Wenqi could not help but tremble with surprise. "Have you broken through?" he inquired. "Hush!" Chen Yuan swiftly interjected, silencing Zhuang Wenqi. "Someone is approaching." Zhuang Wenqi's expression shifted to one of alertness as he turned to the direction Chen Yuan indicated. In the darkness, a figure approached with measured steps. The sound of her footfalls barely audible, yet imbued with an unsettling sense of danger. It appeared that someone had arrived before me. When the figure spoke, Zhuang Wenqi was taken aback, for the voice was that of a woman, sweet and melodious, catching both Chen Yuan and Zhuang Wenqi by surprise. The flickering light cast an ethereal glow upon her silhouette, rendering her form hazy yet alluring. As the two men discerned her features, their eyes widened in awe. Her celestial aura was palpable. Her graceful figure and elongated form radiated an intrinsic brilliance, evoking an impression of purity and remoteness. Such exquisite beauty. Zhuang Wenqi marveled inwardly, his gaze fixated on her. Chen Yuan silently concurred. This woman was indeed exceptional. Even though he had encountered numerous divine maidens in his past life, none matched the beauty and grace of the woman before him. A captivating beauty naturally elicits admiration from others, and even those as vigilant as Chen Yuan and Zhuang Wenqi found themselves slightly disarmed. "Are you not Chen Yuan, a disciple of the Holy Temple in Jiangning City?" the woman inquired, her enchanting eyes sparkling with playful mischief. "Indeed," Chen Yuan replied, revealing no pretense, for she was already aware of his identity. Thus he felt no need to conceal it. What piqued his interest was her specific mention of Jiangning City. It suggested that she might not be from there. A glint of sharpness flickered in Chen Yuan's eyes. Could this woman discern the origins of Zhuang Wenqi's sect? Zhuang Wenqi seemed yet unaware of the current situation. He scratched his head and smiled, saying, "My dear lady, you may not know that my sect is not located in Jiangning City." The woman replied with a gentle smile. "As long as one is in the Great Yu Dynasty, there is nothing I am unaware of. My name is Qingyu," she continued, "and I surmise you hail from Baisho Mountain. Am I correct? Have you heard of this place?" Zhuang Wenqi expressed mild astonishment, for few were aware of Baisho Mountain's existence. Abandoning the supreme path, one remains loyal to Baisho Mountain. The enchanting beauty smiled, and Zhuang Wenqi's eyes widened in surprise, not expecting her to be acquainted with such a saying. "I have mentioned, as long as one is within the Great Yu Dynasty, there is nothing I do not know." The woman's lips curled into a smile, exuding an air of nobility. Chen Yuan scrutinized her. Although she was radiant and captivating, his primary concern was discerning her intentions. Her ability to arrive at this location before us implied she was no ordinary individual. Furthermore, Her impatience to ascertain our identities through her own judgment suggested a sense of arrogance and a desire to maintain control, unwilling to be maneuvered by us. Chen Yuan discreetly communicated with Zhuang Wenqi, cautioning him against being enchanted by her beauty. The more alluring the woman, the more vigilance one must exercise. "I wonder where Miss Qingyu hails from," Chen Yuan inquired, turning his gaze towards her. Qingyu replied with a light smile, "A place far from Jiangning City, which I presume you have not heard of. Is it further than Baishou Mountain?" Zhuang Wenqi's gaze flickered. Baishou Mountain lay a myriad of miles from Jiangning City, and with a few more steps, he would leave the great Yu Dynasty behind. Had it not been for his master's directive to descend the mountain for experience, he would never have ventured to Jiangning City. Qingyu smiled gently, her beauty captivating. Shi Jinlong's heart stirred. Both the disciple of the Immaculate Elder and his sister, Shi Jinxue, possessed remarkable appearances, yet they paled in comparison to the enchanting maiden before him. "It is indeed an honor for one of my humble standing to be heard by a celestial being," Shi Jinlong said, bowing lightly. "You are too kind," she replied. "Let us not forget, you are not merely a member of the Holy Temple. You are also the deposed young master of the Chen family." Chen Yuan's expression remained unperturbed. He had anticipated Shi Jinlong's words even before he had begun to speak. "In the annals of Jiangning City, you are the first young master to be deposed. Had you not hastily sought the favor of the Holy Temple, this city would have no place for you now." Shi Jinlong's voice dripped with sarcasm. Before Chen Yuan could respond, Zhuang Wenqi could no longer contain himself. "Your words are utterly ludicrous. As if the Holy Temple would randomly elevate someone from the streets to sainthood. Are you suggesting that the Holy Temple lacks discernment? If that is your belief, do you mind if I relay your sentiments to the esteemed elders of the Holy Temple after I depart?" "You dare." Shi Jinlong's aura surged. Glancing at the fathomless pool of water, he smirked coldly. "For you to convey such words to the elders of the Holy Temple, you must first ensure your own survival to exit this tomb. This pool of water shall be your final resting place." Chapter 41. Cast into the abyss, the four prominent families united to establish conditions, permitting only those martial artists of the awakening realm to enter. In their pursuit of maximizing their benefits, it was inevitable that they would equip their own prodigies with the most advanced and exceptional gear. Magical weapons, talismans, elixirs, everything that might prove useful within the ancient tomb, Shi Jinlong meticulously prepared. He possessed ample confidence that he could navigate the tomb with impunity. Aside from Li Xiao and Wei Wuhai, none could contend with him. Should Chen Tianqiu arrive, they would undoubtedly pale in comparison, yet in his absence, they were the crownless monarchs. Shi Jinlong believed that Chen Yuan's entry into the sacred hall indicated he was no fool, but how long had he truly practiced martial arts? Even if he was exceptionally gifted, could he possibly overcome several minor realms to challenge him? Shi Jinlong found it inconceivable. "You do not understand the gravity of your words," Chen Yuan remarked. "However, I must offer you a piece of advice. It is best not to provoke that abyss, for it may lead to immense trouble." "Immense trouble?" Shi Jinlong scoffed coldly. "I can comprehend your fear and desire for self-preservation, yet to think such fabrications might persuade me to spare you is sheer folly." Evidently, Shi Jinlong did not believe a word of Chen Yuan's warning. The abyss lay still, as tranquil as stagnant water. How could any danger possibly lurk within? Furthermore, they had descended deep underground. This abyss was even deeper. After many years, even if some terrifying creature had once inhabited this abyss, it would have long since succumbed to the passage of time, unable to survive to this era. Chen Yuan's words, in the eyes of Shi Jinlong, were merely excuses born out of fear. Zhuang Wenqi's gaze flickered as he discreetly activated the Bagua compass in his possession. The compass needle pointed towards the deep pool, and in that instant, it trembled slightly, causing Zhuang Wenqi to adopt a grave expression, declaring that peril lurked within the waters. "Nonsense," Shi Jinlong retorted, exuding an imposing aura as he strode forward with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger. With a sudden tremor of his palm, he lunged at Zhuang Wenqi. As a member of the sacred hall, Chen Yuan knew that if Shi Jinlong truly cast him into the abyss, it would spell disaster for him. Thus, It was imperative to eliminate anyone who might witness these events. Shi Jinlong's claw technique was exceedingly fierce, shimmering with golden light, resembling the true claws of a golden dragon, unyielding and domineering. To kill me? It shall not be so simple. Zhuang Wenqi bellowed, unleashing the Bagua compass, which radiated a mystical glow, hovering before him like a shield to intercept Shi Jinlong's assault. With a hissing sound, Shi Jinlong's claws descended, rending the very fabric of space, yet failing to shatter the compass. Instead, it emitted a piercing sound, and a gentle luminescence emanated from the compass, sending Shi Jinlong staggering back. Chen Yuan's expression flickered momentarily. Zhuang Wenqi's compass was remarkable. While it might not be classified as a top-tier magical artifact, it possessed a unique Taoist essence, with mysterious energies swirling within. He felt a tinge of curiosity towards Zhuang Wenqi's sect, Baishou Mountain. A sect that specialized in geomancy and tomb theories indeed warranted a visit. Having achieved nothing, Shi Jinlong gathered an even more terrifying force within his claws, his countenance darkening further as he prepared to obliterate Zhuang Wenqi once and for all. I once thought he was an extraordinary talent, only to realize he merely relies on his magical artifacts. Shi Jinlong chuckled coldly, yet internally he became significantly more solemn. A person capable of wielding such a powerful disc would undoubtedly possess a formidable background. Say what you will, Zhuang Wenqi retorted with irritation. Despite Shi Jinlong's superior prowess, he had no intention of engaging in a futile contest of strength, as he did not wish to lose face before Qingyu and be humiliated by someone like Shi Jinlong. With a silver tongue, Shi Jinlong's gaze glimmered with a hint of frost as he advanced. However, at that moment, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed, halting Shi Jinlong's stride as he turned to observe the figure emerging from the shadows. Young Master Shi, and a saint, he noted. As an inconspicuous cultivator stepped forth from the darkness, his level of cultivation modest, merely seeking fortune in this place. Little did he know, he had inadvertently stumbled upon this dead end. Unfortunately, his luck seemed rather lacking. Perfect timing. Let this young master gauge the way, Shi Jinlong remarked icily. Enough chatter. If I command you to go, you shall go, or face death, he warned in a low tone. It must be acknowledged that although Shi Jinlong posed little threat to Chen Yuan and Zhuang Wenqi, ordinary awakened cultivators dared not defy him. The man hesitated, yet ultimately began to approach Shi Jinlong slowly, resigned to his fate. Meanwhile, Qingyu stood by, seemingly unfazed, for she had no cause to fear any ill will from Shi Jinlong. Even if he were to foolishly provoke her, she possessed ways to deal with him. Thus, among those present, Shi Jinlong could only assert his authority over the newcomer, as the others held no regard for his intimidation. What are you dawdling for? Shi Jinlong bellowed. The man clenched his teeth and hastily approached Shi Jinlong's side. With a piercing gaze, Shi Jinlong's hand swiftly clasped the man's shoulder, an overwhelming force enveloping him, poised to hurl him into the profound abyss. Stop! Chen Yuan's figure appeared like a specter, intercepting Shi Jinlong at the very moment he was about to strike. Do you dare to obstruct me? Shi Jinlong roared in fury, deeming Chen Yuan's interference excessive, even in his intent to test the depth of the water. I have warned you, the waters are mysterious. Casting someone in will only provoke greater calamity, Chen Yuan admonished. Whatever the consequences, I shall bear them. With that, Shi Jinlong flung the man's body into the depths of the abyss. Chapter 42. The water's anomaly. Zhuang Wenqi harbored no fondness for Shi Jinlong and promptly turned to Qingyu. Miss Qingyu, let us retreat for a moment. A glimmer of doubt flickered in Qingyu's enchanting eyes. She held no trust in Shi Jinlong, and was equally wary of Chen Yuan and Zhuang Wenqi. Even though Zhuang Wenqi appeared upright, she could not guarantee he would not lead her astray. Miss Qingyu, do not hesitate, Zhuang Wenqi urged, growing anxious. Just as Qingyu was about to respond, Shi Jinlong preempted her, saying, Miss Qingyu, there is no need for concern. Should any unforeseen event arise, I shall ensure your safety. No sooner had he spoken than the once tranquil abyss erupted into a towering splash, dark waves surging upward. Had it not been for the quick reflexes of Chen Yuan and Zhuang Wenqi, the torrent would surely have drenched them. The inky droplets cascaded to the ground, corroding the surface into a myriad of shallow pits. Shi Jinlong, positioned closest to the abyss, was besprinkled by the surging waves, resulting in countless small holes in his garments. Fortunately, he wore a protective magical armor beneath, and his swift movements spared him from further splashes. Otherwise, his skin would have surely succumbed to decay. Qingyu, with her flowing sleeves, summoned a celestial umbrella, radiating brilliance that shielded her from the dark droplets, making it exceedingly difficult for them to harm her. The umbrella was evidently a high-tier magical artifact, repelling the black water with its luminous aura. Standing firm, she remained untouched, exuding an air of calmness unmatched by the others. Chen Yuan's movements were elusive and enigmatic. As he departed, he effortlessly whisked away Zhuang Wenqi, leaving Shi Jinlong in a state of disarray. "Is this what you call protecting Miss Qingyu? You certainly excel at it," Zhuang Wenqi remarked with derision, casting a glance at Shi Jinlong. Shi Jinlong's expression darkened. "I was merely careless." "Spare us your feeble excuses," Chen Yuan interjected. "I warned you long ago that this is not a place for recklessness. How can one carelessly probe the depths of such an abyss?" As if to validate Chen Yuan's warning, the abyss stirred violently at that very moment, as though a fearsome vortex was coalescing within, and a shadowy figure seemed to materialize, causing the onlookers' gazes to freeze in astonishment. "Is there truly someone within the depths?" Qingyu whispered softly, having always believed that there existed a formation at the bottom of the pool, only to discover that there truly were living beings present. No, that was not human. In Zhuang Wenqi's eyes, two strange beams of light erupted, one black and one white, intertwining to reveal an enigmatic Taiji diagram, pulsating with an essence of perpetual vitality. Suddenly, from the depths of the pool, a figure was catapulted forth, drenched in black water and blood. One of its eyes had fallen out, yet it hung precariously from the socket, and much of its skin had been eroded by the black liquid, exposing ghastly white bones in a horrific display. Even with Qingyu's resilient spirit, the sight unsettled her, causing her grip on the Tianluo umbrella to tighten, fearful that the creature might draw closer. With a thud, the monster, after staring at the three for a moment, collapsed to the ground. All signs of life extinguished in an instant. It was the very individual who had been cast into the depths moments earlier. Chen Yuan spoke solemnly, simultaneously communicating telepathically with Qingyu and Zhuang Wenqi, asserting that there must be a peculiar creature residing at the bottom of the pool, capable of resisting the corrosive nature of the black water. If they continued to disturb the depths, they would inevitably attract the creature's attention, potentially costing them their lives. With the monstrous figure serving as a cautionary tale, Qingyu found herself inclined to trust Chen Yuan's words more deeply. She was reluctant to act recklessly, risking her own life amidst the unknown horrors lurking in the depths. Meanwhile, the previously boisterous Shi Jinlong remained unusually silent, attentively listening as Chen Yuan and Zhuang Wenqi analyzed the situation surrounding the deep pool. "He has faltered once. He cannot afford a second misstep. What shall we do then? We cannot remain trapped here indefinitely." Qingyu spoke, casting a glance at Zhuang Wenqi, whose cheeks flushed slightly, though the dim surroundings concealed it. "We can only attempt to reconnect the broken path." Zhuang Wenqi turned to Chen Yuan, asking, "What is your perspective?" "The crux lies in how to mend the disconnection." Chen Yuan, his expression grave, fixated on the severed path, pondered for an extended period. It seemed as though he had entered a trance, contemplating the broken road for 3 consecutive days. During this time, several prodigies arrived at this place, yet out of respect for Chen Yuan's formidable presence from the sacred hall, they refrained from interrupting his deliberation. Additionally, they were keen to witness whether Chen Yuan could devise a solution to the predicament at hand. "Brother Shi, I did not anticipate that you would outpace me by such a margin." Though he had taken a step ahead, he still could not traverse the broken path. Ultimately, it proved futile. Shi Jinlong's earlier arrogance had waned, replaced by a rueful smile. "Who is that?" Although many had gathered here, Wei Wuhai's keen eye quickly spotted Qingyu. "Miss Qingyu, of unknown origin," Shi Jinlong remarked. "Unknown origin can be explored gradually. Wei Wuhai replied with a smile, before his gaze shifted elsewhere, landing on the contemplative Chen Yuan. What is that lad up to? Wei Wuhai inquired again. He is contemplating how to reconnect the broken path, Shi Jinlong answered candidly. Upon hearing this, Wei Wuhai could not help but laugh heartily. Reconnect the broken path? What makes him think he can accomplish that? In my view, relying on him means we shall be trapped here for eternity. Chapter 43. Severing all ties. A considerable crowd had gathered before the impasse. Some engaged in conversation while others sat quietly to the side, all listening intently to Wei Wuhai's words. Wei Wuhai candidly asserted that if they relied on Chen Yuan to devise a method to navigate the obstruction, they might remain trapped there for the rest of their lives. At this remark, all eyes turned toward the youth standing at the threshold, deep in contemplation about the path ahead, yet their impatience was palpable. Wei Wuhai clearly harbored doubts about Shi Jinlong's sincerity, suspecting that he was merely mocking Chen Yuan. After all, he had only just arrived and felt no urgency to proceed. Members of the Chen family had also arrived, their expressions solemn as they observed the few young men from the Chen clan approaching. These individuals were staunch supporters of Chen Tianjiao, and upon closer inspection, one could discern faint traces of blood on their garments, a testament to their encounters along the way. Prior to reaching this impasse, each prodigy had crossed paths with one another, and it could be said that those standing at the threshold were already victors. "This boy is full of cunning. Do you truly believe his words?" remarked one of the young men from the Chen family, a cold smile gracing his lips as he recounted the events at this location, convinced that everyone had been deceived by Chen Yuan. Indeed, he is the most devious. While he pretends to ponder the continuation of the path, he is surely plotting something sinister. In my view, we should cast him aside, and the path ahead will naturally unfold. Another young man from the Chen family concurred. Having followed Chen Tianjiao, they had long since exhausted their options for retreat. Chen Yuan had become their adversary, and he must be eliminated, particularly with Chen Yuan's recent affiliation with the Sacred Hall. They felt an even greater urgency to find an opportunity to remove him from their midst. At this moment, an exquisite opportunity presents itself. He is indeed a saint of the temple. Your audacity is remarkable. Naturally, it is you, the leader, we seek. Zhuang Wenqi's gaze turned frigid as he addressed the young man from the Chen family. If my memory serves me right, you and Chen Yuan belong to the same clan. Chen Yuan has garnered the temple's favor and has been honored with the title of saint, a glory for the Chen family. Yet, out of jealousy, you conspire against him and deliberately incite others to act against him. This is undeniably the behavior of a petty individual, deserving of disdain. A chill flickered across the face of the Chen youth as he retorted, "Am I truly the one acting like a rogue? What are you to accuse me here? My lineage is of no concern to you." Chen Yuan is contemplating how to bridge the gap. If you interrupt him, how shall he navigate the path ahead? Zhuang Wenqi boldly challenged. The gazes of the crowd shifted towards the youths of the Chen family, as they had claimed that Chen Yuan did not genuinely wish to mend the rift, but was harboring ulterior motives. They were eager to hear the Chen family's explanation. With so many of us gathered here, is there truly no one who can rival him? An untalented wastrel, who has wormed his way into the temple through some connection, surpassing all the young talents of Jiangning City. Do you not wish to see him cast down from his pedestal? The Chen youth's words resonated, and upon closer inspection, one would realize he was not offering an explanation, but rather inciting the crowd's animosity towards Chen Yuan. Indeed, if we can vanquish him, would that not affirm our greater qualification to become saints of the temple? Wei Wuhai spoke up, expressing that his relationship with the Chen family was not particularly amicable. However, he shared their disdain for Chen Yuan. It was an unbearable reality for Wei Wuhai that someone universally regarded as a useless individual could suddenly transform into a disciple of the sanctuary, ascending to a status even higher than theirs. Amidst the heated discussions, Lu Xiao strolled over, silently absorbing the conversation. Although he harbored a modicum of rivalry towards Chen Yuan, the elders of the Lu family had advised him to maintain a cordial rapport with Chen Yuan. Thus, Lu Xiao chose to withdraw from the fray and observe the unfolding events with a discerning eye. Wei Wuhai and Shi Jinlong glanced at Lu Xiao, noting his disinterest, which clarified Lu Xiao's stance for them. They promptly ceased their attempts to enlist his support and instead approached the young members of the Chen family. Chen Yuan, let us join forces and send this fellow on his way, Wei Wuhai declared, striking a chord with Chen Yuan. With the backing of Wei Wuhai and Shi Jinlong, confronting Chen Yuan would be a straightforward endeavor. You all join in, Wei Wuhai commanded the nearby youths, whose expressions shifted as they realized the unexpected involvement. We do not wish to stain our hands, one of them replied hesitantly. Wei Wuhai, with an air of indifference, retorted, if memory serves. Your families exist in subservience to the Chun and Wei clans, and even your family heads are bound to heed our commands. Do you dare defy us? The youths exchanged glances, revealing their apprehension. Complying with Wei Wuhai's orders meant confronting Chen Yuan, and should the sanctuary take notice, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Hurry up! Wei Wuhai, Shi Jinlong, and Chen Yuan exuded a ferocious aura, relentlessly advancing towards the group, compelling them to take action against Chen Yuan. The young men, resigned to their fate, cast a glance at Chen Yuan, who was deeply engrossed in contemplating the path ahead. They silently sighed, recognizing that this was not their intention. They were merely coerced into this confrontation. They hoped fervently that if Chen Yuan's spirit sought vengeance, it would not be directed at them. Approximately 4 or 5 youths stepped forward simultaneously, the elemental energy of the world swirling around them, radiating an oppressive force. All were advanced martial practitioners of the awakening realm, and the collective display of their formidable presence was palpable. You shall not lay a finger on him, Zhuang Wenqi declared, positioning himself defiantly in front of them. If you wish to confront him, you must first contend with me. To kill one is murder. To kill two is merely to dig one's own grave. Do not blame us for our ruthlessness, one of the youths retorted coldly. Onward. In an instant, a barrage of terrifying assaults surged towards Zhuang Wenqi. He promptly summoned the Bagua Dao plate, which appeared as a colossal yin-yang shield protecting him. However, due to the simultaneous attacks from all directions, the shield failed to provide adequate defense, resulting in him being struck. With a splatter, Zhuang Wenqi coughed up blood, and the radiance of the Dao plate dimmed, rendering him incapable of unleashing its full potential, struggling even to defend himself. Let us send them both on their way. The youth's expressions turned icy as they closed in, determined to eliminate Chen Yuan and Zhuang Wenqi, leaving no room for future repercussions. Thus, a multitude stepped forth in unison, their imposing presence radiating power. As ethereal apparitions flickered around them, these were their sole manifestations, glimmering with an extraordinary brilliance. Each individual unleashed their most formidable abilities, directing their forces toward the engulfed Zhuang Wenqi. With a resounding impact, the young man's assault was dismantled by the might of a punch, which surged with fury, compelling him to stagger backward, his knees weakening, as if he were on the brink of kneeling. The expressions of the remaining youths shifted dramatically, their gazes toward Chen Yuan becoming increasingly intricate. The potency of Chen Yuan's earlier strike was formidable. They questioned whether they could withstand such force if faced with it themselves. And this was merely a casual blow from Chen Yuan. Awakening Realm, 6th level. Some regarded Chen Yuan with astonishment. For the inhabitants of Jiangning City were well aware that Chen Yuan had recently awakened his soul, yet he had already ascended to the 6th level of awakening. Such a pace of cultivation was rarely seen throughout history. It appeared that the Holy Temple had bestowed upon him an exceptionally profound technique, enabling this young man to rise with remarkable speed. Chen Yuan cast a cold glance at the youths, his intent to kill palpable, before approaching Zhuang Wenqi. He swiftly pointed out several crucial acupoints, calming Zhuang Wenqi's turbulent spirit. You nearly perished, Chen Yuan stated. Had I not awakened in time, these rascals would have been your demise. I am aware, Zhuang Wenqi replied with a smile. I presumed you to be a wise individual, yet I find your foolishness astounding. In a moment where your life hangs in the balance, you do not seek to preserve yourself? Chen Yuan, somewhat taken aback, questioned him. To be candid, he had never held a particular regard for Zhuang Wenqi. Their association was merely transactional, a collaboration born of mutual benefit. Just now, regardless of his own life or death, Zhuang Wenqi chose to remain by Chen Yuan's side, safeguarding his safety. This act ignited a flicker of warmth within Chen Yuan's heart. Such individuals, willing to lay down their lives for others, are indeed rare in this world. We have forged an alliance, and naturally, we must protect one another, Zhuang Wenqi weakly stated, managing a faint smile. Indeed, we have formed an alliance, Chen Yuan replied, a smile gracing his lips as well. If they harm you, it is as if they have harmed me. With those words, Chen Yuan cast a glance at the young men before him. Thus, your lives shall end here. How laughable. Do you intend to confront us all single-handedly? After injuring one young man, 4 others remained, each a prodigy of the 8th and 9th realms of awakening, their eyes gleaming with menace as they advanced upon Chen Yuan. United, these 4 could rival even a genius of Wei Wuhai's caliber. How could one insignificant Chen Yuan, merely at the 6th realm of awakening, possibly measure up? One of the young men swung his hand, unleashing a blade of light that appeared capable of piercing through space itself, leaving a gleaming silver arc in the darkened void as it hurtled towards Chen Yuan. Another, whose soul was that of a fiery bird, opened his mouth to expel a torrent of flames. The heat so intense it seemed capable of incinerating the very fabric of space. The assaults of the remaining 2 were equally formidable, rivaling the prowess of the brothers in the stone chamber. Yet, such meager strength was insufficient against Chen Yuan, who stood at the 5th realm of awakening. Before him, they were akin to mere chickens and dogs. If this is all you can muster, I shall send you on your way. Chen Yuan let out a thunderous roar, and in an instant, he struck with the force of a tempest. His dragon-subduing hand surged forth like an unstoppable tide, unleashing a barrage of fists that swept through the air, resembling living dragons lunging forward. The golden radiance of his fists illuminated the space, shattering the oncoming lethal sword strikes into mere dust. The shadows of his fists extinguished the flames, and the attacks of the other 2 were similarly obliterated. The countenances of the 4 turned ashen, as this was their trump card, effortlessly dismantled by Chen Yuan. His strength had significantly increased. Shi Jinlong's gaze darkened. He had never engaged Chen Yuan in combat, and was unaware of his true depth. However, compared to the time when Chun Tianjiao hosted guests, Chen Yuan had grown immensely powerful, an individual most detestable. Wei Wuhai murmured, his mind conjuring another figure, the unparalleled prodigy of the Chen family, who had entered the martial arts sanctuary of the Dayu Dynasty for training. He pondered how splendid the future of the Chen family would be if Chen Yuan did not stand in opposition to Chen Tianjiao. Surely, only one of them could survive. Yet, he found himself anticipating the day they would perish together. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Xiaoxiao had arrived beside Wei Wuhai, offering a faint smile. The them she referred to was not the youth before them, but rather Chen Tianjiao and Chen Yuan. Let us hope so, Wei Wuhai nodded. Since they could not eliminate Chen Yuan, he would leave that task to Chen Tianjiao, who would undoubtedly desire Chen Yuan's life more than they did. Young Master Wei, please save us. The youths, witnessing Chen Yuan approach, were filled with dread and hurriedly sought refuge with Wei Wuhai. In the next moment, 4 spectral dragons entwined around their necks, the terrifying force of confinement coursing through their bodies, rendering them mute and unable to utter a sound. We are also being. The faces of the 4 individuals flushed crimson as they struggled to articulate a few words, hoping that Chen Yuan would show them mercy. You wish to claim that you are being coerced, do you? Chen Yuan regarded the quartet with a bemused smile. Indeed, the 4 of them fervently acquiesced. However, if I had not awakened, would I not have perished at your hands? Chen Yuan's gaze pierced through them, his pupils radiating 2 sharp bolts of cold light. Their struggles abruptly ceased as they stared at Chen Yuan, momentarily at a loss for words. Furthermore, you sought to slay my brother as well, which has crossed a line. Only your demise can extinguish the hatred in my heart. Chapter 45. Approaching directly at this moment, the space was enveloped in silence. with only Chen Yuan's voice resonating in the ears of the onlookers. These individuals had breached Chen Yuan's threshold, and thus they must perish. Only by eliminating you can I quell the turmoil within my soul. Chen Yuan stepped forward, his hand extending, and in an instant, the spectral dragons constricting the four youths tightened their grip even further, rendering these advanced martial cultivators, who had awakened their powers, gasping for breath as if suffocating. Die, Chen Yuan pronounced decisively, and the dragon apparitions transformed into sharp blades, slicing through the air. In an instant, the heads of the four fell to the ground, some even rolling into a deep pool, sending up splashes of water. They are dead. The hearts of the crowd trembled as the 5 young men united, intent on slaying Chen Yuan. However, one suffered grave injuries while 4 others met their demise. This was their fate. With a resounding crash, Wei Wuhai collided against the stone wall, spewing forth blood, utterly weakened, collapsing to the ground, unable to move. Such was the might behind Chen Yuan's strike. The prodigy of the Wei family was nothing more than this. After leaving behind a mocking remark, Chen Yuan turned away, disregarding Wei Wuhai entirely. As for Shi Jinlong, he had already been rendered inconsequential. Then, approaching Chen Kuan, Chen Yuan paused, declaring, "Your reckoning shall come, along with the Chen family." A collective gasp resonated through the crowd. Was this truly a disciple of the sanctuary? With a single palm, he had sent Wei Wuhai flying and dared to threaten a reckoning with the Chen family. His audacity was indeed formidable. "I await your arrival." Chen Kuan feigned composure as he spoke. "Let us proceed." Crossing the divide ahead, Chen Yuan instructed Zhuang Wenqi, refraining from glancing at Qin Yu. Earlier, Qin Yu had disregarded his life. Thus, he deemed it unnecessary to regard Qin Yu as a friend. "How shall we cross?" Zhuang Wenqi inquired, his eyes betraying a glimmer of astonishment. Chen Yuan had indeed not disappointed him, having discovered a means to continue forward. "Step forward," Chen Yuan commanded. "Step forward?" Zhuang Wenqi was taken aback, as were the others present, frozen in disbelief. Was Chen Yuan jesting? The chasm was not one that could be traversed by mere legs, and below lay an unfathomable abyss, where those who fell would vanish without a trace. Was Chen Yuan truly suggesting they leap across? Was he lost in delusion? Whispers circulated among the crowd, deeming Chen Yuan's thoughts fanciful. I find the remarks of the Chen and Wei families rather insightful. This individual evidently seeks to entrap us, luring us into a dark abyss so that he may hoard the treasures all for himself. Indeed, it must be so. Who would have thought the ambitions of the temple were so grand as to deprive everyone of their opportunities, allowing their clan to dominate entirely? In a fleeting moment, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind, and his eyes gleamed with excitement as he proclaimed, "Yes, it is time to leap forward." At that moment, a voice emerged from the crowd, causing Chen Yuan's gaze to flicker towards the slowly advancing Lu Xiao. "Brother Chen," Lu Xiao said, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect, "this path was not obstructed during our prior exploration. It is possible that someone has deliberately severed the route. As you observed, should one fall into the deep chasm, survival would be exceedingly difficult." "I understand," Chen Yuan replied with a nod. Lu Xiao continued, "If Brother Chen has made up his mind, I would not dare to dissuade you. I merely hope you will ponder this matter carefully." He had discerned that Wei Wuhai and Shi Jinlong were utterly incapable of contending with Chen Yuan, unless there were additional mechanisms at play that could be exploited. Otherwise, it was inevitable that Chen Yuan would emerge from the ancient tomb unharmed. Given Chen Yuan's potential and stature, it was prudent for him to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. When Wei Wuhai had dispatched his men to act earlier, Lu Xiao had remained an observer. It was now essential for him to express his position, lest he fail to win Chen Yuan's favor. Chen Yuan turned his gaze towards Lu Xiao, offering a slight smile. He felt a sense of camaraderie with the Lu family, who had sought his goodwill prior to their entrance into the ancient tomb. As for Lu Xiao, he harbored no particular fondness for this individual, nor did he feel any aversion. Since the other party had kindly offered a reminder, he did not hesitate to respond, saying, "In this matter of traversing the chasm, it is essential to possess a resolute heart. Should one's martial spirit be unwavering and fearless, one shall undoubtedly cross the divide. A resolute martial spirit? Lu Xiao's gaze sharpened as he pondered Chen Yuan's words repeatedly. Only with an indomitable martial spirit can one possibly traverse the chasm and reach the other shore. But what constitutes the utmost resilience? Chen Yuan made no effort to conceal his voice, thus many heard his method. Numerous individuals among them scoffed at the notion. Could one truly cross merely by possessing an unwavering martial spirit? Was this some sort of jest? Should Chen Yuan's assertion prove false, they could pay with their very lives. I shall give it a try, Zhuang Wenqi declared with a radiant smile, as if he were not about to face a formidable challenge. He cleared his throat softly, intending to validate Chen Yuan's idea through his actions. Remember, forge ahead without fear, Chen Yuan instructed. He was filled with confidence in his beliefs. During the 3 days of meditation, he meticulously attuned himself to every inch of the tomb's stone walls, his mental energy permeating outward. He discerned that the chasm appeared intermittently, in truth revealing an invisible passage. Belief begets existence, doubt begets absence. To reach the other shore, one must first possess the determination and conviction that one can indeed arrive. Zhuang Wenqi stepped forward, and at that moment, countless eyes were fixed upon his stride, eager to see if he could truly traverse the chasm. Zhuang Wenqi's heart, however, remained remarkably serene. Since Chen Yuan asserted that a path existed, it undoubtedly did. Chen Yuan declared that with a steadfast heart, one could traverse it, and thus Zhuang Wenqi resolved to embrace this conviction, moving forward with unwavering determination. Fueled by such belief, Zhuang Wenqi took his first step. Chapter 46. A step. A composed and tranquil smile adorned Zhuang Wenqi's face. Chen Yuan's words held an undeniable truth. For despite their brief acquaintance, Zhuang Wenqi had cultivated an unshakable faith in Chen Yuan. If he spoke, Zhuang would believe. With a decisive step onto the fractured path, a ripple surged forth, resonating with a crisp sound that seemed to echo within the hearts of those gathered. Their eyes quivered in astonishment as he truly advanced. It is indeed real, someone exclaimed. Chen Yuan did not deceive us. With an unwavering martial heart, one can reach the other shore. Yet, skepticism lingered. There remained those who stubbornly refused to accept Chen Yuan's claims, asserting that even if one could reach the far bank, it did not validate his words. Perhaps there were other secrets that allowed him to cross unscathed. Chen Yuan's gaze flashed with a cold intensity as it landed upon the dissenting individual. In an instant, that person trembled, overtaken by an encroaching chill that seeped from within. That is enough. Cease this, a commanding voice resonated from the crowd, imbued with an enchanting power that penetrated the hearts of all present, merging their mental energies with the very waves of sound. Chen Yuan's expression turned utterly frosty. This individual was indeed treacherous, attempting to disrupt Zhuang Wenqi with mental interference. To traverse the broken path, one must remain wholly focused. The master of that voice deliberately unleashed sonic attacks, aiming to destabilize Zhuang Wenqi's resolve, causing him to plunge into the abyss. Fortunately, Zhuang Wenqi remained unfazed, walking forward with indifference, unperturbed by the sonic waves. Seeking death, are we? A cold voice escaped Chen Yuan's lips as he swiftly locked onto a figure within the crowd, his eyes glinting with sharpness. Come forth. The individual, resembling a scholar, altered his expression upon hearing Chen Yuan's fierce command, yet quickly regained his composure, feigning calmness, and inquired, "What do you want with me? Do you truly require elaboration on your own actions?" Chen Yuan scoffed coldly. I never anticipated that among the awakened in Jiangning City, there would be someone of your caliber, capable of infusing mental attacks within sonic waves. Quite a rarity indeed. If you were to diligently refine this skill, your future achievements would be substantial. Alas, you have chosen the path of self-destruction. I cannot be held accountable for that. With that, Chen Yuan took a sudden, forceful step forward, unleashing a tempestuous whirlwind that transformed into a colossal hand, reaching out to seize the scholar. Instantly, the scholar found himself in disarray. He bore no enmity with Chen Yuan or Zhuang Wenqi. Merely following orders to impede Zhuang Wenqi, and his companions from reaching the other shore first. Who could have foreseen that Zhuang Wenqi would remain unperturbed, while trouble now befell him? "Help me," the scholar cried weakly, as the tempestuous hand threatened to rend his very being, leaving him in a state of panic. His gaze darting towards Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan secretly cursed the scholar, lamenting his ineffectiveness in achieving results while excelling in causing trouble. In his hand materialized a shield, a first-tier superior magical weapon, which he hurled forth to float ominously before the scholar. With a sharp crack, the scholar's shield was instantly rent asunder by a tempestuous hand, and seizing the moment, the scholar deftly rolled away, taking refuge behind others and narrowly escaping disaster. "Do you think this will suffice for your escape?" Chen Yuan's eyes radiated a piercing intensity, akin to a sword's brilliance. His steps advanced with an imposing majesty reminiscent of an ancient deity as he pressed towards the scholar. "Should you provoke me further, do not expect to fare well." The scholar produced a long flute from his sleeve, placing it to his lips as if to invoke a celestial melody. "I have heard tales of the 10 celestial melodies that exist in this world. There are those that refine the hearts of mortals, melodies that aid warriors in their transformation, and even battle songs infused with immense offensive power. I wonder which of these you command." Chen Yuan regarded the scholar with a sardonic smile. The scholar's expression shifted in shock as he exclaimed, "How could you possibly know of the 10 celestial melodies? These compositions have long been lost to time. Not only am I unaware of them, but even my master has merely heard whispers. Few indeed are those in this world who still know of the 10 celestial melodies. Having said all this, do you not know how to play any? Since you are not proficient in celestial music, there is no need for you to employ your melodies." Chen Yuan replied with a smile, declaring that in this world, those skilled in musical arts are only formidable if they master the 10 celestial melodies. Otherwise, they pose no threat. Yet, the 10 celestial melodies are extraordinary, transcending the mortal realm, and should only exist in the heavens, instilling even Chen Yuan from his previous life with a sense of trepidation. "Do you believe that by unearthing some long-lost musical scores and theories from the ancient tomes of the temple, you can intimidate us?" Chen Yuan scoffed, considering Chen Yuan merely to be posturing. "I have no time to frighten you," Chen Yuan retorted, casting a glance at him. The melodies of the mundane world only served to agitate him, and he wished to hear none of it. How audacious, trying to appear refined. The scholar felt a flicker of irritation, yet little did he know that for someone like Chen Yuan, who was accustomed to the ethereal sounds of celestial music, the tunes of ordinary mortals were mere cacophony. In the next moment, a haunting melody from a flute reverberated through the dim space, disrupting the thoughts of all present. It was as if the mighty Yangtze River surged tumultuously past them, waves crashing against the shore, rocks strewn haphazardly, creating a grand scene of chaos. Yet, before their eyes, there was nothing tangible. Only the sound of the music manifested this extraordinary vision. It was evident what kind of devastating impact the flute's melody would have on Chen Yuan. At that moment, a terrifying spectacle indeed unfolded before him. Towering waves, 1,000 feet high, crashed towards him. The river's vast expanse rolling in a tumultuous surge akin to a tsunami, seeking to overwhelm him. However, within Chen Yuan's heart, there was no hint of fear. He understood well that with the cultivation of this scholar, it was impossible to harness such formidable power. The monstrous waves and surging waters were but illusions. Chen Yuan took another step forward, and a frenzied whirlwind ravaged the dim space. In an instant, all illusions shattered, the melodious notes ceased abruptly, and a terrifying storm descended upon the scholar. The flute in his hand disintegrated into dust, and he collapsed, as if all vitality had been drained from him. Chapter 47, Awaiting Death. The scholar, adept in the art of music, was struck down by a single step taken by Chen Yuan. The gaze of those around him shifted dramatically, filled with trepidation and reverence. Was this truly the extent of Chen Yuan's formidable power? If they were in his position, could they have achieved such a feat? If one were to consider Chen Yuan's previous act of sending Wei Wuhai flying with a mere slap as a surprise attack, then this blow was a testament to his genuine combat prowess. With a single step, He conjured a tempest powerful enough to vanquish a cultivator at the 9th level of awakening. I have stated before, if you are merely proficient in these mundane melodies, do not embarrass yourself here. Facing the cold, lifeless body, Chen Yuan uttered a ruthless remark, then turned away, disregarding the astonished gazes of the crowd, and flashed a smile at Zhuang Wenqi. Boom. As he took his first step, it felt as if the very fabric of space trembled, causing the hearts of the onlookers to shudder once more. What Chen Yuan had proclaimed was indeed true. I shall give it a try as well. Another figure emerged, exuding a sharp demeanor, confidence radiating from his brow. Observing that someone had already set a precedent, a competitive spirit ignited within him, compelling him to traverse the broken path. Yet, his smile was but a fleeting moment. As he had merely taken the first step, he found himself plunged into a deep abyss, as if an unseen force were compelling him towards an unending inferno. Down he fell. The gazes of the onlookers flickered, a chill rising within their hearts. For not everyone could traverse the broken path. To step forth into the unknown, the distinction between life and death remained uncertain. Must the heart of martial arts be resolute to pass through? And what of my sword heart? Among the crowd, a figure bore a crimson ancient sword, his gaze sharp and piercing. With an air of levity, he stepped forward, for he possessed the heart of a swordsman and sought to traverse that treacherous path. Only by relentlessly pursuing the heart of the sword could one truly embody the sword heart. All eyes were drawn to the youth carrying the ancient sword. Some recognized him and announced, "This is the sword cultivator from Falling Sword Peak." Who would have thought that Falling Sword Peak, located far beyond the city of Linen, would also arrive in our Jiangning city to seek relics? Chen Yuan murmured, "This time, their opponents are not merely the young talents of Jiangning city, but also the awakened prodigies from other major cities." Chen Yuan and Shi Jinlong surveyed the myriad figures within this space, not lacking individuals of significant repute akin to that sword cultivator. They had not come here by command of their sects or families, but rather had journeyed from afar to hone themselves and seek their fortunes. The youths who wander externally typically do not possess weak talents. Indeed, they may very well be formidable prodigies, striving to elevate themselves to higher realms through their own efforts. Chi Cha Feng, make your presence known. The young man, bearing an ancient sword, stepped forward, and the surrounding space shimmered with a dazzling sword intent, sharp and formidable. It was as if a white sword rainbow erupted from the crown of his head. He laughed heartily 3 times and strolled forth, astonishingly traversing the broken path. Chi Changfeng. The crowd silently etched this name into their memories. Within this realm, he was undoubtedly one of the strongest, comparable to the likes of Wei Wuhai and other prodigies. Soon, several others stepped forth, eager to attempt the crossing, yet few succeeded, as most plummeted into the abyss, swallowed by the deep pool. After all, the number of individuals possessing an unwavering martial heart was exceedingly scarce. In truth, the majority who managed to traverse the broken path did so with great difficulty, unable to maintain complete focus. Zhuang Wenqi's successful crossing was attributed not only to his profound confidence in Chen Yuan, but also to a secret technique that allowed him to cultivate a tranquil mind, shielding himself from external disturbances. Ordinary individuals, however, lacked such an opportunity. It must be so, otherwise, why would he linger? Many had heard Chen Yuan's words and instinctively began to speculate. Even Chen Yuan and Wei Wuhai were moved, contemplating the possibility that this situation might indeed hold truth. After all, why would Chen Yuan pause here instead of crossing the broken path? They found it hard to believe that he lacked a steadfast martial resolve. The youth was too formidable, instilling fear in others. Consequently, many young individuals who initially wished to take a bold leap now hesitated. For if Chen Yuan could afford to wait, why could not they? Brother Chen, what is your perspective? Wei Wuhai inquired of Chen Yuan, keen to discern his choice. I do not wish to wait. In Chen Yuan's pupils, a glimmer of brilliance erupted. Although he was a confidant of Chen Tianjiao, deep within him resided an indomitable ambition. His heart was ablaze with a fervent belief in the unwavering strength of his martial spirit. Subsequently, Chen Yuan took a decisive step forward. He was unwilling to merely trail behind Chen Yuan, mirroring his every move. He sought to test the mettle of his own martial resolve. With a resolute sound, Chen Yuan ventured onto the precarious path, his feet remaining steadfastly upon it. His gaze grew ever more resolute, as if he had attained a profound understanding of his innermost self. Truly, he possessed potential. What a pity. Chen Yuan observed Chen Yuan traversing the treacherous path and quietly lamented the loss. Chen Yuan was indeed a remarkable youth, with both strategy and ambition of commendable caliber. Alas, his allegiance to Chen Tianjiao rendered him an inevitable adversary. And what of you? Wei Wuhai then turned his attention to Shi Jinlong. After a moment of contemplation, Shi Jinlong replied, I find Chen Yuan's words rather peculiar. I do not wish to follow him. Peculiar? Wei Wuhai's gaze flickered, pondering which of the two, Shi Jinlong or Chen Yuan, was more trustworthy. I dare say this young man's words may hold some merit, he mused with a low chuckle. A schemer as astute as Chen Yuan would never allow himself to fall behind. Chapter 48. The young princess of the Lu family Shi Jinlong regarded Chen Yuan with unwavering faith in his talent. Given Chen Yuan's cunning and determination, it was inconceivable that he would fail to navigate the treacherous path. He was waiting for what? He understood that Chen Yuan would not act without reason, nor would he speak without basis. Yet, the true thoughts of Chen Yuan remained a mystery to him. Wei Wuhai had been deeply troubled by the earlier incident where Chen Yuan had sent him flying with a mere slap. However, he discerned that Chen Yuan was not an adversary to be trifled with. At least for the moment, it seemed difficult to completely eliminate him. Thus, he resolved to uncover the true intentions behind Chen Yuan's demeanor. Following in Chen Yuan's footsteps seemed a prudent course of action. Chen Yuan appeared to be waiting for something, choosing to sit idly to the side while the other youths traversed the perilous path, remaining utterly still. Wei Wuhai, positioned not far from Chen Yuan, anticipated any sign of movement from him. Yet, Chen Yuan maintained an air of calmness that suggested he had no intention of crossing the treacherous route. After several encounters with Chen Yuan, Wei Wuhai believed he had discerned his opponent's strategies. Zhuang Wenqi awaited Chen Yuan on the opposite bank, a glimmer of sharp insight flickering in his eyes as he speculated on some of Chen Yuan's objectives. What is he waiting for? Chen Yuan inquired, having crossed the hazardous path to stand beside Zhuang Wenqi. I do not know, Zhuang Wenqi replied. He has not confided in me. Given your close relationship, he has not mentioned anything to you? Chen Yuan seemed somewhat incredulous at Zhuang Wenqi's response. If you doubt my words, then do not inquire of me further. Zhuang Wenqi retorted coldly. I crossed the path first. He had no opportunity to converse with me. It appeared that Chen Yuan did not hold this brother in high regard either. Another individual chuckled. Otherwise, he would not have allowed him to test the waters first. If his judgment proves erroneous, this brother may well have plunged into a deep abyss. Since earlier, they had witnessed far too many prodigies fall into such depths. They are not nameless individuals in Jiangning City, at least at the awakening level. They are renowned figures destined to illuminate Jiangning City and ascend to the realm of Tao. Yet, they have all faltered at the broken path. Their resolve was insufficient. Their martial will not fervent enough. Either they were gripped by fear from the outset or their determination wavered along the way, ultimately paying with their lives. Many lamented the fall of numerous talented individuals who plunged into the abyss, friends and even brothers who perished in such a manner. They entered the ancient tomb with a fervent belief in their potential for growth, yet before witnessing anything, they succumbed to fate, forever deprived of the opportunity to advance. However, Chen Yuan had grown numb to this reality. He had witnessed the demise of too many prodigies. Some had already ascended to immortality, their names resounding throughout the myriad realms. Yet they too had fallen on the martial path, shaking the foundations of eternity. Additionally, there were those ancient beings at the forefront of martial arts, who had reached the pinnacle of their craft, seeking to grasp the opportunities for breakthrough in the vast cosmos, only to inadvertently usher themselves to the end of their lives. On the path of martial pursuit, one must either live or die. There exists no other path. Without such conviction, one cannot ascend to greatness. The journey to becoming a formidable force allows for no compromise. Many scoffed, claiming that Chen Yuan was merely exploiting Zhuang Wenqi. Yet Zhuang Wenqi merely smiled, disregarding their words. Though he was straightforward, he was not naive. He could discern the malicious intentions of Chen Yuan and others. Lu Xiao had traversed the broken path. Yet he appeared to be anticipating something, continually glancing back, his eyes reflecting a flicker of uncertainty. He believed that the person who should have arrived long ago had yet to make an appearance. "What are you all doing here?" At that moment, a voice like silver bells rang out, crisp and melodious, refreshing the spirit. It was the little princess of the Lu family arriving. Someone spoke up, drawing the attention of all to the approaching young lady. Lu Xiao then felt a sense of relief, having previously worried that Lu Han might encounter some misfortune. "Miss Han," Wei Wuhai remarked, turning towards Lu Han with a smile. "I have met your elder brother from the Wei family," Lu Han replied courteously, her large eyes sparkling as they playfully blinked. "With Miss Han's talent, you should not have arrived here at this hour," Wei Wuhai inquired, "for in terms of aptitude, Lu Han surpassed even Lu Xiao, demonstrating an astuteness that should have guided her here much sooner. However, I wish to stay with my brother," Lu Han stated, stepping forward with confidence. It was as if she had already known how to navigate the broken path, her steps effortlessly crossing it, unperturbed by her surroundings. This left the onlookers in awe. They had only managed to traverse the broken path after heeding Chen Yuan's advice, while Lu Han had not been afforded such guidance. "I have arrived." "Arrived?" Wei Wuhai and the others were momentarily taken aback, only to see Chen Yuan, like a fleeting shadow, swiftly approach the broken path. As Wei Wuhai and the others prepared to intervene, Chen Yuan traversed the broken path with ease, as if it were solid ground, undeterred by any obstacles. Before Chen Yuan, the broken path appeared as a visible expanse of solid earth, failing to shake his resolve in the slightest. At long last, when Wei Wuhai and the others fully comprehended the situation, Chen Yuan had already reached the opposite shore. They attempted to traverse the broken path, only to witness astonishing changes in the deep pool, as if an unparalleled and ferocious beast were about to leap forth, its roar reverberating through the heavens. Chapter 49. A chill runs down the spine. This sudden turn of events startled everyone. None had anticipated that the deep pool would undergo such a cataclysmic transformation at this moment, with a fearsome beast poised to emerge. The terrifying roar instilled profound trepidation among the crowd. What horrors lay concealed beneath the surface of the pool? One genius among them gasped in astonishment, instinctively retreating. The waters of the pool surged suddenly, rising like a curtain of water that separated Wei Wuhai and the others. They sought to navigate the broken path, but soon realized it was utterly impossible. Any contact with the pool's waters would lead to their immediate erosion. "That damn brat!" Wei Wuhai jolted to awareness, glaring furiously across at Chen Yuan. "You scoundrel! You were waiting for this moment." "Indeed," Chen Yuan replied with a faint smile from the opposite bank. "What do you wish to say?" "I." Wei Wuhai was nearly driven to curse. He believed that keeping a close watch on Chen Yuan would suffice. Unaware that Chen Yuan had already anticipated the upheaval in the deep pool and had timed his crossing of the broken path perfectly. His intention was to mislead them, trapping them in place, unable to reach the other side. This left Wei Wuhai seething with frustration, yet utterly powerless. Chen Yuan had never suggested they remain together. It was their own hubris that led them into his trap. "You are truly ruthless. If you miscalculate by even half a point, you shall plunge into the depths of the pool, and yet you remain unfazed?" Wei Wuhai bellowed. "I will not miscalculate," Chen Yuan replied with a smile, then disregarded Wei Wuhai as he strode towards Zhuang Wenqi. The little princess of the Lu family blinked her bright eyes and turned to Chen Yuan, her expression tinged with curiosity. "Did you also enter that secret chamber?" "I am not sure which chamber you are referring to," Chen Yuan responded, shaking his head. Zhuang Wenqi observed Lu Han with keen interest, eager to discern whether Lu Han was alluding to the same chamber they had entered. "If you did not enter that secret chamber, how would you know of the awakening time within the deep pool?" Lu Han's large eyes brimmed with confusion, her gaze towards Chen Yuan growing increasingly inquisitive. "What are you talking about?" Even Lu Xiao seemed bewildered by her sister's words. The crowd turned their attention to them, eager to uncover the mysteries of the secret chamber. The deep pool continued to churn violently, the roars of beasts reverberating through the air, shaking the ancient tomb. Yet the true form of the colossal beast remained hidden from view. "Do not worry, that beast cannot emerge," declared the little princess of the Lu family. No sooner had she spoken than the deep pool erupted once more, manifesting a terrifying vortex. The shadow of a massive, frenzied beast was cast upon the stone wall, causing everyone to tremble. Suddenly, the sounds from the deep pool burst forth in radiant beams of light, dazzling and boundless, rendering the onlookers momentarily blind in the dim surroundings. These beams coalesced into intricate formations, resembling ancient symbols that seemed to have existed since time immemorial, exuding an aura that sent shivers down their spines. The beam of light, akin to a great chain, bound the existence at the bottom of the pool, allowing the gathered crowd to breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the ferocious beast lurking beneath the depths could not escape, for otherwise they would undoubtedly be doomed. "Sister, do you know what beast resides at the bottom of the pool?" Lu Xiao glanced at his sister, momentarily setting aside any private conversation to swiftly uncover the truth of their predicament. Luhan fell silent for a moment, then turned her gaze to Chen Yuan, a flicker of unusual emotion flashing through her beautiful eyes before she spoke. "On my way here, I inadvertently stumbled upon a hidden chamber. Within, I uncovered the secret of this broken path, thus I know how to traverse it." The crowd exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with peculiarity. Could it be that only those who had entered that hidden chamber were privy to the means of passage? Yet, how could Chen Yuan possibly know the way through the broken path? I once believed this young man to be a prodigy capable of deducing the method to continue along the broken path. But it now seems he merely fortuitously entered that chamber and was already aware of how to proceed, all his actions nothing more than a ruse. Someone scoffed, and though no names were mentioned, everyone could surmise whom the remark was directed at. Shi Jinlong opened his mouth, seemingly eager to speak, but ultimately refrained. He harbored doubts that Chen Yuan had ever entered that hidden chamber. He was acutely aware that Chen Yuan was among the first to arrive at this location, while Luhan had lingered in that chamber for so long that she nearly missed the opportunity to traverse the broken path. How could Chen Yuan, then, possess the knowledge of the secrets and arrive before anyone else? Soon, inquiries arose, driven by a desire to unravel the mysteries within. I was at a loss, shaking my head. However, while gazing upon the murals etched upon the stone wall, astonishing images surged into my consciousness. A fearsome beast, adorned with 9 heads, loomed large and terrifying, overshadowing the heavens, slaying gods and vanquishing demons, instilling dread across the world, invincible in its wrath. Even the mere recollection of these images unsettled Luhan's heart. The scenes were too horrifying, as if in all realms and dimensions. No one could withstand the onslaught of this monstrous entity, a truly frightful prospect. Yet, even such a world-conquering beast had fallen prey to an ambush set by the master of the tomb upon entering the sepulchre, now trapped within, its escape uncertain. Naturally, none present wished for the beast's liberation. Their sole interest lay in discovering the opportunities that awaited within the tomb. In their previous 2 ventures into ancient graves, the 4 great families had reaped immeasurable benefits. Yet now, as they entered this place, they had not only gained nothing but had also suffered the loss of over half their talented members. Presently, they were engulfed in trepidation, uncertain of the unknown challenges that lay ahead. A beast with 9 heads? Chen Yuan's mind raced, swiftly conjuring an image of a formidable species from the vast cosmos, where each newly born cub surpassed even the mightiest of the great Dayu Dynasty. Such beings daring to infiltrate this ancient tomb. Could it be that a celestial being rests within? You suggest that even such a fearsome creature fell victim to the tomb master's schemes. If we delve deeper, might we share the same fate as this beast? Forever entombed and unable to extricate ourselves. Uncertain as to who had voiced such a perplexity, a chill cascaded down the spines of the gathered crowd, leaving them shivering in trepidation. Chapter 50. Anomalies on the horizon upon hearing Lu Han's introduction. A palpable fear gripped everyone, particularly as they contemplated the possibility of encountering mechanisms within the ancient tomb that could ensnare them for eternity, akin to a deep abyss. The thought sent shivers coursing through them, prompting an instinctive desire to retreat. Yet, how could they retreat now? They found themselves confined at this dead end, unable to traverse back as Wei Wuhai and his companions could not approach them, leaving only the option to advance along the passageway. Then let us proceed forward, Shi Jinlong declared. Having come this far, how could we not discover what lies ahead? Indeed, Chen Yuan concurred, turning to Lu Han. If there are any dangers that may still await us, we hope Miss Han will kindly inform us. Of course, though regrettably, the stone chamber holds no records concerning the path ahead. These uncertainties are beyond my comprehension, Lu Han replied, revealing a bittersweet smile. She lacked the ability to predict the future. This piqued Lu Han's interest in Chen Yuan. With a flicker of her eyes, she turned to him and inquired, "Have you truly never entered that stone chamber?" "Indeed not," Chen Yuan affirmed with unwavering certainty. Lu Han's expression shifted to one of greater astonishment. "Then how did you come to know of the method to traverse the dead end?" "I deduced it," Chen Yuan replied with a smile. "Deduced it?" Lu Han's gaze flickered momentarily. "I must admit, I underestimated your capabilities. Please forgive me." "Not at all," Chen Yuan responded with a tranquil smile. Others, however, regarded Chen Yuan's assertions with profound disdain, scoffing as they remarked, "What can one truly discern? In my opinion, it seems he has ventured into that stone chamber but is unwilling to share further secrets with us, hence the pretense of insight. Such claims are mere nonsense." This sentiment elicited a flicker of displeasure on Lu Zhao's countenance. The insinuation of withholding secrets appeared to extend beyond merely Chen Yuan. At this juncture, Chen Yuan, weary of engaging with such individuals, patted Zhuang Wenqi's shoulder and declared, "Let us proceed on our own." "Very well," Zhuang Wenqi replied with a smile, and they advanced ahead. Observing this, the others, eager to avoid being left behind, hastily followed suit, anxious that some fortuitous opportunity might be seized by Chen Yuan and his companions. The group continued to stroll onward, this time unimpeded, yet they instinctively formed several factions. Many among them belonged to families that were already allied with the four great families. Thus they trailed closely behind figures like Chen Yuan and Shi Jinlong. Surrounding the petite Princess Lu Han was a throng of admirers. Not only those keen to glean information about the stone chamber, but also suitors eager to win her favor, all gathered in this vicinity, lavishing her with extravagant praise. "My knowledge is indeed limited. I believe the Saint Society possesses far more insight," Lu Han remarked with a smile. Yet, rather than disperse, the crowd intensified their compliments, lauding her humility. This passage proved to be significantly more navigable than the previous one. It was brighter as well, with oil lamps illuminating the way every 10 paces or so. The group had previously inspected these lamps, discovering that the oil within seemed to perpetually replenish, ensuring the lights remained ever burning. Yet, the more accessible the path, the more one must exercise caution and vigilance. Chen Yuan subtly reminded Zhuang Wenqi that in his past life, he had traversed countless ancient tombs, some belonging to renowned emperors who once shook the heavens, and others to unparalleled divine beings. He could not afford to falter in a seemingly inconsequential tomb of the great universe dynasty. Nevertheless, from the current clues unearthed, it was evident that this was no ordinary sepulchre. He pondered on the fate of those already inside. The last significant harvest had belonged to the Qin family. Surely, it was time for the Wei family to receive their due. An elder from the Wei family chuckled while stroking his beard, having heard whispers that the elder of the Chun family had acquired a powerful divine technique, though this remained unverified. "I believe it is our turn." The elder from the Lu family interjected with a smile, asserting that if fortune truly existed, it could not possibly fall into the hands of others. The number of youthful geniuses entering the ancient tomb was substantial, with their elders waiting outside, all brimming with confidence that the greatest rewards would inevitably belong to their descendants. "Do you not feel that they have been inside for an unusually long time?" Suddenly, the elder from the Qin family posed this question to the assembly. The crowd's expressions flickered, reflecting on his words. Indeed, it seemed they had lingered longer than expected. Perhaps the allure of this encounter is simply too enticing, someone speculated. Are you suggesting you wish to go in yourself? Hence your inquiry? A voice from the crowd cast a hint of scorn towards the elder of the Chen family. The elder's demeanor momentarily faltered, but he quickly regained his composure, stating, I harbor no ulterior motives. Surely, the rules established by you all are not to be disregarded? A martial artist of the Dao realm spoke up, apprehensive that these formidable beings from the realm might breach their pact and enter the tomb, which would leave them utterly without hope. Nonsense. When did we ever speak of entering an ancient tomb? The elders of the 4 prominent families flicked their sleeves, emitting a cold snort. Suddenly, an unsettling feeling gripped their hearts, and they exchanged glances, pondering the source of their unease. Was something about to transpire? An elder from the Chen family inquired. At that moment, they beheld the horizon, where crimson clouds flowed, adorned with dazzling symbols that shimmered like a prehistoric volcanic eruption, spewing forth magnificent runes. What could that be? Chapter 51. The glowing stone wall in the distance. Myriad streams surged. Divine light enveloped the heavens, and terrifying runes blazed across the firmament, radiating an immortal divine brilliance. Should anyone manage to pierce through that peculiar space, they would discover that the volcanic eruption of runes was situated at the very core of the underground tomb. All the profound symbols emanated from within that ancient sepulchre, each rune potent enough to annihilate countless formidable beings. What manner of place is this? The crowd was utterly astounded, their gazes fixed intently upon the phenomenon. It resembled the legendary 10,000 Great Mountains, which they had heard spoken of. The dormant volcanoes within that expanse had not awakened for centuries. Yet here they were witnessing such an extraordinary sight. The elder from the Lu family exhibited a look of astonishment, murmuring to himself. The radiance of the great path spread towards this locale, enveloping a radius of thousands of miles. It seemed as though each individual beheld strange symbols flickering before their eyes. Yet they remained elusive and difficult to discern. This was an unparalleled opportunity for enlightenment. Some individuals quickly responded, seizing the moment as the profound runes enveloped their beings. They promptly settled into a meditative posture, channeling their inner energy in hopes of comprehending the perplexing dilemmas that had long eluded them, thus elevating their spiritual realms. Observing those around them entering a state of focused introspection, the rest soon followed suit, each seeking to shatter their previous constraints. The resonant sounds of the Tao reverberated throughout the cosmos, and it seemed as though ethereal images of ancient deities materialized within the minds of the crowd. This phenomenon extended beyond those gathered outside the ancient tomb, encompassing even the martial practitioners within Jiangning City, all basking in the divine radiance, aglow with boundless light. Had the sages of antiquity truly emerged from their slumber? Within the sanctum, Yin Xiangnan ascended into the air, flanked by several formidable figures from the temple, all standing resolutely within the realm of suffering, their eyes alight with divine sparks, gazing toward the horizon. It appeared unlikely. Rather, it resembled the resurgence of a long-buried relic. Yin Xiangnan remarked. At that moment, an individual approached leisurely, reporting to Yin Xiangnan and the others suspended in midair that the statues of the ancient sages had illuminated. Such an occurrence? Yin Xiangnan's expression flickered momentarily. He understood all too well what the illumination of the ancient sages' statues signified. Without hesitation, he promptly commanded the assembly of all individuals, urging them to gather before the statues and collectively immerse themselves in the contemplation of the sages' path. The temple's denizens, united in purpose, aimed directly towards the enlightenment of the sages. Even the long-secluded elder of the Chen family sensed the shift. His inner energy autonomously began to circulate, resonating with the encroaching runes of the Tao. A glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes as he contemplated the possibility of finally overcoming the impasse that had hindered him for so long. If his profound abilities were to reach their zenith, then within the vast expanse of the great Dayu Dynasty, few would stand as his equals. Grandfather. A voice resonated beside the grand elder, which would undoubtedly astonish any outsider. It was none other than the prodigious youth of the Qin family, Chen Tianjiao. Chen Tianjiao was also diligently practicing the extraordinary techniques obtained from the ancient tomb. How do you feel? The grand elder gazed at his grandson, a smile gracing his lips. While outsiders believed Chen Tianjiao had suffered a significant setback, only the two of them understood that it was merely a ruse. The ultimate aim was to grant Chen Tianjiao the time to master the unparalleled skills acquired from the ancient tomb. Grandfather, I feel that this technique is tailor-made for me. Chen Tianjiao's eyes sparkled with determination. Having practiced this technique for only a few days, he had already made substantial progress, breaking into a higher realm. Once he thoroughly mastered this art, he would rise within the shortest span of time, commanding respect even from the prestigious Tian Academy. That's splendid. The Grand Elder's eyes brightened. Tianjiao, remember, your journey must not be confined to the great Dayu Dynasty, but should extend to the boundless world beyond. Tianjiao understood. Chen Tianjiao nodded earnestly. For without the need for his grandfather's further words, he harbored lofty aspirations in his heart, intent on conquering the four corners of the world and transcending the ages. As for the likes of Chen Yuan, they were simply insufficient to sway his resolve. He was Chen Tianjiao, not only a prodigy of the Qin family, but a prodigy of the entire universe. He would conquer, he would reign supreme, he would instill awe for eternity, and he would achieve everlasting life. All of this was indeed within the realm of possibility. The Grand Elder and Chen Tianjiao once again plunged into the realm of enlightenment, skillfully harnessing their extraordinary abilities to actively attract the runes of the great Tao, which encircled them. Although they could not fully absorb these energies, they could utilize them for profound understanding, yielding remarkable insights. Jiangning City appeared transformed into a sacred domain, enveloped in resplendent radiance, shimmering with the divine light of the great Tao. Faintly, the sound of ancient Buddhist scriptures could be discerned, while beneath the celestial canopy, an ancient Taichu war chariot glided slowly by. Yet all of this went unnoticed by the individuals within the tomb, including Chen Yuan. They ventured deeper into the ancient crypt, where the passage grew increasingly illuminated, eventually rendering oil lamps unnecessary, as the stone walls seemed to emit their own luminous glow, lighting the path ahead. This stone wall, there is something unsettling about it, Chen Yuan murmured to Zhuang Wenqi. However, his hushed words did not escape the ears of others. Chen Kuan's gaze flickered, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, I have come across ancient texts within our family that speak of the wonders of this world. There exist naturally occurring miraculous stones, some as fiery as the sun, capable of unleashing intense flames, while others, akin to the radiant moon, emanate a cool luminescence amidst darkness. The vastness of the world is filled with marvels. Some merely lack insight and resort to baseless conjecture. Chen Kuan's words garnered consensus from many, leading to a chorus of laughter directed at Chen Yuan, who maintained an impassive demeanor, saying nothing. For Chen Yuan, there was no urgency in proving who truly possessed shallow understanding. Indeed, we have traversed quite a distance. We are likely far removed from Jiangning City now. As prominent young masters, you ought to possess greater knowledge than us. We beseech your enlightenment. Shi Jinlong glanced at Chen Yuan, seemingly reluctant to speak further. However, Chen Kuan reveled in the flattery from the crowd, cheerfully asserting, the sides of this passage are exceedingly bright, undoubtedly adorned with precious gems or perhaps extraordinary stones akin to moonstones. It is clear that we are drawing near to the heart of this place, a most auspicious omen. Chen Kuan continued to prattle on, entirely oblivious to the grim expressions on Chen Yuan and Zhuang Wenqi's faces. He mused that Chen Kuan's boastfulness should have limits. After all, they were in an ancient tomb where the presence of peril was more likely than that of good fortune. Yet, many were enraptured by his words, seemingly forgetting the treacherous depths they had previously encountered. I find myself more inclined to agree with the saint. There is something peculiar about this place, Lahan remarked, furrowing her brow as she spoke to Lu Xiao. A cold glint flickered in Chen Kuan's eyes as he cautioned, Miss Han, do not be deceived by Chen Yuan's nonsensical ramblings. This locale. Before he could finish his sentence, his expression froze. and the hairs on the backs of everyone's necks began to rise. From the luminous stone walls emerged shadowy figures, and their numbers continued to swell, densely packed, rendering their forms indistinguishable. The onlookers felt an icy dread creep over them, for these dark silhouettes were unknown entities, dwelling in this eerie and foreboding burial site. Certainly not of a benevolent nature. The mere thought of the fate that awaited the ferocious beast lurking at the bottom of the deep pool sent shivers down the spines of the gathered crowd. Why had they ventured into this cursed place? The dense shadows of black figures surrounding them made them feel as though they were ensnared in the gravest crisis of their lives. Someone skillfully blended precious jade into the stone, allowing the rock face to exhibit a semi-transparent quality. Yet, Zhuang Wenqi remained remarkably composed, inching closer to the stone wall. After a careful observation, he remarked, "In other words, this stone wall does not emit light. The source lies behind it?" Lu Han's gaze flickered, and as though struck by a sudden realization, she cast a teasing glance at Chen Yuan. "Let us move swiftly." The crowd surged to the center of the passage, pressing forward in a frenzy, for the stone walls on either side were teeming with black silhouettes. Although no one had yet breached the stone walls to engage in violence, fear gripped them, prompting a hasty flight. Lu Xiao and her companions maintained their composure, opting not to flee at the first sign of danger. Instead, they donned their magical armors and protective mirrors, each a second-tier magical artifact of immense value. "I believe I have heard my master mention these. Ghostly puppets," Zhuang Wenqi exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment, eliciting surprise from Chen Yuan as well. "You recognize what ghostly puppets are?" "How could I not?" Zhuang Wenqi replied, holding a talisman that shimmered with mysterious light, seemingly capable of warding off malevolent forces. It was said that such sinister artifacts were crafted by ancient powers before their demise, designed to subdue the living and imprison them within tombs, where the lingering would nourish them over the years. Ultimately, their bodies would turn pitch black, giving rise to a spark of sentience, restoring a portion of their former strength, and igniting a curiosity towards the living, leading them to hunt in packs. Zhuang Wenqi spoke at a measured pace. "How is it that you possess such knowledge?" Shi Jinlong cast a glance at Zhuang Wenqi, and it was only at that moment that he perceived the weight of Zhuang Wenqi's presence. One of his esteemed masters had perished by the hands of these ghastly puppets. With a sigh, Zhuang Wenqi recalled the perilous encounter. Even the treasured artifacts of their sect had been summoned, yet not all had emerged unscathed. Lives were still lost. The invocation of the precious relics from Baisho Mountain underscored the extraordinary nature of this formidable tomb. Qingyu spoke softly, revealing her understanding of Baisho Mountain, where several formidable beings resided, their terror palpable. The fact that even they had suffered losses of masters of the uncle level illustrated the profound depths of this grave's mysteries. "You seem surprisingly untroubled by the creatures here," Chen Yuan remarked, his gaze fixed on Zhuang Wenqi, a shadow of malice flickering in his eyes. "I advise you against being reckless," Chen Yuan interjected. Chen Yuan offered a faint smile, yet his attention remained riveted on the Taoist disc in Zhuang Wenqi's hands. "I merely jest. The saints seem overly cautious," he retorted. "One must navigate with care, lest someone finds themselves with a bruised ego once more," Chen Yuan quipped sarcastically. With a disdainful huff, Chen Yuan, clad in dark blue armor, cautiously traversed the passage, wary of any sudden dark hands that might reach out. "Is there a method to counter these ghastly puppets?" Lu Han inquired as she approached Zhuang Wenqi, seeking guidance. Zhuang Wenqi pondered for a moment before responding. "I recall my master mentioning that there exists but one solution to vanquish these puppets, kill. But how does one achieve this? Did you not say that even your master fell victim to their grasp?" "Surely your master was not weaker than us," someone interjected, shaking their head in disbelief. "This approach seems rather impractical. My grandmaster possesses unparalleled magical prowess, far beyond our capabilities," Zhuang Wenqi remarked. "Does that not place us in peril?" Lu Han expressed her concerns, as these malevolent spirits could breach the stone walls at any moment, seizing their lives just as they had done to the unfortunate soul moments ago. Yet, there are not entirely insurmountable solutions. Chen Yuan smiled, Glancing at the Dao plate in Zhuang Wenqi's grasp, certain talismans can ward off evil, and as long as they are carried, malevolent forces dare not approach. At this juncture, the jade pendant nestled in Chen Yuan's embrace quivered slightly, emanating a gentle glow. He surmised that this pendant was indeed intended to suppress the various evils in this locale. However, we are devoid of any talisman to repel malevolence. Chen Kuan's expression flickered, and the implication was crystal clear as he turned to look at Shi Jinlong and Le Xiao, yet they feigned ignorance toward Chen Kuan's words. With a forced chuckle, Chen Kuan continued to stride forward. Despite donning his precious armor, the news of Zhuang Wenqi's Grandmaster's demise had diminished his confidence in it. He still needed to devise a way to seize that Dao plate. His peripheral vision fell upon Zhuang Wenqi's Dao plate. Observing how Zhuang Wenqi casually ambled while holding the plate, igniting a fervent desire within him, he deliberately slowed his pace, feigning engrossment in conversation with others, gradually falling behind Chen Yuan and Zhuang Wenqi. Chen Kuan assumed that Chen Yuan and Zhuang Wenqi would not notice him. Yet he was unaware that every move he made had long been within Chen Yuan's perceptive gaze. "You were intentionally saying that to him, weren't you?" Zhuang Wenqi quietly inquired of Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan smiled, tacitly affirming Zhuang Wenqi's words. "Were you intentionally provoking him to strike?" Zhuang Wenqi was on the verge of voicing this question, yet he restrained himself. Since Chen Yuan had acted in such a manner, he must have his reasons. There was no need for further inquiry. He chose instead to quietly await the unfolding drama. Chen Yuan gazed at the puppets upon the stone wall, a profound sense of unease welling up within him. He harbored a fear that his father, entombed in the crypt, might become a mere shell of existence akin to those puppets. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the air, and Zhuang Wenqi felt an imminent sense of danger. In that instant, Chen Yuan's figure flickered, and his dragon suppression hand trembled the passage of the tomb. The terrifying roar of the dragon sending shivers through the hearts of all present. With a resounding crash, Chen Yuan unleashed his dragon suppression hand, akin to an unstoppable force of a true dragon. Chen Kuan, who had intended to strike covertly, was sent staggering backwards by that blow. Spitting forth a mouthful of black blood, his body collapsing against the stone wall. In that fleeting moment, a dark hand emerged, its claws wicked and lethal, directly extracting Chen Kuan's heart. Chapter 53, Another Stone Chamber. Chen Kuan has been slain. As the shadowy figure clutched Chen Kuan's heart in its grasp, the onlookers remained unsettled. Despite Chen Kuan's dual advantages of realm and innate talent, he had been repelled by a single strike from Chen Yuan, a testament to the overwhelming might of his palm. The sound of dragon roars echoed endlessly, yet all present fell into a profound silence. Their eyes sparkled with a glint of sharpness as they glanced at Chen Kuan's lifeless body, then turned their wary gazes towards Chen Yuan, filled with trepidation. Chen Kuan was a martial cultivator awakened to the ninth layer. Although he could not be compared to prodigies like Shi Jinlong, he was nonetheless a prominent figure among the younger generation. The fact that he could not withstand even a single strike from Chen Yuan was indeed a cause for reflection. If Chen Yuan previously managed to send Wei Wuhai flying through sheer luck and cunning, this time the situation was markedly different. It was Chen Kuan who launched a surprise attack, only to be repelled by Chen Yuan. This strike underscored Chen Yuan's unparalleled prowess. Zhuang Wenqi observed Chen Yuan beside him. Realizing that Chen Yuan was deliberately provoking Chen Kuan to strike, seeking an opportunity to eliminate him decisively. Chen Yuan's gaze remained fixed ahead, betraying no hint of his thoughts. Despite his lack of emotional ties to the Chen family, he sensed his father lay within this tomb, and he was reluctant to stain his hands with the blood of his kin before him. Yet, as long as Chen Kuan remained, his heart would find no peace. Thus, he resolved to employ such tactics to lure and slay Chen Kuan. This fate was of Chen Kuan's own making, with no one else to blame. The jade pendant trembled slightly, and a gentle force flowed into Chen Yuan's body, causing him to glance with surprise, aware that an unexpected turn of events might be imminent. "My Dao plate is responding," Zhuang Wenqi whispered beside him, further solidifying Chen Yuan's suspicions. He nodded, "Proceed with utmost caution." The group wandered for quite some time. With many lingering around Luhan, eager to glean more information. However, Lu Han was equally in the dark regarding what lay ahead, unable to foresee the forthcoming transformations. Fortunately, the ghostly puppets did not continue their rampage, refraining from breaking through the stone walls. As long as the crowd kept their distance, they would remain unscathed. "Look, there's a door ahead." Suddenly, someone exclaimed after what felt like an eternity of walking, momentarily startling the group. A flicker of excitement danced in the eyes of Chen Yuan and Lu Han. Could there be another stone chamber? Each stone chamber within this tomb seems to possess its own unique characteristics, offering insights into secrets unknown to the world. With this thought, Lu Han tugged at Lu Zhao's sleeve, signaling with her gaze, and the siblings quickened their pace. Chen Yuan and Zhuang Wenqi, sharing an unspoken understanding, also hastened forward. As onlookers observed Lu Han and Chen Yuan accelerating, they immediately sensed the potential presence of hidden treasures ahead. Those with exceptional agility unleashed their abilities to the fullest, striving to be the first to enter the stone chamber. However, just as Chen Yuan was about to approach the chamber, the jade pendant in his embrace trembled violently, causing his gaze to sharpen and involuntarily slow his steps. He grasped Zhuang Wenqi's arm, controlling their pace. Having weathered various trials together, Zhuang Wenqi sensed Chen Yuan's intent without a word, and they both slowed down, allowing others to pass them by. Most individuals had no reason to doubt Chen Yuan's actions. Even though he possessed formidable strength, speed was not necessarily his forte, and being surpassed was quite natural. Yet, a few harbored suspicions, believing that falling behind did not align with Chen Yuan's character, but they had little time to ponder, as they were wholly focused on racing ahead. At last, someone reached the stone chamber first, a prodigy skilled in agility. With a cold smirk, he waved at the crowd, preparing to push open the stone door. In an unexpected turn, the door swung open of its own accord, exuding a wisp of chaotic energy that coiled around the adept, pulling him into the chamber like a serpent. The expressions of those present shifted dramatically. They halted in their tracks, hesitant to approach. Even Chen Yuan felt a sense of unease, proceeding with utmost caution. There are still 30 individuals. It seems rather excessive. An ancient and profound voice reverberates across time and space, shaking the very foundations of existence. The crowd shudders, pondering whether there truly exists a living being within the stone chamber. Why does he perceive 30 individuals as excessive? A chaotic energy begins to emanate from the chamber. Could it be that a primordial creation is unfolding before their eyes? Some display expressions of astonishment, for chaotic energy is the most fundamental force in the universe. Though they have only encountered references to it in ancient texts, they would not mistake its presence for anything else. What nonsense are you spouting? How could a subterranean tomb possess the power of creation? Rebuked Shi Jinlong, his gaze fixed upon one of the individuals. You go investigate. Me? The man's expression instantly stiffened. He had clearly witnessed the chaotic energy ensnaring the stone chamber. To approach, it would be akin to courting death. Entering does not necessarily mean demise, Shi Jinlong replied. Weren't you eager to enter just moments ago? Shi Jinlong's tone had become relatively courteous towards Chen Yuan, yet to the ordinary folk, he remained the exalted heir of the Shi family, his status and strength granting him the authority to command their service. The youth designated by Shi Jinlong wore a pained expression, hesitating to advance. However, Shi Jinlong waved his hand, unleashing a terrifying force that propelled him into the stone chamber. As anticipated, a wisp of chaotic energy surged forth, resembling a tentacle, ensnaring the individual and drawing him into the chamber, leaving his fate uncertain. Could there truly be ancient, living beings within that stone chamber? Yet, how could this be possible? Lu Xiaonan murmured, who would willingly reside in such a sepulchre? However, Zhuang Wenqi held a different perspective. The ancient tomb was shrouded in enigma, and the emergence of terrifying beings within its depths was hardly astonishing. Baishou Mountain excelled in this domain, with numerous accounts of bizarre occurrences documented in the manuscripts of esteemed ancestors. Were those interred within the ancient tomb truly deceased? Zhuang Wenqi often pondered this question, believing that profound knowledge resided within, warranting thorough exploration. Chen Yuan's focus diverged from Zhuang Wenqi's. He was far more intrigued by the origin of the chaotic energy. This was the primal force of the universe. And should the beings within this stone chamber harness such chaos, what unimaginable horrors might ensue? Chapter 54. Only 18 people the moment Lu Han stepped into the stone chamber. Her complexion drained suddenly, for the scene before her was starkly different from what she had envisioned prior to her entrance. Previously, while standing outside, they had observed the stone chamber to be utterly vacant, with even those who had entered before now vanished. Yet now, she was met with a gruesome tableau of death. The floor was littered with corpses arranged haphazardly, some reduced to glimmering bones, others transformed into mummified remains, and still others appeared alarmingly fresh, evidently having succumbed to death not long ago. Not only Lu Han, but all the prodigies who had entered the stone chamber were left in shock, overwhelmed by the scent reminiscent of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. It felt as though this place had endured relentless slaughter, accumulating a grim pile of remains that instilled dread. At the stone door, an illusory barrier obscured all that lay within. Upon entering the stone chamber, Chen Yuan calmly surveyed the horrifying scene, strolling leisurely while deftly avoiding the bodies scattered around. When these individuals met their demise, they experienced profound terror. Chen Yuan, after observing 4 or 5 corpses, arrived at a conclusion that drew the attention of many. What led him to this? From the markings on their skulls and the expressions on the faces of the mummified remains, Zhuang Wenqi elaborated, Bai Shou Mountain had imparted such knowledge. The onlookers exchanged glances, secretly acknowledging that these two seemed inherently suited for tomb exploration, as if there existed nothing within the sepulchre that they were unaware of. Can we ascertain the period of their passing? Qing Yu approached and inquired of Zhuang Wenqi. Zhuang Wenqi, feeling as though he were basking in the warmth of spring upon receiving Qing Yu's radiant smile, replied, Their times of death vary. Observe this mummified body. It has been deceased for at least a millennium, while that one appears to have perished merely 5 centuries ago. And this skeletal remains indicates a death of over 2,000 years. Is what you say truly the case? Shi Jinlong furrowed his brow, pondering the implications of disparate death dates among all the corpses within a single ancient tomb. What does this signify? It suggests that others entered the tomb before them, at different times, and the fate of those individuals lies before them. Are we destined to perish here as well? Someone exclaimed, fear gnawing at their insides, escalating their terror. Had we known, we would never have ventured here, seeking ultimate transformation only to find ourselves in such dire straits. A young genius sighed. Is attaining ultimate transformation truly so effortless? Must one not pay a certain price? Moreover, we have not yet succumbed to that life and death predicament. Why indulge in such pessimism? Perhaps the mechanisms that claim the lives of all have already been dismantled? Let us not terrify ourselves further. At a crucial moment, a solemn voice emerged from Shi Jinlong's lips, calming the hearts of the gathered crowd. In truth, his words were also meant for his own reassurance, as he harbored a certain trepidation about this place, using his utterances to bolster his courage. Esteemed elder, we harbor no intention of offense. We humbly request that you allow us to depart, Shi Jinlong proclaimed, his tone respectful, yearning to leave this ominous location. Since you have arrived, why must you leave? The voice echoed again, raspy and indiscernible in gender. The knees of the crowd weakened, almost succumbing to the ground. The sound sent chills down their spines, and they were unwilling to linger any longer. The speaker's assertion of having awaited their arrival for some time sent shivers through them, as it implied that their presence was not merely a coincidence. They were likely destined to remain here. Young as they were, none desired to spend an eternity entombed within this ancient mausoleum. Suddenly, the individual closest to the stone chamber's entrance turned and fled in a desperate bid to escape the confines of the tomb. Yet, as he moved, a wisp of chaotic energy materialized, akin to the hand of a deity of the underworld, seizing his shoulder and rendering him immobile. In an instant, this chaotic essence morphed into a blade, razor-sharp, plunging into the young man's heart, extinguishing his life. Another one gone, the raspy voice remarked, tinged with an unsettling amusement. There can only be 18 of us remaining. Lu Han recalled the earlier words he had heard, and as he contemplated the current predicament, he quickly deduced the speaker's intent, his voice trembling as he spoke. Only 18 individuals can leave, is it? Everyone scrutinized one another, pondering which adversaries must be vanquished if only 18 were to survive. Even Chen Yuan was not exempt. He was acutely aware that many harbored jealousy and animosity towards him, and should an opportunity arise, they would undoubtedly converge to strike. Among the remains scattered across this place, might there lie a father? A sudden flash of insight surged through Chen Yuan's mind, igniting his eyes like twin lanterns determined to pierce the surrounding darkness. His gaze fell upon the recently deceased bodies, and he found himself compelled to step forward in search of his father. This action instantly altered the expressions of those around him. They believed Chen Yuan was about to make his move. Some retreated, while others aimed punches at him. The majority of the crowd descended into chaos, attacking those nearest to them. Regardless of the veracity of Lu Han's words, they felt compelled to test the waters. Once only 18 remained, they would witness the consequences of their actions. Each individual unleashed their lethal techniques, sparing no effort, with every strike intent on drawing blood and ensuring the other's demise. At that moment, a voice reached Zhuang Wenqi's ear, causing him to momentarily pause, only to see the youth nearest to him grinning widely before launching a fierce and overwhelming punch. Chapter 55. Seizing the opportunity to leave, Sun took note of the situation unfolding near Zhuang Wenqi, revealing expressions of surprise and intrigue. Chen Yuan had chosen to strike at Zhuang Wenqi. Was this the essence of their brotherly bond? Indeed, it seemed to be rather fragile. Those who bore animosity towards Chen Yuan could not resist sneering. Shi Jinlong and Qing Yu exchanged bewildered glances, fully aware of the profound trust Zhuang Wenqi had previously placed in Chen Yuan. Now, witnessing Chen Yuan's sudden betrayal against Zhuang Wenqi, they found themselves utterly astonished. Many harbored suspicions, believing that Chen Yuan and Zhuang Wenqi ought not to be adversaries. Yet, the two were locked in a fierce confrontation akin to mortal enemies, leaving them perplexed by the multitude of uncertainties surrounding the situation. However, time for contemplation was scarce as they were embroiled in a brutal struggle for survival, each vying for the slimmest chance to escape. With a sickening thud, a young cultivator's left shoulder was pierced, blood erupting forth, while his sword plunged deep into his opponent's chest, claiming yet another life. Fearful of being attacked by others, the young man dared not linger. He hastily tended to his wound before launching himself at the next target. Inside the stone chamber, the scene soon became littered with fresh corpses, the metallic scent of blood permeating the air, inducing a wave of nausea. Shi Jinlong, with fists ablaze with energy, struck with the ferocity of a youthful war deity, his combat spirit surging as he felled 3 adversaries. Though a hint of guilt lingered in his heart, the instinct for survival overshadowed any remorse. In contrast, Lu Xiao did not rush to kill. Together with her brother Lu Han, they stood united, their bond dissuading others from attacking, as the absence of a formidable alliance made them wary of provoking the Lu siblings, lest they face retaliation. Lu Xiao had already attained the pinnacle of awakened combat prowess in Jiangning City, and with Lu Han's assistance, even Shi Jinlong refrained from engaging them lightly. Amidst the tumult of battle, Qi Changfeng from the Swordfall Peak wielded his long sword with lethal grace, striking left and right among the throngs. His intentions were not to target any individual specifically. Rather, he appeared to be honing his swordsmanship against the multitude. Ultimately, he set his sights on Shi Jinlong, seeking to determine their relative strengths. Qi Changfeng, a prodigy of Swordfall Peak, was matched by Shi Jinlong, who was no less formidable. They exchanged blows for over 100 rounds without yielding an inch. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan and Zhuang Wenqi were engaged in a fierce duel. Chen Yuan had taken several blows to his abdomen from Zhuang Wenqi, and while onlookers initially suspected the two were merely posturing, their doubts evaporated upon witnessing Chen Yuan cough up blood repeatedly. It became evident that the hearts of men are fickle. Even bonds akin to brotherhood could fracture in an instant. If one were to observe closely the positioning of Chen Yuan and Zhuang Wenqi as they battled. They would notice their gradual approach to the stone door through which they had entered. Alas, the crowd was too engrossed in their own skirmishes to pay heed to the subtle movements of the two combatants. In a flash, Chen Yuan and Zhuang Wenqi simultaneously leaped, propelling themselves towards the exit of the stone chamber. They seized the opportune moment, aiming to deceive the master of the stone room and make their escape. Chen Yuan was unwilling to remain a mere pawn within the confines of the stone chamber, even if extraordinary fortunes awaited him. He would not submit to the whims of another. Enough! A thunderous voice echoed within the chamber, as Chen Yuan and Zhuang Wenqi sprang into action. A strand of chaotic energy materialized from thin air, lunging towards Chen Yuan like the claws of a ferocious beast, intent on tearing him apart. Burn! Anticipating this assault, Chen Yuan summoned several talismans, meticulously prepared in advance for his own protection. The talismans differ from the former can be utilized only once, yet their potency is formidable. Given the profound foundation of the temple, preparing a few talismans for Chen Yuan is indeed a trivial task. The crux lies in the fact that these talismans have been transformed by Chen Yuan, aligning perfectly with his power and capable of unleashing their utmost potential in his hands. Both talismans and formations are grounded in the essence of magical runes. In his past life, Chen Yuan dedicated himself to mastering these runes in a bid to seize the divine artifacts of the heavens, enabling him to inscribe exceedingly potent killing arrays and modify the runes on the talismans to enhance their offensive capabilities. Rather than directly invoking these talismans, Chen Yuan smeared his freshly spilled blood upon them. That blood seemingly etched another layer of runes, merging with the original ones to unleash a terrifying force. Boom! The chamber resonated with a tremendous explosion as a wisp of chaotic energy was thwarted. Chen Yuan's blood was imbued with the power of an ancient scripture of unknown origin, which had been excavated from the chaos. Blending with it and allowing a hint of chaotic essence to permeate his blood, enabling him to withstand that wisp of chaotic energy and successfully block it. Only after emerging from the stone chamber did Chen Yuan and Zhuang Wenqi breathe a sigh of relief. They had acted recklessly by directly entering the chamber. Previously, the chambers they had explored with Liu Han contained opportunities and fortuitous encounters, which had lulled Chen Yuan into complacency. Little did he expect that such a formidable killing intent lay concealed within this stone chamber. They stepped back a few paces, but did not immediately depart. For Chen Yuan understood that the chaotic energy could hardly escape the chamber. Otherwise, there would have been no need to exert such effort to lure them inside. Chen Yuan harnessed the power of the ancient scripture, his eyes shimmering like twin blazing suns, piercing through all illusions. This was a divine ability birthed from his cultivation of the ancient text, allowing him to instantly perceive the illusions within the stone chamber, which were vividly imprinted in his mind. When Shi Jinlong and the others witnessed Chen Yuan and Zhuang Wenqi fleeing, a look of astonishment crossed their faces. However, they could only harbor quiet envy, for they had already squandered their prime opportunity to escape. At that moment, a strand of chaotic energy loomed by the stone door, ready to strike and claim their lives at any instant. Chapter 56. The Chaotic Coffin Foolishness. The voice admonished, devoid of anger yet imbued with a dispassionate tone. It continued. In the primordial ages, I swept across the heavens and the earth, swallowing the 8 wastelands and shaking the 6 realms. Back then, who did not know my name? Upon the conclusion of his words, the stone chamber reverberated with an inexplicable aura, steeped in ancient history. They recognized that this must be a figure of great renown from antiquity, commanding respect through the ages. Outside the stone chamber, Chen Yuan strived to discern the sounds emanating from within, his eyes radiating a glimmer of brilliance as he sought to unravel the deeds of the voice's owner. Let us not speak of my name. The reason for opening this tomb is that I intend to personally cultivate 18 disciples. My divine abilities are unparalleled. How could they be allowed to fade into obscurity? The voice declared with chilling intensity, igniting a spark of electricity in the eyes of all present. This being appeared extraordinarily formidable. Should one attain his legacy, they could potentially achieve unparalleled dominance, sweeping through the great Yu Dynasty with ease. Nevertheless, there remain those who harbor doubts, concerned that the voice's owner possesses no genuine abilities and may ultimately lead to their own demise. What I am about to impart to you is a transcendent power capable of vanquishing all adversaries across the heavens and the earth. I urge you to pay close attention. The voice resounded once more, and in an instant, terrifying visions surged within the minds of the audience, a magnificent war deity, wielding a dark golden halberd, sweeping across the firmament. Before him loomed formidable figures, akin to deities and demons, descending like a cataclysmic tsunami, shrouding the world in darkness, causing the heavens to tremble and the stars to shudder. As if the very fabric of existence were on the brink of annihilation. The war deity, brandishing his halberd, exuded an aura of unmatched ferocity and sharpness, cleaving through the cosmos. When that halberd descended, it was as though deities and demons were crushed beneath it, the sky painted crimson with their blood. And the overwhelming surge of elemental force swept across the boundless realms. Even as mere spectators of this clash, the onlookers were filled with profound trepidation. Could this unparalleled war deity truly be the owner of that voice? As this monumental battle reached its conclusion, drenched in blood and shrouded in darkness, it felt as though countless souls were weeping in sorrow. The hearts of the talented youth trembled, touched by the melancholic aura. What I wish to bestow upon you is the very power depicted in this vision. Are you willing to embrace it? The voice spoke, causing the hearts of the crowd to quiver. The extraordinary principles showcased in this scene were undoubtedly capable of igniting the fervor and impatience of every young soul. After all, not all youths possess the profound depth of Chen Yuan, who once pilfered the essence of countless realms. No emperor or ancient monarch, no divine king or true immortal could evade the clutches of Chen Yuan. All rare and ancient texts had long been inscribed in his mind. We are willing, the crowd exclaimed in unison, eagerly yearning for the legacy of the unparalleled war god. They believed that their ancestors and patriarchs could not possibly achieve such awe-inspiring feats. Not even the cosmic emperor could accomplish this. This was a power not meant for mortals, transcending the ordinary and dominating the world. Since you are willing to become my disciples, from this day forth, you shall address me as master, the voice declared, its tone seemingly less cold and unyielding than before. Master, the crowd echoed, filled with utmost reverence. To have such a mentor was indeed their honor. Do you find the owner of this voice trustworthy? Zhuang Wenqi inquired of Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan regarded him thoughtfully. What do you think? No, Zhuang Wenqi shook his head. Chen Yuan smiled faintly. I believe you are quite right. The drastic change in the owner's demeanor, along with the ruthless method of selecting disciples, stirred Chen Yuan's suspicions. It was likely not as simple as merely accepting disciples. After all, why deliberately choose the number 18? He could easily allow all gifted individuals to join him. And among the remaining 18, not all were particularly exceptional. The owner of this voice undoubtedly harbored ulterior motives. This old fellow likely clung to but a remnant of his divine essence, Chen Yuan mused, deducing the current state of the voice's master. It is indeed a great fortune for me to await your presence, esteemed 18 young talents. This brings me peace in my twilight years. The voice within the tomb murmured softly. It is our honor to be accepted as disciples under your esteemed guidance. Subsequently, the chaotic energy continued to divide and evolve, ultimately manifesting into 18 distinct streams of chaos, corresponding to each individual, instilling a deeper chill within their hearts. Each strand of chaotic energy embodies the exceptional skills I bestow upon you, a total of 18 forms, enabling you to vanquish your contemporaries with ease, proclaimed the master of the stone chamber. The assembly gazed intently at the chaotic energy, recalling the words of the stone chamber's master and the vivid images that danced within their minds. With resolute determination, they extended their hands, yearning to touch the ethereal strands of chaos. In an instant, the chaotic energy underwent yet another transformation. Their outstretched hands froze midair as they watched the chaotic energy morph into ancient coffins, exuding an eerie aura, reminiscent of millennia-old corpses displayed within. To enter these ancient coffins would grant one access to unparalleled knowledge, the voice continued. A stir of excitement coursed through the crowd, yet hesitation lingered in their hearts. Ultimately, it was Qi Changfeng who boldly stepped into the ancient coffin first, his sword intent flowing as he sought to comprehend the legacy of the Stone Chamber's master. What exquisite supernatural ability! The voice of Qi Changfeng echoed from within the coffin, igniting fervor among the others, causing them to flicker into motion, each eager to seize their own supreme powers. And all the while, Chen Yuan observed this unfolding spectacle keenly. In Chapter 57, he remained steadfast in his belief that regardless of the circumstances he faced, as long as he cultivated sufficient strength, he could fearlessly sweep past any obstacle. They paid no further heed to the happenings within the stone chamber, for even the most extraordinary of skills could not sway Chen Yuan's resolve. Zhuang Wenqi harbored little interest in martial arts, his thoughts wholly consumed by metaphysics, and he had no inclination to vie for that legacy. Upon seeing Chen Yuan halt, a flicker of realization crossed Zhuang Wenqi's face as he vaguely discerned Chen Yuan's intentions, deeming him utterly reckless. With a resounding impact, Chen Yuan unleashed a strike. The dragon suppression hand howling through the air, a torrent of formidable and dominating power crashing against the stone wall. Though the wall trembled violently, it remained unscathed. It was still lacking in strength. Chen Yuan murmured to himself, reflecting that while the wall was not particularly sturdy, its composition of jade and stone made it resistant to the awakening realm's might. Yet, his true purpose lay beyond this. A guttural roar pierced the air, the sound of the ghostly puppets emanating from beyond the stone barrier, revealing their fury and wrath. Suddenly, a black arm tore through the wall, a blade of darkness slicing towards Chen Yuan. His eyes glinted as a jade pendant materialized in his palm, luminous and resplendent, radiating with strands of mysterious yellow aura, as if conjuring a celestial realm, emanating boundless light. The jade pendant surged to life. Chen Yuan had not anticipated such a transformation. Initially, he sought merely to use the pendant for protection against malevolence and to carve out a passage, unaware that it would manifest such divine power, unleashing a terrifying aura. The swirling yellow energy coalesced into a massive bell, moving languidly like an overwhelming king's fist, crashing towards the ghostly puppet's arm. Not only was the arm of the puppet severed, but even the stone wall began to crumble. This astonishing turn of events exceeded the expectations of the two individuals, causing all the puppets to retreat swiftly. Although their visages were grotesque, the terror etched upon their faces was still discernible. "Hurry!" Chen Yuan called out to Zhuang Wenqi. They needed to traverse the path of the puppets to locate an exit from the tomb. More critically, Chen Yuan sought to uncover the whereabouts of Chen Yuanshan. Outside, the surging runes gradually faded. Ever since the 18 individuals entered the ancient coffin, all anomalies had ceased. They awakened from a profound state of enlightenment, their eyes shimmering as they absorbed the essence of dawn, akin to ancient titans who had remained in meditation since time immemorial, exuding an aura that could engulf mountains and rivers. What a pity it was, had one the opportunity to cultivate in such an environment for a year. One could undoubtedly break through into the bitter sea. A cultivator sighed deeply, enveloped by the grand runes, drawing forth the primordial energy of heaven and earth, which would significantly enhance his cultivation speed, allowing him to comprehend the profound principles that had previously eluded him, truly beneficial for his practice. Inquisitively, someone posed a question. Elder Lu was preparing to assess the condition of the tomb's entrance when he noticed two youthful figures approaching leisurely from a distance. Their faces radiant with smiles, it was none other than the Lu siblings. "Elder," the siblings exclaimed joyfully. "You have emerged?" The elder's gaze flickered momentarily as he scrutinized the pair. The siblings now exuded an aura that seemed to have undergone a metamorphosis, imparting an ethereal quality to their presence. As he sensed the profound realm of the brother and sister, his heart skipped a beat. Astonishingly, they had entered the Tao in such a brief period, and moreover, had achieved the second level of this realm. For a peak cultivator at the awakening stage, condensing the Tao is no trivial feat. It presents a formidable obstacle. Furthermore, once one has stepped into the Tao, Advancing further is equally arduous, often necessitating a painstakingly slow process that may leave one ensnared at a particular minor realm for years, potentially until the end of their days. Yet now, within less than a month of entering the tomb, Lu Xiao and Lu Han had not only breached the Dao, but had ascended to its second level. This was indeed delightful news for the elders of the Lu family. Upon witnessing the simultaneous breakthroughs of the Lu siblings, the elders from other families were filled with anticipation, eager to behold the talents of their clan. As expected, when the young prodigies made their appearances, the elders from various families displayed expressions of satisfaction, for figures like Shi Jinlong had also stepped into the Dao. Why have the descendants of the Wei family not yet emerged? Inquired an elder from the Wei family, unaware that Wei Wuhai was trapped at a dead end, caught between two choices. The smiles of the Chen family elders gradually froze, as the 18 individuals who emerged did not include their own prodigy. After so many entered, only 18 have come out. Someone sighed softly. Do you know the whereabouts of Chen Yuan from our clan? An elder from the Chen family directed the question at Shi Jinlong. Taken aback, Shi Jinlong shook his head. I do not know. Do not know? A sense of unease began to stir within the Chen elder, yet he soon glanced towards the direction of the sacred hall, pondering. It seems Chen Yuan has not emerged either, has he? Chapter 58. Intelligence of the temple in recent days. The caliber of these prodigies has risen significantly, not merely in terms of external possessions. It is highly probable that they carry within them formidable techniques and divine abilities that must not fall into the hands of others. Meanwhile, the Wei family, the temple, and numerous other factions remain present, their expressions increasingly somber. Why? It appears, have their talented individuals yet to emerge? Why are you the first to exit, and what of the others? An elder from one of the families inquired along the way. The young man replied, Only we 18 have obtained the inheritance. Thus we are able to emerge first. As for the rest, they either failed to reach the final destination or lacked the requisite talent to acquire the inheritance. The elder, filled with joy, swiftly disseminated the news, and within a day, the entire city of Jiangning was informed. It turned out that the first 18 to exit were indeed the true beneficiaries of great fortune, while the remainder bore no relation to such destiny. The news reached outside the ancient tomb, where Mr. Zheng, dispatched by the temple, wore a furrowed brow. The chosen saints of the temple are undoubtedly endowed with exceptional talent. If they did not reach the final threshold, they may have perished along the way. Contemplating this, Mr. Zheng cast a frigid gaze upon the elder of the Qin family, who offered a wry smile. Our talents from the Qin family have yet to emerge as well. He fully comprehended Mr. Zheng's implication, which suggested that the younger generations of the Qin family might have acted against Chen Yuan midway. However, the exact truth would only be revealed once they all reappeared for thorough investigation. In the temple of Jiangning, Yin Xiangnan concluded his meditation and strolled out, arriving at the main hall where he summoned those responsible for various affairs of the temple, eager to inquire about the latest developments within the temple. Indeed, the man nodded. It is said that the 18 individuals who ventured into the ancient tomb have emerged, yet the saint remains absent. Whispers circulate that the saint not only failed to acquire the inheritance, but may have also met his demise within the tomb. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from Yin Xiangnan, his eyes shining like beacons, radiating a dazzling brilliance. What has become of the saint? He demanded. The saint simply has not returned. It does not necessarily imply death within. The man replied in a hushed tone, yet Yin Xiangnan heard him clearly. In the absence of definitive news, it is best to refrain from speculation. Yin Xiangnan took a moment to steady his thoughts. That Chen Yuan lad does not strike me as someone destined for an early demise. He is clever and should not have perished in the ancient tomb. As for the inheritance, if Chen Yuan truly excels, he may inherit the legacy of ancient sages without the need for what lies within that tomb. Yin Xiangnan's gaze flickered. The sanctuary does not meddle in worldly affairs. Yet being situated in Jiangning City, it cannot remain indifferent to its dynamics. The Jiuyang Manor has rapidly ascended as a formidable force in recent years, boasting a high-ranking master of the Bitter Sea realm, a figure of considerable prowess even within the vast Dayu Empire. The other members of the sanctuary frowned. Indeed, that master is formidable and ambitious, having already absorbed numerous smaller sections. Now his sights are set directly on Jiangning City, with aspirations to unify the four great families under his command. They are not content to remain merely a sect. They aim to forge a power capable of rivaling the Dayu Empire. Although Jiangning City may be considered a relatively weak presence among the major cities, it possesses a profound historical legacy. Should it be annexed by the Jiuyang Mansion, the latter's influence would undoubtedly magnify. One might wonder if the Jiuyang Mansion fears the wrath of the Dayu Dynasty. The Emperor of the Universe has been in seclusion for several years, striving to take that monumental step. Yet, such a leap is not easily achieved. How many among us cultivators can truly attain that level? Within the capital, anxiety reigns, with rampant rumors suggesting that the Emperor has passed into the afterlife, leading to fierce competition among the princes for the throne, leaving little room to manage the expansion of a sect. Someone chuckled, and Yin Xiangnan calmly replied, "Let us refrain from meddling in this matter for the time being. Even if the Jiuyang Mansion becomes the new sovereign of the Dayu Dynasty, it matters not, as long as they do not infringe upon the interests of our holy temple." Indeed, the others echoed in unison. "You may all withdraw. Report any developments to me promptly." However, currently, 18 individuals have acquired extraordinary opportunities. Their future accomplishments may rival that of Chen Tianjiao. The future of Jiangning City is destined to be a battleground, no longer dominated by any single individual. Yet, Chen Tianjiao, in his secluded state, perceives things differently. Despite the rising talents and fierce competition, he remains confident in his ability to trample all contenders underfoot. Chapter 59. Return to the Holy Temple within the ancient tomb. Chen Yuan and Zhuang Wenqi traversed the passage of the puppets, utilizing jade pendants and Taoist plates to forge their path. All the puppets scattered in a frenzy, terrified to approach Chen Yuan and Zhuang Wenqi, fearing the contamination of that exorcising artifact. As Chen Yuan ventured deeper into the passage, a profound sense of trepidation enveloped him. The sheer multitude of puppets was staggering, surpassing his expectations. It was evident how many souls had entered this ancient tomb over the years, and how many had perished within its confines. Would he be able to find his father if he simply exited? Chen Yuan murmured to himself. Yet he swiftly shook his head. The truth of the tomb remained shrouded in mystery, and he had merely scratched the surface of its enigma. Though he had managed to tear away a fragment of the stone wall, it did not signify that he could shatter the entirety of it, nor could he claim dominion over the entire tomb. A premonition stirred within him. What he perceived was merely what the tomb allowed him to see. To genuinely unearth its secrets, he must first augment his own strength. As they neared the exit, Zhuang Wenqi's Dao plate sensed the vitality emanating from the outside world, radiating a gentle glow. They quickened their pace, and at last, they beheld a partially ajar stone door, which startled them both, revealing they had arrived at the entrance of the ancient tomb. Chen Yuan spoke, reflecting on their expedition. Aside from the town Immortal Fist, he felt he had garnered little else. However, he remained unconcerned, for his primary intention in entering the tomb was to seek the whereabouts of Chen Yuanshan. Although he had not located Chen Yuanshan, the presence of those remains within the tomb suggested that Chen Yuanshan was not among them, implying a glimmer of hope for his survival. Resolute in his determination, he vowed to return to this place once he had restored his peak cultivation. With that, Chen Yuan pushed open the stone door and stepped out of the tomb. As the door swung open, the individuals waiting outside were instantly invigorated, their eyes shimmering with anticipation as they fixated on the emerging youth. It was he, the saint. The attitudes of the crowd towards Chen Yuan varied greatly. The members of the sanctuary approached him to pay their respects, including Master Zheng. Although Master Zheng was filled with doubt, he understood that this was not the appropriate time for discourse and nodded in agreement to depart. "Please, hold on." At that moment, the elders of the Chen family spoke up, halting the procession of the sanctuary. "Is there something amiss?" Master Zheng inquired, a trace of coldness surfacing in his demeanor. "There are matters we wish to consult the saint about, if you would be so kind," the elder of the Chen family replied with a respectful gesture, then turned his gaze towards Chen Yuan, asking, May I inquire if you have seen Chen Yuan of the Chen family? Should I report to you? Chen Yuan regarded the elder with a hint of scorn. What was his status that he should discuss every triviality with this elder? The saint had once belonged to the Chen family. How could he remain so indifferent to the safety of his kin? The elder's expression darkened slightly. How ridiculous, you mentioned once. Chen Yuan retorted icily. From this day forth, do not approach me regarding the affairs of the Chen family. With that, Chen Yuan strolled away, his gaze sharp and seemingly illuminated with a cold glint. The members of the sanctuary closely followed, leaving the Chen family members hesitant to detain him. What shall we do now, elder? Someone inquired, looking towards the elder of the Chen family. The elder, watching Chen Yuan's retreating figure, narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "This scoundrel, having assumed the title of saint, has grown so arrogant. I will make him aware of who truly wields power in Jiangning." Subsequently, the elder of the Chen family summoned the individuals to lean in, whispering his commands. Yin Xiangnan patted Chen Yuan on the shoulder and instructed his aides to prepare a feast to welcome Chen Yuan. During this time, Chen Yuan introduced Zhuang Wenqi to Yin Xiangnan. Though Yin Xiangnan did not harbor strong feelings for Zhuang Wenqi, he was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Zhuang Wenqi's Dao disc, a truly rare artifact. Especially upon learning that Zhuang Wenqi hailed from Baisho Mountain, a peculiar expression crossed Yin Xiangnan's face. How curious that someone from Baisho Mountain had ventured to Jiangning City. What was your experience? Yin Xiangnan inquired. Zheng Sanyi and the others instantly perked up. Having waited outside the ancient tomb for so many days, they were eager to uncover what Chen Yuan had been doing within. Chen Yuan regarded the gathering, smiled, and proclaimed, "I have acquired an unparalleled divine skill." An unparalleled divine skill? Zheng Sanyi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Might the saint demonstrate it for us? Very well, Chen Yuan nodded. With a sudden, forceful motion, he propelled his fist forward. The fist radiated a fierce, overwhelming aura, as if the entire space were quaking in response. This strike was powerful enough to subdue a martial practitioner at the pinnacle of the awakening realm, exuding an unmatched dominance. "This is the fist of suppression," Chen Yuan declared. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The might of this blow was indeed fearsome. Once Chen Yuan became formidable, he could likely vanquish both celestial beings and demons, instilling dread across the 33 heavens. Surely, even the holy temple of Yudu cannot produce a technique of this caliber. Someone within the temple sighed. Chen Yuan, a prodigy of the sanctuary, basked in its boundless resources, and now, with the acquisition of this unparalleled martial art, his future undoubtedly gleamed with brilliance. Many young talents within the sanctuary displayed expressions of envy, yet some harbored jealousy, such as Shi Yang. "If I were to enter the sanctuary, I would surely seize greater opportunities," Shi Yang mused, dismissing Chen Yuan's achievements with disdain. "Indeed, the saints possess extraordinary talents, and such opportunities evoke our envy," remarked an elder from the sanctuary. At that moment, Chen Yuan's voice suddenly resonated, bringing forth glimmers of joy in the eyes of the gathered crowd. Chen Yuan is willing to impart this martial art to them. Chapter 60, Divergent Evaluations. The willingness of Chen Yuan to share this formidable martial art astonished everyone, for its unparalleled might was evident even in his hands. One could only speculate on the magnitude of its power in the grasp of a formidable practitioner from the Bitter Sea realm. The elders within the sanctuary were captivated, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Even the face of Elder Zheng revealed a hint of excitement. This martial art could subdue celestial beings and demons. Even if they were to attain fulfillment in their lifetimes, such a level of divine prowess might remain beyond their reach. A treasure unattainable in the sanctuary of Jiangning City. Chen Yuan's words deeply resonated with Yin Xiangnan, who reflected on the noble spirit of the saints. Having acquired a transcendent martial art, he chose not to hoard it, but to share it with others in the sanctuary, aspiring for the collective strength of the entire sanctuary. Is this truly wise? After all, it is your personal opportunity, and the sanctuary has not contributed to your success, Yin Xiangnan remarked. Without the support of the holy temple, I would not have acquired this extraordinary ability, Chen Yuan remarked with a smile. Moreover, It is not merely this singular power that I have obtained. Upon hearing Chen Yuan's words, Yin Xiangnan felt a sense of reassurance. For they had yet to provide any resources to Chen Yuan, who had instead contributed an immensely formidable skill to the Holy Temple. If one were to assess it by rank, this Xinxian fist undoubtedly transcended the level of the Bitter Sea, requiring access to a higher echelon of the Holy Temple to attain. Within the Holy Temple, an atmosphere of tranquility prevailed, with many extolling the selflessness of the saints, though exceptions existed for those with grievances against Chen Yuan. However, in Jiangning City, an alternative narrative regarding Chen Yuan had emerged. Previously, 18 prodigies had departed from the ancient tomb, having acquired remarkable legacies of knowledge, yet those who followed them emerged empty-handed, unable to reach the tomb's conclusion. This led to a collective sigh, as even prodigies found it challenging to remain unparalleled. A moment's carelessness could result in being left far behind, unable to sustain their transcendent status. The future of Jiangning City might well belong to those 18 prodigies. Among them, 6 hailed from outside Jiangning City, having come from other major cities, and were rumored to depart in 2 days. The remaining 12 could be hailed as the 12 talents of Jiangning. It remains a mystery who conferred such a title, yet Jiangning City seemed to herald a new era, the era of the 12 talents of Jiangning. Reactions varied. Some, like the members of the Liu and Shi families, felt exhilarated, while others, such as Wei Wuhai, experienced desolation, as his brilliance had been completely overshadowed. Naturally, there were those who felt indifferent, such as Chen Yuan. He had been diligently cultivating within the temple, experiencing a remarkably swift elevation in his realm. The temple housed numerous invaluable tomes, enabling him to gain a deeper understanding of the Great Yu Dynasty. It was inconceivable for him to remain in Jiangning City for a lifetime. Seeking vengeance necessitated his departure. Beyond Jiangning City lay the vast expanse of the Great Yu Dynasty. Throughout history, the rulers of the Great Yu Dynasty were revered as the Yu Emperors, yet it was the inaugural Yu Emperor whose legacy overshadowed all. Legends spoke of his ascension to a realm of great power, conquering the world and venturing beyond this starry realm to explore the depths of the cosmos in pursuit of immortality and eternal life. This knowledge was gleaned by Chen Yuan from the ancient texts, though the terminology employed therein did not reference the starry realm or the cosmos. Chen Yuan deduced the whereabouts of the first Yu Emperor by synthesizing the perspectives of the people of the Great Yu Dynasty with his own worldview. The Great Yu Dynasty had been established for less than 10 millennia. If the first Yu Emperor truly attained the status of a formidable being, he likely still existed in the world today. Chen Yuan murmured to himself, then set aside the records concerning the imperial family of the Great Yu Dynasty and began perusing the documents related to the temple. The history of the Jiangning City Temple was far more ancient than that of the Great Yu Dynasty. In fact, the temple had spread across the northern regions of the Weixing many millennia ago, in numerous locales. There were even academies founded by the temple that had nurtured exceptionally gifted individuals, illuminating the northern skies. The hierarchy within the temple was distinctly defined. The temple in Jiangning City represented merely the lowest tier, thus it could only bestow upon Chen Yuan the rank of a third-class saint. The third-order saints, also known as the Triadic Saints, can only flaunt their authority within the confines of Jiangning City. It is conceivable that within the Grand Temple of the Great Yu Dynasty, there exists a multitude of saints, yet only through relentless competition can one ascend to the rank of second-order or even first-order saint. Among the countless saints of Weixing, a fierce rivalry ensues, ultimately vying for the prestigious title of Saint Sun, the embodiment of the temple's grandeur. It appears that one's status within the temple remains precarious. Chen Yuan mused that the third-order saints remain distant from the temple's core. He is determined to sweep through the ranks and seize the title of Saint Sun, intending to command the entire temple for his own purposes. It has been noted that saints were previously hindered at the 9th level of body refinement, unable to awaken their life souls. It now seems that they are destined for greatness, blossoming later in their journey. However, it is absurd to claim that a saint, at merely 16 years of age, can be considered late bloomers. Within the temple, admiration for Chen Yuan is palpable, although his tenure has been brief. He has already shattered numerous minor realms. One wonders what heights he will achieve in a year's time. Yet, outside the temple, in Jiangning City, the perception of Chen Yuan diverges significantly. The temple's grand entrance seems to isolate thoughts, resulting in a stark polarization of opinions regarding him. After several days, within the temple, a number of individuals arrived, expressing their desire to seek refuge under its aegis. Their entrance immediately captured the attention of Jiangning City, particularly that of Wei Wuhai, who hailed from the Wei family and sought to join the temple. The news, once disseminated, sent ripples through the city of Jiangning. Although the current discussions revolve around the 12 outstanding figures, Wei Wuhai remains a former paragon of excellence, renowned for his extraordinary combat prowess. His desire to enter the sanctuary would significantly impact both the sanctuary and the Wei family. It appears that the Wei family is indeed anxious. Wei Wuhai's failure to obtain the inheritance from the ancient tomb signals a decline. In a decade's time, it is possible that the Wei family may no longer hold a place in Jiangning. Some assert that the key determinant of a family's stability lies in its top-tier combat strength. Yet the ability of the younger generation to inherit this legacy is equally crucial. Should there be no one to carry forth the family's former glory, decline is inevitable. Wei Wuhai, having failed to secure the ancient tomb's legacy, seeks to align the Wei family closely with the sanctuary. For even as the tides of time shift and eras change, the sanctuary remains imperishable, standing tall above the vicissitudes of dynasties, gazing down upon the masses. Do you truly wish to join the sanctuary? The steward of the sanctuary regarded Wei Wuhai with a peculiar expression. Indeed, Wei Wuhai affirmed with a nod. Moreover, I aspire to challenge the position of a saint. A challenge to a saint? The expressions of those within the sanctuary grew even more peculiar. Wei Wuhai intended to challenge Chen Yuan? The circumstances surrounding the ancient tomb were largely unknown to the outside world, particularly the incident where Chen Yuan had effortlessly sent Wei Wuhai flying with a mere slap. A matter Wei Wuhai himself was keen to keep shrouded in secrecy, resulting in the sanctuary's ignorance of this event. What they understood was that ever since departing from the ancient tomb, the saint had grown increasingly formidable. It was said that just days prior, a peak awakening realm cultivator had sought to challenge the saint, only to be repelled by a thunderous shout. In their eyes, Chen Yuan must have acquired the inheritance of the ancient tomb. Henceforth, he would only become more powerful. Could Wei Wuhai truly contend with Chen Yuan? The steward of the sanctuary meticulously examined Wei Wuhai's realm, noting that he had yet to condense his Tao, standing at the pinnacle of the awakening realm. Engaging with the saint was not out of the question. Please wait, the steward instructed Wei Wuhai, subsequently dispatching messengers to inform Yin Xiangnan and Chen Yuan. Yin Xiangnan was not surprised by the news of someone challenging Chen Yuan. It had been many years since a saint had been conferred in Jiangning City, and the emergence of one would naturally attract challenges from various prodigies. How else could Chen Yuan's talents be showcased if no one dared to confront him? Only to be defeated in succession? Strangely, however, Chen Yuan did not accept Wei Wuhai's challenge. Upon learning of Wei Wuhai's intent, Chen Yuan merely smiled lightly and dismissed him. A cold glint suddenly ignited in Wei Wuhai's eyes. Why would the sanctuary fabricate so many conditions to keep people at bay? Feel free, the steward replied. In the past, it was not unheard of for prodigies from the 4 great families to seek admission into the sanctuary. Yet they were nearly always turned away unless they were exceptionally gifted talents that the sanctuary did not wish to miss. In such cases, they would actively recruit while striving to sever ties with their original families. Wei Wuhai's inability to enter the sanctuary came as no surprise to the onlookers. Wei Wuhai did not depart. Instead, he lingered at the entrance of the temple. Are the saints of the temple mere charlatans, cowering in fear? How laughable! If anyone could challenge the saints at will, where would they find the time to cultivate their skills? One of the temple's guardians rebuked him, and Chen Yuan had imparted to them a formidable spear technique, leaving them inexplicably grateful. They were clearly too timid to accept the challenge. Wei Wuhai's voice thundered. I come representing the Wei family. To be cast aside at the threshold of the temple is rather discourteous, is it not? Do you wish for a duel? I can oblige. Suddenly, a figure descended like the wind. It was Chen Yuan. His eyes shone with a dazzling brilliance, and his dark hair billowed in the gentle breeze. Resembling a peerless demon lord emerging from seclusion, ready to unleash havoc upon the world. Wei Wuhai was momentarily taken aback, yet he was not entirely intimidated by Chen Yuan. Raising his voice, he declared, "Turtle in retreat, you finally dare to accept the challenge. Since you claim to represent the Wei family, I too shall grant the Wei family this courtesy on behalf of the temple." Chen Yuan replied, had Wei Wuhai challenged him in private, he would have dismissed it entirely. But given that the other party represented the Wei family and he himself was a saint of the temple, he had to consider the temple's reputation. What qualifications does one who faints at the mere awakening of their soul possess to be a saint? Today, let us duel. Should you be defeated, you shall relinquish your position as a saint. Do you dare? Wei Wuhai responded, "I do." To his surprise, Chen Yuan agreed with remarkable alacrity, as if fear were utterly foreign to him. Wei Wuhai, astonished, looked at Chen Yuan and asked, "Do you not have any conditions? What conditions can one propose to a defeated foe?" Chen Yuan chuckled softly, and if he were compelled to suggest one, it would be this: after your defeat, refrain from ever appearing before me again. Upon the mention of the term defeated foe, Wei Wuhai's expression instantly turned icy, for it represented an everlasting anguish within him. At that moment, he could almost still feel the searing pain upon his cheek, a torment inflicted by Chen Yuan. In the corridors of the ancient tomb, Chen Yuan had sent him flying with a single slap. Were it not for the desire to avenge that slap and to secure the future of the Wei family, he would not have dared to take such a risk. Should he succeed, he would earn the favor of the Holy Temple. Should he fail, he would be left in disgrace. Fortunately, he had made extensive preparations for this battle. "Make your move," Chen Yuan uttered with a tone of indifference, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes, which caused Wei Wuhai's face to turn ashen, unleashing a terrifying aura from his being. Outside the Holy Temple, the crowd of onlookers grew increasingly numerous. Challenges at the gates of the Holy Temple in Jiangning City were indeed rare. Moreover, neither combatant was ordinary. One was the pinnacle prodigy of the Wei family, and the other was the former heir of the Qin family, now a disciple of the Holy Temple. Their clash promised to be nothing short of spectacular. This is self-inflicted, Wei Wuhai thought. Chapter 62. Intelligence from Jiangning City struggling to rise. Wei Wuhai gazed at Chen Yuan, a trace of blood still lingering at the corner of his mouth. His demeanor cold to the extreme, as if he were regarding a lifeless corpse. "I had initially considered sparing your life, but it seems that is no longer an option." As he spoke, Wei Wuhai stepped forward, unleashing an overwhelming force that surged forth like the revival of an ancient deity within him, exuding an unparalleled dominance. An extraordinary essence coursed through his veins, transforming into the terrifying energy concentrated in his palm. However, with a resounding split, Wei Wuhai's attack was thwarted. Even the surface of his body bore a faint trace of blood. He was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground with a dull thud. "Do you think that a foreign essence implanted by a powerhouse of the Bitter Sea realm can contend with me? What a farce!" Chen Yuan mocked mercilessly. Although this fragment of essence was indeed bestowed by a Bitter Sea realm expert, it was beyond Wei Wuhai's control, capable only of a limited burst of power that inflicted no real harm upon him. "You," Wei Wuhai, filled with rage, spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the earth crimson. Yet, Chen Yuan paid him no further heed and turned to stride toward the temple. "Do not forget your promise. You represent the Wei family." The gazes of the onlookers remained fixed upon the departing youth. Chen Yuan's interventions in Jiangning City were few. The last notable instance was outside the temple, where he had defeated the young master of the Lu family. Although the Lu family chose not to pursue the matter further, the crowd would not easily forget. In a short span of time, he had once again emerged outside the temple, decisively vanquishing Wei Wuhai, the pinnacle genius of the Wei family. The interval between these two events was brief, yet Chen Yuan's combat prowess had undergone a remarkable transformation. Many speculated that within this generation, only the 12 exceptional individuals could hope to rival Chen Yuan. Had he truly not inherited any legacy? Upon learning the outcome of the battle, The head of the Wei family was utterly astonished. He personally implanted a foreign essence within Wei Wuhai, believing it would serve as a formidable weapon against Chen Yuan. To his dismay, this effort proved utterly futile, as Chen Yuan effortlessly dispelled it. This led the head of the Wei family to suspect that Chen Yuan might have acquired some portion of the ancient tomb owner's legacy. Otherwise, how could he possess such formidable strength? It was indeed alarming that he could so easily subdue Wei Wuhai without having yet entered the Dao. However, upon further investigation, the head of the Wei family uncovered an entirely different truth. Among the 12 exceptional individuals, several were adamant that Chen Yuan had not received the inheritance and did not belong to their ranks. Moreover, they proclaimed that should they encounter Chen Yuan, they would be compelled to eliminate him. This declaration sent a chill through many within the city. Was this the audacity of the 12 exceptional individuals? To slay Chen Yuan, a revered disciple of the Holy Temple? It was not merely one, but several of these distinguished figures who voiced such intentions, and their tone suggested some conflict had transpired within the ancient tomb. When Chen Yuan became aware of the 12 exceptional individuals' remarks, he felt little astonishment. He had witnessed firsthand the 18 individuals lying within the ancient coffin, unable to extricate themselves for some time, yet they had managed to depart the tomb ahead of him, which was inherently suspicious. What precisely transpired within that ancient coffin remained a mystery to Chen Yuan, and he had no desire to uncover it. Should these individuals seek to trouble him, he would not allow them to act with impunity. As for Chen Tianjiao, was there any movement? As a distinguished disciple of the Holy Temple, Chen Yuan held a position of high regard and could naturally dispatch members of the temple. Each day, he sent individuals to gather intelligence from Jiangning City. Were there any crucial insights regarding the profound arts? Chen Yuan's expression flickered slightly. He seemed to have heard whispers of this during his time in the Chen family. However, given his discernment, he did not pay much heed to the Grand Elder's cultivation methods at that time. Yet now, he sensed that the Grand Elder's esoteric practice might indeed possess some peculiarities, for it was unnecessary to involve Chen Tianjiao in this enlightenment. Chen Tianjiao was already a core disciple of the Etian Academy, holding a prestigious position. There was no need for him to cultivate ordinary techniques when he could master the supreme arts of Yudu. I understand now. You may leave, Chen Yuan nodded, dismissing those present. A glimmer of sharpness flashed across his countenance. What formidable techniques had the Grand Elder unearthed from the ancient tomb to instill such overwhelming confidence in him? The prospect of sweeping through the great Dayu Dynasty upon completion was indeed a display of remarkable ambition. Caution was warranted. Though Chen Yuan harbored pride, he was not arrogant. Human hearts are often treacherous. While the Qin family's prowess may not rival that of the ancient immortals of Chen Yuan, their cunning was perhaps equally formidable. It was imperative to break through swiftly. Chen Yuan murmured to himself before plunging back into cultivation. The nameless ancient scripture circulated within him, and the primal energies of the universe surged into his body like waves. Above him, resplendent divine rings shimmered, reminiscent of an emperor's crown, exuding an aura of grandeur. Behind him, a spectral figure clad in the robes of the heavenly emperor emerged. Upon closer inspection, one would be astounded to find that this ethereal visage bore an uncanny resemblance to Chen Yuan himself. This was his soul, his essence, and could also be regarded as the soul of the heavenly emperor. At first, the soul of destiny possessed by the heavenly emperor seemed unremarkable upon awakening. However, as Chen Yuan's cultivation deepened, he increasingly sensed a mysterious connection between the soul and the ancient, unnamed scripture. The two appeared to corroborate each other, propelling the martial artist's dantian and physical form ever closer to their limits. Chapter 63. The death of Shi Jinxue. The royal family was undoubtedly aware of all this, but the reasons behind their inaction remained a mystery to the masses. As for the four great families, their focus lay primarily on nurturing the next generation of disciples. Lu Xiaoxiao and Lu Huan from the Lu family, along with Shi Jinlong from the Shi family, were already top-tier prodigies in the awakening realm. Upon returning from the ancient tomb, they became even more formidable, breaking through barriers and ascending to higher realms with relentless momentum. Such is the harsh reality faced by prominent families. While they bask in the adoration of society, they also endure the disdain of the masses. Even among members of the same family, once one loses their luster, no one pays heed. Merely refraining from kicking a person while they are down becomes the best possible attitude. The other members of the 12 prodigies brought immense glory to their respective families, gaining widespread fame in Jiangning City. They were celebrated and regarded as potential future powerhouses capable of emerging from Jiangning City to become renowned experts in the Great Yu Dynasty. Under the brilliance of the 12 prodigies, the once celebrated talents of the Wei family faded into obscurity, indistinguishable from the crowd. The Chen family had not entirely relinquished hope. They still possessed a prodigy who was currently in seclusion with the Grand Elder. They believed that when Chen Tianjiao emerged from his retreat, the so-called 12 prodigies would all fall before him. How foolish they are, having forgotten the benefits I once bestowed upon them, each one betraying me. Outside Jiangning City, a charming silhouette wandered through the woods, clutching a flower in her hand, yet incessantly plucking its petals and casting them to the ground. She murmured to herself, as if in a fit of pique. This young woman was none other than Shi Jinxue, once the esteemed young lady of the Shi family. Following Shi Yu's rise to prominence, her standing within the family had plummeted, and many who once courted her now turned their affections to Shi Yu, deepening her sense of despair. What a bunch of worthless wretches. I refuse to believe that my talents cannot surpass that wretched girl. Shi Jinxue spat resentfully. With an unremarkable appearance and average abilities, she had previously been as silent as a clam within her family. Now, she had audaciously risen to overshadow her. I should have discerned her vile nature sooner and dealt with her decisively. Alas, that opportunity is lost. Suddenly, a mocking voice pierced the air, startling Shi Jinxue, who looked up abruptly. Unbeknownst to her, Shi Yu had appeared before her, clad in form-fitting attire. Though her beauty paled in comparison to Shi Jinxue's, her alluring figure was enough to ignite the imagination of any man. You heard everything? Shi Jinxue felt a tremor of fear. Acutely aware that her own capabilities were inferior to those of her rival, should a conflict arise, she would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. I did hear everything. Do you have anything else to say? Feel free to share, Shi Yu replied, her voice steady. An aura of frost emanating from her as she approached Shi Jinxue with deliberate steps. Shi Jinxue instinctively took a few steps back, inadvertently stepping on a small stone, nearly losing her balance. She gazed at Shi Yu, opening her mouth to utter a sound. If you dare to harm me, my family will not let you go. Is that so? Shi Yu chuckled. Your father shall remain oblivious to this matter, and as for your elder brother. Before she could finish her sentence, Shi Jinlong emerged from the side, a faint smile gracing his lips. He did not approach Shi Jinxue, but instead positioned himself beside Shi Yu. Witnessing Shi Jinlong and Shi Yu standing together left Shi Jinxue in a state of shock, her heart trembling, an ominous premonition spreading within her. Brother, how could you be with her? Shi Jinxue was utterly baffled as to why her elder brother, who had always been so fond of her, would align himself with Shi Yu. Though she had sensed a change in Shi Jinlong's demeanor over the past few days, perceiving him as somewhat peculiar, she had not pondered deeply upon it, merely attributing it to his desire to surpass other prodigies and contend for supreme status. Yet the current scenario indicated that matters were far more intricate than Shi Jinxue had imagined. Is there a problem? Shi Jinlong inquired with a smile. At that moment, Shi Jinxue suddenly realized, deep within the pupils of Shi Jinlong and Shi Yu, there resided a flicker of dark green flame, causing her hair to stand on end and sending a chill down her spine. Has something foul entered your bodies? I am not Shi Jinlong. Then who are you? Shi Jinxue's eyes widened in disbelief. The two before her bore an uncanny resemblance to Shi Jinlong and Shi Yu, leaving her utterly bewildered. With a sinister smile, Shi Jinlong approached Shi Jinxue, behind him materializing another scene, a stone chamber filled with 18 ancient coffins, within which lay 18 individuals in serene repose. Among them were Shi Jinlong and Shi Yu. Brother, they. Shi Jinxue was taken aback, realizing her brother had not yet departed from the ancient tomb. Who then stood before her? Who are you? She inquired, understanding that she had stumbled into a perilous situation. Taking a deep breath, she resolved to uncover the truth. "We are messengers of the divine," Shi Jinlong and Shi Yu declared in unison, their voices reverberating through the mountains and valleys. Subsequently, Shi Jinlong extended his hand, unleashing a tumultuous and dominative force that ensnared Shi Jinxue, preventing her escape. "Why must you kill me?" Shi Jinxue pondered, struggling to comprehend, as she believed she had not wronged them in any way. "Because you are Shi Jinlong's sister and the daughter of the Shi family patriarch. Should you perish, we will have the pretext to deal with that individual," Shi Yu replied with an indifferent smile. It was not Shi Jinxue's actions that had provoked them, but rather her identity. Her demise would surely incite a significant uproar. "Who is it you intend to confront?" Shi Jinxue felt the constricting force pressing upon her, threatening to suffocate her. "It is one who has escaped from my grasp." The two siblings spoke simultaneously, as if an ancient soul resonated within them, uttering a singular voice. Chapter 64. The sacred temple of the Shi family. Shi Jinxue has fallen, slain outside Jiangning City. This news sent ripples through Jiangning, capturing the attention of countless individuals. Although Shi Jinxue did not inherit the legacy of the ancient tomb, she remained the esteemed young lady of the Shi family, her identity and status illustrious. Her untimely demise in a desolate wilderness naturally drew the attention of many. The formidable members of the Shi clan rallied together, and upon counting, there were over 10 powerful cultivators at the Bitter Sea realm present. Shi Jinxue's father and brothers were also in attendance, meticulously investigating the matter. Each Bitter Sea realm cultivator represented unparalleled strength in Jiangning City, a rarity indeed, yet the Shi family dispatched such a formidable contingent, revealing their profound heritage and the gravity with which they regarded this incident. Who could be responsible for such a heinous act? The head of the Shi family, with a piercing gaze and a countenance charged with fury, directed his cold, electric-like glare at the lifeless body of Shi Jinxue. What incensed him further was the fact that Shi Jinxue had perished in a state of undress, her pale skin exposed, rendering the circumstances of her death all the more intriguing. Reporting to the head of the family, we have located an eyewitness. It is said that at the time of the incident, someone nearby spotted a disciple of the Holy Temple, Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan? The head of the Shi family was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that this affair would implicate Chen Yuan. "Father, the situation is clear. It is that vile Chen Yuan, emboldened by the support of the Holy Temple, who presumed we, the Shi family, would not dare to act against him. He has insidiously harmed Jinxue and subsequently abandoned her body in the wilderness. The thought of it pierces my heart," lamented Shi Jinlong, tears streaming down his face as if he genuinely mourned for Shi Jinxue. Shi Yu stood silently beside him, offering no words, merely sighing in sorrow. The head of the Shi family, however, did not immediately affirm this accusation but continued to inquire, how many individuals witnessed Chen Yuan in the vicinity? There were precisely 3 individuals, and the time they spoke of nearly coincided with the moment when the young lady met her tragic fate. The elders of the Shi family displayed evident anger. This nearly confirmed Chen Yuan's guilt. The timing and location were far too coincidental. Such occurrences are exceedingly rare in this world. Even the sacred hall must adhere to reason. One elder with a gray beard spoke up, declaring, "This young man has harmed the jewel of our Shi family. We must demand that the sacred hall surrender him. What saints? I deem him a villain." Another elder concurred, asserting, "Indeed, the evidence is irrefutable. I cannot believe that the sacred hall would show him favor. I have a few acquaintances within the sacred hall. I trust they will side with us," added yet another elder. The elders of the Shi family were filled with righteous indignation, harboring a deep-seated contempt for Chen Yuan. Their sentiments were not born from any particular affection for Shi Jinxue, but rather from the belief that she should not have fallen victim to an outsider. This was an affront to the Shi family. What transpired? Wasn't the Shi family investigating the cause of Shi Jinxue's death? Why had the sacred hall arrived? Could it be that her demise was somehow linked to them? Most likely. Otherwise, why would the Shi family mobilize so forcefully? It was rumored that when Shi Jinxue died, her attire was disheveled, suggesting she may have endured inhumane treatment. If this incident was indeed perpetrated by someone from the Sacred Hall, the damage to its reputation would be considerable. What has incited such fury in Brother Shi? Is there perhaps something for which our Sacred Hall owes an apology to the Shi family? Yin Xiangnan's voice resonated throughout the Grand Hall, though he remained unseen. The head of the Shi family smirked coldly, remarking, "Surely, Yinzhua Shi is well aware of the specifics of this matter? If he truly does not know, he could summon your saints, and the truth would soon emerge." Saints. In the minds of the crowd, the image of a youth swiftly emerged, that of Chen Yuan, the former young master of the Chen family, and now a disciple of the Holy Temple. Could it be that the death of Shi Jinxue was truly connected to Chen Yuan? Previously, many regarded Chen Yuan as a paragon of virtue. Yet it has come to light that he has indulged in debauchery and committed acts more heinous than that of beasts. Given his status, he would surely possess a fair chance of success should he propose to the Shi family. Why then engage in reckless behavior, committing deeds that provoke the wrath of both gods and men? Merely a word from the head of the Shi family sent the populace of Jiangning City into an uproar, firmly believing that Chen Yuan had sullied Shi Jinxue and brought about her demise. Your words are peculiar, Shi Xiong. As a disciple of the Holy Temple, I have been in seclusion, striving to consolidate my Tao. How could I possibly be privy to the affairs of your Shi family? A hint of displeasure seeped into Yin Xiangnan's tone, clearly discontent with the slander directed at Chen Yuan. Are you implying that I have falsely accused Chen Yuan? Thundered the head of the Shi family, his voice resonating like rolling thunder, filled with indignation. This matter concerns the purity and cause of my daughter's death. Would I carelessly make such accusations? As for your assertion that Chen Yuan has been in seclusion pursuing the Tao realm, that is rather ludicrous. Outside Jiangning City, several individuals have witnessed Chen Yuan's activities. Can this truly be deemed seclusion? Moreover, how long has it been since he awakened his? Yet he already seeks to challenge the Tao realm? Does he fancy himself a reincarnated ancient sage of your holy temple? The head of the Shi family, growing increasingly irate, had initially intended to demand Chen Yuan's surrender from the Holy Temple to put this matter to rest. However, not only did the temple refuse to hand him over, but they also openly defended him, inciting the fury of the Shi family head. A chilling aura surged into the heavens as Yin Xiangnan's figure ascended with a fierce gale, his wrathful presence sweeping through the air. He appeared as a deity descended from the celestial realm, wielding the sacred artifact of the temple, the holy mace. Pointed directly at the head of the Shi family, his voice erupting like thunder, reverberating through the 33 heavens. How audacious! Do your words mock the sages of antiquity? Chapter 65. The malicious whispers. Until now, Yin Xiangnan had remained concealed, merely engaging in dialogue with the head of the Shi family from within the Grand Hall. However, upon the mention of the ancient sages, he could no longer remain passive. He descended outside the temple, casting an intense glare at the head of the Shi family. The latter, realizing his misstep upon witnessing Yin Xiangnan's arrival, clasped his hands in respect and greeted, "I pay my respects to Left Envoy Yin, head of the Shi family. Do you wield such authority that you would dare to dismantle my sacred temple?" Yin Xiangnan exclaimed. "Left Envoy Yin, such words are unwarranted. I would never dare to show disrespect to the temple. My daughter has suffered a grievous fate, and in my desperation, I sought your assistance to uncover the true culprit." The head of the Shi family replied with a grave tone. "You come to my temple seeking trouble after a murder has occurred in your family? Such behavior is utterly unreasonable," Yin Xiangnan retorted, shaking his head. "Depart now, and I shall overlook your grave disrespect towards the sages. I too wish to leave at once. If only you would surrender the villain Chen Yuan to me. I, Shi Gang, vow never to set foot in the temple again," declared the head of the Shi family. Though Shi Jinxue had failed to inherit the legacy, she remained his beloved daughter, not to be tarnished or harmed by others. How audacious! A member of my temple is referred to as a villain by you. Are you insulting my sacred temple? Yin Xiangnan thundered in fury. "I do not dare to presume. Yet many have witnessed Chen Yuan causing my daughter's demise. If you harbor doubts, Yinzhua can summon them for inquiry." Shi Gang gestured towards the rear, where those claiming to have seen Chen Yuan awaited. To fabricate a crime, one need not be at a loss for words. Yin Xiangnan showed no interest in interrogating these individuals. Instead, he turned to Shigang. I am unaware of why these people would slander the saint, but I can assure you that the saint has never left the holy temple during these days. He is on the verge of condensing his Dao embryo. Why would he stir trouble outside? Yin Xiangnan asserted. Shigang's gaze flickered as he hesitated, evaluating the veracity of Yin Xiangnan's words. Impossible. How long has he awakened his fate soul? How could he possibly condense his Dao embryo? Doubt filled Shigang's eyes. Whether he can condense his Dao embryo is of no concern to you, Shigang. You have obtained the answers you sought. I implore you to depart and allow the holy temple to remain in tranquility. Yin Xiangnan gestured dismissively, summoning a steward of the holy temple to escort the Shi family away. Wait. At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows, causing the crowd's attention to fixate upon him. Shiyang, what brings you here? Upon seeing the young man step forth, Yin Xiangnan's expression darkened. Shiyang bore a grudge against Chen Yuan, and his appearance here was likely ominous. I have met with Yin Zhua and Shigang, Shiyang said politely, casting a brief glance at Shi Jinlong and Shi Yu behind Shigang, offering a subtle smile. I have urgent matters to report to Yin Zhua. What is it? Yin Xiangnan frowned. If it is not of significant importance, I suggest you wait a moment before speaking. What I wish to convey pertains to the conversation between the left envoy and the master of the Shi family. Shiyang spoke. In an instant, all eyes turned towards him. He was the disciple of the envoy of the sanctuary, a figure of considerable weight not only within the sanctuary but throughout the entire city of Jiangning. What he uttered must surely bear truth. I witnessed a saint discreetly departing from the sanctuary. Shi Yang's voice resonated, coinciding roughly with the time of the Miss Shi's tragic demise. Boom. His words instantly ignited a fervent uproar among the crowd. If the claims of others are deemed unreliable, what of Shi Yang? He is a pivotal figure within the sanctuary, whose every action is undoubtedly guided by the interests of the institution. His assertion must thus reflect the veracity of the matter. Is what you say true? Shigang pressed, his inquiry urgent. Indeed, it is true, Shi Yang affirmed with a nod. Did you truly see Chen Yuan leave the sanctuary? Yin Xiangnan harbored skepticism. For Shi Yang and Chen Yuan shared a notably antagonistic relationship, thus rendering his words somewhat suspect. Yet, Shi Yang's demeanor was exceedingly sincere, and in front of all, he could not be easily contradicted. As a disciple nurtured by the sanctuary from a young age, emulating the sages of antiquity, I cannot betray my conscience. Knowing the truth of the matter, it is my duty to speak out, to restore the honor and justice owed to Miss Shi Yang declared. It became evident that Chen Yuan was indeed a nefarious villain, unworthy of being a saint within the sanctuary. Swiftly, voices of condemnation arose in the crowd against Chen Yuan. How could a person of such dubious character ever aspire to sainthood? Surely, when the sanctuary evaluates its saints, it must consider their character as well. Regardless of his innate talents, his unseemly character will inevitably become a scourge upon Jiangning City. It would be prudent to eradicate him at the earliest opportunity. Eradicate Chen Yuan. Eradicate Chen Yuan. The saints of the temple could potentially emerge as the future leaders of Jiangning City. How could the populace possibly accept such a notorious villain to take charge? The crowd was fervent, clamoring outside the temple, urging for a change in the saints and the expulsion of Chen Yuan. Everyone, please calm down. The truth of the matter has yet to be ascertained. It is inappropriate to create such a ruckus outside the temple, Yin Xiangnan interjected. The voices of the crowd diminished significantly. All eyes turned to Yin Xiangnan, curious how he would address the situation. Let us first invite the saint to elucidate the matter, Yin Xiangnan commanded, sending someone to summon Chen Yuan. As Chen Yuan stepped out, a chill overtook his gaze. What did the death of Shi Jinxue have to do with him? Thief! Return my daughter's life. Upon seeing Chen Yuan, Shi Gang let out a furious roar, his sleeves swirling as a tempest of terrifying force materialized above Chen Yuan, poised to descend and annihilate him. Yin Xiangnan's hand quivered, and a silvery palm imprint emerged, shattering the tempest. In a flash, he positioned himself before Chen Yuan, shielding him from Shi Gang's oppressive aura. Observing this, Shi Yang's expression turned cold. Yin Xiangnan was being excessively protective, which ignited a twinge of jealousy within him. He believed he should be the favored child of the temple. Such distinction should not be bestowed upon Chen Yuan. What makes the head of the Shi family so certain that I am the culprit? Chen Yuan scoffed. If I so wished, I could easily hire a group to testify that I was elsewhere at the time. However, I can assure you that I have not stepped outside the sanctuary in recent days. If anyone claims to have seen me leave, it is undoubtedly a fabrication, an attempt by a schemer to usurp my position. As his words fell, Shi Yang abruptly looked up, only to find the gazes of the crowd fixed upon him. The schemer Chen Yuan referred to seemed to be none other than himself. Chapter 66. The Battle of the Strong in the Sea of Suffering Outside the Sanctuary. A multitude gathered, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Shi Yang, a direct disciple of the temple envoy, accused Chen Yuan of having previously left the sanctuary, with the timing coinciding almost perfectly with the death of Shi Jinxue, thereby significantly heightening Chen Yuan's suspicion. Yet now, Chen Yuan stood forth to defend himself, asserting his complete innocence regarding Shi Jinxue's demise. Shi Yang's accusations were nothing but slander, motivated by his own ambition for the position of saint. Do you presume I harbor ill intentions? Shi Yang's gaze turned frigid as he regarded Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan responded with a faint smile. I have not named anyone specifically. Your insistence on identifying yourself is beyond my control. If you perceive yourself as a schemer, then so be it. You. Shi Yang's face flushed with anger, but he swiftly regained his composure and turned to the left envoy, Yin Xiangnan. I implore you, Yin left envoy, to uphold justice, he declared with a steely tone. Indeed, this matter warrants an explanation from the sanctuary, Shi Gang stated, standing with arms crossed, his expression sharp. Given the gravity of the situation, he was prepared to engage in battle. As the head of the Shi family, renowned for his formidable prowess in Jiangning City, he was confident he would not be outmatched by Yin Xiangnan. Moreover, with so many witnesses present, he anticipated that the sanctuary would not abuse its power. If the sanctuary were to quell the matter through the exertion of power today, then the illustrious reputation it has painstakingly built over countless years would be irrevocably tarnished. The onlookers displayed expressions of keen interest. Their concern for whether Chen Yuan was indeed the perpetrator had waned. What they sought to witness was how the sanctuary would address this predicament. I comprehend your intentions. Should irrefutable evidence be presented, I shall personally escort the saint to the historian for an apology. Yin Xiangnan's resolute declaration made it clear to the crowd that he was steadfast in his commitment to protect Chen Yuan. Does this imply that left envoy Yin intends to shield this individual? Shi Gang inquired coldly. I harbor no intention of providing shelter. I merely hope that you can furnish evidence. Yin Xiangnan replied with a calm demeanor. Evidence. My beloved daughter perished at Chen Yuan's hands, witnessed by countless onlookers. And you now speak to me of evidence? Shi Gang's rage surged like a tempest, his formidable presence advancing with purpose, his expression sharp. Does the head of the Shi family intend to resort to violence? Yin Xiangnan cast a frosty glance at the approaching Shi Gang. Should it come to conflict, he would not flinch. I have no desire to confront the sanctuary, yet if it insists on showing favoritism towards this individual, I shall have no choice but to seek justice. In an instant, Shi Gang's figure soared into the air, a colossal banner materializing in his grasp, adorned with ancient mystical symbols that shimmered with an otherworldly glow. The celestial fire banner, which had briefly appeared in the great Dayu Dynasty 3 centuries ago. A spectator gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. It is said that the celestial fire banner was forged by a formidable figure of unparalleled prowess, its might echoing through the ages. However, after enduring a grueling battle, the banner was severely damaged, its power significantly diminished, yet still surpassing that of ordinary magical weapons. Unexpectedly, the celestial fire banner has fallen into the hands of the Shi family. It is rumored that countless individuals once vied for this artifact, only for its whereabouts to become shrouded in mystery, until now, when it has been revealed that it was seized by the ancestors of the Shi family. Shi Gang has even brought the celestial fire banner, indicating that he has long been prepared for a confrontation with the Holy Temple. The discussions among the Shi clan are rife, not only speculating about the origins of the celestial fire banner, but also deliberating on Shi Gang's ambitions. To dare challenge the Holy Temple's authority, even the left envoy of the temple, is no small feat. Very well, I shall engage in this contest. Yin Xiangnan's figure also soared through the air, an endless radiance converging around him, as if he wielded the infinite power of divine judgment over the world. His holy light cascading across the heavens, molding his mystical form. Who do you believe will prevail, Yin the left envoy or Shi Gang? The crowd surged with fervor, excitement palpable in the air. It has been many years since a confrontation between powerhouses of the Bitter Sea realm erupted in Jiangning City. Such elite warriors are rare and seldom clash within the public eye. Even the few battles that have reached the ears of the masses unfolded in the forests outside the city, hidden from view. After all, those who attain the Bitter Sea realm are prominent figures in Jiangning City, some even the heads of their families. And the outcome of their contests bears significant weight regarding their social standing. Shi Gang, as the foremost member of the Shi family, possesses the extraordinary fire dragon palm and commands the celestial fire banner. It is unlikely that he would be bested by Yin the left envoy. Indeed, the envoy of the left, Yin, is merely a subordinate of the temple, not the true master of the hall. And his prowess should be on par with that of Shi Gang. Possessing the heavenly fire banner, Shi Gang appears sufficiently formidable to subdue Yin Xiangnan. While the populace harbors a profound reverence for the temple, it does not imply their ignorance of its capabilities. Through centuries of legacy, they have discerned that the might of the temple in a principal city is commensurate with the most powerful individual within that city, with no significant disparity. Nonetheless, none would dare to underestimate the temple, for its origins remain shrouded in mystery, eluding full comprehension. As the void roils, Shi Gang's hand trembles, causing the heavenly fire banner to flutter, unleashing a cascade of fiery chains that pierce the heavens, entwined with crimson and azure flames, hurtling towards Yin Xiangnan. With a flicker in his gaze, Yin Xiangnan exhales a diagram, illuminating the void. This diagram, entirely forged from primordial energy, reveals the silhouette of a sage, gazing down upon the world with an air of dominion, traversing the vastness. Witnessing the relentless onslaught of fiery chains, the sage's figure within the diagram stirs, his hand reaching forth to seize the moment. In an instant, boundless sacred light converges, forming a terrifying sword of judgment that descends, cleaving the fiery chains asunder with a single stroke. The temple embodies judgment. Though the sage's form is indistinct, his voice resonates clearly and powerfully, echoing across the four corners. As the sword of judgment falls, threatening to rend the very fabric of heaven and earth. Is this the ancient sage responsible for adjudication in the temple? A gasp escapes from the crowd, for the sage's presence exudes an unparalleled authority, as if wielding celestial punishment, instilling dread among all beings. How could it be? When the ancient sages emerge, the very heavens and earth seem poised to shatter. This is merely a mark of the sage. A mark of the sage? This should not constitute a fragment of Yin's wisher strength, should it? This is not a mark of the sage, but rather a transcendent technique born from observing the ancient sage's punishments of the world, unparalleled in its might, possessing a whisper of the sage's authority. Ultimately, within the city of Jiangning, an elder revealed the hidden truths, identifying the origin of Yin Xiangnan's ancient art. The sword of judgment descended, accompanied by the chilling wails of spirits, akin to forlorn souls drifting between heaven and earth, being torn asunder, evoking a sense of dread. The banner of heavenly fire, ignite. Faced with the divine sword of judgment, Shi Gang let out a resounding shout, and in an instant, the great banner surged through the cosmos, tempestuous winds and thunder roaring. Boundless heavenly fire igniting, spreading forth towards the sacred sword, as if intent on reducing that sage's visage to nothingness. Chapter 67. Shattering 300 miles, the heavenly fire engulfed the sky, incinerating the void. Shi Gang wielded the banner of heavenly fire with unparalleled mastery, enveloping himself in a vast aura of divine kingship. The banner swayed, cascading down countless chains of divine flame, transforming into a formidable and terrifying divine barrier, seeking to imprison Yin Xiangnan. Yin Xiangnan's expression was sharp, his hands forming seals as he inscribed ancient symbols into the diagram of the Tao. The sage's figure grew ever more formidable, radiating a brilliant light that illuminated the cosmos, an inexhaustible convergence of judgmental holy light gathering forth. As the holy swords of judgment rained down, intent on severing those chains of divine flame. The primal power of the divine flame chains emanated from the heavenly fire banner. As long as the banner endured, the chains of divine flame would not dissipate, reborn each time they were cleaved by the sacred sword, continuously coalescing, determined to obstruct Yin Xiangnan's path. In the tumult of the void, the figure of the saint gazed proudly upon the heavens and the earth. As the vast essence of the 8 desolations surged into the image before him, at that moment, the countenance of the saint bore an uncanny resemblance to Yin Xiangnan, as if Yin Xiangnan himself were a sage guiding the realm and intertwining with the sun and moon. Indeed, those within the sacred hall harbored lofty aspirations, aspiring to tread the path of ancient sages. A whisper arose, suggesting that the ancient sage's visage mirrored that of Yin Xiangnan, symbolizing his fervent desire to attain the status of a sage. The ancient sage took a resolute step forward, traversing the 10 directions of the cosmos. Saintly light enveloped the surroundings, sweeping across the boundless void, casting a shadow over the entire Jiangning city, offering a glimpse of the formidable presence of a sacred being. Both terrifying and invincible, judgment, the culmination of fate, echoed through the air as a deep and authoritative voice issued forth from the saint's lips. In an instant, the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies seemed to respond, as streams of holy radiance surged toward the saintly figure, lightning crackling, threatening to rend the heavens asunder. Above Jiangning City, a scene reminiscent of apocalyptic judgment unfolded, as if an unparalleled sovereign presided over the world, wielding the power of decree to judge the mortal realm. A sacred sword, stretching 100 miles, coalesced into existence, its brilliance dazzling and boundless, gripped firmly in the saint's hand, poised to sever the cosmos. As the sword descended, both heaven and earth fractured, and Yin Xiangnan spat forth a mouthful of blood, the tumult of suffering overwhelming him, as if he could not bear the weight of such energy. This was no ordinary divine power, but rather a force poised to be perfected into a flawless ancient art, with hopes of ascending into the ranks of sacred laws, subduing the universe. Ultimately, Yin Xiangnan remained merely a practitioner of the bitter sea realm, and the exertion required to wield this divine power proved too great for him to sustain. The effects were undeniably apparent, as the sage's figure wielded the punitive holy sword, its blade radiating an overwhelming energy, bathed in resplendent hues and auspicious colors, reminiscent of an ancient sage descending upon the world. The sword's edge relentlessly advanced toward Shigang, severing the chains of divine fire. Shigang, with the utmost fervor, propelled the heavenly fire banner, causing it to sway in the void, its immense shadow sweeping across the heavens like a legion of divine phoenixes unfurling their wings, exhaling radiant light. The fiery phoenixes descended with fierce intent, their wings sharp and their aura tempestuous, conjuring a terrifying storm of flames as they surged towards Yin Xiangnan. A cataclysmic collision erupted in the void, 2 waves of energy sweeping through the vast expanse. The formidable beings of the bitter sea realm opened the Yuan Sea, their primordial forces ceaselessly surging. As various phenomena ascended from the bitter sea, colliding in a frenzied display before ultimately perishing in the aftermath. With a thunderous stomp, the sage advanced, engaging in combat with a sword in hand, his roar echoing through the heavens and the earth. The colossal sword fell, causing the entire space to tremble. As relentless gales ravaged the skies, countless sword lights emanating from the sage's might, a mere manifestation of his divine powers. Should a living ancient sage materialize, a single step would suffice to obliterate the heavens and the earth. This incited his curiosity. A left envoy already surpassed the renown of Jiangning City. How formidable would the enigmatic envoy of the Holy Palace be? And if the envoy of Jiangning possessed such prowess, What extraordinary strength would the envoy of Yuta wield? Could they possibly contend with the current emperor of the universe? Chen Yuan pondered numerous thoughts, simultaneously feeling a flicker of gratitude in his heart. For it was Yin Xiangnan's protection that compelled him to confront Gang. This kindness he would remember. Unexpectedly, Yin, the left envoy, truly proved to be extraordinarily powerful, earning the old man's admiration. Gang stood suspended in the air, his grand banner piercing the void, resembling a celestial sovereign, connecting the four corners of the universe. Despite his overwhelming presence, it was evident to all that his countenance had darkened. The clash with Yin Xiangnan had drained him of vitality, leaving him reeling from an unimaginable impact. As the head of the Shi family, his prowess was formidable within Jiangning City. Above Yin Xiangnan's head hovered the sacred diagram, the figure of the sage rising and falling, exuding a brilliance of boundless sacred light. Let us determine a victor, Gang bellowed, causing the earth to tremble. The celestial fire banner surged forth like a divine halberd, its flames raging fiercely, and its might was at its zenith as Gang unleashed his world-shaking divine technique in a furious strike. Mountains crumbled and the ground quaked. Yin Xiangnan unleashed his unparalleled force simultaneously. As the sage within the diagram emanated judgmental sacred light, an overwhelming power of decree descending upon Gang, aiming to obliterate his celestial fire banner. Gang felt as though his very soul were being torn asunder when that judgmental sacred light descended. The filth and sins within him were laid bare, for the might of the sacred path sought not only to decree but also to purify his heart. No, if I am purified, will I still be myself? Gang suddenly awakened, roaring in madness, as terrifying flames surged around him, striving to resist the impending judgmental sacred force. Before the sage, how can you escape? A cold voice emanated from Yin Xiangnan, whose figure flickered and merged into the diagram, becoming one with the sage. What? Gasps erupted from the crowd, their hearts trembling violently. Yin Xiangnan had indeed melded into the sacred diagram. The warrior has astonishingly managed to incorporate his own attacks into his techniques. Such extraordinary prowess must surely be the creation of a disciple directly taught by a saint, refined further after attaining sanctity, allowing for such remarkable feats. A family head, concealed within the crowd, voiced his conjecture. Chapter 68. Chen Yuan schemed. The reputation of the Holy Temple's disciples cannot be tarnished by the whims of others. Though this statement was directed at the Shi family, it served to intimidate all who harbored ill intentions. Yin Xiangnan, meticulous and astute, intended to silence every dissenting voice through sheer strength. Chen Yuan felt a warmth swell within him, touched by Yin Xiangnan's unparalleled kindness. Such gratitude left him at a loss for how to reciprocate. The Holy Temple's demeanor had begun to turn assertive. Someone remarked on this shift. Yin Zhua, having served in the Jiangning City Holy Temple for many years, was typically gentle and courteous, yet this time it seemed he had been driven to desperation by the Shi family. Gentle and courteous? I fail to see it. If Chen Yuan truly committed the offense regarding Shi Jinxue, then the Holy Temple would be complicit in its cover-up. The esteemed Holy Temple had become a refuge for filth. Opinions on this matter varied. Some viewed the Holy Temple as merely defending itself against the unreasonable demands of the Shi family, while others asserted that the temple itself bore culpability in shielding Chen Yuan. Regardless of the myriad discussions among the crowd, Chen Yuan remained indifferent, as did the Holy Temple. At this moment, within the hallowed halls of the temple, Chen Yuan strolled to where Yin Xiangnan was located and greeted the left envoy. You have arrived. It seems your cultivation has progressed rapidly these days, Yin Xiangnan remarked with a smile, convinced that Chen Yuan had indeed been in seclusion. Otherwise, such swift advancement would be unfathomable. In the present day, Chen Yuan has awakened to the 9th layer of the awakening realm. If one were to consider his age, achieving such a level might seem rather commonplace. However, when viewed through the lens of his cultivation speed, it becomes truly astonishing. In a mere span of less than 3 months since he awakened his life soul, he has already attained the status of a 9th layer martial cultivator. Such a pace of advancement is not only rare in Jiangning City, but perhaps unparalleled throughout the entire Great Yu Dynasty. Indeed, it has even approached the remarkable feats of the most illustrious talents chronicled in the history of the Sacred Hall, a being with a divine physique, whose path of cultivation was as unstoppable as a raging storm, sweeping away all challengers of the same tier, leading the Sacred Hall to the pinnacle of supreme glory. Yin Xiangnan pondered, would Chen Yuan belong to this illustrious lineage? I have come to express my gratitude to the left envoy, Chen Yuan said, bowing deeply. Were it not for the protection of the esteemed elder, I would undoubtedly have faced considerable tribulations on this journey. Chen Yuan had prepared himself for a confrontation with the Shi family, yet unexpectedly, Yin Xiangnan intervened on his behalf, dealing with Shi gang and instilling fear in much of Jiangning City. You are a saint. No one can take you away from the Sacred Hall. Yin Xiangnan replied with a smile. Focus on your cultivation, leave the rest to me. In Yin Xiangnan's eyes, Chen Yuan discerned the weight of expectation placed upon him. Yin Xiangnan hoped for his swift growth. I have already cultivated to the 9th layer. The next step is merely to condense my Dao. However, I wish to resolve some pressing matters first. Chen Yuan gazed intently at Yin Xiangnan, his resolve unwavering. Yin Xiangnan immediately understood Chen Yuan's intentions, his expression flickering slightly. Be mindful of the boundaries, for you are the direct disciple of the envoy. Certain matters must await the elder's return to make a final decision. The younger generation understands and will not cause the left envoy any trouble. Chen Yuan's voice resonated through the hall, asserting that even if the envoy were a person of reason, taking action against his disciple without prior notice was still an overreach, which would place Yin Zhua in a difficult position. His words echoed throughout the grand chamber, causing a ripple of shock among the assembled members of the sanctuary. Subsequently, the crowd dispersed to relay Chen Yuan's decree. As anticipated, the challenge reverberated through Jiangning City. Those under the age of 23, including Shi Jinlong and Shi Yu, met the criteria, and the Shi family boasted other young masters who had solidified their Dao embryos, surpassing the awakening stage. Could Chen Yuan contend with them? A faint smile graced Chen Yuan's lips. He had long predicted that Shi Yang would not respond, for with Shi Yang's pride, he would never allow himself to be summoned. Once more, Chen Yuan gestured for someone to seek out Shi Yang. Upon the second summons, Shi Yang remained absent. He instructed that it be conveyed to him, and to all, that the saint had summoned Shi Yang to appear. Chen Yuan issued a third proclamation, his authority palpable, should Shi Yang fail to comply. It would be tantamount to defying the will of the sanctuary, warranting execution. A stir swept through the sanctuary. Many young disciples within had revered Shi Yang, believing in his exceptional talent as the direct disciple of the envoy, assuming that following in his footsteps would yield no errors. Only after Chen Yuan established his status as a saint did this sentiment begin to shift. Yet, in the hearts of many, Shi Yang's stature remained formidable. Speculation abounded. Would Shi Yang heed Chen Yuan's summons? If he chose to disregard it, what actions would Chen Yuan take? Yet, Chen Yuan himself refrained from predicting Shi Yang's response. Whether he came or did not was all part of his grand design. To quell external threats, one must first secure internal stability, eliminating internal adversaries before confronting those from without. Only then can one prevent collusion that might result in betrayal from behind. Chapter 69. Dare you? 3 summons were issued for Shi Yang to appear, yet he remained absent, clinging to his pride, unwilling to be subservient to Chen Yuan. Having grown up in the sanctuary, he garnered the favor of the temple master, who invested countless resources and effort in his cultivation, making him the pride of the sanctuary. The temple master had even granted him the privilege to ascend to higher echelons of the sanctuary for further training. However, all of this changed due to one individual, Chen Yuan. The emergence of Chen Yuan became Shi Yang's nightmare. This youth, who appeared at the Chen family banquet, not only shed the label of a wastrel, but also ascended to the status of a saint within the sanctuary. This abrupt shift in status was unbearable for Shi Yang. The absence of Shi Yang now sets the stage for an intriguing spectacle. After all, Shi Yang was personally accepted as a disciple by the temple master, which held significant weight. Conversely, although Chen Yuan, as a saint, had passed assessments from the vice masters. He had yet to receive the temple master's acknowledgement. If any misfortune were to befall Shi Yang, one must ponder how the temple master would react. Naturally, one tends to favor their own disciples. Should Chen Yuan attempt to assert his authority as a saint before Shi Yang, and should Shi Yang resist, it remains to be seen whether Chen Yuan would dare to act as he claimed, risking the sanctuary's disfavor. Within the sanctuary, not all residents are paragons of virtue. There are certainly those who revel in mischief. Upon learning of the discord between Shi Yang and Chen Yuan, they donned expressions of anticipation, eager to witness how Chen Yuan would respond. A decree was issued. Shi Yang refused to comply with the arrangements of the saint, and he was to be punished for defying the will of the sacred hall. The saint commanded the hall's ministers to capture him, for the saint intended to confront him directly. Chen Yuan's voice, both authoritative and frigid, reverberated throughout the sacred hall, swiftly conveying the message to every corner. Chen Yuan was to personally address Shi Yang, while Shi Yang could disregard the command of the saint. The ministers were bound by duty to obey. After much deliberation, they approached the outer courtyard of Shi Yang, ready to apprehend him. Impudence! I am a direct disciple of the hall's envoy, Shi Yang bellowed, his demeanor bordering on madness upon seeing the intruders. You defy the saint's orders, which is tantamount to opposing the will of the sacred hall. We are tasked with your capture, one of the ministers declared, their tone lacking the usual reverence. Whom do you take me to see? Is it Envoy Yin? A flicker of indignation flashed in Shi Yang's eyes. No, it is the saint, the minister replied candidly. Upon hearing the mention of the saint, Shi Yang's expression shifted dramatically. I will not meet with him. This is beyond your consideration. Seize him. The ministers exchanged no further words with Shi Yang, advancing with resolute determination. Their formidable presence, comprised of mid- and high-tier Dao realm cultivators, rendered the task of subduing Shi Yang a mere formality. Shi Yang unleashed a blade of light from his mouth, which sang fiercely in midair, radiating sharp brilliance that pointed menacingly at the ministers. You should realize that engaging us will only lead to your downfall, one minister intoned gravely. The combined pressure of the crowd surged forth, akin to an ancient war chariot thundering across the battlefield, causing the blade to disintegrate into mere dust. An overwhelming force descended upon Shi Yang, enveloping him in discomfort. Shi Yang wished to resist, but soon relinquished that notion, a cold smirk curving at the corners of his mouth. I shall accompany you. I am eager to see what you can do to me. Once my master emerges from seclusion and learns of my predicament, he shall not spare you. The attendant, with an air of calm understanding, replied, They are merely following orders. All commands and decisions originate from Chen Yuan. When deities engage in conflict, it is wise for mere mortals to keep their distance. Very well, I shall remember this matter and repay it in due course, Shi Yang said icily, allowing the two attendants to escort him before Chen Yuan. Reporting to the saint, Shi Yang has been brought forth. The attendants cast Shi Yang before Chen Yuan and then stepped aside. Chen Yuan nodded in satisfaction, stating, You have performed admirably. Rewards shall be bestowed upon you shortly. The individuals who had apprehended Shi Yang displayed expressions of delight, having heard tales of Chen Yuan's generous rewards, which often included invaluable techniques and rare tomes, all of which were independent of the Holy Temple's regulations, allowing them to practice freely without fear of overstepping boundaries. Shi Yang, do you acknowledge your crimes? Chen Yuan inquired, his voice cold and resonant. A glimmer of irony flickered in Shi Yang's eyes. What crime have I committed? You were summoned by the saint, yet you chose not to respond. This is a grave transgression. Chen Yuan's voice thundered, echoing throughout the grand hall. I can overlook your previous offenses, but if this matter is not addressed, I shall be unable to maintain order among the people in the future. At this juncture, Chen Yuan's intentions had become exceedingly clear, and as Shi Yang gazed at him, a flicker of surprise crossed his mind. What do you intend to do? Shi Yang scoffed. Do you dare to kill me? Must I indeed kill you? Chen Yuan replied with a faint smile. I am merely curious. You incessantly scheme and leap about. Attempting to thwart me, what is your ultimate goal? The position of a saint? What benefit is there in asking so many questions? Shi Yang retorted, I simply find you irksome. What can you do about it? Shi Yang was convinced that Chen Yuan would not dare to take extreme measures against him. For Yinzhong, Nen would be unable to account for such actions to the envoy. You are dissatisfied? Chen Yuan chuckled lightly. It all began at the Chen family banquet. Did it not? Is that not abundantly clear? Shi Yang countered. Some matters are predestined from the outset, such as the conflict between you and me. At the Chen family banquet, he had stood with Chen Tianjiao, while Chen Yuan was the target of their collective animosity. The emergence of such a person right under their noses was indeed a blatant affront to them. Very well, I shall grant you an opportunity, Chen Yuan said, fixing his gaze on Shi Yang, his eyes gleaming like a sword poised for battle. An opportunity? Shi Yang's eyes flickered. What sort of opportunity? Let us engage in a fair duel, without the use of magical weapons or medicinal pills. Should you prevail, you may remain unscathed, and I shall cease to trouble you henceforth. If you are defeated, however, you must submit to my discretion without complaint. Do you dare? Chen Yuan inquired sternly, not asking if Shi Yang would accept, but rather if he had the courage to face the challenge. Shi Yang had initially intended to agree without hesitation. But upon witnessing the confidence in Chen Yuan's eyes, he hesitated momentarily. Are you afraid? Chen Yuan further taunted. What is there to fear? If a battle is to be fought, let it be fought. Shi Yang retorted defiantly. Chapter 70. The Elder Qin's Persuasion, Let It Be Fought. Shi Yang, feeling cornered, exclaimed. He was a prodigy of the Tao, though newly entered into this realm. Yet, slaying a practitioner of the awakening ninth realm was a trivial task for him. How dare a mere Chen Yuan compare himself to him? Although he found Chen Yuan's confidence perplexing, he readily accepted the challenge. He could not fathom how Chen Yuan could contend with him without the aid of magical weapons or medicinal elixirs. If I win this battle, you shall avoid me in the future, Shi Yang proposed a new wager. He initially intended to use the position of a saint as leverage, but he realized that was beyond Chen Yuan's control. Even if Chen Yuan agreed, the higher echelons of the Holy Temple would not consent. The fundamental requirement to become a saint was to gain the recognition of the ancient sage's will. Chen Yuan could achieve this, but he could not. He was destined to remain unable to supplant Chen Yuan as a saint. The several attendants present were taken aback, never having anticipated that Chen Yuan would make such a demand. This battle could hardly be deemed evenly matched. A confrontation between the awakening realm and the Tao clearly favored Chen Yuan's disadvantage. They opened their mouths, wishing to dissuade Chen Yuan from such a foolish course of action, but upon seeing the confident smile on his face, their words faltered. If Chen Yuan was so assured, then let him fight. Yet, deep within their hearts, they remained convinced that victory was unattainable for Chen Yuan. Though this saint possesses extraordinary talents, his arrogance cannot be overlooked. Such hubris will inevitably lead to suffering. I shall fulfill your request. Prepare the arena. Chen Yuan nodded at Shi Yang and then instructed a few attendants, who promptly withdrew, leaving only one to oversee the area. You will come to regret this, Shi Yang smirked coldly. This was a predicament of Chen Yuan's own making. Even if he were to accidentally injure Chen Yuan, Yin Xiangnan would have no grounds for complaint. After all, in a brawl, one cannot always foresee the outcome. And if he were to unintentionally harm Chen Yuan during the fray, Yin Xiangnan could hardly accuse him of malice. Moreover, the temple had already lost one saint, and would certainly not wish to lose Shi Yang as well. There was nothing to regret. Chen Yuan gazed at Shi Yang with a confident smile that never wavered. Shi Yang, perplexed, could not discern the source of Chen Yuan's assurance. What exactly have you prepared that grants you such confidence to defeat me? Shi Yang inquired. Fists, Chen Yuan replied with a smile. Having recently learned a new form of boxing, eager to stretch his limbs and flex his muscles, Chen Yuan maintained a casual demeanor. Stretch your limbs? Shi Yang paused, his eyes suddenly gleaming with frost. You intend to contend with me using merely a newly acquired boxing technique. Surely you jest. Chen Yuan, unfazed, strolled away. The remaining attendant followed closely behind, his heart racing. He recalled the supreme boxing technique Chen Yuan had imparted to the others. which had significantly enhanced the combat prowess of many within the temple. What would be the extent of its power if unleashed by Chen Yuan himself? No matter how one puts it, he is merely a martial practitioner of the awakening realm. Even if the town-suppressing fist is truly formidable, it is improbable that he could prevail against Shiyang. The steward mused to himself. Soon, as several stewards commenced the preparations for the battle platform, the members of the sanctuary became aware of this forthcoming duel, feeling somewhat astonished. Chen Yuan, does he intend to compel Shiyang to submission merely by the might of his fists? Yet, to make Shiyang submit is no trivial matter. The awakening into the Tao is akin to mist encountering the vast ocean. They cannot be compared. This battle, the saint seems to have overreached. The saint's combat prowess is unparalleled, and in terms of innate talent, he far surpasses the prodigies of Jiangning City. However, the disparity in realms between the two combatants renders the saint's chances of victory rather bleak. The 9th level of awakening, attempting to defy the Tao in its embryonic form, is exceedingly challenging. Moreover, Shiyang is not an ordinary practitioner of the Tao. He has ascended to the 2nd level of the Tao embryo realm, with combat capabilities that transcend his realm, allowing him to contend evenly with those of the 3rd level. All within the sanctuary are aware of Chen Yuan's extraordinary talent. Yet they simultaneously harbor little hope for this battle. Regardless of the circumstances, the chasm between Chen Yuan and Shiyang is far too vast. To bridge such a significant gap in realms is no simple feat. Before Chen Yuan even approached the battle platform, it was already teeming with spectators, all gathered around, eager to witness the confrontation. Even seasoned elders of the sanctuary, upon hearing of this duel, felt a tinge of curiosity, deeming it somewhat illusory and unrealistic. At last, Chen Yuan emerged into the sight of the crowd, clad in a flowing white robe, his black hair cascading down, as if the winds themselves were at his feet. Resembling a divine king striding from the distant past toward the future, this was a manifestation of having cultivated the town-suppressing fist to an extraordinary level. The elder, bearing a grave expression, had delved deeply into the profound intricacies of the town immortal fist, fully aware of its terrifying and domineering nature. As one cultivates to greater depths, the very aura of the martial artist undergoes a transformation. Even before Chen Yuan had coalesced his Tao, he emanated an almost celestial quality, leaving onlookers in awe. The elder responsible for adjudication within the sacred hall arrived, for it was common for young martial artists to engage in friendly duels there, encompassing not only those in the awakening stage, but also those in the Tao stage. Thus, the sacred hall had appointed an elder to oversee the judgments of these battles. Upon encountering Elder Chen Yuan inclined his body slightly, eschewing any airs of superiority. "Elder, this battle bears certain risks," Chen remarked, observing him. "You have yet to coalesce your Tao. You remain unaware of the chasm that exists between the Tao stage and the awakening stage." Chen Yuan chuckled softly. In his previous life, he had traversed nearly all realms, his cultivation unparalleled. How could he possibly be oblivious to the disparity between the awakening and Tao stages? Indeed, there exists a significant difference between the two grand realms, yet it is not an insurmountable divide. You young ones often act without sufficient consideration, driven by impulse. Elder Chen admonished. Chen Yuan accepted this counsel with equanimity. "Then let us postpone this confrontation until you have entered the Tao stage. We shall resume this duel at that time, and I shall judge it then," Elder Chen advised. "Thank you for your kind intentions, Elder. But having already granted Shiyang an opportunity for challenge, I must not retract it," Chen Yuan replied. "I understand your wisdom, Elder, yet I have my own steadfast reasons. I hope for your understanding." Chapter 71. The Azure War Spear. Upon hearing Chen Yuan's words, Elder Chen ceased his attempts to dissuade him, letting out a soft sigh before permitting Chen Yuan to ascend. The youth, in his obstinacy, was destined to face the consequences of his choices. As the saying goes, disregarding the wisdom of elders leads to immediate tribulations. Elder Chen believed that the outcome of this battle would enlighten Chen Yuan to the perils of his own negligence. He bore no excessive resentment towards Chen Yuan, remaining prepared to intervene should the need arise. He could not bear to witness the young man's downfall. "You seek your own demise," Do not blame me. Shi Yang stepped confidently onto the combat platform, a structure of remarkable resilience. Crafted in homage to the legendary Holy Battle stage, capable of withstanding the fierce confrontations of formidable foes from the Sea of Suffering. Above the platform, tempestuous winds swirled ominously, darkening the skies, while flashes of lightning intermittently illuminated the scene, imbuing the atmosphere with a solemn gravity. After this battle, you shall comprehend the fragility of your existence as a Dao Embryo Realm warrior. A chilling voice escaped Chen Yuan's lips. Shi Yang dared to oppose him at every turn. Emboldened by his status as a disciple of the temple and his mastery in the Dao Embryo Realm, believing himself superior in every regard. Thus, it became his mission to utterly shatter Shi Yang's confidence. Following this confrontation, he intended to silence all doubts cast upon him within the sacred hall. This was the sacred weapon of the Azure Sage. Among the spectators, there were many venerable figures from the sacred hall. Their gazes were sharp as hawks, instantly recognizing the extraordinary nature of Chen Yuan's weaponry. With this reminder, the crowd soon discerned that the Azure Spear was indeed one of the arms belonging to one of the 18 sage statues. Lacking the sacred patterns and the aura of sages, yet exuding an indomitable spirit of battle, this weapon is a manifestation of his own profound insights. With a thunderous shout, Shi Yang's fists descended like falling meteors, unleashing a torrent of fierce winds as if piercing through the annals of time, arriving with furious intent. Chen Yuan wielded the Azure Spear, leaving a striking azure and gold mark upon the arena, dazzling and radiant, as he instantly closed the distance to Shi Yang. The sharp spear descended with lethal intent, seemingly poised to snatch away Shi Yang's life in the blink of an eye. Shi Yang was taken aback by the spear's astonishing sharpness, reminiscent of a true divine weapon, causing an involuntary shiver to run down his spine. However, being a direct disciple nurtured by the envoy, he faced this blow without fear, swiftly evading as the spear whizzed past him. In a fluid motion, he retaliated with a punch aimed at Chen Yuan's back. Oh no! Elder Qin's expression shifted. Should that punch land, it would likely shatter Chen Yuan's spine. How could a cultivator of the awakening realm withstand the full force of a Dao master? Just as Elder Qin prepared to rush onto the battlefield, Chen Yuan's form inexplicably vanished, leaving only the Azure Spear in its place. Shi Yang's fist met with emptiness, yet a smirk curled at the corner of his mouth as he reached forward, grasping the Azure Spear in his hand. He had acquired the weapon of the Azure Sage. However, that hardly qualified as a sage's weapon. It was merely a hollow semblance. Nevertheless, it was undeniably stunning, forged entirely from the essence of heaven and earth. I have never witnessed a martial artist of the awakening realm achieve such a feat with the Azure Spear now in his possession. Shi Yang was poised to seize the initiative in the impending offensive. Many speculate that after Chen Yuan lost his weapon, he would inevitably fall into a passive position during the ensuing battle. Chen Yuan's figure appeared at the opposite end of the arena, his black hair cascading over his white shoulders. His imposing presence remained undiminished as he regarded Shi Yang with a cold smile. You have lost your weapon to me. What is there left for you to be proud of? Shi Yang grasped the icy blue war spear, chuckling coldly. However, his smile soon froze on his face as a sense of impending danger surged within him. He hastily hurled the blue spear away, but it was too late. In the instant it left his grasp, the spear detonated, creating a thunderous uproar that resonated throughout Jiangning City. Pungent smoke enveloped the arena, and a terrifying force surged toward Shi Yang. In a moment of dazed perception, onlookers witnessed a figure being propelled 3 zhang away, only to be obscured by the thick smoke. You possess a modicum of cleverness, yet you have gravely underestimated the chasm that lies between us. As I have stated, the disparity between the awakening realm and the Dao Embryo realm is far greater than you can fathom. You cannot hope to be my opponent. You will merely be a defeated foe. Shi Yang slowly advanced toward Chen Yuan, blood dripping from the path he traversed, a terrifying aura radiating from him. His eyes glimmered with a sharp light, as if a fearsome sword were poised to burst forth from his pupils. The might of the second level of the Dao Embryo realm fully manifested, and he resembled a great sage descending upon the world, enveloped in the radiant light of the sacred path, roaring forth with fury. Chapter 72. The outcome is decided. Being injured by an awakening realm ant whom he held in contempt was an unspeakable humiliation for Chen Yuan. Therefore, he no longer held back, ruthlessly launching an offensive, wielding the great killing techniques of the sacred hall, as holy light permeated and murderous intent surged wildly. Battle Saint Fist. This is one of the most formidable divine arts of the sanctuary, rumored to have been created by a certain hall master who observed the battle saint's practice. Its overwhelming prowess can sweep through the city of Jiangning. The members of the sanctuary quickly recognized the divine art wielded by Chen Yuan. It was utterly terrifying and ferocious. The battle saint is renowned as the most adept in combat among the 18 statues of sages, and the techniques derived from his martial practice are naturally unparalleled. Generally, only cultivators of the Bitter Sea realm can master the Battle Saint Fist, yet Chen Yuan, astonishingly, has grasped this divine art while still in the Dao realm, reflecting the deep affection the Hall Master holds for him. Moreover, Chen Yuan has demonstrated exceptional promise. He has already made slight progress in the Battle Saint Fist, capable of subduing cultivators at the 3rd level of the Dao realm, and even holds the potential to contend with those at the 4th level. Elder Qin remarked softly. As an elder of the sanctuary, Elder Qin has spent more time within its halls than Yin Xiangnan. Thus his perspective on certain matters diverges from that of Yin. The fact that the Hall Master has imparted the Battle Saint Fist to Chen Yuan speaks volumes of the high expectations placed upon him. Engage, Chen Yuan proclaimed with a commanding shout. As an imposing aura of battle descended, enveloped in holy light, he resembled an ancient sage incarnate, exuding an indomitable force. However, in the face of this overwhelming battle might, Chen Yuan displayed no fear and instead unleashed another extraordinary divine art, Heavenly Suppression Fist. This unparalleled technique was acquired from an ancient tomb. Chen Yuan had once imparted this secret skill to the members of the sanctuary. Some have made slight progress while others have yet to grasp its essence. Yet, none had witnessed Chen Yuan's execution of this transcendent fist technique, and as they saw him prepare to strike, anticipation flickered in their eyes. Despite being an exceedingly profound divine technique even for practitioners of the, reveals its myriad mysteries to Chen Yuan with remarkable clarity. His cultivation proceeds with unparalleled fluidity, devoid of any sense of obstruction. Consequently, his comprehension of the far surpasses that of Shi Yang's. As Shi Yang's fists, imbued with sacred light, surged toward him, Chen Yuan stood resolute, reminiscent of a celestial monarch returning to the mortal realm. With each step forward, the essence of the universe converged from all directions. Assimilated by Chen Yuan and channeled through his hands, the unfolded, akin to divine radiance shattering the eternal, advancing with ferocity. The collision of the and the reverberated across the battlefield, shaking the very ground beneath them, causing the hearts of onlookers to tremble in awe. Both techniques, formidable in their own right, held the potential to dominate the vast imperial dynasty if mastered to their utmost. Qin Lao expressed a measure of satisfaction. That fierce, unyielding strike bore the hallmark of a true saint. You surpass my expectations, he mused. Shi Yang's expression grew increasingly grave, his hands trembling slightly. The earlier ferocious strike had rendered his arms numb. Both the and the are embodiments of indomitable martial prowess, naturally inflicting injury upon their wielders. Yet, as he invoked the sacred temple's technique, a warm current flowed through his arms, restoring their strength. He pressed forward, his battle aura blazing like a radiant rainbow, resembling a reincarnated warrior saint, intent on overwhelming his adversary. Is it merely a matter of being stronger? He wondered. It appears you have yet to recognize your own misjudgment. Chen Yuan smiled and shook his head, his expression sharp, exuding an aura reminiscent of a celestial being. He advanced with determined strides, unleashing the towering immortal fist to annihilate all foes. On the battlefield, two formidable forces clashed violently, as if intent on clearing the entire arena. Spectators exchanged glances, their hearts trembling, Both combatants were exceptionally powerful. What astonished them most was Chen Yuan, who, despite awakening the ninth realm, managed to engage in such fierce combat with Shi Yang. Moreover, the energy he unleashed was undoubtedly sufficient to obliterate martial cultivators newly entering the Dao embryo realm. It was rare to encounter someone capable of transcending realms in battle. Elder Qin contemplated quietly, beginning to understand why Yin Xiangnan sought to protect Chen Yuan. With such talent, Chen Yuan's future would undoubtedly extend beyond Jiangning City, and even the great Dayu Dynasty could not hinder his progress. The arena trembled as a terrifying battle aura enveloped the scene. Behind Shi Yang appeared his soul of destiny, a stone figure forged from the wonders of the earth, which then merged with him, granting unrivaled might to each of his punches, capable of crushing all in its path. In contrast, Chen Yuan did not even release his soul of destiny. He wielded the towering immortal fist, channeling the profound incantations of his heart. As if truly subduing immortals and slaying demons, waging a furious battle against the heavens. Kill! Shi Yang roared, intensifying his assault, vibrant rays of light swirling around him. Various mists coalescing as his eyes glinted like piercing swords. He relentlessly closed in on Chen Yuan, the fist of the battle, saint seemingly unbreakable. Intent on shattering Chen Yuan completely. Exterminate all immortals. Chen Yuan bellowed, invoking the forbidden technique of the towering immortal fist. In that moment, he unleashed a cascade of celestial radiance that swept across the battlefield, a strike so powerful it shook the sacred hall, moving even Elder Qin. Is this truly the power that can be wielded within the realm of awakening? Elder Qin's expression solidified. Even he could not unleash such a strike. Having comprehended the Zen of Immortal Fist, he understood all too well the formidable difficulty of that final forbidden technique. The notion of subduing myriad immortals is not mere rhetoric. At such a level, one can indeed unleash a force capable of vanquishing both immortals and demons. However, this strike demands a tremendous expenditure of energy from the practitioner. Chen Yuan, possessing only the awakening realm, lacked the vital energy to support such a formidable assault. As the confrontation unfolded, facing Chen Yuan's forbidden technique, Shi Yang too unleashed the most terrifying move from the Sacred Warrior Fist. Yet, the rank of the Sacred Warrior Fist pales in comparison to that of the Zen of Immortal Fist. Shi Yang's true reliance remained upon his superior realm. Bam! The two surging forces of their fists collided, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that threatened to shatter the very arena. Spectators witnessed the emergence of numerous fine cracks, their hearts quaking in trepidation. Suddenly, a youth spat blood and was sent hurtling backward, ejected from the arena. Had Elder Qin not intervened, the distance he would have flown was incalculable. Remaining upon the arena was but one individual, the saint, Chen Yuan. All eyes gravitated towards him, for the outcome of this battle had been irrevocably determined. Even Elder Qin inhaled deeply, observing the composed young man, reflecting that he had indeed underestimated Chen Yuan. Chapter 73. The demise of Shi Yang. Elder Qin regarded Chen Yuan with a glimmer of approval in his gaze. This was the true demeanor of a saint, formidable and invincible. Even when pitted against an opponent of a significantly higher realm, victory was still attainable, rendering him indomitable. He had to concede that he had indeed underestimated Chen Yuan. From the very beginning, this youth possessed an unwavering confidence in his victory. Otherwise, he would not have dared to propose this battle. Generations of talents emerge, each commanding their own brilliance for centuries. A hearty laughter resonated through the air, causing the crowd's gaze to flicker momentarily. There appeared Yin Xiangnan, strolling towards the arena, observing Chen Yuan, and from this moment forth, no one could question the saint. A hush fell over the crowd. Perhaps some among them were of a higher realm than Chen Yuan, yet in terms of innate talent, none dared claim superiority over him. With the prodigious genius Shi Yang, who had awakened to the 9th level and defied the 2nd level of Dao embryo, such feats were not commonplace. Most could merely struggle to defeat martial artists of a slightly higher realm from the outside world. Generally speaking, the combat prowess of the Holy Temple's members tends to surpass that of outsiders. owing to the superiority of their techniques and abilities. However, within the confines of the Holy Temple, such disparities cease to exist. By this analogy, should Chen Yuan encounter an outsider at the third level of Dao embryo, he would similarly emerge victorious, a true marvel within the Dayu Empire. The left envoy has indeed found a remarkable saint for the temple. Not long ago, I heard that other main cities had also discovered geniuses with the potential of a saint, which had caused me some concern, yet now it seems such worries were unwarranted. Remarked Elder Chen with a smile, stroking his beard. Not at all. A glint of sword light sparkled in Yin Xiangnan's eyes. The holy temples of other main cities had been secretly preparing for years, seemingly only recently having unearthed geniuses with the potential of a saint. Yet they had long been nurturing exceptional talents, merely awaiting the auspicious year. So soon? A peculiar expression surfaced on Elder Chen's face. It seemed that the esteemed hall master was unlikely to endure much longer. He aspired, within his lifetime, to identify a second-tier saint to inherit his legacy. The emergence of a second-tier saint from any temple would signify that temple's command over the discourse of the great Dayu Dynasty for the next 50 years. At this juncture, Yin Xiangnan's gaze fell upon Chen Yuan. The potential for the Jiangning City Temple to flourish rested crucially upon him. In the realm of martial arts, competition is omnipresent, and the temples are no exception. When confronted with formidable adversaries, the temples of the major cities naturally stand united. However, in the absence of external threats, they are locked in perpetual rivalry, particularly evident in the ongoing struggle for the Hall Master's successor. This contest has been meticulously planned by the various temples, each harboring ambitious aspirations to see their own lineage assume control of the Yudu Temple. Ordinary temples are governed by Hall envoys. Yet Yudu Temple is presided over by a Hall Master, to whom all envoys must yield. Thus, should a prodigy from any major city temple ascend to the status of a second-tier saint, with prospects of inheriting the Hall Master's position, that temple would effectively gain the authority to command the other temples. Although this may seem like a mere rivalry among the youth, it is intricately linked to the power struggles between the temples. The seemingly united front of the temples reveals itself to be utterly defenseless against the allure of power. The Jiangning City Temple harbors similar ambitions, and the discussions between Yin Xiangnan and Elder Chen, though only partially overheard by others, were enough to leave them astounded. Are the major city temples secretly preparing candidates for sainthood? It was merely a small demonstration of skill. The next step would be to consolidate the Dao embryo. Chen Yuan smiled faintly, evoking astonishment among countless onlookers. His cultivation speed bordered on the extraordinary, achieving the pinnacle of the awakening realm in less than 3 months. And now he was poised to challenge the Dao embryo realm? The barriers of these realms confounded many, yet for Chen Yuan, they seemed to pose no obstacle whatsoever. Suddenly, a cry echoed from afar, sending a tremor through the hearts of all present. Shi Yang has taken his own life. The announcement shocked everyone. Shi Yang, the esteemed disciple of the Hall Master, had committed such an act of desperation, far beyond anyone's expectations. While they could empathize with the profound shame of defeat that Shi Yang must have felt, an indelible mark on his life, they could hardly fathom that this battle would lead him to such a tragic end. Yin Xiangnan's gaze sharpened. Despite sensing impending doom within, his expression remained unchanged as he calmly inquired, "Did he utter any words before his death?" The messenger hesitated, stammering, reluctant to continue. "But it is of no consequence," Chen Yuan interjected with a smile, recognizing the man's trepidation. Before his demise, Shi Yang had claimed that Chen Yuan was the cause of his death. The man finally summoned the courage to speak, yet Chen Yuan's smile persisted as he waved dismissively. "You may leave." It was unexpected that Shi Yang would resort to such extremes, even at the cost of his own life, to implicate Chen Yuan. Elder Chen murmured softly. He had observed the battle from start to finish and had a clear understanding of whether Chen Yuan had played a treacherous hand. Shi Yang's defeat should have prompted him to recalibrate his mindset, aiming for future victory over Chen Yuan. Instead, he chose to conclude his life in this manner, all while attempting to frame Chen Yuan in his final moments. In this manner, should the envoy venture forth. A mere inquiry into the demise of Shi Yang would reveal its inextricable link to Chen Yuan. Consequently, Chen Yuan's esteemed position in the envoy's eyes would undoubtedly diminish considerably. As long as I possess sufficient strength, no one can ensnare me. Chen Yuan cast a glance at Yin Xiangnan, causing Yin Xiangnan's eyes to flash with intensity. For it seemed that Chen Yuan had overheard his prior conversation with Elder Qin. Indeed, if Chen Yuan were to attain the status of a second-tier saint, even the whispers surrounding him would bear no consequence to his standing. The ancient sages, too, encountered formidable crises before their enlightenment, enduring ridicule from those behind them. Yet upon their ascension into the realm of sages, all rumors were effortlessly dispelled. Society venerates the powerful. With sufficient might, one becomes impervious to all forms of slander. I have faith in you, Yin Xiangnan declared to Chen Yuan. At that moment, another approached swiftly, bowing respectfully to Yin Xiangnan. Greetings, left envoy. Speak plainly. Yin Xiangnan replied with a nod. The formidable forces of Juyang Mansion are less than 30 miles from Jiangning City. They are expected to arrive within the next couple of days. Yin Xiangnan's expression flickered as he inquired of the newcomer, how many from Juyang Mansion are coming? It appears there are at least 100, with the lowest cultivation being at the Dao level and several formidable beings from the Ku-Hai realm leading them. They're elite combat prowess rivals that of any prominent family in Jiangning City. Chapter 74. What truly occurred? The news of Shi Yang's self-inflicted demise swiftly circulated throughout Jiangning City. His identity and status were extraordinary, being a direct disciple of the envoy and possessing remarkable combat prowess. It is indeed lamentable that such an extraordinary individual would choose to conclude his youthful life through self-destruction. What renders this tragedy even more poignant is the utterance he made before his demise, implicating Chen Yuan as the architect of his misfortune. The populace is undoubtedly aware of the confrontation between Chen Yuan and Shi Yang, a battle that culminated in Chen Yuan's victory. Shi Yang, although the vanquished, could not reconcile himself with the notion of failure. Hence, he opted for self-termination. What relevance does this have to Chen Yuan? The general consensus is that Shi Yang's death is a profound loss. He ought not to have met such an end. Nevertheless, there are those who speculate that there may be more to this incident than meets the eye, suggesting that perhaps Chen Yuan did indeed intervene clandestinely. The veracity of the matter remains undisclosed by the Holy Temple. Even if it were made public, an entirely different narrative would inevitably circulate within the city. Following Shi Yang's defeat at the hands of Chen Yuan, the public's attention shifted to the latter's challenge directed at the younger generation of the Shi family. Chen Yuan, invoking the name of the Holy Temple, extended an invitation to all individuals under the age of 23 from the Shi lineage to engage in combat. Shi Jinlong and Shi Yu both meet this criterion, and their prowess may very well surpass that of Shi Yang. These prodigies, having inherited the legacies of the ancient tomb, have already transcended into the Dao embryo realm, with some even breaking through into the second and third levels. They must have cultivated formidable techniques and divine powers. Otherwise, how could they achieve such alarming rates of advancement? He has always felt that those emerging from the ancient tomb possess an enigmatic quality. How could they have exited before him, having lain within the ancient coffin? Initially, he surmised that there existed some peculiar passage within the coffin that facilitated their emergence from the tomb. However, Chen Yuan later discovered that these prodigies emerging from the ancient tomb possessed fragmented memories. Some could not recall the events that transpired within the tomb, while others struggled to remember their past, rendering them markedly different from their usual selves. What piqued Chen Yuan's suspicion further was the peculiar scent he detected from the historian's arrival, specifically from Shi Jinlong and Shi Yu. This scent, belonging to the ancient tomb, might elude the perception of ordinary individuals, yet as a descendant of thieves, how could he possibly overlook it? This aroma seemed to have permeated the very marrow of Shi Jinlong and Shi Yu, suggesting it was not something hastily acquired. Moreover, their deliberate antagonism towards him evoked memories of the lingering resentment and bitterness from the chaotic essence within the tomb. these two undoubtedly harbored secrets. It was not only them. The remaining 16 individuals, excluding the 6 who had already departed, exhibited oddities as well. What are you pondering? Zhuang Wenqi approached leisurely and, upon noticing Chen Yuan in deep thought, inquired softly, "Have you finally emerged from your seclusion?" Upon seeing Zhuang Wenqi, Chen Yuan smiled. The latter had begun his retreat after leaving the ancient tomb, and now, having emerged, his realm had evidently advanced, and his aura had grown significantly stronger. I encountered certain opportunities within the ancient tomb that allowed me to gain insights. It unfolded naturally. I have heard that you urgently sought me. May I inquire about the matter? In truth, Chen Yuan was also burdened with his own limitations. With his previous life as cultivation, he could have effortlessly discerned the intricacies of not only these 18 individuals, but the entire ancient tomb. Regrettably, his current cultivation level was insufficient, leaving him capable of sensing anomalies but unable to articulate precisely what was amiss. Ultimately, it boiled down to his inadequate realm, which necessitated considerable inconvenience. The art of divination is inherently linked to the practitioner's level of cultivation. Chen Yuan had previously endeavored to independently divine the fates of 18 youths, only to suffer an exceedingly dreadful backlash. Consequently, he was deterred from further solitary attempts and sought a companion to jointly dissipate that malevolent force. You wish to divine the fates of those 18 individuals, do you not? Zhuang Wenqi astutely surmised Chen Yuan's intentions. Indeed, Chen Yuan affirmed with a nod. I too sense something amiss with those individuals. It is fortuitous that we collaborate to unveil the origins of their existence. Zhuang Wenqi readily acquiesced, and subsequently produced the necessary Taoist instruments for divination. Chen Yuan settled into a meditative posture, and the two began to intertwine their thoughts. A gentle breeze enveloped them, while various artifacts ascended, swirling in their vicinity. Divine radiance flickered as their auras intensified, as if an invisible force of the cosmos converged upon them, layering and surging with ferocity and depth. The gentle breezes escalated into a tempest, and the ground beneath them was swept by swirling sands and stones, reminiscent of ancient deities striving to breach the fabric of time and space. Phantom talismans shimmered around them, radiating a brilliant, blinding luminescence. Through their shared consciousness, their perceptive abilities multiplied exponentially, rendering the surrounding realm with newfound clarity. In an instant, Chen Yuan and Zhuang Wenqi simultaneously opened their eyes, unleashing twin beams of piercing light. At that moment, they seemingly glimpsed the profound depths of the vast universe, as well as the essence of existence itself. Yet, this revelation was fleeting. As soon a vivid scene materialized before their eyes, an ancient tomb. Their thoughts plunged deeply into the ancient tomb, arriving at the chamber they had once entered. Before them lay the floating ancient coffins, within which rested the silhouettes of 18 figures. Indeed, they both exclaimed simultaneously, but at that very moment, a wave of crisis surged forth, as if boundless darkness from within the tomb was rushing toward them. Their thoughts hastily retreated, only to discover that the darkness, like an overwhelming tide, severed their escape route. In the face of this peril, they severed that thought, allowing it to be consumed by the encroaching darkness. Though this action might yield unpredictable consequences, failing to do so would enable the darkness to trace their thoughts back to their location. Severing the thought would not harm Chen Yuan and Zhuang Wenqi. They promptly closed their eyes once more and activated an ancient technique, one not taught by Zhuang Wenqi's sect, but imparted to him by Chen Yuan. Together, they endeavored to discern the true nature of the 18 individuals. Previously, they had witnessed the circumstances within the 18 ancient coffins, affirming that the true Shi Jinlong and others remained within the tomb. Thus, what were these 18 youths who stirred up trouble outside? Chapter 75, Divine Punishment? Heavenly Tribulation? Above the firmament, a terrifying divine radiance descended, as if the heavens sensed the defiance of Chen Yuan and Zhuang Wenqi. Rampant thunderbolts rolled ominously, poised to strike at any moment. The members of the sanctuary stepped forth, gazing at the celestial anomaly. Their eyes then shifted toward Chen Yuan, for it seemed this thunder was summoned by him. What were they undertaking? For the people of Jiangning City, The path of divination was still a realm shrouded in mystery. In truth, within the vast expanse of the Dayu Dynasty, one would be hard-pressed to find individuals skilled in the art of divination. Even in the esteemed Baishou Mountain, the disciples of Zhuang Wenqi, those capable of practicing the path of divination, are exceedingly rare. This discipline demands exceptional talent specifically, a talent intertwined with the essence of divination itself. Furthermore, the path of divination is inherently a defiance of celestial order. The secrets of heaven are not to be revealed, yet diviners endeavor to pry into them, inevitably incurring the wrath of the heavens, which may result in calamities descending upon them. Boom! A formidable bolt of thunder crashed down, and from a distance, it appeared as though an infinite celestial retribution was poised to engulf the entire sacred temple. What transpired? The onlookers of Jiangning City narrowed their eyes, gazing towards the direction of the temple. Could it be a heavenly tribulation? An elder, well-versed in ancient texts, raised the question, while members of the four prominent families hovered in midair, peering towards the temple. It is indeed a possibility. Shi Jinlong and Shi Yu also floated in the void, accompanied by an elder of the Kuhai realm, who supported them with his magical prowess as they observed the unfolding events at the temple. Only the most extraordinary individuals throughout history could withstand a tribulation. Could it be that within the temple, such an unparalleled prodigy had emerged? The Shi elder expressed his uncertainty. For although the temple traditionally refrained from intervening in the affairs of Jiangning City, they now found themselves opposed to the temple and naturally wished to see it weakened. The temple's envoy had been in seclusion for quite some time. Had he finally taken that step to transcend the shackles of the Kuhai realm? Another elder exclaimed in astonishment. Impossible. The initial elder shook his head in denial, recalling that prior to his retreat, he was still a considerable distance from that pivotal step, let alone directly challenging a higher realm. Perhaps it is not him. Two elders, behold, although the thunderous roar was formidable that day, its actual might was rather limited. I surmise that this celestial thunder may scarcely be capable of vanquishing even the most powerful of those in the Tao realm. It appears to be aimed specifically at the awakened cultivators, particularly those on the threshold of Tao. Shi Yu articulated her conjecture, drawing ever closer to the truth. Chen Yuan and Zhuang Wenqi, both practitioners of the awakened realm, would not warrant the heavens to unleash forces of a higher order against them. The full might of the awakened realm suffices to subdue them. So, could it be that the saint from the temple is undergoing tribulation? Shi Jinlong's expression flickered, ancient and enigmatic symbols briefly illuminating his pupils. He exchanged a glance with Shi Yu, and in each other's eyes, they discerned a glimmer of murderous intent. What of the tribulation? Shi Yu smiled faintly, stating that she had already ascended to the pinnacle of the second layer of Tao. Should he possess sufficient strength, he might indeed hone her combat prowess, allowing her to advance to the third layer of Tao. However, if he falls short, she could effortlessly obliterate him with a single strike. His ability to condense Tao is of little consequence. The two elders of the Shi family chuckled at her words, not perceiving them as an exaggeration. Rather, through their observations over the past days, they recognized that Shi Jinlong and Shi Yu were indeed extraordinarily formidable, shattering the various legends and myths entrenched in the history of Jiangning City. The Shi family intentionally withheld the tales of Shi Jinlong and Shi Yu, awaiting the fateful confrontation with Chen Yuan. In other parts of Jiangning City, countless individuals gazed anxiously at the transformations occurring above the temple. Devoid of the Shi family's discerning insight, they could only hold their breath and await the outcome. As thunderous bolts cascaded down, it felt as though a celestial sovereign was seated high in the heavens, unleashing the laws of the immortal realm with a mere gesture. Yan Xiangnan and the others were deeply shaken, yet they could not draw near, relegated to watching helplessly as the lightning struck towards Chen Yuan. For should those of higher realms approach, the heavens would take notice, summoning even more formidable lightning. This would not only jeopardize Chen Yuan's safety, but also plunge them into a perilous situation. For instance, if Yan Xiangnan were to enter the domain of divine retribution, he would be subjected to a tribulation of tormenting proportions, which, given his current capabilities, he could not withstand, resulting in his demise at the hands of the celestial wrath. What on earth were these two individuals attempting to orchestrate? Yin Xiangnan pondered in astonishment. He had heard tales of fate manipulators who could foresee past and future. Yet witnessing it for the first time through the actions of two young men was unexpected. Nonetheless, he harbored no concerns for Chen Yuan's well-being. Knowing Chen Yuan's character, he was certain that preparations had been meticulously made in advance. Indeed, Chen Yuan had anticipated the onslaught of divine punishment, having already established a formidable array. As the bolts of lightning rained down, Chen Yuan radiated with an awe-inspiring brilliance of arcane patterns. The intricate designs danced like ethereal dragons, forming an immensely powerful formation, from which razor-sharp divine swords surged forth to confront the torrential lightning. The clash of the formation with the celestial bolts unleashed a cataclysmic force that erupted in the air, scattering countless sparks and leaving onlookers in utter astonishment. Despite the overwhelming spectacle surrounding them, with divine light illuminating the sky, Chen Yuan and Zhuang Wenqi remained undistracted, fully engrossed in their calculations, channeling ancient arts, their souls seemingly transcending the physical realm, drifting within the void. Suddenly, their expressions quivered, and various magical instruments emitted a resounding sound, as if 3,000 Buddhas were chanting scriptures, leaving one in awe. Should there be anyone familiar with the celestial mysteries present, they would undoubtedly be alarmed, for this signified an encounter with immense terror. Only when the celestial mechanics practitioners delve into the boundless darkness of demonic forces do these magical instruments autonomously resonate with the chants of the Buddhist scriptures, striving to combat the infinite shadows. At this moment, both Chen Yuan and Zhuang Wenqi were not faring well either. They appeared genuinely ensnared by the darkness, with no discernible escape. Chen Yuan had encountered such a scenario during his previous calculations and had already devised a strategy. Together with Zhuang Wenqi, they broke through the darkness in search of the truth. 18 young figures. Before them, clearly manifested, were 18 silhouettes, their appearances and demeanors vividly lifelike, as if their true forms were present. Chapter 76. Chen Yuan in a coma. The disciple of the Holy Temple, Chen Yuan, succumbed to failure in the tribulation and fell into a coma, his life and death uncertain. This news swiftly spread throughout Jiangning City. Historically, the Holy Temple had been tranquil, with little to no news emerging for a year or more. Yet, in recent days, fresh occurrences seemed to arise daily. Just as the news of Shi Yang's demise reached the people, Chen Yuan fell into unconsciousness once again. Many lamented this turn of events, considering him a gifted youth who suffered such misfortune, a truly regrettable fate. In ancient chronicles, those prodigies who failed to transcend their tribulations often met with grim fates. Injuries were inevitable, and in severe cases, one might lose their powers entirely, their dantians destroyed, rendered incapacitated. It had been centuries since Jiangning City had seen anyone in need of transcending tribulations, had it not? Even among the 12 extraordinary individuals, none had ever attracted the wrath of the heavens during their transcendence. Chen Yuan truly possessed remarkable talents. Regrettably, he fell short, invoking the divine calamity, yet lacking the strength to resist it, ultimately losing his life in vain. It is indeed lamentable that this young man had the potential to forge an unprecedented miracle in Jiangning City, yet his fate concluded in such a disheartening manner, leaving us to wonder when he might awaken again. The crowd expressed their sorrow, unaware that Chen Yuan and Zhuang Wenqi had invoked divine punishment during their attempts at divination. They mistakenly believed Chen Yuan was merely undergoing tribulation, a misconception even the members of the Holy Temple were oblivious to, as Yin Xiangnan had not disclosed that Chen Yuan was practicing the art of divination. Consequently, almost the entire city assumed that Chen Yuan was enduring a trial, only to be met with fierce divine repression, grievously wounded, and on the brink of death. Members of the historical clan were the first to rise, mocking Chen Yuan with scorn. Had this youth not committed heinous acts, how could he have attracted the punishment of heavenly thunder? Indeed, the heavens are just. They recognize his lack of virtue and deliberately obstruct his ascension to prevent him from becoming a menace to the world. This youth deserves death, and his blood should be offered as a tribute to the spirit of Miss Jin Shui above. The slanderous words of the historical clan spread throughout Jiangning City. At last, someone within the holy temple could no longer remain silent and stood up to defend Chen Yuan. You shameless wretches, envious of the saint's exceptional talents. How dare you kick him while he is down? Our temple's saint has not been vanquished. He will surely recover to his peak and eventually sweep through his contemporaries, dominating the vast universe. Only those who witnessed Chen Yuan's victory over Shiyang truly understand the extent of his innate brilliance. They are nothing but a gathering of insignificant beings, battling within the same realm. Who dares to challenge the disciples of our esteemed temple? Merely grasping at shadows, they attempt to tarnish the reputation of the saints with baseless accusations. Such despicable acts can only be perpetrated by the likes of the Shi family. The ire of the temple's adherents was directed squarely at the Shi family, inciting their immense fury and prompting them to lash out in anger. Ultimately, it was a few elders from the Shi family who intervened, curbing the reckless hostility towards the temple, for otherwise, the situation would have escalated uncontrollably. Nevertheless, the Shi family continued to mock Chen Yuan relentlessly. Their claims of sweeping away contemporaries, dominating the grand cosmos are nothing but mere bravado. If he truly possessed such talent, would he falter beneath the trials of heaven? In my view, he is most likely aware of his inferiority to Miss Shi Yu of our clan, thus orchestrating this spectacle to evade a confrontation with her. In the end, he is merely a discarded pawn of the Chen family. The Chen family has forsaken him, yet the temple holds him in high regard. Strangely, the Chen family has unusually refrained from addressing Chen Yuan this time. Insiders reveal that the Chen family has been notably discreet, not solely because they lack a prodigy within their ranks, but also due to Chen Tianjiao and the elders' profound seclusion. Prior to their retreat, they advised the clan to maintain silence and refrain from engaging in external disputes. Thus, even when Chen Yuan is involved, the Chen family has chosen to remain silent, allowing the temple and the Shi family to exchange barbs while they stand aloof. The Wei and Le families have similarly chosen not to intervene. Offending the temple is an exceedingly foolish endeavor, and they will not involve themselves in such matters. Especially concerning the Lu family. Although the Lu siblings have inherited the legacy of the ancient tomb, they have grown increasingly reverent towards the temple. Their ancestors migrated from afar, leaving behind manuscripts that spoke of the temple. These manuscripts allude to the unfathomable depths of the temple, far exceeding that of an entire dynasty. Should the temple's essence be fully unleashed, it could command both heaven and earth, encompassing all realms. Thus, the Lu family has dispatched skilled individuals to the temple, not to inquire about Chen Yuan's injuries, but merely to deliver healing elixirs. Refraining from mentioning the incident where the young master of the Lu family was defeated by Chen Yuan, showcasing their subtlety. Enough with the disputes. They are utterly meaningless. After a day of contention, Yin Xiangnan made an appearance, clarifying the temple's stance and calling for an end to this futile argument. Within the temple, numerous alchemists convened, summoned to tend to the injuries of Chen Yuan and Zhuang Wenqi. However, upon examining Chen Yuan's condition, these alchemists shook their heads in dismay. There existed a terrifying rune within the Saint's Dantian that could not be eradicated. This was the rune of Heaven's Way, a malady beyond ordinary comprehension, and we are powerless to heal it. Yin Xiangnan's expression darkened. The mere mention of the rune of Heaven's Way residing within the Dantian sent shivers down one's spine. Let alone the experience itself, it was an insurmountable enigma. How could this be? Old Qin felt an overwhelming sorrow, having just discovered a promising talent alongside Yin Xiangnan, only to witness its potential destruction. Chen Yuan and Zhuang Wenqi fell into an unyielding slumber, impervious to external forces attempting to rouse them, leading all the alchemists to depart, leaving only the disciples of the temple to take turns caring for them. The appointed day for the duel with the Shi family arrived as scheduled. Naturally, Chen Yuan could not attend. Shi Yu, however, said nothing, merely stating that she would wait. Whenever Chen Yuan awakens, that shall be the moment for the decisive battle. The temple remained silent, seemingly acquiescing to Shi Yu's words. Of course, This was contingent upon Chen Yuan's awakening. 5 days had swiftly passed, and both Chen Yuan and Zhuang Wenqi exhibited only faint signs of life. Yin Xiangnan visited daily, yet he refrained from checking Chen Yuan's pulse. In his view, the heavenly runes occupying the Dantian would not simply dissipate on their own. Thus, examining Chen Yuan's pulse would be futile. However, he failed to notice that during these days, a peculiar force had emerged within Chen Yuan's Dantian, intertwining with his bloodline. This force resembled a ravenous hunter, voraciously consuming the heavenly runes and subsequently merging with Chen Yuan's blood. This was the nameless ancient scripture operating autonomously, refining the myriad scriptures. Even in his unconscious state, Chen Yuan's bloodline power was amplifying, expelling impurities from his body. On this particular day, it was a young girl's turn to attend to Chen Yuan's grooming. She had encountered Chen Yuan once before but had not observed him closely. This time, as she was assigned to care for the saint, she inevitably approached and scrutinized him from a closer distance. The saint was truly handsome, she mused to herself, though he did appear somewhat unkempt. Don't these people ever clean him up? She thought. I shall take it upon myself. As the girl contemplated this, a blush crept across her cheeks. Yet, she quickly dismissed the notion, reminding herself that it was her duty to care for the saint. Was it not expected to wipe his body? Just as the girl began to remove Chen Yuan's outer robe and was about to unveil his inner garment, his eyes suddenly sprang open, gazing at her, then down at his stripped clothing. Was this an indecorous act? Chapter 77. Quite handsome, the young girl hesitantly spoke. Yet her mind wandered elsewhere. After all, when she had been helping Chen Yuan remove his clothes earlier, she could not help but entertain certain thoughts. For instance, Jinbai, I was merely jesting. I shall manage on my own. Chen Yuan chuckled lightly, prompting the girl to exhale in relief. However, she still seemed insistent. Why not allow me to assist you with the drying? That puts me in an awkward position, Chen Yuan replied. It's unnecessary. I can handle it myself. You should assist when Qi in changing his clothes. Rest assured, I will claim the credit for it. That seems inappropriate, after all. He is a man. You ought to help him yourself. With that, the girl dashed out, leaving Chen Yuan momentarily stunned. What an odd little girl, he mused. Yet, what Chen Yuan failed to realize was that he, too, was merely a youth. The girl was not significantly younger than him, and being referred to as a little girl felt rather peculiar. My Dantian and bloodline. After the girl departed, Chen Yuan attentively sensed the power within him. He found his Dantian remarkably full, as if it were on the brink of advancing to the Tao. Moreover, his blood seemed to awaken a mysterious and extraordinary molecule, endowing him with a ferocious strength. Bloodline power. I have unexpectedly manifested bloodline potency within me. Chen Yuan pondered with uncertainty. In this life, he was but a mortal, lacking a divine physique, Tao body, or any lineage of great power or prestige. Logically, he should not possess bloodline strength. Yet, strangely enough, following a harrowing brush with death, bloodline power had emerged within him. He could faintly hear the tumultuous roar of his own blood, as if an unfathomable force of terror were surging forth, aiming to penetrate the very fabric of his soul and existence. It was the nameless ancient scripture. The only thought that crossed Chen Yuan's mind was indeed that enigmatic tome. He distinctly recalled the relentless heavenly punishment descending upon him, intent on obliterating his vitality, while those arcane and ancient celestial runes infiltrated his body, claiming dominion over his Dantian. Yet now, he found his Dantian devoid of any celestial runes. These symbols could not have vanished of their own accord. The most plausible explanation was that the nameless ancient scripture had neutralized these celestial runes, integrating them into his blood. In his previous life as a cosmic-level thief, Chen Yuan was acutely aware of the potency of these celestial runes. Even the most formidable beings would be rendered powerless against them. Only a mysterious scripture, unearthed from the chaos itself, could possibly achieve such a feat with his vast knowledge. Despite just awakening, he had pieced together the events with remarkable accuracy. He glanced at the still unconscious Zhuang Wenqi, his gaze flickering momentarily before he approached Zhuang's side. Channeling the nameless ancient scripture, he infused a gentle force into Zhuang's body. This gentle energy flowed into Zhuang's dantian like a babbling brook, yet upon entering, it transformed into a tempestuous surge, akin to crashing waves, violently bombarding the celestial runes in a bid to annihilate them. Should these celestial runes be entirely eradicated, Wen Shi's cultivation could advance to new heights. Chen Yuan mused inwardly. Simultaneously, he gradually recalled everything he had seen before losing consciousness. The figures, each shedding their skin, and the darkness that lurked within their bodies sent a shiver through Chen Yuan's heart, evoking a profound terror that seemed to pertain to an ancient and formidable dark sovereign. Yet, if such a legendary being truly existed, how could they possibly designate a burial site just outside a city on the northern microstar? One must consider that such an invincible entity could easily suppress the cosmos with a mere gesture. Even a tomb fashioned from the myriad stars would not seem out of place to them, regardless of their origins. It appears that I cannot continue my deductions for the time being. Chen Yuan's gaze flickered. I must engage in battle with Shi Yu. I must ascertain the true nature of these youths. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He seemed to have been unconscious for a considerable duration, and the agreed-upon day for the battle with the Shi clan had long since passed. Someone, Chen Yuan called out. Once again, the young girl entered, her gaze fixed upon Chen Yuan, whose clothes were still half donned, a faint blush adorning her cheeks. However, Chen Yuan paid no heed to the girl's changing expressions, urgently inquiring, "Has the day agreed upon with the Shi clan already passed?" Initially, the girl did not grasp the meaning of his words, but after a moment's contemplation, she nodded vigorously, indicating that several days had indeed elapsed. What response did the Shi clan give? Chen Yuan pressed on. The girl pondered briefly before responding, "Shi Yu as well." She stated that she would wait for your awakening to engage in battle. As for the others from the Shi clan, they merely offered scornful jibes. Waiting for my awakening to engage in battle? Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan felt a sense of relief. As long as Shi Yu was willing to fight, all was well. However, it seems that a new contender has emerged in recent days, a certain Shi Feng, who also appears to be under the age of 23, yet has already attained the Tao. He comes to the gates each day, clamoring for several hours, declaring that if you awaken, I shall surely defeat you. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan chuckled lightly, for he deemed such a person unworthy of concern. "Where are the left envoys?" Chen Yuan inquired. "They visited you this morning and should be engaged in their cultivation now. It seems the imperial court is rather tumultuous lately, as a faction known as the Nine Suns Mansion has been lingering outside Jiangning City for quite some time. Other sanctuaries also appear to be exhibiting unusual activities." Unusual activities? Chen Yuan's expression flickered momentarily before he turned his gaze toward the young woman. "What is your status within the sanctuary that you possess such knowledge?" "Me?" The girl's eyes darted slightly. "I am merely an ordinary disciple of the sanctuary. No one wished to take me in, so I have been relegated to menial tasks." Can one truly glean so much from merely performing menial tasks? Chapter 78. Life and death battle outside the sanctuary in Jiangning City, a crowd gathered, with a lone youth standing resolutely, his gaze defiant as he challenged the sanctuary. Shi family, Shi Feng, challenges the sanctuary's disciple Chen Yuan. I wonder if the disciple dares to accept this challenge? The disciple of the sanctuary has been summoned by our Shi family's prodigy, yet he has failed to make an appearance. Is it that he fears our Shi family's talented maiden and dares not contend with her? If that is the case, then the disciple is unworthy to engage with our Shi family's talented maiden. Allow me to vanquish this brash individual in place of Miss Shi Yu, and suppress him forthwith. Outside the temple, Shi Feng's shouts resonated through the heavens and the earth, creating a tumultuous uproar. Onlookers gathered, eager to witness whether Chen Yuan would emerge. Surely the saint had yet to awaken? His bluster seemed merely an attempt to deepen the wound. It was rumored that the saint's dantian had been destroyed, thus Shi Feng's provocations would bear no fruit. Alas, what a pity for a once great talent, capable of standing alongside the 12 paragons, to meet such a dismal fate. Some scoffed. Others lamented, and many sighed. The spectrum of human emotion was on full display, each reaction unique. A martial cultivator at the Tao realm daring to challenge our temple's awakened saint, unabashedly boasting. How utterly foolish. They were well aware of the saint's condition, yet chose to engage in malicious provocations, their intentions insidious. Allow me to step forth and vanquish these vermin. The disciples were charged with fervor, some already preparing for battle, when suddenly a figure strolled into view, smiling at them. I shall take this on. The disciples paused momentarily before turning to the newcomer, their astonishment palpable. Chen, the saint, when did you awaken? One who was close to Chen Yuan inquired. Just now. Chen Yuan regarded the crowd, having heard that someone was shouting outside. Ah, it is a member of the Shi family. You have just regained consciousness, and your body is still frail. It would be best not to engage in conflict just yet. We are here. We will handle Shi for you. The temple's members spoke, concerned for Chen Yuan, who had only just emerged from unconsciousness and remained weak. They wished to safeguard him from any harm. Yet, even this flicker of hope granted Chen Yuan a semblance of vitality. Chen Yuan had awakened. The onlookers were utterly astonished. Chen Yuan, who had once been struck down by the relentless heavenly thunder, had miraculously survived. What an extraordinary vitality he possessed. Soon, amusement flickered across their faces. Shi had been clamoring for so long. Surely Chen Yuan could not endure it any longer? Otherwise, he would not have appeared before the gates of the sacred temple. The last person to challenge Chen Yuan at this very spot was Wei Wuhai, a prodigious talent from the Wei clan, who had suffered a crushing defeat at Chen Yuan's hands. Now, another stood brazenly at the temple's entrance, and the crowd was eager to witness whether Chen Yuan could contend with this Shi. Are you frightened? Chen Yuan inquired with a smile, gazing at Shi. Did you not speak rather loudly just moments ago? Pray, let me see just how much prowess you truly possess. A sense of trepidation crept into Shi Feng's heart. His audacity to shout for several days at the gates of the temple stemmed from the belief that Chen Yuan would remain unconscious. In terms of strength, he was inferior even to Shi Yang. How could he possibly be a match for Chen Yuan? Thus, Chen Yuan's unexpected appearance instilled in him a desire to flee. Yet, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, how could he escape? Holy One, your injuries remain unhealed. Allow us to take this battle on your behalf. Came the voices from within the temple as the gathered individuals approached Chen Yuan. Indeed, Holy One, your opponent is Shi Yu. Rest for a couple of days, and once you have fully recuperated, you may confront the Shi clan. As for Shi Feng, he is merely a buffoon. We shall handle him. The members of the temple were acutely aware of Chen Yuan's predicament. The heavenly runes filled his dantian, and it was already a miracle that he had awakened. However, complete recovery from his injuries was utterly impossible. This is a dilemma that even Lin Yin and the esteemed alchemists find insurmountable, and it appears Chen Yuan himself may also be unable to resolve it. Rest assured, even as a half-disabled individual, I am more than capable of suppressing this fiend. Chen Yuan stated with a smile, his demeanor light and untroubled, as though he held no regard for Shi Feng. However, Shi Feng's eyes darted with suspicion. Piecing together the implications, Chen Yuan claims to be half-disabled? It seems he is merely posturing. I truly believe this fellow had fully recovered, judging by his current state. He possesses at most half his combat prowess, making him an easy target for my wrath. Shi Feng solidified his resolve, fixing his gaze upon Chen Yuan. If a battle is inevitable, let us dispense with idle chatter. If you are unable to contend with me, how could you possibly defend Miss Shi Yu? Though this remark was intended to belittle Chen Yuan, it stemmed from a genuine sentiment. Among the younger generation of the Shi family, Shi Yu and Shi Jilong have become unparalleled symbols of strength, their combat abilities reaching extraordinary heights, leaving others in deep admiration. Why waste words with you? You have been brazen at the gates of the holy temple for days. If a mere skirmish could easily erase that, what would become of the temple's dignity? Chen Yuan retorted with a chuckle. The dignity of the holy temple? Shi Feng's expression sharpened. What do you mean by that? This battle is one of life and death. Should you lose, your blood shall serve to atone for the disrespect you've shown the holy temple in recent days. Chen Yuan's voice rose sharply, only to be interrupted by a fit of coughing, provoking a cold smile from Shi Feng, who who increasingly perceived Chen Yuan as an empty threat, lacking any real combat capability. Could one who struggles to breathe possibly transcend great realms to challenge someone at the Dao embryo level? Clearly, that is implausible. A battle of life and death. I shall grant you that. Shi Feng stepped forward with great momentum, a dazzling light emanating from his dantian, the manifestation of his Dao, the very foundation of his grand path. Witness this, all of you. In this battle, life and death are irrelevant. Chen Yuan proclaimed loudly, also advancing with a commanding presence. Like a supreme deity, unleashing his formidable fist with the intent to annihilate. Chapter 79, The Battle of Shi. The moment Chen Yuan's fist was unleashed, it seemed as though the very fabric of space was on the verge of shattering. Shi Feng's expression shifted dramatically as he finally realized he had fallen into Chen Yuan's trap. If such combat prowess could still be considered as that of a half-disabled body, then how formidable would Chen Yuan be in his prime? His fist surged forth like a torrential flood, an unrelenting onslaught. Chen Yuan, embodying the might of an invincible deity, swept his fist across, instantly shattering Shi Feng's countering palm strike. A terrifying force enveloped Shi Feng, an overwhelming pressure descended upon him, threatening to obliterate him entirely. With a splatter, Shi Feng expelled a mouthful of blood, his body flying horizontally as his right arm was shattered, only crashing to the ground after several moments. This left him in utter despair. If he could not withstand even a single punch from Chen Yuan, how could he continue to fight? He recalled Chen Yuan's words. This battle was a matter of life and death. A clear eye, what rendered Shi Feng utterly despondent was the torrent of ferocious energy that surged into his body with Chen Yuan's punch, akin to a furious dragon's roar, rampaging wildly within him and obliterating his vitality. My dantian. Even as his breath neared its cessation, at the moment his dantian was annihilated, Shi Feng let out a resounding cry. His Dao was completely extinguished, and his dantian shattered, a fate far more agonizing than death itself. Shi Feng, it is over. The onlookers could not suppress their sighs. For a martial artist, having one's dantian rendered useless is a fate more dreadful than losing one's life. Once a formidable figure in the martial world, after the destruction of his dantian, he would be reduced to a state inferior to that of an ordinary person. This drastic shift in identity and status could easily drive one to madness, especially within a prestigious family like the Shi clan. At merely around 20 years of age, Shi Feng had already ascended to the Dao realm and was poised to be a key figure nurtured by his family, potentially destined to become an elder of renown. Yet, after this battle, Shi Feng's future lay in ruins. I have spared your life out of benevolence, so that others may recognize the mercy of the Holy Temple. I hope you take this as a lesson and henceforth tread with caution in your words and actions. Chen Yuan's voice dripped with cold indifference, addressing not only Shi Feng, but also cautioning the onlookers. The Holy Temple must not be dishonored. The disciples of the Holy Temple stood in stunned silence, astonished by the sheer brutality of Chen Yuan's power. Could this truly be the force unleashed by one in the 9th layer of the awakening realm, albeit recently injured? I have defeated Shi Feng. When will the esteemed lady of the Shi family emerge? Chen Yuan taunted. I apologize for keeping the saint waiting. Truly, a commendable display of exceptional combat prowess. It is indeed awe-inspiring. Amidst the throng, a striking figure gracefully emerged, revealing the illustrious jewel of the Shi family, Shi Yu. Clad in azure, she seemed to radiate ethereal brilliance with each step, exuding a captivating fragrance, akin to the celestial maiden descending from the heavens, resplendent and otherworldly. Upon her appearance, the members of the Shi family manifested expressions of solemnity, their eyes betraying a mixture of awe and envy. They could hardly forget that just 3 months prior, Shi Yu was merely an ordinary young lady within the clan, yet she had ascended to become a pivotal figure, standing shoulder to shoulder with Shi Jinlong. Even if Shi Jinxue were still alive, her standing within the Shi family could not rival that of Shi Yu. Presently, Shi Yu possessed extraordinary combat prowess, sweeping through her contemporaries, a true paragon of excellence. You may act personally. There is no need to send someone to test me, Chen Yuan remarked, directing his gaze towards Shi Yu. With his perceptive abilities, he discerned her concealed presence in the crowd, revealing herself only now. He had not anticipated that a saint could survive the backlash of heavenly tribulation. In the annals of the Dayu Dynasty, there had never been an individual so remarkably gifted as the saint. Shiryu spoke with an air of nonchalance, her tone reminiscent of an elder surveying Chen Yuan from a lofty vantage. This further solidified Chen Yuan's suspicions that this was not the genuine Shiryu. The true Shiryu had never ventured beyond Jiangning City, let alone audaciously claim dominion over the entire Dayu Dynasty. Within this incarnation of Shiryu, it was likely that an ancient entity was orchestrating her every move. Thank you, Miss Shiryu, for your kind words. I wonder if there has ever been a woman of such exceptional caliber in the history of the Dayu Dynasty? Chen Yuan inquired with a smile. If there has been, she must surely reside within an ancient tomb. Upon hearing the words ancient tomb, Shiryu's lips twitched slightly, her expression abruptly sharpening. A chilling aura emanated from her being, and her gaze turned cold and resolute as she stepped forward. In an instant, she was surrounded by a multitude of gleaming swords, emanating an infinite sharpness. Intent on vanquishing Chen Yuan, is she truly compelled to silence him? Chen Yuan smiled indifferently, recognizing that Shiryu was finally ready to strike. You are one who should not have emerged from the ancient tomb. The yellow earth is your rightful resting place. With a thunderous roar, Shiryu unleashed her swords, their shrill cries echoing with a terrifying might as they surged towards Chen Yuan. Is your inheritance the way of the sword? Chen Yuan's eyes flickered. If this tomb were indeed linked to the Dark Sovereign, it was highly probable that Shiryu possessed formidable dark attributes. Flash! Shiryu uttered a single word, and in that fleeting moment, a colossal sword coalesced in the heavens, glimmering with a frosty light, as if embodying the very principles of the universe, instilling dread in all who beheld it. The giant sword, powerful and domineering, descended with an unyielding force, cleaving through Chen Yuan's energy vortex with ease. A terrifying pressure, laden with the intent to kill, loomed over him, threatening his very existence. Break! Chen Yuan retaliated with a series of forceful strikes, shattering the oppressive sword intent entirely. Yet, at that moment, the colossal sword howled down upon him, its edge honed to perfection, slicing through the air with the ferocity of a tempest, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Chapter 8. The clash of high-level divine powers. As the massive sword descended, the very fabric of the world seemed to tremble. A terrifying and frenzied torrent of sword energy surged forth, cascading downwards like a deluge, while myriad strands of sword intent sliced through the air, effortlessly severing Chen Yuan's punches. The frenzied giant sword bore down on Chen Yuan's head, seeking to annihilate him once and for all. As Chen Yuan stepped forward, the very earth trembled beneath his feet. The town exorcising fist erupted forth, unleashing an infinite barrage of fist imprints that surged ahead, ultimately coalescing into an enormous strike akin to the fist of a celestial sovereign, crushing its way through and shaking the heavens as it collided with the imposing giant sword. The onlookers' eyes quivered intensely. The battle between these two warriors transcended the capabilities of those at the Awakening and Dao Embryo realms, exhibiting an overwhelming ferocity and dominance, reminiscent of two true immortals clashing in a celestial duel, sweeping across the heavens and the earth. With a thunderous crash, the colossal sword met the gigantic fist, causing the ground to tremble as if it might fracture. Terrifying fissures spread outward in all directions, while both fist and sword disintegrated in their violent encounter, neither party gaining the upper hand. Although Chen Yuan's town exorcising fist was an exceptionally refined martial art, it was ultimately derived from an ancient tomb. Likewise, the heritage of Shiryu and her 18 companions also originated from that same ancient tomb, their techniques undoubtedly on par with the town exorcising fist in terms of caliber. Furthermore, the unique cultivation states of Shiryu and her peers, along with their profound comprehension of these legacies, rivaled that of Chen Yuan. Evergreen sword technique, Shiryu exclaimed, and in an instant, an ancient evergreen tree materialized behind her, growing wildly in all directions. Ancient vines spread forth with a rustling sound, each vine sharp as a sword, slicing down towards Chen Yuan. It seemed that Miss Shi Yu's life soul had undergone a transformation. It was not always such an ancient tree. Members of the Shi family murmured among themselves. They were well aware of Shi Yu's life soul, which was certainly not this evergreen tree. However, after inheriting the legacy, her life soul underwent a terrifying evolution, morphing from an ordinary tree into something as sharp as a blade. A sound escaped from Shi Yu's lips, seemingly affirming Chen Yuan's actions while also serving as a mockery. The fiery tendrils descended upon the vines of the evergreen ancient tree, which then unfurled wildly, each sword-like aura slicing through the flames. Remarkably, the vines pierced through the fire, advancing directly towards Chen Yuan. It was not a matter of strength surpassing mine, but rather that the evergreen ancient tree was not inherently of the wood attribute. Chen Yuan, possessing keen insight, immediately discerned the underlying truth. How could the tree not be of the wood attribute? If you are unaware, it is unwise to flaunt your ignorance here, Shi Yu retorted with a cold smile. The onlookers found Chen Yuan's words quite curious, failing to grasp the true meaning behind them. Do you still wish to deceive me? He did not remain passive. Instead, he invoked a mantra, unleashing an ancient technique, one he had cultivated during his seclusion, the primordial seal art. Seal. Chen Yuan enunciated a single word, and in an instant, the very air around them seemed to resonate with an aura of confinement. Terrifying chains of sealing descended, as if imprisoning an ancient deity. The chains whirled violently, emitting a deep roar before lunging towards the vines of the evergreen ancient tree, entangling with them in an attempt to seal away its formidable power. You wish to seal my soul? A trace of scorn flickered in Shi Yu's eyes, as an even more terrifying force surged within her, transforming into ancient characters that sought to merge with the evergreen ancient tree. Yet, in the next moment, she sensed the unusual nature of her opponent's power. The sealing technique was far too formidable, threatening to entrap her very soul. The primordial seal art. Shi Yu murmured softly, having discerned the origins of this miraculous power. Indeed, you are not a denizen of the Bewixing. Chen Yuan's expressions shifted as he gazed at Shi Yu. This ancient sealing technique was unearthed from a grand tomb in the primordial realm, exceedingly rare and elusive. Only those who have dwelled in the primordial realm for several years could possibly comprehend the origins of such a sealing art. This ancient sealing technique is particularly profound. It may sound like a singular skill, yet it encompasses 3,650 distinct sealing methods. What Chen Yuan could wield was merely the simplest among them. And even then, only a minuscule fraction of its potential could be unleashed. The chains of confinement plummeted down violently, and Shi Yu's countenance shifted dramatically. The ancient verdant tree erupted with a brilliant azure radiance, akin to an ageless sentinel of nature, yet it struggled to withstand the onslaught of the sealing chains, destined to be ensnared. Indeed, I should not have permitted you to depart from the ancient tomb. Shi Yu sighed deeply. Had he succeeded in slaying Chen Yuan within the tomb, they would not have found themselves entangled in such complications. How many formidable techniques has the saint truly mastered? It appears that the inheritance acquired by the saint within the ancient tomb is seemingly more potent than that of Shi Yu. Within the sanctum, disciples gasped in astonishment, prompting the onlookers to awaken to the reality that they had consistently underestimated Chen Yuan. From the moment the 18 youths departed the ancient tomb, they believed these individuals to possess the utmost talent, thereby dismissing Chen Yuan as someone who would be left far behind. Yet, the situation is evidently far from that. Chen Yuan, merely having awakened to the 9th realm, could contend with Shi Yu of the 2nd realm of Dao to such an extent, and now, he is poised to seal away Shi Yu's very soul. Who could possibly argue that such a person lacks extraordinary talent? What he obtained within the ancient tomb may well surpass the prowess of 18 youths. Does he still wish to bestow the same upon me? Not only did the ancient evergreen tree encounter unimaginable sealing forces, but even Shi Yu's true form seemed to sense the overwhelming aura of the seal. Her gaze upon Chen Yuan revealed a blend of determination and resentment, and in an instant, she summoned her profound abilities, causing her Tao to tremble violently, erupting into a brilliant and surging radiance. Chen Yuan's eyes flickered momentarily. Sure, you appeared to be on the verge of breaking through his sealing power. One must express gratitude. Had it not been for your formidable strength, I would not have been able to shatter my shackles. The thought of painstakingly starting from the beginning to cultivate step by step is truly cumbersome. Shi Yu's voice resonated in Chen Yuan's ears, and soon after, her aura began to ascend, as if adorned with the patterns of the Tao, enabling her to break free from the constraints of the second level of the Tao and transcend into the third level. Chapter 81. That is sufficient. Shi Yu has broken through and entered the third level of the Tao. Her aura has become immensely powerful, and the ancient evergreen tree behind her radiates even more intensely, shaking vigorously as countless vines lash out like swords, sharp to the extreme, severing Chen Yuan's sealing restraints, unleashing a terrifying sword might that sweeps across the heavens and earth, aimed directly at Chen Yuan. So, she has reached the third level of the Tao? It appears that Miss Shi Yu had been suppressing her realm all along. She truly embodies the essence of a celestial prodigy. In less than 2 months, she has broken through to the Tao and directly ascended to the third level. Such talent is unparalleled. This is the pinnacle genius of the Shi family, rivaled only by the most exceptional of the Holy Temple's disciples. The historians chuckled knowingly, remarking that the battle had previously been evenly contested. However, with Shi Yu breaking into the third realm, the tides of war were expected to shift. Relying on her superior cultivation, she audaciously proclaimed herself a genius, a notion both absurd and laughable. A voice from within the temple scoffed, asserting that it was entirely natural for a stronger realm to gain the upper hand. There was nothing worthy of pride in that. Victory is victory, and defeat is defeat. What significance does it hold to lean upon the advantages of one's realm? Is not the level of cultivation an integral aspect of strength? When your Temple's disciples issued their challenges, were there any restrictions on their cultivation? The historians retorted sharply. It is premature to speak of victors and vanquished when the outcome remains undecided. The disciples of the temple were greatly displeased, as the tone of the historians suggested that Shi Yu's victory was all but assured. Yet for the historians, the outcome had indeed been determined. An endless stream of sword intent surged forth from the ancient green tree, conjuring a terrifying tempest of sword energy. Waves of overwhelming sword pressure descended upon Chen Yuan, seemingly capable of piercing through him with sheer force. Yet before Chen Yuan, an infinite array of sealing chains continuously shielded him from the sword energy. The chains, though severed, perpetually regenerated, ceaselessly enduring, much like Chen Yuan himself, who resembled the ancient green tree, capable of endlessly unleashing sealing power. I shall see how long you can withstand this, Shi Yu declared emphatically, confident that her learned techniques would not falter against Chen Yuan, and with her advantage in realm, she believed it sufficient to crush him utterly. Indeed, the speed at which the sealing chains regenerated could not keep pace with the sword energy that cleaved through them. Even the essence of the sword pierced the sealing chains, rushing directly towards Chen Yuan, enveloping him in a terrifying sword might. The saints were in peril. Within the temple, everyone harbored deep concerns. For that overwhelming sword might was too formidable. Even an ordinary practitioner at the third level of the Tao embryo realm would find it hard to endure, likely to be annihilated by the sword energy. Even warriors at the fourth level of the Tao embryo realm were in danger, let alone Chen Yuan, who was merely at the 9th level of the awakening realm and had just recovered from severe injuries. Do you think I lack trump cards? Chen Yuan retorted with a cold smile, stepping forward with a heavy stomp. A streak of blood light erupted from the crown of his head, soaring into the heavens and piercing the firmament. His blood essence surged, and in an instant, it seemed as though the sound of mountains roaring and seas surging emanated from within him. This was the power of his bloodline, reinforcing the sealing chains. He felt as if he were ensconced in a realm forged by sealing rules, where any force that approached him would be sealed away. Bloodline power? Shi Yu gasped in astonishment. With her knowledge, she understood that unless one ascended to the ranks of the supreme powers, it was utterly impossible to manifest bloodline strength. She had inquired about the ancestors of the Chen family and found no record of any formidable beings possessing such terrifying bloodline power. How had Chen Yuan come to possess it? Bloodline power could amplify a warrior's combat capabilities across the board, granting them strength that exceeded their own realm for a brief period, rendering them invincible. Chen Yuan already possessed the ability to contend across great realms. Now, with the addition of bloodline power, the sealing techniques he unleashed were destined to be terrifying beyond measure. Shiryu remained oblivious to the fact that Chen Yuan's bloodline power was forged during his unconsciousness through the mysterious ancient scripture that refined the heavenly runes, bestowing upon Chen Yuan an unparalleled bloodline strength. This was the extraordinary nature of the ancient scripture, which created a rare cultivation miracle of the ages. Such a domineering sealing technique would render me utterly powerless. Some martial artists at the scene, possessing the fourth stage of Dao, quietly expressed their astonishment as they sensed the chilling aura of the seal, their hearts trembling, feeling insignificantly small. The vines and branches of the ancient evergreen tree were as sharp as swords, yet they could not sever the sealing chains. Instead, they were continuously suppressed. Shiryu furrowed her brow, realizing that the situation was far more complicated than she had anticipated. I refuse to believe that you can defy the heavens. Her expression sharpened, and in an instant, the bark of the ancient evergreen began to shed, revealing its true core, a tree crafted from lapis lazuli, exuding an overwhelming metallic power. Indeed, it was the power of gold. The onlookers recalled Chen Yuan's earlier words. The reason the flames could not subdue the ancient evergreen was due to the gold power contained within, which could disregard the flame scorching. Each branch, fierce and lethal, transformed entirely into a lapis lazuli hue, resembling countless lapis lazuli swords, forming a torrential downpour of blue blades, ruthlessly descending to annihilate Chen Yuan. The situation shifted once more. The sealing aura was torn asunder by the piercing sword intent. In that moment, Chen Yuan felt an extraordinary sword intent descend upon him, intent on subduing him. You have yet to witness the true power of the ancient sealing technique. The corners of Chen Yuan's mouth curled into a subtle arc, and in that fleeting moment, a cascade of sealing chains coalesced in midair, forming ancient characters, a colossal character representing seal. Divine radiance surged forth, a myriad of auspicious lights surged toward the evergreen ancient tree, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. Was Chen Yuan truly intent on directly sealing the evergreen ancient tree? Sensing the imminent danger, Shiryu's heart quaked, and she gritted her teeth. With fervor, she began to weave intricate hand seals, invoking an ancient method. To everyone's astonishment, the evergreen ancient tree, under the influence of the ancient seal, merged into Shiryu's very being. Had Shiryu transformed into a tree? The crowd stood bewildered, yet Chen Yuan remained composed. Having discerned Shiryu's actions, she had not merely become a tree, but had transformed into a tree demon. The method of demon transformation, Chen Yuan smiled faintly. Recalling that he had only heard of beings turning into ferocious beasts before, never had he witnessed the metamorphosis into a tree demon. How fortunate to witness such an extraordinary sight. But would there be more to amaze him? The center of the evergreen ancient tree began to undulate, as if a mouth were speaking. Yet, regardless of the form it took, as long as it could defeat him, that would suffice. Chapter 82. The waste of Shiryu. As long as it could vanquish him, that would be sufficient. The immense, evergreen, ancient tree roared with a voice that reverberated through the heavens and earth. At that moment, Shiryu seemed to embody a millennia-old tree king, unleashing vines that were razor-sharp and capable of severing all. Countless hearts trembled at the thought. Should they encounter Shiryu, their only recourse would likely be to flee for their lives. This venerable tree king could potentially overcome even those at the fourth or fifth stages of the Dao realm. An infinite aura of sealing pressure surged toward the ancient evergreen tree, only to witness the tree emanating an incredibly fearsome sharp energy, tearing asunder the seal. The ancient tree advanced, its vines unfurling and entwining in every direction. Chen Yuan's gaze flickered. This battle with Shiryu proved to be more formidable than he had anticipated. He had even summoned the power of his bloodline, Yet he still could not vanquish his foe completely. From within the ancient tree erupted a resounding howl. As a sharp sword light obliterated everything in its path, severing the chains of the seal. Chen Yuan's palm imprint descended, and the vines transformed into ancient swords, charging forth in a furious assault, colliding with the palm prints. The sound of piercing resonated continuously as the palm prints were relentlessly penetrated and torn apart. Eventually, a vine surged toward Chen Yuan, intent on nailing him to the spot. "Your time of demise has come." A triumphant laughter echoed from within the tree. Relishing the prospect of finally eliminating this nuisance after such a protracted struggle. "Did you think I had no contingency plan? Observe this." A smile curled at the corners of Chen Yuan's mouth, momentarily bewildering the ancient evergreen tree, as if a pair of ethereal eyes had materialized, fixating on Chen Yuan's dantian. At that moment, a brilliant radiance shone from his dantian, resembling the awakening of an ancient deity, absorbing the essence of the universe, striving to coalesce the supreme path. That is, the Tao embryo. A glimmer of awe flickered in the eyes of the onlookers, quickly replaced by a profound gravity. Chen Yuan has condensed the Tao embryo? How could this be? Had he not failed his tribulation? How could he have ascended to the Tao embryo realm? Could it be that the heavenly tribulation had not truly failed, and had indeed allowed Chen Yuan to transcend into the Tao embryo, having endured the tribulation of the heavens? A cultivator at the Tao embryo stage should possess significantly greater strength than their peers in the same realm. The inhabitants of Jiangning City were abuzz with speculation. Struggling to comprehend the extraordinary events unfolding before them, Chen Yuan had indeed broken through. The heavenly tribulation had failed to extinguish him. Rather, it had propelled him to new heights. "You have been suppressing yourself," the ancient evergreen tree intoned with a hint of trepidation. "Chen Yuan, you still hold back. Are you not doing the same?" Chen Yuan replied with a smile directed at the ancient tree. In that instant, his aura surged violently, a deep roar escaping his lips. The sky trembled, and a terrifying beam of light cascaded downward. As he stepped forward, his demeanor underwent a profound metamorphosis, shattering the constraints of the awakening realm and officially entering the Tao embryo stage. If not dealt with now, he will be even more formidable in the future. Among the crowd, a figure concealed by a mask observed intently, his gaze razor-sharp as it fixated upon Chen Yuan, as if he were poised to strike at any moment. Suddenly, a cold glimmer fell upon him, causing his expression to tighten involuntarily as he turned his attention to a particular direction, where a solitary figure sat cross-legged, eyes gently closed yet fully aware of his presence. This compelled the masked youth to abandon his intentions, resigning himself to merely spectate. A rustling sound erupted as every leaf of the ancient evergreen transformed into exceedingly sharp weapons, hurtling towards Chen Yuan with lethal intent. Standing resolutely, Chen Yuan unleashed an endless barrage of palm strikes, his will infusing the air with ancient seals, continuously manifesting overwhelming sealing power in an effort to subdue the ancient evergreen tree. At last, the ancient seal descended directly, penetrating the trunk of the evergreen tree. The terrifying power of the seal enveloping Shuriwe, intent on sealing away every leaf of hers. The primordial sealing technique bound the celestial pathways. Chen Yuan spoke softly, his final strike transforming into a fist, the celestial suppression fist roaring forth, wielding a force akin to a cataclysm, sweeping forward and crashing down upon the trunk of the evergreen tree. With a thunderous roar, the tree shattered completely, and a delicate yet weary figure was sent flying into the distance. The onlookers recognized her. It was Shuriwe. Her soul was utterly shattered, and her true form suffered immense backlash, crashing heavily to the ground. As she attempted to rise, she coughed up a pool of blood, lacking even the strength to stand. The members of the Shur family stood frozen in place. This outcome was far too sudden. None had anticipated it. By the time they regained their wits to rush to her aid, Chen Yuan had already descended beside Shuriwe, mercilessly bringing down his foot without a shred of pity, trampling upon her abdomen in full view of the crowd in Jiangning City, thereby destroying Shuriwe's foundation of Tao. "Miss Shuriwe," cried the Shi family members, their eyes reddened. She was their precious gem, endowed with extraordinary talent, a beacon of hope for the family's future, now rendered incapacitated by Chen Yuan, as if severing Shi Yue's path forward. Overwhelmed by pain, Shi Yue fainted, while the masked youth observed it all with a calm demeanor, devoid of significant emotional fluctuation, merely whispering a quiet remark. Chapter 83. Eradicating the world's talents. A cataclysmic calamity converged, resonating through the heavens and the earth, as the ancient and eternal firmament quivered, akin to a divine entity crying out in fury, echoing across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The city of Jiangning was once again stirred. The last divine retribution within the sacred hall had drawn countless onlookers, but this time, it was a genuine heavenly tribulation. It seemed that this ancient star was extraordinary, with the laws of heaven and earth approaching completeness, indeed heralding a heavenly tribulation. Chen Yuan's gaze flickered as he murmured to himself. He had traversed countless stars. Some celestial realms appeared vast and boundless, yet lacked the perfected laws of heaven and earth. Even the most formidable prodigies might not evoke a heavenly tribulation. However, the Northway Star possessed such a tribulation. He pondered the magnitude of the heavenly tribulation that this ancient star would manifest. He spoke to himself, recognizing that the tribulation corresponded to his realm, yet the caliber of prodigies varied, influencing the rank of tribulation they could provoke. Naturally, the intensity of the laws of heaven and earth would also determine the nature of the tribulation that could arise. It was said that honing oneself to the utmost realm on a celestial body would yield ineffable benefits, and to ascend to the supreme realm, one must inevitably confront the heavenly tribulation. Chen Yuan steeled himself, for this was distinct from the previous divinations. This was his own celestial tribulation. Only by overcoming it could he attain unimaginable rewards. Boom! At last, the heavenly tribulation took form, with a golden lightning bolt striking down first. The onlookers hastily retreated, fearful of being struck and reduced to ashes. Chen Yuan lifted his head, facing the golden lightning, and unleashed an incredibly domineering punch, its radiance akin to a miniature sun illuminating the realm. As Chen Yuan's fist collided with the golden lightning, a tremendous sound reverberated through the air, and astonishingly, the golden lightning was shattered in the void. The onlookers were struck with gravity, finding the scene before them overwhelmingly shocking. How formidable he is, they marveled. For this was a heavenly tribulation, a perilous crisis that had historically annihilated the mightiest of beings. Chen Yuan boldly countered it with his bare fists, a display of strength rarely witnessed in ages. The masked youth's exposed eyes grew increasingly frigid. If Chen Yuan were to continue his ascent, he would undoubtedly become an unparalleled adversary, or rather, not merely his foe, but a common threat to all 18 of them. Given the masked youth's temperament, he should have intervened to disrupt Chen Yuan's tribulation, ensuring his demise within the storm. Yet, inexplicably, the masked youth seemed apprehensive of the heavenly tribulation. As the lightning in the sky intensified, he quietly withdrew, vanishing without a trace. Soon after, Shi Gang arrived upon hearing the news. But upon witnessing the sky filled with lightning, he halted his advance and refrained from approaching Chen Yuan. After all, they were not naive fools. With Shi Gang's cultivation level, drawing near the heavenly tribulation would alert the laws of nature, which would then unleash a terrifying thunderous assault targeting his realm, capable of annihilating him entirely. Chen Yuan possessed the confidence to confront the tribulation, but Shi Gang did not. Thus, he remained at a distance. Even though his heart raged with fury, he refrained from recklessly charging in. "Master, what shall we do now?" someone inquired of Shi Gang. A cold smile curved at the corner of Shi Gang's lips as he replied icily, "He may not survive the heavenly tribulation. Once he passes, I shall take his life." Everyone was engulfed in confusion, unable to articulate why Chen Yuan, having already endured a tribulation, could face a second. This new trial was even more formidable, as if ethereal figures of celestial generals flickered within the tempest of thunder, the very heavens and earth trembling. As if a peerless being was inscribing a lethal formation in the void, intent on annihilating Chen Yuan. The thunder roared, resonating through the realms, and in an instant, 8 extraordinary gates materialized in the sky, radiating an uncanny luminescence that captivated the onlookers, evoking memories of terrifying legends. The 8 gates of the immortal execution tribulation. Chen Yuan immediately recognized the origin of this calamity. The ancient adage of restoration, injury, and death echoed in his mind. The appearance of the 8 gates aligned with the Bagua, poised to unleash boundless tribulation light, obliterating both demons and immortals. He whispered a phrase, yet displayed no sign of hesitation as he surged forward with a mighty punch, warping the very fabric of space. Observers noted how the light itself seemed to shift direction. In that moment, Chen Yuan appeared divine, radiant with a brilliance akin to shooting stars and the dawn. His steps resonated with the force capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. This unparalleled punch, infused with his own laws and principles, his vitality and will, belonged solely to him, devoid of any external techniques. This strike epitomized the pinnacle of Chen Yuan's current combat prowess, leaving seasoned warriors who had traversed the Dao for years in astonishment, gasping in awe, deeply wary of this singular blow. With a thunderous crack, the gate was shattered, and the heavens seemed to erupt in fury, the remaining gates trembling in fear, emitting terrifying roars. Was he truly defying the will of the celestial realm? As one delves deeper into the unfolding events, a growing sense of trepidation arises. This individual is truly extraordinary, a rarity throughout the ages. Outside the city, a formidable force observes intently, led by a figure adorned in resplendent robes, with a 9-wheeled sun embroidered upon his chest, as he watches Chen Yuan undergo his tribulation. This young man possesses remarkable talent. He could be of great service to our Zhuyang Manor, the leader muses. However, he is affiliated with the Holy Temple, making it exceedingly difficult for us to utilize his abilities. Chapter 84. The Radiant beginning with the celestial blade of the mysterious gate, vanquish all the world's prodigies. This adage, passed down through generations, remains cryptic to many. It wasn't until today, witnessing the manifestation of the celestial blade from the mysterious gate as 7 ethereal swords descended with lethal grace, that the true meaning was unveiled. Originally, there were to be 8 celestial swords, but one of the gates, the Jing Gate, was shattered by Chen Yuan's fist, leaving only 7 to descend upon him, intent on obliterating him. Should he be struck by these celestial blades, his very essence would surely be severed. These blades symbolize the will of the heavens, an unstoppable force. A powerful figure from the bitter sea realm lamented, recognizing this strike as insurmountable. The heavens would not permit such a prodigy to ascend, thus unleashing such a terrifying retribution. The elders of the Chen family closely monitored Chen Yuan's tribulation, their expressions revealing a mix of astonishment and an involuntary comparison to the reclusive Chen Tianjiao. Moreover, having observed for an extended period, the Chen family noted that the 18 youths emerging from the ancient tomb had not acquired the Grand Elder's supreme skill. Consequently, the ultimate victor would undoubtedly be Chen Tianjiao. Outside the city, the members of Zhuyang Mansion were secretly mocking, no longer needing to deliberate on whether to spare Chen Yuan. This young man was destined to perish beneath the heavenly tribulation. The frigid heavenly blade sliced through the boundless void, akin to a fallen star, suffused with an inexorable aura of destruction, rendering Chen Yuan's body icy cold as he felt death drawing near. However, Chen Yuan did not resign himself to fate. He gazed upon the lethal heavenly blade descending with lethal intent, his vital energy surging violently around him. He was unconvinced by the age-old adage that proclaimed absolute strength could not be defied. Sealing. Chen Yuan uttered a single word, invoking the ancient sealing technique. One by one, ancient characters of sealing floated around him, far more potent than when he faced Shi Yu, for he had already transcended his previous limitations, his might now amplified. If someone could glimpse into Chen Yuan's dantian, they would discover that the nascent Dao embryo was in a state of constant transformation, sometimes manifesting as an unparalleled Buddha. at other times as an exalted divine demon, ultimately revealing Chen Yuan's own visage, that of a celestial emperor, unmatched in the world. Behind him, his life soul materialized, shrouded in chaotic energy, obscuring his true form from the onlookers. An ancient scripture began to operate, and in an instant, it appeared as if a magnificent prehistoric world had emerged behind Chen Yuan, continuously channeling terrifying energy into him, compelling him to unleash a resounding roar towards the heavens, delivering an overwhelmingly powerful strike. Boom! Before one's eyes, Chen Yuan's fist erupted with an immeasurable brilliance, a terrifying strike that roared towards the heavens, confronting the 7 celestial blades. Those exceptionally sharp blades, infused with the principles of the heavenly path and resonating with the will of the cosmos, were shattered one by one beneath Chen Yuan's fist imprint. The heavens changed color, and all beings trembled in fear. My heavens, he has shattered the celestial blades. The arcane technique of Qi Min Dun Jia transformed into celestial blades, capable of vanquishing all worldly prodigies. This was a law deemed unbreakable. Yet today it has been shattered by him. This is inconceivable. It does not exist. Within the city of Jiangning, someone cried out, as that godlike youth raised his fist to the sky, annihilating the 7 celestial blades with unparalleled might, determined to utterly reverse the heavenly tribulation and attain his supreme status. Nothing is impossible. With sufficient strength, one can obliterate all impossibilities. This is Chen Yuan's conviction. Invincible in body, unrivaled in the world, he will sweep forth without impediment. Nothing can stand in his way, not formidable foes, not even the heavenly tribulation. Such misfortunes as those in his previous life shall never reoccur. He has triumphed. Henceforth, none shall obstruct him. An elder sighed deeply, uncertain whether it was for his own sorrow or in celebration of a young genius's rise. Subsequently, the people of Jiangning beheld a blinding light descending upon Chen Yuan from the firmament, as the roiling sea of thunder dissipated. This light was a baptism for Chen Yuan, forging a stronger body for him. He had gained the recognition of the cosmic will. Was this a bygone era? Chen Yuan murmured softly. For the fragments of information provided were limited. He must seize the moment to absorb and comprehend, elevating his realm. After enduring the baptism of celestial light for but a brief moment, a surging aura suddenly erupted from Chen Yuan. His eyes, now radiating an extraordinarily sharp brilliance, became even more luminous due to the transformation bestowed by the nameless ancient scripture. It was as if his Tao had broken free from its shackles. Accompanied by a tearing sound, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. Chen Yuan had transcended realms, entering the second stage of Tao. In less than 3 months, he awakened achieving the completion of his first major realm, and faced an unprecedented heavenly tribulation, breaking into the second stage of Tao in one fell swoop. This youth was nearly akin to a demonic being. The elder of the Lu family, who had previously encountered Chen Yuan outside the ancient tomb, offered such commendation. Despite the remarkable talents of the siblings Le Xiao and Le Han, they appeared somewhat overshadowed by Chen Yuan. Yet, even the elder of the Lu family remained unaware that the brilliance belonging to Chen Yuan was merely at its inception. Chapter 85. Inside and outside the city, the entirety of Jiangning City was stirred by the spectacle of Chen Yuan's tribulation, forever etching the image of that godlike youth into the hearts of its inhabitants. Even as they aged, they would not forget the breathtaking moment when he faced the heavenly tribulation with naught but his fists. The radiance of the 12 outstanding individuals seemed to pale significantly in comparison. After all, they had once been hailed as paragons of elegance. Yet one among them, Shi Yu, had been defeated by Chen Yuan across realms, conveying a resounding message. Chen Yuan was stronger, whether in talent or combat prowess. He was not inferior to the 12 outstanding individuals. Should a battle occur at the same realm, the outcome would be decidedly unambiguous. The Shi family's golden dragon, they proclaimed, would easily vanquish Chen Yuan of the Holy Temple. Some within the Shi family, unwilling to accept such a dismal conclusion, fervently spread tales of the golden dragon's might. Some merely chuckled at the news, while others retaliated directly. asserting that Shi Yu had already succumbed to Chen Yuan, and that Shi Jinlong was no exception. Initially, the 12 heroes had expressed intentions to eliminate Chen Yuan, yet after he transcended his tribulation, silence enveloped them. No one dared to utter such provocative words again, not even Shi Jinlong, who remained quietly within the Shi family. The history of Jiangning City was fated to be rewritten. Some sighed, reminiscing about the city's once unparalleled glory, now diminished in recent years. However, with the rise of the 12 heroes and Chen Yuan, a new and prosperous era was on the horizon. Yet, just as some held an optimistic view of Jiangning City's future, astonishing news arrived. Leaving all in shock, the 12 heroes had departed from Jiangning City overnight. The revelation sent ripples throughout the city. Although Shi Yu had been rendered insignificant, people still habitually referred to them collectively. Such is the treatment afforded to prodigies. Even amidst the remarkable talents of Jiangning City, they continued to receive deference. The inhabitants of Jiangning City were left with an inexplicable sense of wonder, believing that the extraordinary abilities of Shi Jinlong and others had earned them the princess's special favor. However, Chen Yuan discerned that there was likely an undisclosed secret lurking beneath the surface. The origins of the princess warranted further investigation. Each day, Chen Yuan devoted himself to quiet cultivation, consolidating his realm while practicing the insights gained from his tribulation. His ambitions far surpassed those of his previous life. He not only aspired to tread the path of the strongest, but also to forge his own methods, perfecting his own way. He was acutely aware that after the tribulation, he had swiftly ascended to the second level of the Dao embryo realm. Although this advancement seemed natural, the rapidity of his progress was somewhat alarming. The Dao embryo realm signifies the foundational stage, necessitating time for consolidation. Otherwise, it could lead to future calamities in his cultivation. The treasures shall belong to my Jiang mansion. Those so-called 12 prodigies are but an illusion. A grand procession from Jiang mansion approached the enigmatic ancient tomb, where 4 formidable cultivators of the Bitter Sea realm were engaged in their practices. Upon sensing the approaching presence, they simultaneously bellowed, "Leave." Such audacity to demand our departure. The cultivator clad in the Jiaoyang robe coldly remarked, "I would advise you to vacate this place promptly. Otherwise, prepare to meet your demise. None dared to speak to us in such a manner within the territory of Jiangning City." One of the elders opened his eyes, fixing a piercing gaze upon the middle-aged cultivator adorned in the Jiaoyang robe. He was an elder of the Shi clan, alongside the other 3 clan elders, guarding the entrance to prevent any clandestine intrusions. The control of the ancient tomb's entrance must remain firmly in the grasp of their 4 families. The audacity of someone descending to this location and expecting the 4 great elders to leave was nothing short of a fool's dream. The 4 families had dominated Jiangning City for many years, their roots deep and firm. Being elders, they held an air of superiority. How could Jiang Mansion compel them to depart willingly? If they were unwilling to retreat, then they must be prepared to pay with their lives. The middle-aged man in the long robe uttered a chilling voice, and in an instant, numerous formidable figures emerged beside him, each exuding a terrifying aura. The slightly younger individuals lingered in the background, their lips curling into cold smirks, as if they were spectators to a farcical display by a group of elderly men. Upon sensing the dread emanating from their adversaries, the elders' expressions shifted slightly, realizing that this group comprised powerful beings from the Bitter Sea realm. "From whence do you hail?" the elders inquired, having stood guard outside the city for an extended period, completely unaware of the arrival of the Jiang Manor. In truth, aside from the vigilant Holy Temple, the 4 prominent families had scant knowledge of Jiang Manor, failing to recognize that a substantial contingent of their powerful individuals had been circling the outskirts of the city for days. "Are you truly oblivious?" The middle-aged man in the long robe stepped forward, a profound smirk gracing his features, before he erupted in a brilliant radiance that outshone the sun itself. The atmosphere became saturated with a suffocating heat, causing the elders to break into a sweat, as if they could be vaporized at any moment. The formidable solar flame cultivation technique, the 9 solar suns. "You are from Jiang Manor." One of the elders of the Wei family stammered, gazing at the man before him. The remaining 3 elders finally grasped the identity of their opponents. Although Jiuyang Manor lay far from Jiangning City, they had heard of its renown. "See, now you are enlightened," the middle-aged man replied with a slight smile, seemingly pleased with their response. Yet, he stepped forward once more, declaring, "At times, possessing too much knowledge is not advantageous. Since you have disowned our identity, you cannot be permitted to leave. Everyone, heed my command, attack." Chapter 86. 5 Severed Heads. The 4 illustrious families of Jiangning City remained blissfully unaware that their esteemed elder had met his demise outside the ancient tomb. Meanwhile, the people of Jiuyang Mansion were ardently attempting to breach the tomb's entrance, employing formidable artifacts of power, yet the door remained immovable, akin to the southern gate of the Celestial Palace, impervious to their efforts. Ultimately, even the robed middle-aged man relinquished his attempts, casting a glance at the 4 lifeless bodies on the ground, muttering a curse of misfortune before departing with his entourage. As dawn broke, the city erupted in uproar. The 4 families, who had held dominion over Jiangning for countless years, found themselves confronted with an unexpected decree. Even the lord dispatched by the royal family had shown them the utmost respect, refraining from meddling in their affairs. Yet today, they received orders to submit within 3 days. Those who defied this command would face execution. Within the Shi family, Shi Gang tore apart the letter in his hands, disintegrating it into fragments, and slammed his palm onto the table. The table, crafted from a millennium-old pear tree, was renowned for its resilience, yet under this strike, it crumbled to dust. Had Jiuyang Mansion lost their senses? This world still belonged to the Yu Emperor, and they audaciously demanded the submission of the 4 prominent families. "You are right, Brother Shi. Jiuyang Mansion harbors considerable ambition." Voices echoed from beyond the door, and as Shi Gang raised his gaze, he beheld 3 figures entering with a leisurely stride. Rather than reprimanding his subordinates for their failure to announce their arrival, he welcomed them warmly, stating, "You gentlemen have arrived at the perfect moment. I was just about to seek your counsel on how we should respond to Jiuyang Mansion." The head of the Wei family let out a soft sigh, contemplating 2 possible courses of action, either submission or battle. The master of the Lu family, with a sharp expression, questioned whether he feared the Jiuyang Mansion. This was the territory of our 4 great families, where no one could act recklessly for all eternity. If he desired my submission, he might as well indulge in his dreams of grandeur. The master of the Lu family, known for his fiery temperament, was well understood by the other family heads. They remained more composed, pondering strategies for their response. In my view, there should be a third option to avert the onset of conflict. The Chen family had sent their 2nd elder, as the family head was absent and the elder was in seclusion, leaving the 2nd elder in charge of the Chen family. What could this third option be? The 3 family heads turned their gazes towards him, eager to hear the insights of the 2nd elder. However, he merely smiled sheepishly, admitting that the third option was indeed elusive and that he was still contemplating it. He would share his thoughts once they materialized. Isn't that mere nonsense? The master of the Lu family could not help but scold. My intention is quite clear. As long as we unite and stand together against external forces, we can withstand the Jiuyang Mansion and remain unafraid of any invasion. Even if the Emperor of the Universe were to arrive, he could not alter the dynamics of Jiangning City. At that moment, another voice echoed within the courtyard, causing Shi Gang to furrow his brow. What now has occurred? Reporting to the family head, 5 heads have been displayed at the city gate, one of which belongs to an elder of our Shi family. What? Shi Gang rose with a thud, seething with rage upon hearing that the head of an elder from his clan had been severed. When did the Shi family become so susceptible to bullying? The eldest daughter lay exposed in the wilderness, and now the head of an elder was taken. Was this an attempt to trample upon their clan? Which elder had met such a fate? Elder Chen Heir's expression shifted, a myriad of thoughts flooding his mind, and a pallor of fear gradually crept across his face. It was the elder assigned to guard the ancient tomb, alongside elders from the Chen, Wei, and Lu families, all of their heads displayed at the city gates. My 7th brother, Elder Chen Heir roared upon realization. The one dispatched to safeguard the ancient tomb was his beloved seventh brother, akin to a blood brother. He could hardly fathom the horror of having his head severed and displayed at the city gates. The other family heads, too, wore expressions of profound sorrow. Those chosen to guard the tomb were their most trusted aides. Moreover, a formidable figure of the Bitter Sea realm was invaluable to them, and the loss of even one was a source of deep regret. Who dares to commit such an atrocity? Elder Chen Yuan glared at the messenger from the Shi family, his countenance dark as thunder. It was the Zhuyang mansion. The trembling messenger stammered, his body quaking with fear. They inscribed in blood upon the city gates that within 3 days, if the 4 great families do not submit, they will hang the heads of all members of the 4 families upon the gates. Arrogance! Tyranny! Several family heads stomped their feet in fury, having thought their usual conduct was already outrageous, only to discover a force even more brazen than themselves had appeared. They were given 3 days to surrender or face annihilation, with the heads of their entire clans hung at the city gates, a truly brutal and tyrannical decree. Moreover, this conveys a message: the Zhuyang mansion will not yield. They possess the absolute strength to conquer this city, leaving no further options for the 4 great families. I cannot believe they would dare to act. Although Jiangning City has faced economic hardships in recent years, it remains a principal city, personally designated by the Emperor of the Universe. How could they dare to infringe upon it? Shi Gang interjected, stating that the principal city is fortified with troops, and the city lord can directly mobilize nearby forces to defend the city. Indeed, even the Emperor of the Universe has never compelled our 4 great families to submit directly over the centuries. I am eager to see what capabilities the Zhuyang mansion possesses that lead them to contemplate such slaughter within our Jiangning city. The head of the Wei family shared a similar sentiment. Having operated in Jiangning City for many years, it is more accurate to say that this place belongs to the 4 great families rather than being merely the emperor's principal city. The entirety of Jiangning City is their private domain, and they will not permit others to encroach upon it. Should anyone covet this land, they can report it to the emperor, allowing the royal family to intervene against the Zhuyang mansion. The emperor might find it challenging to contend with them. Elder Chen let out a deep sigh as he gazed at the messenger, who had just mentioned that 5 severed heads were displayed at the city gate. However, each family only sent 1 elder. Who, then, does the remaining head belong to? The messenger stammered, as if he had endured a great terror, before finally uttering 2 words: the city lord. The head of the city lord has been severed and hung at the city gate? The family head staggered back, as if they had received a tremendous shock. The city lord's cultivation was on par with ours. Who could infiltrate Jiangning City in the dead of night, assassinate the city lord without our detection, and sever his head? Just how formidable is this person's cultivation? Chapter 87. The envoy's contemplations. 5 heads were suspended from the city gate. All prominent figures in Jiangning City, especially the one belonging to the city lord appointed by the Yu Emperor to govern this major city. This made everyone realize that the Nine Sun Prefecture harbored immense ambition, not only seeking the submission of the 4 major families, but also aiming to seize the Yu Emperor's entire domain. The city lord's position was originally intended to oversee the cities on behalf of the Yu Emperor. Now that the Nine Sun Prefecture dared to kill even the city lord, their ambition was laid bare for all to see. Indeed, the Nine Sun Prefecture is audacious. This news also reached the Holy Temple. Yin Xiangnan, gazing at the intelligence in his hand, wore a grim expression. The Nine Sun Prefecture has overstepped its bounds. Left envoy, should we remain neutral and let them fight it out? An attendant inquired of Yin Xiangnan. It is difficult for us to remain aloof from this matter. Although we have not formally allied with the 4 major families over the years, we have had numerous business dealings. The sudden upheaval in Jiangning City, with the Nine Sun Prefecture seeking the submission of the 4 major families, will alter the city's structure, and many things will change, Yin Xiangnan stated in a deep voice. Although the Holy Temple possessed a profound background, it also required its members to continuously expand. For a Holy Temple to establish itself in a major city, it needed not only strength, but also the support of various industries to maintain its position. Someone questioned, Does the Nine-Sun Prefecture dare to encroach upon the interests of our holy temple? This is precisely what worries me even more. Yin Xiangnan furrowed his brow. The Jiuyang manor was advancing with great fervor, disregarding even the imperial family. Do you truly believe they lack support? Support? The crowd's gazes flickered as they turned to Yin Xiangnan. What significance would a mere Jiuyang manor hold, even with a few skilled individuals? Establishing a dynasty is a simple task, yet maintaining it is fraught with challenges. Since the inception of the Dayu Dynasty, how many formidable warriors have emerged? Do you think all these warriors have perished? They will appear at crucial moments to safeguard the Dayu Dynasty, Yin Xiangnan asserted. And the audacity with which Jiuyang Manor stirred up trouble, unafraid of the will of heaven or the people's sentiments, clearly indicated they possessed some form of backing. This backing could very well obliterate the Dayu Dynasty. The crowd was taken aback. Was there still a force within the Dayu Dynasty capable of contending with the imperial family? This notion prompted deep contemplation among many. The number of top-tier warriors within the Dayu Dynasty was limited, and powerful factions were equally scarce. Aside from the Holy Temple, what other force could possibly support Jiuyang Manor in its defiance of the imperial family? Yin Xiangnan reclined in his seat, propping his head up with his arm, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. The situation of the dynasty and the crisis in Jiangning City left him feeling obscured. He vaguely sensed part of the truth, yet he was reluctant to delve deeper, as it would shatter the beliefs he had held steadfastly. He was unwilling to confront it. You may all withdraw. Yin Xiangnan instructed the assembly, yearning for a moment of respite. However, he soon heard footsteps approaching from outside, and his expression soured. Hadn't he just ordered them to leave? It is I. Upon hearing this voice, Yin Xiangnan sprang to his feet, looking towards the newcomer. Right envoy? Must we still maintain such formality between us? The right envoy of the sanctuary strolled into the grand hall of Yin Xiangnan. We have engaged in combat within the sanctuary for many years, albeit limited to martial arts exchanges. In many matters, we find ourselves in agreement, do we not? You speak the truth. Yin Xiangnan nodded. Your magnanimity surpasses my expectations. I never anticipated you would endorse Chen Yuan as a saint. His talent is acknowledged by the sages. How could I possibly dispute that? I have observed his performance outside the sanctuary with great clarity. The right envoy chuckled. Indeed. I have also noted some formidable potential adversaries of his, extraordinary prodigies beyond compare. If one were to observe closely, this envoy was the very individual who safeguarded Chen Yuan during his tribulation and instilled fear in the massed youth. At that time, Chen Yuan sensed this person's presence, but never imagined he would be the right envoy of the sanctuary. His talents are remarkable, a prodigy seldom seen in a millennium. The sanctuary has gained much from this young man, honoring the teachings of the sages. Speaking of Chen Yuan, a look of pride illuminated Yin Xiangnan's face. Indeed, across the vast expanse of the Great Yu Dynasty, it is rare to find another who could rival him. I have heard that other sanctuaries have unearthed numerous talents. Yet how can these talents compare to Chen Yuan? I firmly believe he is the strongest. The right envoy remarked, a similar expression of pride emerging upon his countenance. Chen Yuan is the saint of the Jiangning City sanctuary. Alas, the situation within the Great Yu Dynasty has evolved too swiftly and too intricately. Even I find it somewhat inscrutable. Yin Xiangnan sighed. Otherwise, when Chen Yuan matures, he may very well influence the course of the dynasty. To influence the dynamics of a dynasty is undoubtedly the mark of an extraordinary individual, one capable of standing on the same pedestal as the emperor. Yin Xiangnan's assertion clearly indicates his belief that Chen Yuan will eventually ascend to such heights. Indeed, time is not on our side. What can one do against fate? The right envoy of the sacred hall expressed a deeper sense of melancholy. Exhaling softly, the envoy is about to emerge from seclusion. It is curious that the envoy, neither emerging too early nor too late, chose this precise moment when the forces of Jiuyang are poised before Jiangning City. Yin Xiangnan's tone was undeniably laced with irony. Many matters have become immutable. Although we sensed them earlier, our insignificant voices hold little sway against the tides of fate, the right envoy of the sacred hall lamented. Such words, once spoken, will surely astonish many. These two, the left and right envoys of the Sacred Hall, could instigate tumult in Jiangning City with but a mere step outside, yet they profess their powerlessness in altering the grand scheme of things. What we cannot change, others may yet accomplish. The spirit of the Sacred Hall remains unyielding. Our foundational belief must not be swayed by personal desires, Yin Xiangnan affirmed resolutely. Indeed, there are those who can carry forth our unfinished endeavors. A glimmer of understanding shone in the right envoy's eyes, as he and Yin Xiangnan thought of the same individual. Just as they engaged in conversation, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the depths of the Sacred Hall. Akin to a vast sea of stars in turmoil, an unfathomable presence spreading throughout the hall, enveloping all of Jiangning City. Such a formidable aura, has someone broken through? The tumultuous sea of suffering has transformed, and the atmosphere trembles beneath the vast sky. The Hall Master has emerged from seclusion. Soon, excitement swept through the crowd. Amidst the stormy turmoil in Jiangning City, the long-absent Hall Master's return undoubtedly brought a sense of reassurance to the people. He has emerged. There is no time to lose. We must swiftly bring Chen Yuan to the main hall. In stark contrast to the collective joy, the immediate reaction of the two attendants was one of urgency as they dashed forth, neglecting to send anyone to inform Chen Yuan. Instead, they took matters into their own hands, one hastening to the hall where the statues of ancient sages resided, while the other rushed to summon Chen Yuan to the main hall. Chapter 88. The Will of the Sacred Hall. With the Hall Master's emergence, the entire Sacred Hall resonated with jubilant cheers. For the presence of the Hall Master promised safety amidst the chaos engulfing Jiangning City. However, Yin Xiangnan and the right attendant harbored a different sentiment. They could not suppress their profound melancholy, as a potent sense of crisis surged within them. They acted independently, bringing Chen Yuan to the main hall. Chen Yuan, engrossed in his cultivation, sensed the terrifying aura and deduced that the Hall Master had emerged. Upon seeing Yin Xiangnan hastily approaching, he mistakenly assumed that Yin intended to introduce him to the Hall Master, feeling somewhat astonished. Surely, there is no need for such urgency, even if one is to meet the Hall Master. Yin Xiangnan, typically composed, had never witnessed the left attendant in such a fervent state. There is no time for formality. We must proceed to the main hall to pay homage to the ancient sages. Yin Xiangnan insisted, for only the ancient sages can save your life. Chen Yuan, perplexed by this urgency, was swept along by Yin Xiangnan to the main hall, where he beheld the 18 statues of the sages. They have arrived. The right envoy of the temple had long awaited this moment. Upon witnessing Chen Yuan's arrival, a glimmer of relief graced his eyes, and he hastily approached. Do you possess your saint token? Indeed, Chen Yuan replied, a vague understanding of the envoy's identity dawning upon him as he felt a tremor in his palm, the saint token manifesting in his grasp. You are acknowledged as a saint by both of us, yet the envoy of the temple has yet to concur. Now that the envoy has emerged from seclusion, it is imperative to associate your saint token with the ancient sages to prevent any potential disavowal of your sanctified status. The right envoy spoke, causing a flicker of apprehension in Chen Yuan's gaze. The envoy of the temple might indeed negate my status as a saint. What does this imply? Surely, the envoy cannot disagree with the decision made by the right envoy? In an instant, myriad thoughts raced through Chen Yuan's mind, contemplating various possibilities. Yet he strayed far from the crux of the matter. After all, he was not well versed in the affairs of the Zhuyang residents. Had he been, he might have discerned the truth. If you gain the acknowledgement of the ancient sages, no one can shake your position as a saint, save for an act of treachery against the temple, which would compel all to recognize your status. Yin Xiangnan interjected, albeit with some hesitation, casting a glance towards the right envoy of the temple. However, this endeavor demands a price. A price? Chen Yuan found himself ensnared in a web of mystery. Perplexed by the intentions of Yin Xiangnan and the right envoy, we have devoted our lives to the temple. It is our very essence. While certain actions from above may conflict with our principles, we cannot betray the temple. Thus, we seek to nurture someone who can rise and effect change within the temple. Yin Xiangnan's gaze rested upon Chen Yuan, and he proclaimed, "You are the one we have chosen. We hope that you can preserve the original intent of the sanctuary." Untainted by personal gain, the right envoy of the sanctuary, taking up Yin Xiangnan's words, spoke. In ancient times, the sages imparted wisdom to the masses, ever mindful of the well-being of all. This embodies the spirit and will of the sanctuary. Even as the sanctuary extends across the northern Weixing, it harbors no desire for dominion over the world. Rather, it seeks to aid warriors in awakening their destinies, facilitating their communion with the sages. The sanctuary must remain aloof from worldly disputes. We are powerless to intervene, but you can. Only me? Chen Yuan pondered deeply, fully comprehending the words of the two envoys. The sanctuary has, since time immemorial, refrained from meddling in worldly affairs, devoted solely to the dissemination of sage wisdom. This independent spirit and intent of the sanctuary now faces a threat, as there are those who wish to alter its will, utilizing the accumulated essence of the sanctuary for their own purposes. Should anyone truly seize control of this formidable power, it would undoubtedly shake the very foundations of the world. Not only the great Dayu Dynasty, but even the surrounding empires would fall within their grasp. It seems that such a person is already emerging. Time is limited. I can only convey this much. I shall ask you one question. Are you willing? The right envoy regarded Chen Yuan intently. He was their hope. Yet they could not impose their will upon him. After all, it is Chen Yuan who must face the myriad challenges that lie ahead. Chen Yuan met the gaze of the right envoy, glanced at Yin Xiangnan, and smiled softly. "I am willing. Do you know what kind of individuals you will face?" He was a figure of unparalleled authority, capable of commanding countless formidable beings and gazing down upon the masses from an exalted perch, with a mere thought. He could stir the ages. Yet, in the moments before consulting Chen Yuan, Yin Xiangnan was plagued by trepidation, fearing that Chen Yuan might decline. However, upon receiving Chen Yuan's affirmative response, Yin Xiangnan felt a pang of reluctance, for his adversary was exceedingly powerful, beyond the sway of mere mortals. The intelligence he possessed far surpassed that of the right envoy of the sanctuary. The events unfolding within the great Dayu Dynasty today were anything but trivial, involving high-ranking figures from the sanctuary, some of whom hailed from beyond its confines. Without the tacit consent of such illustrious individuals, would the sanctuary dare to act recklessly within the great Dayu Dynasty? I am aware, yet unafraid. Chen Yuan's smile remained composed. No matter how formidable the orchestrator of these events, could they rival the likes of the elder Chen Yuan and the celestial goddess Star Master? If even these invincible beings, who struck fear across the 3,000 realms, could not bring about his demise, how could the sanctuary's agents succeed? Very well, we have not misjudged you. The right envoy of the sanctuary heartily clapped Chen Yuan on the shoulder, urging him to spill his blood upon the saint's token. With resolve, Chen Yuan drew his finger across his left hand, allowing several drops of crimson to fall upon the token. In that instant, the token emitted a resounding roar, and the faint echoes of profound scriptures reverberated, as if a sage were manifesting, exhaling, and inhaling formidable runes. In ancient times, the wise sages looked down upon the world, while their disciples, lacking in capability, could do little to impede the actions of those in power. They could only harbor a flicker of hope, wishing that the venerable sages would take notice and bestow their blessings upon this disciple, allowing him to flourish and ultimately inherit the will of these great sages, bringing benefit to all humanity. The voice of the right envoy of the sacred temple fluctuated in pitch, imbued with an ethereal quality. As he addressed the ancient sages, a flicker of flame manifested around him, consuming not only his corporeal form but also his very soul. Predecessor. The well-versed Chen Yuan immediately discerned the right envoy's intent. He was prepared to sacrifice his own essence to leave a mark upon his status as a saint. The flames blazed, emanating a golden radiance. In that moment, the brilliance of the ancient sages resonated in harmony, causing the saintly token in Chen Yuan's grasp to levitate autonomously. Light from the revered statues surged into the token, mingling with the sacred scriptures authored by the sages, rendering it invincible, all merging into the token. Both the token and Chen Yuan basked in this divine light. As the flames surrounding the right envoy intensified, the sacred radiance became increasingly resplendent. Just as the right envoy was on the verge of transcending, a figure strolled forth. With fierce winds howling, his eyes sparkled with divine lightning as he gazed upon the right envoy, who was merging with the sacred path. Are you truly willing to offer yourself as a sacrifice to ensure this child's survival under the protection of the celestial sages? Your calculations are indeed astute. The newcomer scoffed coldly, then struck mercilessly, unleashing a streak of azure sword light aimed directly at the right envoy of the sacred temple. Stop! Yin Xiangnan stood vigilantly nearby, apprehensive of any unforeseen developments. A formidable sword manifested above his palm, an exquisite third-tier superior magical weapon, exceedingly rare within the entire Dayu Empire. His immediate resort to such a pinnacle weapon underscores his trepidation towards the approaching individual. He was resolved to exert his utmost effort. With a sweeping stroke, it seemed even the stars could be dislodged, as boundless sword energy coiled around the azure sword radiance. Envoy, you are indeed in collusion with the Jiang mansion. Yin Xiangnan's sword tip pointed sharply at the newcomer, his countenance resolute, as a frigid voice escaped his lips. You may interpret it thus. This is not solely my personal design, but rather the collective sentiment of the Holy Hall. The envoy's demeanor was cold and unyielding, observing Yin Xiangnan with a hint of amusement. The Holy Hall you aspire to uphold has long since become an anachronism. A new era is upon us, and we must not cling to antiquated conventions. If one loses their very essence, can it still be called a Holy Hall? Yin Xiangnan expressed profound regret. It appears we are destined to tread divergent paths. You are obstinate and deluded, bound to traverse the path of the underworld, unable to accompany me on the sacred road. The envoy's gaze was as frigid as steel, devoid of any compassion. The other holy halls have long since purged those with divided loyalties. I have held on to our brotherly bond, hesitating to eliminate you, yet it has inadvertently led to calamity, allowing you to summon an unworthy wretch from the outside to inherit the position of saint. Now, you are compelled to sacrifice yourselves to preserve his life. It seems I should not have spared you. It is time to send you on your way. The envoy bellowed, striking with his palm like a blade, unleashing a sweeping azure light that surged toward Yin Xiangnan. You focus on communicating the will of the temple. I shall confront Chen Yuan. Yin Xiangnan instructed the right envoy of the temple and Chen Yuan, stepping forward with determination, brandishing his sword in a fierce display. Chen Yuan, the envoy's name, echoed ominously. You dare to utter my name? Do you truly believe you can impede my path? You are merely a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Chen Yuan's icy demeanor conveyed not arrogance, but the undeniable truth of his superiority over Yin Xiangnan. His cultivation surpassed that of Yin Xiangnan. Years spent in solitary training had fortified his prowess beyond comparison. As the sword descended, a flurry of sword light erupted, resembling a prison of blades. Yet, Chen Yuan's formidable palm force shattered the onslaught of sword light, a hand descending from the heavens, aimed squarely at Yin Xiangnan. Retreat, Chen Yuan exclaimed, startled by the ferocity of Chen Yuan's attack, urging Yin Xiangnan to evade. Instinctively, Yin Xiangnan withdrew, his sword raised defensively to dissipate the oncoming wave of energy. It seems you have indeed made considerable progress. Despite merely engaging Chen Yuan briefly, Yin Xiangnan found himself at a disadvantage. Had it not been for Chen Yuan's timely warning, he would have faced a strike capable of shattering bones. You too have improved, but alas, it does not bridge the chasm between us. Chen Yuan stood with arms crossed, fixating on Yin Xiangnan, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The outcome was beyond the influence of Yin Xiangnan and the right envoy of the temple. I cannot comprehend why, if the temple were to dominate the world, it would pose such a detriment to you that you would be willing to forfeit your very lives to thwart me, even if I were to spare you today, allowing you to convey the will of the sages and protect this child. In the end, what could you possibly alter? A look of confusion flickered in Chen Yuan's eyes, as he struggled to grasp the steadfastness exhibited by Yin Xiangnan and his companion. If we were to speak of status, reputation, or position, there would be no inherent harm in them. Yet, to contradict our original intentions, that is indeed a grave misfortune. We have been brothers for many years. And you know me well, I am stubborn to the core, and once I set my mind on something, I will pursue it to the death. Yin Xiangnan replied. So am I, echoed the specter of the temple's right envoy, whose resolve, though unwavering, was driven by a different fervor. He yearned for the temple's expansion, yet not through such means. You are all a band of madmen, Xin Yin lamented, shaking his head. Xiangnan. It is precisely because we have shared many years as brothers that I am loath to truly take your lives. Why not put aside past grievances and unite our efforts to strengthen the temple of Jiangning, and together, we could sweep across the world. Our hearts have diverged. How can we tread the same path? Yin Xiangnan replied with a bitter smile. If you are intent on killing Chen Yuan today, then I can only fight with my life. What a futile endeavor this is, Xin Yin sighed deeply. Do you think I would hesitate to take your life? The remaining specter of the temple's right envoy caught a glimpse of Yin Xiangnan and Xin Yin. While others may be oblivious, he was acutely aware of their true intentions. Xin Yin and Yin Xiangnan are fellow disciples, both of whom were directly taught by the previous palace master. Although Yin Xiangnan exhibits a more composed demeanor in handling affairs, the palace master ultimately entrusted his legacy to the more gifted Xin Yin. From a young age, the two shared a profound bond, rarely engaging in disputes, and their perspectives on martial arts were nearly aligned, considering each other as kindred spirits. During Xin Yan's seclusion, he entrusted all matters, both trivial and significant, to Yin Xiangnan. However, in recent years, Xin Yan's frequent interactions with other sacred halls from major cities led to a dramatic shift in his temperament, resulting in occasional quarrels with Yin Xiangnan. Their differing philosophies regarding the development of the sacred hall ultimately rendered their relationship exceedingly strained. It is precisely for this reason that Yin Xiangnan wishes for Chen Yuan not to eliminate Shi Yang. What would Xin Yin think if his chosen one were to kill the person Yin Xiangnan selected? As for Shi Yang's suicide, it is an occurrence beyond Yin Xiangnan's control, and he prefers not to elaborate further. Yet, given the current circumstances, it is evident that Xin Yin still harbors some regard for their past friendship and is reluctant to truly eliminate Yin Xiangnan. Even if you do not kill me, there will inevitably be others who will seek my life. At that time, will you assist me or not? Yin Xiangnan gazed at the palace master, Xin Yin. Xin Yin returned Yin Xiangnan's gaze with an icy demeanor. Acknowledging that the great Dayu Dynasty is destined to become a pawn of the sacred hall, a trend that cannot be resisted. Those who swim against the current invariably perish. Perhaps, as you say, someone will indeed come to kill you in the future. At that juncture, I will have no choice but to act. How well you phrase no other choice. If there truly comes a time when someone seeks my death, I would rather perish at your hands. After all, we are still fellow disciples. Dying by your hand would not tarnish the legacy of our master's profound teachings. Yin Xiangnan laughed heartily, leaving Xin Yin to sigh inwardly as he turned to depart. Very well, I shall spare your lives, for I am curious to witness the abilities of the saint you have chosen, one for whom you are willing to forsake your very existence. Observing Xin Yan's departing figure, Yin Xiangnan secretly exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet he simultaneously comprehended that he could no longer remain in the sacred hall of Jiangning City. Yin Xiangnan turned his gaze towards Chen Yuan. At this moment, the right envoy of the sacred hall had left no trace. Only an endless radiance enveloped Chen Yuan, as ancient sages recited the scriptures of the great Tao, intending to impart them into Chen Yuan's being. Chapter 90. The envoy's scheme. After a lengthy interval, the holy light dissipated, and Chen Yuan let out a resigned sigh. The right envoy perished for his sake. Although the right envoy of the sacred hall sacrificed himself so that Chen Yuan might inherit his will, Chen Yuan's heart remained heavy with remorse. Had he known beforehand that the right envoy would choose such a means to protect him, he would have unequivocally refused. By the time he realized the gravity of the situation, it was already too late. The right envoy had ignited his own essence, and there was no turning back. Only continuation remained. Thus, Chen Yuan had no choice but to accept all of this. All he could do was to live up to the expectations of the right envoy. Did you hear all of that? Yin Xiangnan inquired, to which Chen Yuan nodded. He had listened intently to the exchange between Yin Xiangnan and Chen Yuan. Your saintly token has now fused with you, creating a communion of thought. Unless an individual of equal standing among the sacred hall ignites themselves to break the sage seal upon you, no one within the sacred hall can harm you. Both the envoy and the lord of the hall must acknowledge your identity as a saint. Yin Xiangnan began to speak, and Chen Yuan had anticipated these matters. Feeling adequately prepared and not overly surprised, my senior has sacrificed so much for me. A pang of sorrow welled up within Chen Yuan. He had only met the right envoy of the sanctuary twice, yet that individual had entrusted all their hopes upon him. Even in death, they vowed to protect Chen Yuan. Moreover, Yin Xiangnan had repeatedly intervened to rescue him. Such kindness warranted a profound gratitude. There is little more we can do for you. I will soon depart from the sanctuary, and you may choose to remain here or venture to Yudu. Yin Xiangnan presented two options. Recognizing that given his current relationship with the envoy, it was indeed inappropriate to continue residing in the sanctuary, especially since the sanctuary would soon fall under Sun Yan's dominion. Their paths diverged, and he would undoubtedly lead the sanctuary down a different route. I will naturally leave with my senior, Chen Yuan replied with a smile. Yin Xiangnan was his closest elder. How could he possibly wish to part ways? Furthermore, remaining in the sanctuary held little significance, as Chen Yuan could easily undermine his position as a saint. It would be wiser to depart altogether. Very well, let us first find a secluded place in Jiangning City to reside and observe how the situation unfolds. I will share with you everything that has transpired in recent days. As Yin Xiangnan spoke, he prepared to take Chen Yuan away. He intended to inquire in other major cities to see if there were any remnants of the sanctuary that still upheld its ideals, which could serve as a refuge. May I ask, during my unconsciousness, there was a young girl caring for me. What was her name? Chen Yuan inquired of Yin Xiangnan. Yin Xiangnan paused slightly. A young girl? In the temple, what could possibly be a mere girl? Wait, I believe I now understand whom you are referring to. Curiously, I had not arranged for her to attend to you, Yin Xiangnan murmured, glancing at Chen Yuan. Is this fellow's charm truly so compelling that even that little sorceress would willingly come to care for him? Senior, who are you speaking of? Yin Xiangnan inquired, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Xin Yan's daughter, Xin Shui. Now it makes sense. No wonder I had not encountered her before. With this revelation, my confusion within the temple dissipates, and we may now depart. As Yin Xiangnan and Chen Yuan stepped out of the temple, a report was promptly delivered to Chen Yan. Had Yin Xiangnan remained, he would have observed that the individual providing the report was typically unseen within the temple, a core figure who reported solely to Chen Yan. It is perhaps for the best that he has left, Chen Yan remarked coolly. From a young age, I have been aware of his fixation. I know I cannot alter his entrenched beliefs. For years, I have concealed the truth from him and avoided confrontation, fearing the day when we, as brothers, might turn against one another. Yet, I did not foresee that the day I most dreaded would ultimately arrive. The listeners below remained tranquil, their expressions betraying no hint of emotion, as calm as a still pond. I am genuinely curious about the exceptional talent possessed by that lad named Chen Yuan, which has garnered such esteem from them. Other main cities' temples have scouted numerous prodigies, all vying for the position of temple master. It is worth noting that the Zhuyang mansion is poised to dominate the entire Great Yu Dynasty. Whoever claims the position of temple master at this juncture will become the most powerful individual in the entire dynasty. These individuals have likely been plotting for quite some time, thoroughly preparing for this moment. Saint Chen Yuan possesses extraordinary talent, having recently traversed the formidable 8 gates of immortal slaughter. Those below reported truthfully, presenting Chen Yuan's recent actions to Xin Yan, ensuring that Xin Yan's judgment remains unaffected. Upon hearing this, Xin Yan's gaze sharpened, beginning to grasp why Yin Xiangnan and the right envoy made such choices. A gradual smile appeared on his face, after all. He is still the saint of the Holy Temple in Jiangning City. When the time is ripe, he may leverage Chen Yuan's abilities to contend with the talents of other temples. Once I seize control of the dynasty and break free from the constraints of the Bitter Sea realm, the necessity of this saint will become inconsequential. The envoy must exercise caution. This young man has inherited the will of the left and right envoys, which could prove detrimental to the situation, a reminder echoed from below. When needed, he can be utilized. When deemed unnecessary, he can be discarded. At crucial moments, he may serve as a bargaining chip. Chen Yuan smiled faintly, fully aware of the potential such an individual holds. The most potent weapons are often the most perilous. With proper control, risks can be circumvented. However, having communicated with the will of the sages, eliminating him in the future may prove exceedingly difficult. The individuals below noted that the right envoy has even risked his life to prevent the temple's members from slaying Chen Yuan. Engaging with the will of the sages offers numerous advantages to the saint. Unless a decree is issued directly by the sages, no one can revoke Chen Yuan's status as a saint. Furthermore, once one joins the temple, the act of killing Chen Yuan becomes forbidden. Naturally, should Chen Yuan voluntarily choose to fight to the death, the sages would not intervene. The envoy Chen Yuan found himself in a rather precarious situation. However, given his esteemed status, he did not deem the matter insurmountable. Would the absence of intervention from the temple grant him eternal life? Surely, there were those capable of ending his existence, even if his own hands were tied. Upon joining the temple, each member bore the indelible mark of the sage. Should they attempt to assassinate Chen Yuan, that mark would erupt, claiming their lives in an instant. Initially, when Chen Yuan witnessed the right envoy sacrificing his life to summon a protective talisman for Chen Yuan, he was indeed seized by murderous intent. Yet, during his confrontation with Yin Xiangnan, a revelation dawned upon him. Chen Yuan was not entirely devoid of utility. At the very least, he could prove advantageous in the upcoming fierce contest among the temple's elite. For now, it was prudent to send word to Yingshan, informing him that this envoy had emerged from seclusion. Additionally, he commanded vigilance regarding the movements of other temples and requested a compilation of intelligence gathered by the left envoy over the past months. Soon, the events within the temple reverberated throughout Jiangning City. The populace remained oblivious to the grievances between the envoys, as well as the temple's ambitions. However, they were acutely aware that the right envoy had met a sudden demise, while the left envoy had departed with the disciple Chen Yuan, whereabouts unknown. Coupled with the looming threat from Juyang Mansion outside the city, an atmosphere of despair settled over Jiangning, as if a tempest were brewing ominously on the horizon. Chapter 91. The challenged Jiangning City stood precariously, beset by external threats and internal strife. Though the occurrences within the temple did not directly affect the inhabitants of Jiangning, they nonetheless stirred a sense of unease among the populace, who interpreted such turmoil as an ill omen. In these dire times, the very foundation of the temple was shaken, instilling a profound apprehension in the hearts of the people. Meanwhile, the members of Juyang Mansion outside the city remained remarkably composed, eagerly anticipating their imminent conquest of Jiangning City, their hearts brimming with exhilaration. I had presumed the city lord possessed considerable prowess, yet I was taken aback to discover he could not withstand a single strike from Elder Ing. Indeed, he is nothing but a mere incompetent. One individual flattered Yingshan, stating, "Elder Ing is the youngest elder in the history of Jiuyang Mansion, with unparalleled strength and talent. Slaying a city lord is hardly a feat for him. Even the Emperor of Yudu may not stand as his equal. He could easily subdue him." Yingshan replied with a smile. "Then we shall express our gratitude to Elder Ing in advance." As the gathering indulged in merriment, an unexpected figure entered the tent, addressing Yingshan. "A letter has arrived from the Holy Temple." Upon hearing this, Yingshan's expression shifted dramatically. A letter from the Holy Temple was indeed of great significance. He accepted the letter and carefully opened it to peruse its contents, revealing a faint, cold smile. It was a missive from the envoy of the Holy Temple in Jiangning City. I had expected correspondence from the Lord of Yudu. Jiangning City's Holy Temple? I believe we have had no previous dealings. However, I have heard that one of the envoys has departed while the other has fallen, leaving only the envoy. A bystander remarked, They are closely monitoring every movement within the city. With such upheaval in the Holy Temple, they certainly would not overlook it. Do not underestimate that envoy. I have heard of him, Chen Yuan, Ancient stated. The crowd's eyes flickered with intrigue. Was Chen Yuan attempting to persuade them to withdraw? If they were capable of victory, why appeal to reason? What kind of medication has this envoy taken to suggest that we refrain from suppressing Jiangning City? Is this not a source of mockery? Shen shook his head. That was not his intention. I believe he hopes we can minimize bloodshed and, ideally, win over the 4 prominent families. Ultimately, it is the temple that governs everything behind us. Should we engage in excessive slaughter, these debts of blood will inevitably fall upon the temple. Once we unify the dynasty, the temple's reputation will be tarnished and viewed as executioners. Hearing Shen's reasoning, the crowd began to realize the gravity of their earlier actions. They had swept through the Dayu Dynasty with relentless force, capturing the main city after city, yet had not contemplated the consequences. Reflecting on Chen Yuan's words, they fell into deep thought. This envoy is far more formidable than I had imagined. His arguments are not without merit. We could very well conquer Jiangning City through a more refined approach, and his method is indeed more thorough than mine. Shen addressed the assembly, implicitly endorsing Chen Yuan's proposal. Of course, there was an unspoken layer to Shen's thoughts. Chen Yuan, being among the top 3 envoys, has a significant chance of assuming control of the Yudu Temple in the future, and Shen was reluctant to offend him. The Jiuyang Mansion proposed a contest where Jiangning City and Jiuyang Mansion would each present 4 champions for a fair duel, with the realm of combat determined by Jiangning City. Should the match end in a tie, or if Jiangning City wins 3 rounds, Jiuyang Mansion would withdraw. However, if Jiuyang Mansion secures 3 victories, the 4 prominent families must surrender unconditionally. At first glance, this condition appears highly advantageous for Jiangning City, especially since it is their home ground and they can choose their own combatants. However, if one were to carefully consider the candidates for battle, it would indeed be a source of great vexation, for the 12 exceptional individuals have already departed from Jiangning City, leaving no suitable warriors within its confines. Chen Tianjiao from the Chen family might qualify, yet what of the other 3 prominent families? Where might one discover a genius apt for combat? The 4 great families find themselves in a dire predicament. They are acutely aware that a fight to the death would be futile against the Jiuyang Manor, and they harbor no desire to surrender. The Holy Temple has exerted considerable effort to mediate the situation to this extent. Nevertheless, Elder Chen soon realized that if Jiangning City were to fall into the hands of Jiuyang Manor, it would bode ill for the Chen family. Even if Chen Tianjiao were to be engrossed in his training, he would inevitably be compelled to intervene. With Chen Tianjiao in the fray, victory would be within reach. Confidence in his prowess permeated the assembly, despite their awareness that the youth of Jiuyang Manor had emerged from a crucible of bloodshed and relentless conflict. They remained steadfast in their belief that Chen Tianjiao would triumph. Should he falter, he would no longer be worthy of his illustrious name. We must swiftly reach out to Lu Xiao and Lu Han, declared the head of the Lu family. They possessed urgent means of communication, capable of establishing contact with the siblings in the shortest possible time. The head of the Shi family likewise began to liaise with Shi Jinlong. Although the Wei family lacked any prodigies, they could rally some allied forces, for within the ancient tomb, other families had also seen their young talents attain legacies, albeit their renown did not rival that of the 4 great families. Chapter 92. Observing the developments. The Shi and Lu families sighed heavily, while some of the more hot-tempered elders within the families vociferously chastised the young talents, such as Shi Jinlong and Lu Xiao, for their apparent indifference. Coldly observing as their families poised to surrender to Jiuyang Manor, they remain unaware that the 12 exceptional individuals from Yudu have already united with the remaining 6, diligently honing an extraordinary skill, leaving them with no time to attend to the affairs of Jiangning City. The head of the Wei family sighed repeatedly, feeling like they had become forsaken. Alas, this calamity is unprecedented. In terms of high-end combat prowess, we are indeed inferior to the Jiuyang house. They can slay the city lord and the formless, who among the 4 great families can compare. If only Chen Yuan were still here, perhaps. The head of the Lu family began to speak, glancing at Elder Chen Er's expression, and abruptly changed his words. Now, it all depends on those young ones. We can only hope that Zhuyang House underestimates their opponents and refrains from dispatching their most elite talents, thus granting us a sliver of hope. Life and death hinge upon tomorrow. The head of the Shi family remarked that the four great families had never been as united as they are in these days. Yet they have no choice. They are the rightful masters of Jiangning City and will not allow it to change hands. Especially given the Zhuyang House's previous threats to bloodily cleanse Jiangning City, displaying the heads of the four great families at the city gates, which leaves them feeling like a thorn in their throats, difficult to swallow. Perhaps their talents are not exceptionally outstanding, but they have relentlessly followed Zhuyang House into battle, honing their combat skills to an unparalleled degree, and they strike ruthlessly, adept at identifying their opponent's fatal weaknesses, delivering lethal blows. Yin Xiangnan wore a grave expression. He had gathered considerable intelligence on the talents of Zhuyang House, many of whom are both astonishing and fierce among the younger generation, all of whom have arrived in Jiangning City. If we adhere to Ing Shen's original plan, these young individuals will become the vanguard in the bloodbath against the four great families. Such prodigies, distinguished from those nurtured within illustrious families, possess an utter lack of compassion. When they strike, they do so with lethal intent, instilling terror in the hearts of the populace. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan nodded gently, acknowledging the formidable challenge they posed. Reliant upon the fates of the four great families, he held little affection for them. Had Chen Yuanshan still been alive, he would have spared no effort in assisting his father. However, now within the Chen family, only Zhang Feng remained as a figure of concern. The others were irrelevant to him, even adversarial, rendering any anxiety for their welfare unnecessary. I had a brief encounter with your father a few years ago, unexpectedly. Yin Xiangnan broached this subject, prompting a flicker of interest in Chen Yuan's gaze as he turned to him. Although we did not form a deep bond, I discerned his character. Even if he faced betrayal from the Chen family, he would still lend assistance should calamity befall them, Yin Xiangnan remarked. Chen Yuan fell silent, aware that had his father been alive, such loyalty would indeed have been exhibited. Yin Xiangnan, cognizant of the grievances the Chen family had inflicted upon Chen Yuan, refrained from further persuasion. He bore no personal ties to the Chen family. His sole aim was to thwart the ambitions of the Zhuyang Manor. After all, should Zhuyang Manor succeed, the schemes of those within the Holy Temple would inch closer to fruition, ultimately leading the entire institution away from its foundational principles, transforming it into a mere instrument of the elite to govern the mundane world. The self-sacrifice of the Holy Temple's right envoy weighed heavily upon him, as it was he who should have been the one to offer himself for Chen Yuan. Yet, the right envoy had acted first, implying that the forthcoming tasks would now rest upon his shoulders. At long last, the appointed day arrived, both within and beyond the city. On this day, the members of the Zhuyang mansion soared into the sky, bypassing the city gates and traversing the city walls, rushing in with a fierce howl. Birds ablaze with fire pulled their chariots, wherein Shan and several young individuals, all of whom had attained the Tao, sat with piercing gazes filled with confidence. They resembled celestial deities, looking down upon the pitifully weak city of Jiangning. A young man with sword-like brows observed the bustling cultivators below, a smirk of disdain gracing his lips. Such a main city, easily extinguishable with a mere flick of the finger, why bother with civility? Chapter 93. You may try. The ambition was to govern the Dayu Dynasty, rather than merely occupy it. Ing Shan spoke, reminding the young prodigies of their formidable talents. Destined to ascend to the upper echelons of Zhuyang Mansion, they must grasp certain fundamental truths. Zhuyang Mansion did not merely seek to oppose the imperial family of the Dayu Dynasty, but aimed to usurp their position and seize control of the entire realm. Thus, beyond relying on brute force, they needed to win the hearts of the people. I understand, the young man with sword-like brows replied with a slight nod. Though whether he truly comprehended Ing Shan's words remained a mystery, the people of Jiangning City gazed upward, watching as the procession of chariots descended into the heart of the city, where an ancient battle platform stood, its origins lost to time, yet remarkably sturdy. Unless a powerful figure from the Kahage realm engaged in battle here, it would be nearly impossible to breach. They have arrived. The members of the four prominent families had long awaited this moment. Upon witnessing the procession of chariots approaching from the sky, their expressions grew exceedingly grave. The four families had resided in Jiangning City for over a century, yet had never encountered such a dire crisis. "Thank you for your patience," Ing Shun declared as he emerged from the carriage, his gaze sweeping across the assembly, momentarily resting on the members of the four great families, before settling upon the chair prepared for him by Jiangning City. Was Jiangning City truly so impoverished? A cold smile flickered across Ing Shun's lips as his hand trembled, unleashing a terrifying force that reduced the furniture to mere dust. With another wave of his hand, attendants stepped forward, retrieving a lavish seat from their storage rings, which had been prepared in advance. As the chair, crafted from millennia-old rosewood, was placed before him, Ing Shun finally took a seat, satisfaction washing over him as the young elites behind him laughed mockingly, as if ridiculing Jiangning City for its weakness. Unable to even provide a proper chair. Just as the members of the Jiuyang mansion wore smug smiles, a voice unexpectedly pierced through the crowd, causing their expressions to freeze in anger as they frantically searched for the source. "Who dares to mock the Jiuyang mansion? Step forward boldly, and let us engage in a fair contest." One of Ing Shun's powerful companions bellowed, the sound reverberating across the expanse. "If I had the ability, I would have long since expelled you arrogant fools from Jiangning City. Why should I allow your insolence to persist?" Another voice emerged from the crowd, aimed at the Jiuyang mansion, yet it remained elusive, impervious to the keen senses of the mansion's elite, who struggled to identify the speaker. Who could it be? Ing Shun's expression remained impassive, his mood darkening as he turned to the people of Jiangning City. "Let us commence. Who shall you send forth for the first battle?" A booming voice resonated from the direction of the Chen family. As the crowd beheld the first warrior to step into the fray, their eyes brimmed with hope. Chen Tianjiao truly embodies the unparalleled pride of Jiangning City. In this moment of peril, it is he who rises to turn the tide. "You are Chen Tianjiao?" inquired a young man with sword-like brows, his gaze flickering with intrigue. "At the fourth level of the Taiji realm, you surpass me by a minor tier. I have heard your name during my training in Yudu." This acknowledgement from the young man seemed to bestow a sense of pride upon the onlookers, for their champion from Jiangning City is renowned even in the grand metropolis of Yudu. "Allow me to battle you," he proposed, stepping forward. However, Ing Shun interjected, "For this contest, let Mo Feng take the stage." "Very well." From within the Nine Sun Manor, a young figure emerged, a scar etched across his left cheek, a stark contrast to the carefree nature of his name. He exuded an aura of cold-blooded ruthlessness, his eyes sharp and venomous, as if brimming with animosity toward the world. As he ascended the ancient battle platform, the hearts of the spectators quivered. This young man was undeniably formidable, standing on equal ground with Chen Tianjiao. Yet his hands bore the stain of excessive bloodshed, capable of slaying without a flicker of remorse. Behind him, a shadowy crimson halo seemed to linger, a testament to the countless lives he had taken, a harrowing notion that such youth could have endured so much carnage. Upon Mo Feng's emergence, the young man with sword-like brows ceased all movement, captivated by the unfolding spectacle. He cast a glance into Ing Shun's eyes and swiftly grasped his intent. Even when confronting a declining stronghold like Jiangning City, one must remain vigilant. Ing Shun must decisively crush Jiangning City with absolute superiority, without the slightest negligence that might afford Jiangning City any chance of victory. Chen Tianjiao is undoubtedly the most exceptional prodigy in Jiangning City at present. Engaging him at a lower level would pose an insurmountable risk. Mo Feng, sharing the same realm as Chen Tianjiao, possesses a greater likelihood of triumph. Among the crowd stands a young man, his complexion pale, yet his eyes remarkably spirited, observing the two on the stage. "Do you believe Chen Tianjiao can prevail?" Beside him stands an elderly figure, his hair as white as snow, his face lined with deep wrinkles, exuding an aura of someone who might depart from this world at any moment.